Free brawl, basically. I learned it from John.
It's useful, yeah. Pick up the terminology while you can. I don't know. I still look at some of these team names. It always makes me giggle, right? You know, got
Whoops.
whoops from India and the council. You know,
Yeah, true.
two opposite sides of the
I think
spectrum.
they used to be the Covenant, actually, last year, Bangladesh, and now they've changed to the Council, so I wonder what's
I
changed.
like they're pretty good names, honestly.
They
Yeah.
are.
The council.
Yeah.
I like it. Creative.
For sure, but I'm interested to see what some team like Myth Avenue Gaming, because they are a team that's kind of been swapping and changing around a lot in terms of their roster. Obviously, this is a lot more country-based than, you know, a lot of other ones where, you know, you can pull someone from Singapore, you can pull someone from the Philippines, someone from Malaysia just to make up your roster, but this is a lot more country-based, this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, super excited to see what we've got in store for us. And of course, yeah, that first game coming up today. Best of one, the two Filipino teams, ZOL and Execration. Standout players? Anyone interesting for you? 'Cause I know I've got someone close to my heart on one of these teams, but what about you boys?
Probably Bob from Execration is my standout player.
It's just
I
the
wrote down
perfect
what he said
username.
before. Time to smack these kids is what he told us before this whole show started.
He
So
shouted it. He walked in front of us. Aries was like, "What's
Said,
going
"Hi,
on,
Bob."
Bob? Hey, Bob."
time to smack these
Hey
kids.
Bob, how we doing? Time to smack these kids.
Good.
So
That's what we want to see. Like, it's never boring watching a Bob game. That's the thing. And that's why I love IHC so much. It's never boring watching these Mongolian boys play Dota. So they're going to make entertainment regardless of the result.
Yeah. I think for Zol, I mean, Younggod, for me in particular, I just want to see how he's able to perform. I mean, this was a person that was looked at probably a rising star in Southeast Asia. If we look back at the first year of DPC when he played for TNC, that was with Febby as well.
Yep.
And they didn't have a lot of success. And
That
then
was when they were
since
with
then-
Yoe and stuff?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And then since then, like, Younggod's kind of fallen a little bit under the radar. Feel like very similar. You can put like Corden in that category in a way where, like, rising up, he has this big stint on Bleed. I mean, he's on Secret now, so that's incredible for him. But just like similar, like, kind of pop stars, and now where can they go from there?
Yeah, and that's the thing that's always been really entertaining about C. The mechanical skill is absolutely there. It's just being able to pull it all together and make those big decisions. And, you know, just over the past few days, I've been watching some of that qualifier that you mentioned before. That's the big thing that's really been a standout for me is going high ground is riskier than ever. Like, we've seen so many throws in recent times, even from the more stable, like, Chinese teams. They're mucking it up as well. So we'll have to see how the teams are going to try and maneuver their way around that.
Yeah, then going back to, you know, the topic you brought up about the best of ones, right? Thinking about these potential cheese picks. If you've got last pick and all of a sudden Huskar, Meepo, you know, think about the old days of Broodmother coming out. Like, oh, whoops, we forgot about that hero. Definitely potential here, and I think Tihi, for me, the player that I was saying, you know, close to my heart. I've watched him, you know, through TNC for years and years. Watched him, you know, from carry to mid, now to support. He's the kind of guy that can be like, hang on a second, this is the ideal pick in this scenario. You know, we'll play Phantom Lance against Invoker mid. You think back to 5-6 years ago, that was the hard counter to it. He's the kind of guy that can definitely pull out one of these strange, weird, out of left field
And
picks
he's a
out
great
of the
Witch
bag.
Doctor player as well. And any time I could see a Witch Doctor work into a draft, I love to see it.
Yeah, it's gonna be scary. I mean, this is a roster that's been together for a while, though, right? Yeah, so, what previously Made in Philippines, Xerxia, you know, they've been together for quite some time. I mean, JG and Ken was kind of previously the one and the two where they went back and forth, but in regards to the 3, 4, and 5, they've stuck around
Pretty
for,
stable, yeah.
multiple years together. So we'll see how that chemistry is going to come into play.
Yep. Should
Yeah,
be
and
exciting.
what about their mid player then for ZOL? Are we calling it ZOL? Zol?
Zol,
ZOL?
either.
Let's go with Zol.
Zol's just easier, right? One syllable?
Yeah. Well, I mean, among Dion, Zol, that's the only person that's not Filipino in this is going to be in this series. So of course we've seen him.
You talk about the cheese picks.
Yes,
Yeah.
Momong Dai is definitely the cheese pick. We'll see. You know, we haven't seen him for a little bit, like a couple of months. So of course, you know, previously on some big teams in Indonesia, we'll see how he's going to be able to perform now. But it's going to be exciting. He's a flashy player to watch.
So
Yes.
what's he got in his repertoire then? What are these cheese picks?
Huskar, Meepo.
Okay,
you like
the ones.
The ones.
The
yes.
ones, yeah. So, I mean, we don't really need to look too much towards the spirits, but again, we haven't really seen him in a couple months, so it's still a lot of time to be able to practice on some things.
Mid
so
Dawnbreaker. Oh, his
Oh,
conker.
really?
His conker. Oh my god, his conker is so good.
yeah, so I mean, he was the first person we saw play the Dawnbreaker when you know Denog and I were
Literally in captain's
Yeah.
mode.
Yeah.
30 minutes later, he's in.
so
Playing it mid.
playing a mid.
Good
So
stuff.
yeah, he has anything in the repertoire, and you know, who knows what we're going to see. Like we said, best of one, anything is possible.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up Spirits there, and that's always been like a big one for me. Spirits and Puck, Filipino Southeast Asian heroes, right? Flashy, able to jump on people, you can make solo plays, you can control the map with them. Just as a general sort of thought process, where do you see Spirits as heroes now? Is Storm good? Is Ember playable? Is Earth Spirit the only good spirit nowadays?
Yeah, I mean, I think it really depends on the team, right? Because a team like Geek Fam, they're not playing at this tournament right now, but they love to have one of these more playmaking style of mids and then go super greedy in both side lanes. Like we've seen a POS 1 TA and a POS 3 Naga Siren, for example. To like just completely outfarm the enemy team on the map with something that generally shouldn't work. But if you can just get super aggressive with these playmaking Spirits or Puck, then it can work.
Yeah. In regards to your question about kind of where the Spirits stand, I think Ember is rising popularity with the buffs to Mage Slayer. Been seeing a lot of Mage Slayer Embers at the moment. I think you got a couple other changes in the patch.
Yeah, just with the chains, how many targets it hits and stuff.
Void Spirit as well is, I think, a little bit more situational than the Ember. And Storm still feels okay.
And Puck feels good.
Yes, so we will see the Spirits. Without a doubt, I think we're going to see the Spirits.
Not from Among Daya as much, though.
No,
at least
but
not
Bob,
to the same... Bob,
Bob's
yes.
going to Storm Spirit it up.
Yeah.
Bob Storm Spirit and Bob Puck are the two that I'm like, gimme those. I really want to see it.
Yeah, should be good. I mean, Void Spirit for me is still like Nisha hero. Honestly, like in my head, I don't like Void Spirit unless Nisha's playing it. It's just like one of those things where I've seen it flop so many times because it's such a delicate dance you play where it's like, I rotate into a side lane. If I don't get a kill, I'm losing my mid lane, I'm not getting my levels. And I think that's what the Spirit's going to suffer with nowadays, is just keeping up.
Or Quinn, when he was back in NA, he was spamming that Void Spirit as well. So obviously he said he's never playing in NA.
I mean, the two best mids in the world, right? Nisha and Quinn, the only two that are comfortable playing Void Spirit.
Yeah.
That's where where the hero is pretty much.
The skill ceiling is pretty high.
It's pretty nuts. I mean, outside of the mid lane, let's think about that, right? Carries into the supports. We talked about T a little bit. What are we expecting from Execration, Shanks and CML?
For CML, he loves playing the Enchantress, and I think it really has fallen down the priority a little bit. I'm not sure why, though. To me, it's something that ticks a lot of boxes. Really strong in the lane, and Dota is such a scaling game these days. And then you've got tower pressure, which is always really important. You're hard to kill, very important. And then you've got the scaling for the late game as well. You've seen these position 4, position 5s really just become this significant right-click threat, and it just becomes so devastating.
Yeah. I think for Shanks, we've seen, and a lot of teams now, like the position 4s are the ones to really be that flashy playmaker, and I'd say Shanks is that. Like, we've seen Shanks in previous Execration teams like completely take over games on the 4.
We have, but I feel like a lot of his hero pool isn't really meta right now. Like, when I think Shanks, I think Snapfire, Mirana, and I guess a little bit of the Techies. Techies is meta right now. Like, it is giga busted at the moment, but certainly not the Snap and the Mirana. I'm just not quite feeling it. It doesn't feel like, it feels like they're strong at 15-ish minutes, but beyond that, it's not quite as strong.
Yeah, unless you have like the perfect lane partner in the off lane, like Snap Center or something. Outside of that, it's like, it's not really worth it.
Mars is coming back a little bit, so maybe we'll see it.
Okay.
We'll see though. Like we were speaking about, best of ones and cheese. I mean, Execration, they've previously been known as like this Visage Marcy pickers, and they can pull that out at any time they want to.
Yeah, right. Luna, Visage, Marcy, yeah, that sort of stuff.
Like that was how they got a lot of victories in last year at some stage throughout it. So who knows? There's a big question mark at the moment, especially with the new patch. Like, we really don't know what's going on.
Any heroes that you boys want to put out on the table and say we're going to see a lot of this tournament? I've got 3.
We've got our players coming out.
Oh,
so we can come back to that in a second. Yeah, so there definitely are. So we can see Execration coming out onto stage now. There's Execration, Shanks, Bob, Tino, Shanks again, and CML.
No, it'll be very
Got a couple of
exciting.
Shanks in there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, For me, the big difference is CML. I think ever since they switched out Ubbing and put in CML, they've just become a lot more stable. I think they're not bleeding as many kills on those side lanes, and that's so important. We know how important the early game is, just to get the tempo rolling, to take some of those early towers and really take advantage of the fact that, I mean, it's been a while since the map changed, but the map is huge. You got to make sure that you're maximizing the amount of space that you can get and minimizing the fact that the enemy, wants to be pushing in onto your side of the map. Just don't give them the possibility to do so.
It's such a wild, like, double-edged sword as well, though, right? You have these situations where you're thinking in the back of your head that carry is farming those extra 4 camps on the outskirts of the map, but then also you have that much more room to play with, to play into Roche, to play into objectives, carve out a bit of map for yourself, get some... Like, warding now feels so much easier than it did back in the old days. Because you've not got these tight angles where you have to go up a ramp. You have to go through this staircase or this river. Now you can just like weasel your way around and get some deep wards down.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like look for those perfect fights that you really, really want.
Yeah, and like super deep wards actually give a ton of value just because you're probably going to find people in those areas. You really want to punish people that are trying to be just that little bit greedier. And, we were talking a bit before Execration was introduced about, what heroes we'll see at the front. I think Batrider is going to be one of them. One, because Bob absolutely loves to play it, but in my opinion, it's one of the best position 4/5s out there at the moment. We've seen from IHC, Seth plays an amazing Batrider. He almost like solo carried the game from position 5 yesterday in qualifiers against Azure, which, the recent winners of a big land. So that's a decent feather in his cap. And I just feel like you can be that super greedy support that just takes so much attention away. You're strong in lane, and then you've got a BKB piercing disable for the late game. It just ticks so many boxes.
I always love those situations where heroes move from like off lane to 4 to 5. Like Clockwork was always a big one for me, where it's like, Clock is an off lane hero, he's position 3.
Back in the Bulba days,
yeah,
like TI3, right?
Exactly. And then it's like, wait, why? Why are we giving him farm priority? He needs level 6 and an urn or something?
Yeah.
Oh, I just put him on a support, it's fine. I mean, Batrider's similar. You see those, Call of Duty highlights where you've got the kids standing
That's
up.
how I grew up. I mean,
but that was over headset, wasn't it?
Yeah,
not in
first,
person.
My first esport was Call of Duty, so like one that I got into the scene with and watching.
I'm very sorry for you.
Well, no, it was good. What do you mean? It was good to watch. It was entertaining. But yeah, you have people like standing up over the desk, like screaming at each other and stuff. We don't have that in Dota. It's calm. Maybe we get a question
You wait
mark.
and see. You wait and see today.
In pubs.
In Dota, it's the monitors and the headsets that get all the flack, right? You're just like throwing things around, smashing tables.
For
maybe,
sure.
Maybe we'll see what Bob does. Again, we brought up earlier. I'm going to smack these kids.
Yeah, he's got, smack these kids.
So.
Got it all written down. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We've got those player cams. They'll be recording 24/7. We'll see some reaction.
I want to see some highlight shots of just,
Or the highlight shots of the Filipino casters.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, they go crazy too. So we're going to see how loud they're able to get
Maybe
as
we
well.
just need to out loud them.
Yeah, you're going to have to compete. This is a competition now. we've got the Predator League for the teams, and now Ares up against the Filipino casters behind
What are
us.
you going to give me?
What's the prize? It's
Yeah.
pride.
Yeah.
Pride. Yeah.
I like that.
And the thing is, if we get louder, then they have to get louder than
Yeah,
that.
it's just never ending. It's infinite. Like bring down the walls of Jericho with
Should be exciting.
with your shoutcasting.
Exciting as, but I guess we can go back to that question. Like I mentioned the Batrider. Any other heroes that you can really see coming to the front here?
Specific role or
No,
any?
across the board. High priority. I think Lena's going to be another one.
I think Lena. We spoke a little bit about the Wind Ranger, like yesterday.
You don't like it.
I don't like the Wind Ranger, but we've been seeing it so far in some qualifiers as a 1. Spirits is a big question for me, how they're going to be played in the mid lane. Tech is as well. We've seen a lot in the China qualifiers. I know you say it's very good at the moment, how the team's going to prioritize it. Southeast Asia has its own playstyle. They really can play off the back of cheese picks, so where does the Meepo and all this fit into play and stuff like that, and what's
the
kind of
offlane Naga,
going to be.
maybe.
Yeah, the offlane Naga, like...
I legit think that second ban phase, we're just going to see the timer just drip all the way. Like, do we ban Meepo or what are we going to get rid of? Some of the spirits, because you get in these positions where you're just like, are we cornered? Are we going to get Meepo'd by one of these players? Because Meepo, even not as a last pick, even just as a third, fourth, can still do a lot of damage.
Probably the two teams that you'll see that is, going up against ZOL for Mamang Daya and going up against IHC. You'll see a lot of those cheese bans coming through.
I think Young God plays it as well.
Yeah, he does, but I think Mamang Daya, he's super capable of a lot of the unorthodox stuff, but I really think we're still going to see the Kunkka from him. Kunkka receives some nerfs, but it's still such a strong hero and he's Grandmaster on it, so he's going to be very, very comfortable.
Yeah, so you feel like those nerfs, they're not enough for him to...
It's still a strong hero.
Okay. What do you...
Just
what
like
the team fight priority?
And
or
anything that has repositioning capabilities is always going to be really strong with Tidal Wave. You're really strong against a lot of the meta heroes for the mid lane, like Puck, Lina, for example. X marks just means that a squishy hero like Lina does get crushed, even though it's typically, you know, ranged, super long ranged hero has an easy time. Kunkka makes that a lot less so.
He's always felt one of those heroes that is very good from the mid lane at both making the first move and reacting as well. So you can quite often be in these positions where you're a Puck, you find a rune, you TP to the side lane, you try to get a kill on a support, and you're like, well, damn, that didn't work out, gotta go back to my lane. Suddenly there's a Kunkka in your face.
Yeah.
X-marking you and like counteracting that gank. You're like, wow.
And then run buff, your team's not taking any damage.
No one's dying.
Torrent Storm is going around
All of your
everywhere.
spells are wasted.
I want to see Bloodstone with the new Torrent Storm, actually, with the 75 AoE increase.
Oh, yeah?
It's actually pretty significant.
That sounds nasty.
is that item purchasable with the
Probably
nerfs and
not.
the mana?
But like,
It's like
you know,
super
super
situation.
late game.
Yeah.
I think Willow, it's workable, I think, with that sort of thing, because it works on like Terrorize and Curse Crown and stuff like that. So we'll see. And I'm really interested to see, just on the point of the Kunkka as well, it's not just a mid. We've seen teams super capable of running in the off lane as well. So it's certainly very capable.
Yeah, we're seeing Shopify put a lot of emphasis on the Saberlight still playing
I think
in the
Amar
offlane.
plays it off lane as well.
So yeah, I mean that's still a hero we're going to end up seeing as well. And what about some of the new items too? I mean, how are we feeling about all of them? I mean, I guess one you can look at is like Parasma for some of the mid laners. That's very interesting.
I'm more of a Kanda enjoyer
Of
myself.
course, you're playing sniper, sitting in the fog, just waiting for your moment.
Just peeping them every single time with
I'm-
that Ags.
I'm a turbo enjoyer.
Yeah,
Like,
true.
I play a lot of, and every single turbo game has a sniper with like 3 rapiers, Kanda, just sitting in the fog waiting.
Peep.
I'm playing Warlock and just buying all the smokes, hope for a ninja gear, and
Yeah.
hide. Do not show yourself anywhere on the map.
It can work with something like Clinks, right? Like Clinks feels really strong with it.
Yeah.
We've seen Tinies start to build the Kanda as well, just
Morph.
because Morph as well is another one of those heroes that do it. So just anything that can have that super high attack damage that has the point target abilities, you know, your tar bombs, your toss, your tree throw, your adaptive strike, that sort of stuff is going to be really effective.
Yeah, Morph's got an interesting build as well. We've been seeing like first item Vlads on that hero. So what do you think overall about the item? Because it did get some changes. Do you
It
feel like
did.
it's back to like because
It's weird.
There's been stages where it's been super busted.
Yes.
And you like must have.
Yeah.
Vlads.
But you needed it for Helm of the Overlord. That's the reason why, right? And back before that was even an item. It was like supports generally buying it because anything percentage based for both lifesteal and damage is always going to be really
And
strong.
it was all small items as
All
well,
small
right?
items,
It's
like they're built up
incremental
with a
Bassi
Bassi,
and
yep.
the, yeah.
So it just feels really good in that aspect. But these days, I don't know how I feel about a Morphling getting it, to be honest. Like, obviously, it gives you a lot of, like, sustain just to stay out on the map, both lifesteal and mana regeneration and, you know, extra damage and yada, yada, yada. But
It feels like a nicer, cheaper Lincoln's. You know, you think about like
Yeah.
that Lincoln's like sustained defensiveness, but I think Vlad's is like a little bit nicer. I think Morph is a good shout of a hero that we're probably going to see
A lot
a
of.
fair amount of, though. I think that his laning stage solid. That mid-game kind of weirdness, you know, the sort of 10 to 20 minute period where it's do I farm, do I fight, what am I doing? That Vlad's and the, you know, the kind of phylactery, whatever, you know, mid or safe lane build you're going for has kind of remedied that problem. And he just feels like a safe hero in general to play towards late game as well. So it gives you like multiple steps to play into a position 1 or position 2 carry hero, which always feels super nice. I think it's just like, it's a safety net hero for me in my head.
And you're never going to be lacking in late game damage, so you can get away with picking some of these supports that do fall off in that aspect to protect it. Like, I mean, Tusk is actually a pretty decent damage, but you can go Omni Knight, you can go Treant, you can go Abaddon, which I think is another hero that we're going to see a lot of just because it can go between support and core still. So, yeah, I think these are a lot of things that can be made to work.
Abaddon's still like one of my favorite heroes, honestly. Like how busted his Ags is. It's just
Just
what are you gonna do?
I feel like that's an undervalued Ags because we haven't really seen it that much.
He's just not. I think it's one of those hard things where he doesn't offer a stun or like team fight control from off lane, so people don't want to play him there. As a support, you want, you know, Ags Locket, and that takes too long as a support. So I think him finding his role is the most difficult part.
yeah.
It's like Pos 3 is like the most natural place for him to be, but it just doesn't feel that good.
You just got to play him as like a super frontliner, like by Manta style and Blink, basically, and
Yeah.
just go in and trust that your borrowed time is going to give you some safety for you to potentially wipe out one of the supports at the start of the fight.
He's
And
more like a half carry.
pretty much, yeah. And
Yeah.
then you provide your team a little bit of what like a Luna does as well, in that if you are able to, you know, win a team fight, once you get onto those towers, they melt just off the back of the Curse of Avernus.
That's actually a good hero to bring up. What do we think of the Luna at the moment? Because I've been seeing a lot through the qualifiers as well. We're watching some of the Bet Boom games, and seems like just with the early timing that you can get out of like Treads, Manta, maybe one more early item before the Manta into like the Shard, and you just group up and you just run down objectives in the first roach. Do you still feel like Luna's very strong?
Ever since the Shard came in to protect her a whole lot more, I love it, right? Just the swirly glaives around her. And we were talking about Execration before. They play it as a 5, you know, just as that flex pick as well to be able to go this cheese strat. So hopefully, well, ZOL would have done their research. You know, they would be playing a lot against each other, but certainly it's something that maybe the teams that haven't put as much of that groundwork in might get caught out.
That's the thing, though, right? You can put in the groundwork, but you can still, you know, forget or overextend your draft or like not have room in the draft to think about banning something like that. Because we've talked about cheese picks on an individual level, these Meepos, these Huskars, but I think it's a good point you both bring up about the tempo cheese. Having these Lunas, Lycans, whatever it might be, that's like in your face, on tier 1s, breaking objectives, on your high ground at 20 minutes, you know, reacting to that in a best of 1, you're put in that kind of do or die situation, right? Whereas a coin flip of if we fight here and lose a fight, we lose the game.
I was talking about Geek Fam a little bit earlier, and they went position 1 Beastmaster with Natsumi, and then like an offlane Omni Knight just dominate the lane, and they had Mega Creeps by 28 minutes in the game that they were playing.
Like you said, though, there is that kind of volatility with that style. Like you lose one fight on a high ground push, which we've seen so far, the game can just be over from there.
For either team.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Exactly, for either team. So we're going to have to see. You have to execute that draft. You're going to go for a tempo draft. You really need to make sure you're on point.
Hey, absolutely. I mean, are the heroes in that same vein?
I mean,
Luna is the main one, right?
He
the
hates Arc Warden, but I feel like we might see some Arc Warden. We'll probably see TA as well.
Why do I hate Arc Warden?
No. I hate Arc Warden also, but why do you want to see Arc Warden? Or you?
It's in like pro level pubs. It's got like a 57% win rate. Like the mid lane is just so dominant. You're dealing way too much damage early on. I feel like it's just one of those heroes that you can, if you're going a real space-making side lane, get away with 2 carries that are a little bit greedier, just because you've got so much lane shot that you're able to play around with that you just get amass like some massive net worth lead.
I think there's a weird thing with the Arc Warden as well with the itemization. We're seeing some vessels as well, so I think the hero is like more undiscovered at the moment with what it's able to do.
So they're figuring out what you're going to be up to. We do have a quick break now, though, as our best of 1 is still getting prepared. The team is getting ready for it, so we'll see you in a short while.
So, ang kailangan natin gawin is sit back and relax at antayin yung mga bago nating uploads, yung mga bago nating video sa ilalabas dahil for sure, sobrang init, sobrang excited at sobrang saya nito. And, Principal, kasama ko si Kuya Nick at kita-kits sa susunod na episode. At tayo ay nagbabalik sa panibagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. At right now, kung napapansin nyo, yung mga brand ambassadors and ambassadors natin ngayon, medyo bumabaril na dahil ang next challenge ay Better Half Winning.
Yan. Para ipaliwanag ko ng better half.
Let's watch this! So nalakit na natin yung mechanics para sa ating challenge na Better Half. And right now, Kuya Nick, kitang-kita natin yung ating mga brand ambassadors and ambassadors na kaupo na. Yan na. Magbubukas na. May kita natin ngayon. Gusto talaga kung mga ako. Grabe naman sa ibig. Nagkakas na agad.
Let's take what they have.
Grenade! May plano to.
Yung sa akin din may plano. Sobrang sneaky nung galaw na pinapakita nila. Lumabas Ayun na Alam nila. Ito So ngayon, magkakaalaman kung may panalo na or meron na
Keep up.
tiebreaker. Sudden death ka. Here we go. Ayun. Pero kung susisikin sa kalaban mo, Uy!
Husay! Ano tapos na rate natin yan? Top 7?
Top 7 ang region natin.
Nakakawa.
Oo.
Ito na, ayan na.
Pwede sila magkita. Oh!
Knock them down.
Finally! 3-2! Finally! Kamali yung bigla. Sayang. Pero wala eh. 3-2 na. Finally, nakabawi na ng Team 1!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Brilliant, good job.
Ito yung pinaka-antay natin kasi syempre tayo lagi napapunish. And right now, comeback! Oh, comeback is real. At para sa ating next punishment, yun ang ako yung pag-usapan na natin na what spell mangyayari. At Team 2 ang gagawa. No? Finally! Nakabawi na ng Team 1 dun sa lahat ng punishment na natanggap nila. Pero sino ba ang pinakaunang contestant sa harapan?
Ang una nating mag-bat spell, syempre, ang kanilang one and only, siya daw ang secret formula. So dahil ang secret formula,
Kwento niya yun.
ikaw ang mauuna sa ating punishment.
GBB? Okay, GBB! 3, 2, 1, go! C! C-H!
Sige,
I.
I.
B! Yun!
I.
Oh, I.
B.
B!
Y.
Y!
Z.
C! Next! 3, 2, 1, go!
A. Okay. M.
A!
R.
R!
A.
Si Amara parang sumasayaw eh, no?
Bonus pa, di ba? Good spelling.
G! Next one, G! I! E! Alright! Host for this video, ako nga pala si Vince. Kasama ko si Kuya Nick. You're watching The Predator Bunker Brawl. See you until the next one. What is up guys? Phil here and welcome sa Predator Bunker Brawl, which is magkakaroon tayo ng set of challenges and punishments para mas maging mainit pa ang araw nyo. And of course, kasama natin ang mga magaganda at sobrang gwapong Predator brand ambassadors and brand ambassadors. At syempre, bago tayo magsimula sa ating pinakaunang challenge for today, konting banter muna sa dalawang teams natin ngayon. Team 2, meron ba kayong gusto sabihin sa Team 1? Friendly banter.
Good luck on you, bay.
Sabi ni Chibibi, syempre i-translate natin yun. Good luck daw, sabi ni Chibibi kasi kailangan niya yun. Pero how about yung Team 1 Berg, pero gusto niya sa kanila?
Good luck sa'yo, bay.
Good luck sa'yo ba? Ano yung isa?
GG easy.
Alright, so natitig na natin yung mga thoughts ng dalawang teams natin today. So hindi na natin ito patatagalin pa. First challenge is ang Scribble Trouble. Team number 1, meron kayong 3 minutes para tapusin itong challenge na to. Simulan na natin in 3, 2, 1, go!
English.
Stickman.
Wait lang.
Pass, skip. Alright. So far, meron kayong 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Uy! Next level yun na! Ayos yun na! Okay, next! 1 na! Meron sila 1 point.
Addict.
Yung ating konti na lang No pressure, 1 minute remaining. Basically, pass.
Hindi, yung Easter na ano, na...
30 seconds. Pass. Okay, next. Two. Okay, meron pa kayo 20 seconds. So, ang nakuha nila, they have 2 points. So, congratulations. So, punta naman tayo sa team number 2. Hindi natin ito matatagalin pa. Team number 2, timer starts now! Yung 1-0 na agad? Grabe naman yun, man! 1-0. Pwede mag-pass. Keeper. 2 points. Hey, grabe yun ah! Diyos ko, ilan pa lang? Men, 20 seconds pa lang, 2 points na. Okay, 3 points. Okay, may 3 points sila, grabe. Uy! Okay! Hindi na 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 points already. Nakapalit din team number 2. Tama, 6 points already, man. Grabe yung team number 2. Diyos ko. 7 points. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1-0. Tapos na ang ating challenge for the day. At congratulations nga pala sa team 2 dahil nakakuha sila ng 7 points. Sadly, ang team 1, 2 points. Ang team number 2 ang pipili ng punishment na gagawin ng team number 1. So, here we go. Ayan na. GBEB, do the honors. Ayan na. Kinakabahan na yan. Uy! At ang challenge nila at ang punishment nila is Dynamite Roulette. Ayan. So, yeah. Mahilig pa sa spicy foods. Hindi ka mahilig sa spicy foods. Mahilig sa spicy foods. Okay. So, dalawa hindi mahilig. So, feeling ko talaga medyo mainit ang mga bibig nila mamaya kasi on their first punishment. Ready? Dynamite Roulette. Here we go. Direk, ano nga? Extra rice. Tsaka ketchup na rin. So kaya mo, hindi ba ka pero hindi mo kinain yung pula eh. Yung kaputi yung kinain niya. Wow. Okay.
Hindi naman makakagawin sa'yo. Iba na pero hindi malakad makakagawin sa'yo.
Okay. Ibig sabihin, mataas yung tolerance nila sa... Nakita natin ang ating challenge for the day. At huwag kayo mag-alala dahil napakadami pa natin challenges sa mga susunod pang episodes. So we're inviting everyone to come and join at panoorin at antayin yung mga susunod nating episodes na ilalabas dito sa Predator. Welcome nga pala sa panibagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. And of course, kami nga pala ang host for the day. Ako si Phil, kasama ko si Kuya Nick. Kuya Nick, meron naman tayo mga panibagong episodes ngayon at
Yun na nga.
challenges.
Another challenge, another video.
Matindi ang gagawin natin for today's video. Dahil ang challenge natin ngayon ay fast fingers pa, bilisan ng daliri sa pagkakain. At kasama na ulit natin ang ating magaganda at pogi. Mga Predator, Brand Ambassador, and Ambassadors, of course, for Team 1. Andito si In at ayun, si Bert. For Team 2.
Yan na nga, Team 2. Ikaw na bahala dyan.
Okay. Andito si Baggy. Ayan. Tsaka syempre, si GBB. Nakakalimutan. So syempre, ulitin natin ang next challenge natin ay fast figures. Ready na kayo? Ready ka na? Timer starts now!
Huwag ka pa ulit.
Mauna. Uy! Boom!
Tapos na?
Uy, napalo na 2 beses.
Naku po, sobrang tryhard mo naman. Kaibigan, oh. Nag-trust mo ako eh. Di ba?
Uy! 1-0.
1-0 in favor of Team
GBB. Team 2. Ready? Ready? Here we go. Fast fingers. In 3, 2, 1, go! number 1 ulit ang gagawa ng punishment.
Kaya mo po.
So Dipit, papakita natin yan in 3, 2, 1. Kuha sila ng cookie, then may ruleta.
Yes.
Kung saan pumunta yung ruleta na yun, doon
Doon ang deep.
i-dip yung cookie, then kakainin nila. Pero tatlo sila, di ba?
Yes.
Yung one nandito. Pero feeling ko,
Yes.
kulang eh.
Ito na nga. Based on the management,
Oh, management.
tsaka may instant rating na tayo. Meron pong foul na nangyari wherein ginulo po ng isang participant sa kabila
Yeah.
that resulted into negative output. So therefore, kailangan po namin patawan ng penalty.
Si Bibi. Tapos,
Management.
management yun. Dip all sa bagoong.
Iba naman eh.
Hit na naman yung bagoong.
Oh.
Oh, ano.
Ano? Ayan. Harap yan.
Sarap. Okay, next. Whisper.
Tigisa na naman yan eh. Tigisa na naman yan. Okay, okay. O, ikot natin direct. Ang kanyang dip, special na ketchup. Vinegar. Konti.
Kunti. Kunti.
Konti.
Pinagin mo yung buong cookie dyan. Ayan.
1, 2, 3.
Go.
Dami yan. Gusto ko tubig. Thank you.
Next. Soy sauce.
Uy,
Uy, konti.
Yan. 1, 2, 3.
Ew!
Okay.
Masarap, isa
Sarap,
pa.
sabay.
Sa patis naman.
Mayonnaise!
Ay, deep. Uy.
Mayonnaise!
Mayonnaise!
Wala akong kinalaman dyan sa roulette na yun.
Here we go.
New recipe.
Sarap.
Pwede.
Pwede.
Ayun. Ang sure pa ako.
Hindi na tayo may i-internalize pa.
Baka pwede sa business.
Uy!
What?
Okay, so yun ang ating matinding punishment dun sa ating fast players na game. Dumating tayo sa panahon na sa GPB. Dumaan pa talaga sa butas ng karayom.
Kailangan
manalo.
may fear tayo rito.
Nga, tapos na yung isa nating challenge for the day. At kinakis na lang sa susunod na video.
with the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts. The Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
back to the Asia Pacific Predator League 2024, and it looks like we are almost ready to get underway with the group stage, our first best of one of the day, getting it all lined up for us as I'm joined, of course, by Danog and Aries to get us started with Zol against Execration. I mean, we've talked a fair amount about these teams, these players, and just a quick recap for those just joining us now. What are our expectations heading into this in terms of who's going to beat who's the upper, who's got the upper hand here?
I mean, Execration, the thing that they have going for them, which C hasn't had in quite some time, is stability, right? This is a roster that's stuck together. It's most of it, right? 4 out of the 5 are players that have been together for, I want to say, 1.5, 2 years now. So this is something that they know how they play around each other, and I think it's going to be really effective.
Yep, you could maybe make the same argument for their opposition as well, again with the 3-4-5, but we'll see how that's really going to play into this.
Yeah. Yeah, 'cause you need that team cohesion, captaincy, you need star players. Dota has so many elements to it nowadays. You can't have any lapses in any of those areas. And of course, just a quick recap of what we've got underway here. Of course, it's the Asia Pacific Predator League 2024. $100,000 on the line, 60K for that first place prize. And of course, we've got 1 day of group stage, tons of games to be played, a couple of days break, and then the playoffs in that Mall of Asia arena, which should be a pretty spectacular show. Of course, everyone hoping for some of these Filipino teams to make it all the way there, as I believe we can get ourselves into our first game, first best of one. That beautiful logo, one of the squads.
Oh, Bobby, you love him. He was there. That's the thing I love the most about this Execration roster, right, is that they're just here to have a good time, honestly. Like, they're so rarely in a bad mood. They're always there for a little bit of banter. When I was walking over there, he's like, hey, if there's an interview, Bob was like pointing at Tino saying, just give it to him, his English is great, like all that sort of thing. So really, the brains of the operation, though, in the middle there is CML. You can see him just pondering over everything. He's the center of all the discussions, and I really want to see what is going on in that head of his.
A lot of experience as well, right, with Polaris and TNC. We saw he had some pretty good results with the boys on Polaris, and then talk about experience. Already mentioned Teehee there with
in the middle.
Previous years and what he's been able to do to define the meta in multiple different roles.
Now, I know you talked about the air conditioning. Do you think Mamandaya needs those hand warmers? Because he's got them going at the moment.
Has he actually?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just calling him out. Sorry.
I don't know about in here. It's a bit toasty in here with all the lights and I mean, there's 100-odd people in here. It's not too bad.
You know what? I trust him. He's the mid laner. He's the one that needs to make a lot of the big plays. Let him cook. Exactly. His hands are cooking right now with how hot they are from those hot hands.
I mean, that's one of those things, right? You keep your fingers warmed up. You press your buttons faster. There's little advantages where you can.
Yeah. I love me some Teehee.
I mean, I remember a few tournaments, thinking like, Epicenter in Moscow and stuff like that, where it was legit.
That'd be
like,
cold.
Cold. They had to, they ran out of all of the ones where you just like rub it in your hand, right? Yeah. And they had to buy USB charged ones.
Oh my
like
God.
actual hand heaters to make sure the players were fine, because it was.
My only experience with those is like when I go skiing. I put them in my boots and my gloves, and it's like, oh, finally, this is so good. But no, definitely for those mid laners, it's all about those fast twitch reflexes. And again, like that is, in my opinion, the highlight of the first 8 minutes is going to be the mid lane. Mamandaya against Bob is going to be super hype.
Yeah, it also could be one of these like oh god, draft going, but it could be one of these little ritual things, right? You get yourself in the mood, in the zone. That's what you're used to doing.
Like your lucky undies and that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there we go. Draft already started. Quick run through the bands. Next is Prophet, Grimstroke, Mars, Centaur on one side. Meepo already gone.
Yep.
Lone Druid is out there. A couple of cheese picks removed with Doom and Tusk. And Danog, like you were saying.
Those flex picks.
With Ares, Batrider and Lina.
They're just... We've seen a lot more of the Lina position 1 really start to be a lot more present, and you can even see some of that respect coming through as well. Most of the time, people aren't going to ban a Marcy at this stage, but against Execration, you have to, because they've still got that potential to be able to play around that. Obviously, with a Lina, it's just such a great 1-2 punch, and then you've still got the potential to run, like, a position 4 Luna. You could run a Visage as well. Like, everything like that could work. So just take out the big thing that makes it work, and it is the Marcy. That's, like, the centerpiece of their cheese.
Is Lina only 1 and 2? Can that hero be played as a 4?
Oh, yes!
Like,
it's happening!
It's happening. Like, again, like it just fits so well with a Lina in the position 1, right? Like, you can put about 5. You heal, you get rid of the lasso, it feels really good, and you've still got the flex to put it into a position 3 role, right? It means that this Batrider has a little bit less of that flex potential, right? Like you might want to put it as a position 5, for example, but if Abaddon's position 3, you don't necessarily care quite as much. You've got the Aphotic Shield to be able to have a decent time in the lane.
I love it when we, as a panel, we have 30, 45 minutes to fill, so we go through every hero on there. we go through
talked
every,
about
we talked about that hero. We knew it was coming.
Yeah, but honestly, this is pretty reminiscent of a lot of the recent pro games that we've been seeing, right? Like, outside of the clockwork, this is pretty much exactly what I was expecting. Little surprised to not see the techies yet, but I feel like that's the sort of thing that Execration might look to pick up next, just because the reactive taser feels so good. The disarm against the TA, anything that's going to be hitting quite frequently, which TA tends to, they buff the taser so that you deal, I think it's about 250 to 300 damage with each hit that you're doing as well. So it's actually a pretty decent amount that you're able to dish right back to your opponents as well. And it provides a dispel. So it just feels like a complete no-brainer to me to pick techies.
And I think still one of those big advantages of the tech is, hang on, I'm here in a Winter Wyvern. What is going
Danog
on?
is a happy boy.
Love me some Wyvern.
How do you feel about the hero overall, like at the moment?
I think it's in a fine place right now.
Okay.
Like they gave him some buffs to pretty much everything, actually. Like the absolute weak point of it is the laning stage. Like you just feel incredibly weak when you don't have that Arctic Burn available. Thankfully, over the years, they've minorly reduced the cooldown of it, so it doesn't feel quite so bad
It was like
anymore.
70 seconds at level 1 at one point or something like that.
Now it's at like 40, so that's doable considering you have to count the uptime for it as well. But, in a meta where a lot of heroes, not necessarily as much in the Heart of Tarask meta, but that was really good because you could do percent-based damage. It felt really good. But again, it's one of those supports that can scale, right? You have Arctic Burn, you can buy Ags, you can buy Scythe of Vice, Blink, Winter's Curse on a BKB target, not just to set up for the rest of the team fight, just to burn basically the entire BKB duration in late game fights is really significant.
What are we expecting the lanes to be, though, for Execration?
I don't know. That's the other thing.
Because it's like, what, do you want to run a Lena Wyvern safe lane? If you do that, then potentially you can run like...
I don't like this being a Wyvern 5, and I don't like it being a Wyvern mid either. Just because you've got basically 3 heroes that have the capability to get on top of you very quickly, and I think you can't give us 2 cores in a Lena and a Wyvern that are just incredibly squishy that are just going to get 2-shot, basically.
How does Arctic Burn work against Refraction? You chip away at it?
Yep.
So I guess it's like Wyvern against the TA and versus Clock, right? If it's TA Clock, you can fly out of cogs, you can burn Refraction.
Even just Cold Embrace on a TA, right? Feels really good. All of the damage is coming through physical. And there's a bit pure if you're able to really be skillful. Early-ish BKB, and again, the curse feels really great against that, right? All you really need is to have something next to it. It could be a neutral creep, it could be a hero, it can be a lane creep. Just to get that full 4 to 5 second duration out of it,
Just
and
the reset button against the Bat Lasso.
Pretty much.
Just like, chill, dude.
Yeah. So Wyvern needs to be very cautious with his positioning this game because you are getting jumped. Look at all of Zol's heroes. They all jump the backline. I would hate to be a support in this game.
Yeah, looks very difficult to play. Interesting with the Ember Band from Zol, so because of course we still don't know where the Tiny is going to be going. Bob really likes his Tiny, but potentially we've seen in the past Ember be a pretty good matchup versus the Puck. It go back and forth, so we'll see. What do you like at the moment? Because again, we know Tiny plays very well into the Puck. Is there any reason for you to go for a different counter pick though?
Yeah, I'm a little puzzled as well. I feel like the Tiny into the Puck would be totally fine. I really don't think the Tiny wants to be in a position 3 role this game. Just against the TA, you do basically nothing in the lane in terms of harass against her, whereas she's going to do a great job against you. Tiny up until he's level 6, 0 armor, and TA is just going to, A, with side blades wreck you, and any chance that he has to be able to get some right clicks onto you, that has the risk of death as well, especially considering you could be laning together with a Bat Rider, slow and repositioning with a Flame Break, and Clockwork, who could just lock you inside the cogs.
I guess Ember's like a cover our bases ban, right? You've got limited lockdown.
I don't know. I just feel like the Tiny into the Puck feels solid enough.
Yeah, I still think we're looking for a Wyvern lane partner at this point.
Yes, I think it could be a position 3. It could be a pos 3 Abaddon. You never know, right?
Could be.
And then we're still waiting for a position 5. I just don't think Lena Wyvern is really the lane that I would be wanting to have. But maybe against the Clockwork, you actually do feel like that, because what is a position... If it is a 4 Clockwork as opposed to a 5, what does a 4 Clockwork do against a Lena Wyvern lane? Pretty much nothing.
Yeah, I mean, do we have a Brew player here for Execration?
Yeah, Tino can play Brew.
Yeah.
So we could have Brewmaster off lane with that Wyvern, right?
Could definitely work. Great way to be able to just proc the the Cinder Brew.
I mean, you just take TA out of the fight completely, which is always super nice to have.
Yep.
Are we concerned about the pacing at the moment? Because it looks like Zol, with potentially early Roshan, the vision advantage you have from traps and clockwork can get really aggressive.
For sure. I mean, I'm worried for Execration about the first 25 minutes of this game, but if they're somehow able to hold their ground, not lose too much of that map control, keep farming, I think they should be good from like maybe 40 minutes onwards.
There you go, Brew.
Yeah, they yoink the Brew away from them.
That's nice.
Yeah, that 40 minutes onwards is going to be pretty decent because Puck does fall off until she reaches level 25, and Clockwork really falls off as well in those later stages. You know, TA, Bat still incredibly strong, same with the Brew, but there's certainly a weak point for the Soul draft.
Just like this Zol, I just feels like this Zol draft.
It looks clean.
It really does. It looks like a draft we've seen 100 times before. We know that it can kind of almost play itself, right? You know the timings around the TA and the Puck. You know how Brew's going to do once he hits level 6 to 8, what he's going to be roaming around and doing. Execration have a lot more, let's call it nuance, to what they need to do in the first 20, 25 minutes. If Tiny Mid, he needs to get active, needs to play along with someone. Abaddon and Wyvern, they're not necessarily active heroes that you play with. Lena needs a bit of time to get up and running. So I don't know if they double down and say, okay, we're going to weather the storm and wait, or if they pick someone who can just run it. Zol.
I want to see them pick either something that lets them disengage from fights or lets them shove out waves. That's the big priority for mine for Execration. They just need to delay this as long as possible. Just because, like you said, Abaddon and Wyvern isn't going to do anything off the back of this. It's able to weather the storm somewhat. An extra stun, very durable. Maybe DK is going to play a little bit more of like a sacrificial role this game. And into the pocket feels pretty decent. So I'm keen to see where this Wyvern... Honestly, the Wyvern, Abba, and Tiny, I'm not 100% sure where exactly it's being played.
Yeah, super curious. I mean, yeah, DK against the Puck feels really nice. Potential Halberd carrier against TA, which is always really nice as well.
Gives a little bit of aggressive tempo as well with the tower push.
Well, Dano, you leaning one way?
I'm leaning towards Zol in terms of the draft.
Yeah.
I'll have to see how the lanes shape up, though, because we're not 100% sure exactly how Execration are going to say who plays what. Maybe that'll change things up. Of course, a First Blood can, you know, switch up a favorable draft and just lean it the other way as well.
What about altogether? If it's just draft, say Zol, but
Zol.
Altogether Zol?
I would say so.
Ares? Yeah?
I think their draft looks much easier to execute than Execration's.
Yeah, agreed.
You can see, like, you can almost see the algorithm, right? You look at that draft, you're like Neo in front of the screen, just like you know how it's going to play out. But here we go, our first best of one of the group stage, the Asia Pacific Predator League here, 2024.
Let's just wait to prove
pass
yourself.
it over to Danog and Ares.
Not me.
Yeah. Well, this should be exciting, Lockie. I'm keen to see, and well, the Rambulan begins coming through here between the two Filipino stacks. So we get a bit of a pause. It wouldn't be some Sea Dota without a pause to be able to start things off. Doesn't matter if it's in a pub, in a pro game, in an online series. It's all exactly the same. So we'll have to wait and see. But we can see it's Shanks playing the Tiny. So looks like he'll be playing the position 4 this game. And well, we've changed up the lanes, of course, with the Dragon Knight going up against the Puck.
That we haven't did. I mean, we've seen DK some slight buffs with what the Breathe Fire was really the big one. So it really feels like it just much more efficient with your farming speed with the Breathe Fire. So it's going to be interesting on how he's going to be able to perform as well overall. Now we're looking a little bit more like this Wyvern 3. What do we think?
I mean, against the TA again, it's a refraction burner, so it feels nice. If you are able to get into an early-ish Witchblade, Ags, that sort of thing, it does feel nice if you're able to just sit back and right-click. The thing is, I don't think you'll have that luxury. You know, you've got to remember that you're going up against a Clockwork, a Bat Rider, a TA, all that sort of stuff. They're just going to be jumping on you and bursting you. I don't know if this is a little extreme of a take to say, but this game might even rely on the fact that does Tino get a Gossamer Cape with the tier 2 neutral items, because that does take away a lot of that burst damage that's going to be following through from the TA. You know, the Wyvern's probably not going to die to a Clockwork Bat Rider initiation solo. It's about the TA to actually be able to follow up on that and get the additional damage through. One of the best voice lines out there, by the way. Chill, baby. Just, it tilts so easily.
What's the 25 one?
Never ask a Wyvern why or something like that. Or Wyvern why not, maybe. not great. Chill Baby's the best, and it's real early as well. Silver tier.
No fights to start us off. Clean 2 for 2 in regards to the bounties. We're going to see how this matchup, of course, fares in the mid lane. We've seen it time and time again. The fact that this Dragon Knight is going to have a favorable matchup versus the Puck. And, I mean, Bob is, we said it before, Bob is probably one of his best heroes is the Puck, so he knows how to play against it, how to counter it, so he's got that ever so comfy Dragon Knight.
You're just not going to be dying, though, on the DK, right? You have no worry of death in this lane unless you go for some super deep dive. You let the towers do a lot of the work for you, and it looks like another pause coming through here with a courier getting sniped there from Shanks. So, unfortunately for him, just feeding a little bit of that extra gold through. So we get to see the Abaddon be that frontline position 5, but again, it really... The thing that we were talking about in the draft seems like it's going to be ever present during this game, right? Like a Wyvern, a Tiny, a Abaddon in the 3-4-5 really don't do anything to stop the eventual push, right? Wyvern, I guess, a little bit with the Winter's Curse, but she is going to be the main target every single time that they go for. So keen to see what they're going to be able to do about that to be able to protect her.
Good Jenkins voice line. Yeah, it's this is something we brought up, right, is the vision advantage that Zola are going to be playing with. So that's really is my big concern on just the positioning, and a lot of that is then going to come down to how Abaddon is able to fare on CML. Like, there's a lot he can do this game with the Dispel, right? Against the Lasso, which is really the big one. You instantly break the coil, then you dispel it off so you can disengage. I mean, he can do it himself if he gets coiled. Just run away with the borrowed time. So, yeah, we'll see what he's going to be able to do. But again, it really feels like how good is Zol going to be able to play in the laning phase? How much can they get out of this to set themselves up for an early game?
I think they'll be A-okay in the side lanes at least. I think Mamang Daya is going to have a little bit of a harder time, but that's to be expected. Speaking of Mamang Daya as well, just talking about the Abaddon, it's going to be very important for him that he tries to get that waning Rift silence onto the Abaddon to make sure there isn't that save potential coming from the Aphotic Shield for any sort of follow-up initiation coming through. But yeah, in terms of the side lanes, I mean, Clockwork plus TA feels very strong. Like we were mentioning before, Tiny, 0 armor to be able to start with. If you catch Wyvern without the Arctic Burn, she's incredibly squishy as well inside the cogs with a battery assault. So it's very dangerous. And even on the off lane for Zol, you've got a Brewmaster playing along with give me last hit, we get a Bat Rider to be able to pop the Cinder Brew as well.
You can't improve until you make mistakes.
Should Bob be complaining about missing last hits on a DK vs Puck matchup?
What
Probably
the
not.
hell is even that?
Like, he's 6 of what? Bob, give me last hits. What do you say? You're doing fine at this. How's top going? We stick here for a little bit. Looks like Templar Assassin with the Clockwork, of course. So your classic ranged and melee.
Clock's got 3 last hits. TA's got 2.
Yeah, he's the true carry now on Tiki. So yeah, should get ourselves back underway pretty shortly.
He's cracked the whip as T. He said, "I'm taking over this game." Hopefully, there's the end of the pauses, though. Just complete, stable, uninterrupted Dota is what we want to see. Doing a pretty good job with some of these denies here is Mamang Daya 2 against the DK. Feels really nice.
Is there...
Radiant's courier
what do we feel like is the big timing at the moment with the lean on? Like, is this hero getting played as a 1 because of the level 25 talent, or...?
I mean, it contributes to it for sure, but I just feel like it's one of those heroes that you're able to just dish out a crazy amount of damage, right?
No. Solve. They don't have any detection. Fairy Fire looks like the Assassin's going to be A-okay, so Young God takes a little bit of damage. T here as well, falling low, so with a resource battle for the boys on Execration, have to be pretty happy.
Have any tangos though? I think they really want to try and give one over to the TA and look to get aggressive while the Wyvern has a lot of those spells off cooldown. You just want to make sure that you're punishing that Arctic Burn as much as possible. Very valuable when it's up, but there's a big window where it's not available.
Yeah, back to the lean on. What were you saying?
It's just, you're able to dish out so much damage, right? Plus with the Laguna Blade, you become like that supercharged state, so you're attacking faster than normally when you've got the max stacks of the Fiery Soul. It also, you've got a support to be able to help you, and you're a little bit of that sieger, right? We talk about the threat that comes when you're looking to siege into the high ground. If you're like putting a melee hero up there, you're much more susceptible to getting punished. With Alina, with the Dragon Lance, with all that crazy attack range, not so much. Of course, you're still going to be going up against a Bat Rider, which is scary, but you know, you can certainly make it work.
Really, eyes for me is, I mean, still 2.5 minutes away till we get that first power room, but who's going to be able to pick it up, whether it's Bob or Mongdaya, both these heroes can do a lot with that potentially. The issue, another thing about this Dragonite Puck matchup is Puck likes to rotate a little bit more, and you can't really do that because the Dragonite will just take the tower. But I want to see how Puck looks to play with the first primal split of the game, because you need to slow down the Lina, and I'd really like that first split to be used to try and kill the Lina.
Yeah, you need to slow down the Lina for sure. I guess the downside is for the DK, unless like they massively overextend on ZOL, I really don't think he's going to be leaving this lane all that much, just because I mean, look at what supports he has to play around with, right? Like, it's a tiny for your damage. That's it. Abaddon rotating isn't really going to do too much of anything. They just want to make sure that the Lina's lane is secured at this stage.
Well, speaking about damage, are they actually going to have damage issues before the Lina comes online?
Yes.
Like for the first, like, 20, 25?
Pretty much. Like, they'll be able to pick off a target, but I really don't think much beyond that, right? Maybe they can get really clever, like toss a hero into another hero and then curse off the back of that. Like, they're going to need to be next level with a lot of their mechanical skills here.
Well, and we're seeing those mechanical skills at the moment. I mean, the lanes are, the side lanes in particular, 21 and 12 for the Lina. Top lane as well, the Templar Assassin, 11 and 3 currently too for Young Gods TA. So really the side lane shaping up incredibly well for Execration to start.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Like, I really thought that they had a really good shot at coming out way on top for these side lanes. You can see overall, ZOL still in a decent spot though, in terms of the net worth. They've got a slight lead, but it's very, very minor, and you really need to be considering, like, what is this DK and Lina going to be able to do in the earlier stages. It's really off the back of Mongdaya, isn't it? He's keeping him in this game. It's pretty early to make that kind of call, though, 5 minutes in.
Yeah, true. I mean, if it looks like it, though, top net worth, then we'll see what the item build is going to be for Mongdaya as well. I know there, with the new patch, there's been some experimentation with things like Maelstrom, with the Ag Shard into Scepter. I know Quinn was saying on his stream that he still believes that Witchblade is pretty much the only route you can go down. Maelstrom may be something you look at if you have to deal with some illusion-based carries. So I'm very intrigued on how the Mongdaya kind of, his interpretation on the Puck's item build.
It's just so great for scaling, right? Like
the Witchblade or the...
Yeah, the Witchblade. We're actually looking to make a play right before that power rune mark. Make sure that Mongdaya is in no position to be able to look to contest it. So this is the sorts of play I like, right? Either you get a kill and he's going to be dead for the time that the runes are spawning, or you make him have to worry about the creep wave instead. Ends up being a amplify damage, even though Tiny said double damage. So what are we going to go with for this tournament?
I'm going to go with amplify.
All right.
We're both. I'm not going to tell you off. Bottom lane.
There we go. This is why you really can't leave the Lina on her own. She's incredibly squishy if you leave her solo. But the backups was coming. Was that a coil being dropped, I think? Maybe to interrupt a TP?
Actually, yeah, mid lane. Guys, going to be able to stop the TP. Still this Outer Dragon form. A lot of damage onto the tower early on. You've still got the Catapult wave, so Zol will need to address this. This tower is going to go down without some extra reinforcements, and they will come far too late. So a great start from Execration. We see these very often from their two supports getting active early on to help Bob out on the mid lane.
And with those 3 points in the Dragon's Blood as well. Oh, you can see even the TP being used there by Shanks to make sure that he gets right next to the Wisdom Rune to be able to yoink it up as soon as it spawns. Doesn't want to give them any sort of breathing room to be able to come back into this on Zol.
How close to the split are we at the moment for the Brewmaster? That's really when we're potentially going to see another movement. 5 2/3 double bracer into the Radiance is going to be the build currently for Losify. We do also see the Bat Riders starting to go back and make some stacks towards a triangle, which is going to be really important for someone like the Templar Assassin.
Yeah, I think Rapido is really going to look to make a lot of these plays off the back of the Puck Dream Coil as well, right? And by the time he hits level 6, it should be about the time that the Dream Coil is back up and available. So maybe they look to play off the 8-minute power rune. They're going to pray that it's bot.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Careful now, that Arctic Burn really starting to stack up. You've got something like the Avalanche too, and it takes off that damage, so...
I want to see 1 point in the Cold Embrace at level 8 though. I think it's way too valuable of a spell to not just have one value point into it. going up against a TA that might be looking to try and get active. It's even decent at being able to help with some tower push.
Got it. And
Easy
there's
clap.
that change the region, right? Still
It
working.
still works,
Still
yeah.
ticking. So straight to top he goes.
Dire's top tower
Another Outer
is
Dragon
under
form
attack.
ready to go. And this Templar Assassin forced to leave the lane. And again, we saw Zol. They weren't able to bring enough heroes to defend the T1 tower mid. We'll see if they'll react in time. Not to be. Clockwork should end up
These are
going
some
down.
late
The
TPs.
TPs are coming. It will be too late. Splits at the ready though to turn the fight. They'll try and target down the Dragon at the moment.
Great
A pretty
curse.
good curse to help reset. Too late with the Cyclone. A lot of damage onto the Bat Rider at the moment. Still, they're going to be able to turn it back around as Bob's in some danger. Another aphotic shot. Meanwhile, the Lina through the portal drops a Laguna Blade. It's not going to be able to land the LSA as Templar Assassin will be killed off. And now with the rest of Dire in some danger. Maybe Mamong Dire can
Good
turn it
coil.
though. It's not going to matter. The coil
man.
onto 4, but he still goes down. Clockwork back alive. But in the end, Radiant, they will stand strong. A double kill for the Lina Nisha baby. Coming through the portal, a beautiful movement from them. They should be able to get some decent damage onto the tower. 3,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, it's a lot now. Then you can then, again, open up the map, right? That's the important thing. And it's a little bit of the disconnect that we were talking about, right? ZOL just a little bit off the mark with how synchronous a lot of those TP rotations were. You were just basically feeding one by one into the meat grinder, and even a great 4-man coil by Mamong Dire wasn't enough. They just didn't have the damage to be able to follow this up.
How worried are we? The fact that this is already such a big net worth lead, and we were saying that, you know, Execration is going to be stronger as this game goes on.
Yeah, I'm certainly a little bit worried. I mean, I wonder what the point is where you get a point in the Curse of Avernus as well for the Abaddon, because, you know, it's a position 5. You're much more worried about just the defensive aspect of it for now. But with the amount of teamfight victories that they're having, I think it was dead for most of that one, though. If you're able to get up into even just the singular point, a lot of these teamfight wins just result in so much more because of how quickly you're able to take out a lot of these towers. Oh, really? Committing a coil? All right. Well, maybe that just gives Execration even more license to be able to make another play, right? No coil. Maybe we make a move down towards bottom, look to take away that tier 1 tower just to make a lot more of our smoke movements even more impactful. Or it could even just mean that they look to greed it out, right? They just sit back, farm. They know there's no real kill threat.
Very happy with the status of the so do you like this Radiance rush from the Brewmaster?
I think it's okay. I mean, again, against the Lina, you're attacking a lot, so the evasion is obviously going to be nice against that. It's also additional damage that you're not really worried about for the Dragon's Blood. You're not worried about for the eventual high armor that the Tiny has with Cold Embrace. So I think maybe they're feeling like, again, the Execration draft is very single target centric. It was really a great curse that set up how good that fight was for them last time around. So if they're able to kill the Wyvern first, they feel like the Brewmaster is just going to be completely unopposed in a lot of these team fights. Priority's even higher now, right? That the Wyvern is a position 3.
Nice how aggressive you're able to play as soon as that phase shift's used. Gonna be the blink into the Manta style here for Bob on his Dragon Knight. We'll have the power rune up in the next 20 seconds, so probably gonna see another brawl. Wonder how much emphasis both sides are gonna put to try and bring supports to help secure that.
Net worth lead's not growing though. I see it ticking between 2 and 3k. They're certainly keeping level on ZOL. A big part of that is how much the Bat Rider is able to get as well. He hasn't really been doing the most of his cheeky like side lane pushing, building up a ton of stacks, and looks like they are going to be looking to take it now with Young God, looking to accelerate that net worth a little bit. He wants to quickly get into, I wonder if he's going to go the Death or if he's just going to go straight into that blink, maybe feeling like Execration are going to want to flick the switch in a soonish amount of time.
Are you a little bit worried about Tiny's net worth? How is he 3,300?
Jank's big player. This is the pickoff that we're talking about, though. Doesn't really have too many people to play around with. Catch the Wyvern. Yeah, nicely done by Golden
It's not even kill. He's got a Mage Slayer, dude. Mage Slayer Bracer, incredibly tanky at the moment. Even Abaddon here as well. So, the Curse Shoes, not the longest cooldown at all. So, up and ready to go. Not going to have the coil to work with as well. And bottom lane, they do see Tiny's in a little bit of danger getting dived. But again, it seems awkward for Zol at the moment. Their movements haven't been able to convert on any kills currently, but again, like you said, the lead is not growing.
Yep, they're a little bit disconnected. Maybe they're just feeling like, you know what, we're happy if TA is farming, right? Like, you just needed to do something on one of the side lanes so that quad stack, was it a quint stack? I'm not sure what it was, but he was grabbing a ton of farm. But of course, Puck, one of those heroes that early game, you've got a medium amount of damage, I would say, but you really need someone to convert off the back of that. I have to say, a Clockwork probably isn't the one.
Can we see a potential Orchid considered for the Winter Wyvern to maybe have some solo kill potential onto the Puck? I feel like Silence versus the Brewmaster can be a little bit debilitating as well.
It could be good, yeah. I mean, maybe they feel like they're going to be able to have enough lockdown with a DK blinking in, with the Lina follow-up, with a tiny stun follow-up as well, that they don't necessarily need it. Also, Orchid, not really a stat-heavy item, and Wyvern, with being a universal hero, loves any sort of stats. It's just going to buff up that damage so much.
Okay. And I wonder where you need to put some defensive items in as well. Maybe that Mage Slayer, like, secretly, like, how tanky you truly are with mitigating a lot of the spell damage, because again, we said that's all that was really the big advantage you had with the capability to jump some of these backline heroes. So,
and logically it makes a lot of sense with the Mage Slayer as well, both for your survivability being a squishy-ish hero, but also just the way that Wyverns like to play a lot of these team fights, right? Arctic Burn, prior to Ags, only works on like the first hit to get the dot going, so you just want to get one right click on every single person in range, just so that everyone's slowed, everyone's ticking down, and everyone has that Mage Slayer debuff. It really reduces a lot of the damage that your team is taking.
So they're going to be able to connect onto the Abaddon. Point level off the borrowed time, snipes the Bat Rider, and able to live to tell the tale, so easy escape for CML. We've got the Blink ready to go as well for Shanks. They won't be able to combine it with the Elder Dragon form, unfortunately, but where would you like them to make a move with this smoke?
Maybe they're just thinking that they're going to invade, check if there's any sort of stacks. I mean, they've got the heroes to potentially take it. There's a nice defensive traps placed down. It's not going to be enough. And yeah,
get the jump. Templar Assassin, that's the ideal target. Over the north side, they need to do something to protect their Karoo. The Bat Rider chucks a straight flame break. Is it going to be enough though? Lina tries to get in range. The Dragon Slave might tick him down the tower region. Jump over the top as Bob snipes him under the tier 3 tower. A great reveal of Shanks' blink.
CML was just wanting another kill snipe though, with the Aphotic Shield put onto the Clockwork, let the tower do the work to be able to blow it up. But in the end, much better for it to be able to go over to Bob instead. And yeah, I mean, they don't steal away any stacks, but anytime that you're killing a TA, one of those heroes, position ones that really rely on that early game tempo, that rely on being able to take towers and convert that into a Roshan, it's going to be a huge deal.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Glitner
attack.
as well on the Lina, so certainly a lot of control that they've got that they're going to be adding through here.
Dire's
Feels nice against the Brewlings a little bit as well.
Dire are scanning. Money to burn.
Still working on the Witchbed, looks like, for the Wyvern. So
Dire's bottom
feels
tower
natural to me.
is under attack.
Plenty of stats, scales off your intelligence. You want to be building stats anyway, so yeah, why not?
Of course, have that blink as well for the Bat Rider, so they're going to look to try and make a play off the back. You've got to be really careful with the Abaddon's positioning. Always have that potential to be able to break the lasso, jump on over. A little bit awkward though. Core's going to be used, broken instantly thanks to the haste. They want to turn it back around. Cautious about the position with the curse. Still, the Kite is going to chase there. Finally, the lasso is out, but the Templar Assassin nearby. The damage, it's lacking glimpse of the Golden Embrace. Now with the Lina's positioning, she's going to have a free fight. There's nothing they can do to address the Lina. A curse will hold them down. They'll try and play around with the Pyro Split. Now they're charging the middle. Lina now over position. They've got it on top of the Templar Assassin. Bob's going to be able to join the fight a little bit later on, and that'll be the way to turn the tides as once again Execration come out on top. Lina 7-0-3.
It's a really good start coming through there for Nisha Baby. And, well, we'll see. Mamang is just trying to be a little bit cheeky, trying to slow things down a little bit, give it a little bit more space. This is not the start that TA was really hoping for sure. Just dying a couple of times too many. Really feels like until that BKB comes online, you really want to avoid a lot of these engagements. And by taking them a little bit prematurely, it's just going to make you feel not too great about the state of this game.
this Roche now as well, potentially. Looks like they are starting to angle towards
Radiant's
that top
bottom
pit.
tower is under attack.
Got a Grove Bow as well on the Lina, so
Jeez, of course. Would it not be a game where you have a Lina 1 and no Grove Bow?
they know that's happening though. So we'll see. We'll see if they try and go for a cheeky little snipe there on Teehee. I just want to see a hook come in from the side.
They're hunting.
Oh,
Nice
that's
start. They
even
got
better.
him. Instant stun with the Dragonite jump, and now, where are you running? No trees. They're going to be able to run into him. Oh, will they? No, Cog's Lord. Oh, slips over. Okay, never mind. Oh, he goes in.
Oh, into the line strike.
Never mind. A ambitious attempt, I guess. What are you going to do? I mean, honestly, you're not running away, you're not escaping, you're not TPing. May as well hope that Roche is low. Unfortunately, not to be. And I mean, Lina, again, 0 death to Ivan as well. So this is really scary territory for Zol.
It is indeed, and yeah, it just enables those pickoffs so heavily, right? The Puck, the Brew, they're the main ones that are looking to be focused now. And Wyvern, in my opinion, shouldn't have been this free to just play the game, right? Like, Wyvern is a squishy hero, and, you know, partially the Mage Slayer protecting her for sure, but...
Go onto the Batrider down to the south. Should be a pretty easy kill for them to pick up as well. And this is just going to be Execration starting to sweep across the map. And really the most important place you'd probably say is the triangle, looking to take away the Ancients from the Templar Assassin. And we see this T2 tower is going to go down. You've got the Wisdom surely and the Tormentor as well. So this is a big time for you to have this Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely have a draft to be able to yoink away the Tormentor very quickly. Again, it's one of those things that TA just takes incredibly effectively too. So, you know, if you can just take away something else that Zol would have been basing their draft around, by all means do it. Probably use the later parts of this Elder Dragon to be able to do it if they're on the mark, but seems to be like they just want to take away a little bit more of that. They're actually saying, you know what, we want to farm here. We don't want to go back to our side of the map to be able to pick up a lot of our net worth. And you know, we'll see if Zol recognizes that and starts to set up inside of Execration Zone side of the map, because, I mean, the downside to me is that Batrider is going to need to get really active, or Mamang Daya needs to as well, just to play not suicidal, but really just cut waves. That needs to be their main priority right now. Okay. Look at it. He's taking the enemy Tormentor. Like, this is what happens, right? You want to be able to get both, but you'll take one. Hopefully he lives. But we'll have to wait and see.
Far up, man. It's far up. Much closer than I was expecting. Yeah. I guess with what the damage of a time, right? Getting rid of Fraction before he started?
Yeah. I guess that, like, there's not really a great shard target for their team either, though, right? Like, Tiny. Like, Tiny, Aber, even the Wyverns isn't amazing. It's good if you're trying to lane shove the Wyverns, but not as a core. That's not really your main priority.
Well, let's see. You've got, of course, that second level in the split. Radiant's Ag Shard here for Lucifer on the Brewmaster.
Going for that full wraparound. Yeah, look at the lines being drawn on the map.
How do you start, though? You need to kill Abaddon. You need to kill Wyvern.
Wyvern's the one. Wyvern needs to die, so maybe they're just trying to set themselves up on the high ground, go that full wraparound, see if they can find her, drop some vision up on the high ground. It seems like they haven't found them, though. Maybe expecting that they would be around the Wisdom Rune area, but they can see that's not the case with Mamang Daya taking it.
This is always the thing of having like two defensive heroes with the Wyvern and the Abaddon, for example. Like maybe the early game can look a little bit awkward, but once you get to the late game team fight, all of a sudden like the decision making on Zol has to be perfect on who you jump, and they're going to force them to try and come back and defend this base. You got Lina, DK, CG, you got a Tiny jumping deep as well before they get set up, and
no buyback.
Godlike streak, dead for 40 seconds. No glyph as well. Yep. So we'll get the refresh now.
I mean, even if they did, right, that's another benefit of the Cold Embrace that I was talking about, right? You just take that that tower, removing the backdoor protection away. You just Cold Embrace the creep. Why not? This is a quick one. 22 minutes in, 8K net worth lead, and they're not looking to stop.
No, they are not. Incredibly dominant so far from Execration.
Maybe a little bit aggressively positioned there on the Aber. A little bit too far forward, but doesn't have any of that extra cast range items, I don't believe. And as soon as that tower goes down, goes to work at helping build up that Curse of Avernus just to make sure the towers die even quicker.
Jump in for the clockwork. It's not going to be a bad way to start, but still no real damage fall at the moment.
Snaps the coil.
They're going to be able to drag back. Have they got the damage with the Templar Assassin? Still Shanks is
dead.
okay. Toss in the middle. there's nothing left in the tank for Zol. I mean, they barely tickled them in the end. They're going to go into the T4 tower as well. Dragon Tail into the curse. Is the silence going to be there? Of course, the stun lock is perfect from the Tiny. And this one, even with the buybacks, it's not going to matter in the end. The Primal Split is doing nothing. Zol just running headfirst into a brick wall.
Yeah, they're really lacking damage right now, aren't they? And you can see like a defensive blink is not what you want to be doing at this stage on a TA. Lost nearly 2 full lanes. Yeah, there we go. Panther Illusions are going to be the one to do it. Wow, this is... It's pretty unrecoverable to be able to be at this stage, right? 2 lanes of racks. Super creeps are incredibly strong at this stage of the game, right? Like, you just don't have the tools to be able to easily take care of them. And yeah, I really feel like they just... I guess they didn't really choose to go for that fight, right? It was Execration that took it to them, but they just needed to make some sort of plays with the Bat Rider, play to its strengths in being able to just force them back, force someone to move back and defend. Love a Specialist's Array on the Wyvern as well. Just gives you everything that you can possibly want. More damage, more stats, spreads out the Arctic Burn damage as well. It's just an amazing tier 2 item for a Winter Wyvern.
Looking for the game ender here for Execration. Have a ward deep by the remnants of the T2 tower, seeing the puck, and if they're fast enough, they might be able to get the jump. Still on the low ground, maybe TA instead. Refraction's going to be able to protect him momentarily. Laguna Blade cuts away the health pool.
Dieback.
Now with the clockwork deep inside the middle. No man's land for him. Mamang Dai next as well. They want to continue to chase. Maybe they just want the objective instead. With no TA and soon to be no Brewmaster as well. This one is looking like it's about to be over very shortly with the Aphotic Shield out of all things to secure the kill.
Lots of misses there, though, with the Drunken Brawler. This is what I wanted to see, right? This is what I was talking about with the Bat Rider, but I think it's just a little bit too little too late, right? And yeah, probably going to be solo picked off, unfortunately, by the Dragon Knight, unless we can get some sneaky happy feet coming through from the Bat.
With the traps as well, but that's just space, I suppose. T4 Tower's about to go down. Still got a split, but you might not get it off with the Orchid to start the chain control. We'll have an opportunity to be able to play around with it momentarily.
Where's the damage?
Doesn't seem to be there. Leanup just stands strong, wants the turn to try and deal with the Brewlings. Going to be a little bit cautious. They do have the lasso to potentially drag him back. Where's the Abaddon to help out at the moment? He's going to try and get in range. Cold Embrace buy some time, and again, the damage just...
Is Lena not going to die?
Finally, man. That's a godlike streak. They're going to get a couple extra kills as well, but Bob and Shank still alive at the moment.
Cost them so much in buybacks, though.
Somehow Mamang Dai is still okay over the left side as well. Dodge out of the avalanche. Now with the jump over the top, Young God snipes away the kill onto Shanks. It does look like Dragon Knight's going to be able to survive. So Bob makes it out, but that's a pretty solid hold. Still, is it unrecoverable, Demo?
Yeah, okay, not unrecoverable. Let's give it a 1% chance of being able to come back into this. Just off the back of that fight, you got a lot of valuable gold given over to Zol off the back of that one, right? Yes, it costs buybacks. Yes, it costs, you know, a lot of win conditions. You've given up win conditions, basically. But now you're pretty much level on the Templar Assassin. You're pretty much level on the Puck. You're pretty much level on the Brewmaster in terms of levels, right? You want to make sure that that Brew hits up onto level 18. You want to make sure that you're playing around this level 3 Dream Coil, for example, with the Puck, so that you can't just go for that instant snap. It's a lot more punishable.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Even looking like... It's honestly gotten to the stage where maybe you do need to play off the back of someone just overextending, going up onto that high ground, right? With the lasso back inside the base.
Very awkward position from the Templar Assassin. Just up on a cliff by Radiant's secret shop area.
Just a ward, bro. He's role-playing.
This stage of the game, that's not what I want my carry team to be doing. Please be farming Saren.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I like everything about what Mamang Dyer and Bat Rider are doing now. Yeah, I just really think it needed to happen about 10 minutes before, when, you know, Execration were in not a commanding position, not like a game-winning position, but a strong position, right? Where they're really wanting to exploit the lead that they'd built up until that point.
They're going to try and force the issue. Pretty good positioning out of CML. They do have this cliff ward to work with, though. Lena's going to reveal herself, and now with the Lasso Force Staff, they're going to drag them out of range of the protection of the supports, but it's not going to matter in the end. Has time to pop the BKB. Now with the curse over to the left side as well, holds the Brewlings into place. They should be able to deal with them easy enough. We just see how tanky they truly are. Once you don't kill the Wyvern or the Abaddon, these cores can stand strong. Multiple buybacks are lacking, and potentially a puck going to be sent to the grave as well, as Execration should be able to catch up to him among Dire. 65 seconds. TA dies on the other side as well.
Full team.
In the end, a four-man wipe, and G's are cold.
Woo! That was a much stronger performance from Execration than what I was expecting. Not to take anything away from them, I just really thought that their draft had them in a rough spot where everything didn't connect super effectively, but those side lanes went far better for them than I could have possibly expected. And yeah, I just think a little bit of that target prioritization as well coming through from ZOL wasn't necessarily on point. They didn't pick off the Wyvern. They made a lot of rotations with heroes that aren't able to even secure a kill onto a support together. So I don't know, I just feel like maybe this is the new position 1 and position 2, not quite gelling with the rest of the team just yet.
It's just incredible, no messing around, right? Stellar laning phase from Execration. Aries pointed out, you know, you're looking at that first 3-4 minutes, it's like, okay, this Lena's, 22 and 12. Oh god, oh god, oh god. In the back of your head as Zol, you're thinking, how do we deal with this? Honestly, the wildest thing for me was we were talking about the lack of damage from Execration, potentially, in that early game, first 20 minutes. They took that top fight, what, 9-10 minutes in? Where it suddenly became, 6-1, 3k net worth lead, and you could see the lack of damage. We weren't wrong, it's just they perfectly spellcasted everything. Perfect Winter's Curse, perfect Light Strike rate, catching the TA, just everything. Just dogpiled into these massive team fights, and then who needs damage when you have heals?
Yep.
Cold Embrace and shields and Mist Coil and all sorts of good stuff as we can take a peek at our MVP from that first best of one of the group stage.
Wyvern?
Who do you reckon?
Wyvern. Bob. Yeah, I mean, I guess he didn't die a single time. Why not?
What was the...
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, time to smack these kids, and smack them he did. Think he'd make a good dad, Bob? I'm not sure if he's a dad or not.
Please, no.
Yeah, please, no. But, no, he certainly performed at the end there. I mean, most of the time you see a DK, you're not all that excited, but... Manta Style, Ags, Specialists Array, it's a little bit more exciting to see, right? He was making those big dives, those bob plays that we've come to know and love, and he was really on point with catching out Mamang Daya a lot of the time whenever he was, looking to get super deep in. I thought Mamang Daya played pretty damn well, to be honest, but Bob really was the one to be able to impact on that.
It's the natural matchup.
Yes.
With the puck DK.
It's a gotcha pick without being cheesy. It's like a cheese pick without being cheesy,
Yeah.
And we spoke about, regardless, like you pick puck into the tiny, like overall if you put tiny mid, it's always going to have potential to catch and jump the puck, and that's all you need. Like one stun, which we saw often. If you get one stun, then you can fall up and have the DK or the tiny to do that. So
did Lena not die?
Nope.
Two cores, 0 deaths. Incredible.
Aegis helps with that as well.
That does. It does indeed. Yeah.
Should be good, but I think we're going to look at a few highlights now. They should be very entertaining to see. As CML, I thought his position was pretty great as well in a lot of these fights. We see one of those initial dives coming through for the first blood, and this is really off the back of that tier 1 tower going down in the mid lane, right, and getting the regen.
Yeah, I mean, it's 1-0, right? And then you see this 5-man group up from Execration. They were ready to fight this. And then filtering through individual TP
one by
to
one.
TP, one by one. You set it into the meat grinder. They got turned into sausage for sure. And it's, the Winter's Curse. It's a beautiful coil, but you've got nobody there to follow up on it because they've already died.
And Bob was great with the Dragon Tail as well to catch Mamang Daya on his puck. You might have a 4-man coil, but if you're able to just stand there and wail on a squishy puck for 3 seconds, you feel A-okay with that.
And it's just that conversion of laning stage advantage. You're slightly ahead, 1-2k lead. You've got your primary item. You've hit level 6 on these heroes. You're ready to go. And then it's that sequencing of spell casting. It was beautiful from Execration.
Yeah, I mean, even just the curse, it was a great curse to be able to start off the game, but that one that we just saw there, it didn't necessarily net them a kill on either of those targets immediately, but it just lets you set up perfectly for the combination that you want, right? Cue a Light Strike Array for when there's 0.5 seconds left on it, and then you just, burst that target down. It's just such a versatile spell, and we just saw here that never really allowed ZOL to be able to get into this game.
It's kind of funny how that maybe outclassing can remedy issues in the draft where we thought Execration would need to be a bit more frantic, where in fact it was Zol being frantic and Execration being very, very calm and steady with their gameplay.
Yeah, for sure. I thought maybe a little bit of that stress and franticity, I don't know what the right word is, but...
Franticitude.
Yes, pretty much. The TA, I think, was forced to take a few earlier team fights than she really wanted. Prior to having Blink, prior to having BKB, prior to having Desolator, it never really felt like fights were taken on ZOL's terms, which I think was their big downfall.
Yeah, then you had this puck, kind of going back into the Yule Scepter, trying to go Kaya Sanj, trying to fill the gaps that were there, because the Brewmaster was kind of delayed in his activity with that Radiance build. The TA, like you said, kind of farming Ancients to take stacks, then trying to fight a little bit too early on.
Yep.
A lot on Mamang Dai's plate there, especially against a DK and a Tiny and all these heroes to try and catch out the puck.
I think that's a big thing with the Orchid pick from the Wyvern.
Right.
We saw he was going Witchblade. To change the Orchid, it really throws Puck's game in a whirlwind. You already have the counter matchups, like we said, Tiny DK, then you have to itemize defensively, so you're lacking damage, your TA is already struggling. It was just perfect gameplay, perfect itemization as well.
Yeah, good solid victory there for Execration, first one of the day. We'll have a quick break before we return with a few more series from the group stage here.
guys, Phil here, back in again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to, sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maagang-maaga siya para sa game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, para paano natin, we have Kuya Nick! Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So kung napapansin nyo sa GPP, And syempre, wala talaga silang mahindig dahil suot nila ang Predator kanina. Tara, try natin. Narinig mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig. Kahit isa, meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spike daw! Spike daw!
Spell na simulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Aura yun.
Okay.
Oy! What? Aura yun. Octagon. X. Octagon. 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 Octagon! Octagon!
Ayan, pinapapansin na talaga natin pag-internalize nila. Kaya kung ako sa'yo, Chibibi, sulat mo na. Oh. Yun,
Okay, next.
Play. 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 Play! Ang bago rin, diba? Play for fix. Play for fix.
Tama naman din.
Pass.
Perfect.
Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage quit.
Kung hindi marunong na sa dulo nyo, medyo alanganin.
Dito yung pinaka-bait. Dito
Oh,
pinaka-crucial.
siya
No, hindi dapat sinasabi niya.
Kahit sobrang galit ng first and second mo, pero yung third, tanong. Okay, sulat mo namin. No, next up. 15 seconds.
Ses! Wala talo tayo. Tanggapin na natin.
6. Wala silang nakuha ni pero sobrang lungkot lang talaga. Pero it is what it is. Team number 1 is handa na. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ano sila yun? Di ba yung strategy na dito yun? Tahimik.
Less noise sila.
Oo.
Yan yung organize na team eh.
Oh.
At dahil dyan ang prediction ko 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 billion score, parang yan ang...
Yun! Muntik
Okay,
na.
okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Pass, pass.
Soba! Soba! No. Soba! Soba? Soba! 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 Aim! Aim! Bot! Bot! Point! Bot! Aim! Point!
Import.
Point!
Okay na.
Aim!
Easy, Jimmy. Ayan. Ayan.
Stand proud.
Oy, yun na.
Stand
Yung
proud.
akala ko yun.
Stand proud.
Step bro. Yun.
Stand
Ano
proud.
ang ginagawa mo, Bert? Easy, Jimmy! At the end of the day, meron silang 1 point. At right now, alam na natin kung sino ang panalo. Ayun na. So pipili na ang Team 1 kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng Team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment
Ay,
ng gentlemen.
ako!
Pero meron tayong plot twist.
Ano yun?
Ano? Sabi ng nakararami, si Kuya Nick ay sasali! Wala tayong gagawa dyan. So yun na nga. Para sa ating next punishment, ito na, handa na ang this or that drink. Ano ba?
Oh, yun, okay na.
Feeling ko hindi ko siya dapat gustuhin. Pero parang masarap.
Ano yun?
Tama na. Let's go.
Mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis na mahirapan, nag-i-enjoy pa. Matindi, sobrang cute na pinapakita.
Basta wala ng sobrang dami. Parang soy sauce eh.
Masarap.
Sobrang dami.
Masarap. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pinapanood natin ang ating sumunod na video. Pero don't worry, dahil napakadami pa nating mga challenges and videos na ilalabas. My name is Phil, and see you until the next one. What is up guys? Phil here, back in again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to. Sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maagang-maaga siya para sa game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, palakpakan natin, we have Kuya Nick! Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila, late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Oo. Ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So, kung napapansin nyo sa GPP, ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga naladik niya sa teammates niya. At syempre, wala talaga silang marinig dahil suot nila ang Predator Ganea. Tara, try natin. Narinig mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig. Kahit isa, meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So, timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spido! Spido!
Spell na simulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Orayon.
Okay.
Oy! What? Orayon. Octagon. X. Octagon. 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 Octagon! Octagon!
Ayan, kaya mapapansin na talaga grabe yung pag-internalize nila. Kaya kung ako sa GPP, sulat mo na.
Play. 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 Play! Ang Valorant, diba? Play for fix. Play for fix.
Tama naman din.
Pass.
Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit!
Kung hindi marunong na sa dulo nyo, medyo alanganin.
Dito lang yung pinaka-bait. Dito
Oh,
pinaka-crucial.
shit,
No, mali. Dapat sinasabi niya.
Kahit sobrang galit ng first and second mo, pero yung third, tanong. Okay, sulat mo namin. No, next up. 15 seconds.
Set! Wala tayo tayo. Tanggapin na natin.
6. Wala silang nakuha na isa. Pero sobrang lungkot lang talaga. Pero it is what it is. Team number 1 is handa na. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ano sila yun? Di ba yung strategy na pinapaninig eh? Tahimik.
Less noise sila.
Oo.
Yan yung organ niya, team eh.
Oh.
At dahil dyan ang prediction ko, 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 billion
Two.
score, parang yan ang...
Yun! Muntik.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Pass, pass.
Soba. Soba. No. Soba.
Soba?
Soba. Soba.
Aim!
Aim. Bot. Bot. Point. Bot.
Aim! Point.
Import.
Point.
Okay na.
Aim.
Easy, GG. Ayan. Ayan.
Stand proud.
Uy, yun na.
Stand
Yung
proud.
akala ko yun.
Stand proud.
Step bro. Yun.
Stand
Ako,
proud.
anong ginagawa mo, Bert? Easy, Jimmy! At the end of the day, meron silang 1 point. At right now, alam na natin kung sino ang panalo. Ayun na. So pipili na ang Team 1 kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng Team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment ng gentlemen. Pero meron tayong plot twist. Ano yun? Ano? Sabi ng nakararami, si Kuya Nick ay sasali! Wala tayong gagawa dyan. So yun na nga. Para sa ating next punishment, ito na, handa na ang this or that drink. Ano ba?
Oh, yun, okay na.
Feeling ko hindi ko siya dapat gustuhin. Pero parang masarap.
Ano yun?
Tama na. It's Coke.
Mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis na mahirapan, nag-i-enjoy pa. Matindi, sobrang cute na
Basta kami ng sobrang dami. Parang soy sauce eh.
Masarap.
Sobrang dami.
Masarap. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pinapanood natin ang ating sumunod na video. Pero don't worry, dahil napakadami pa nating mga challenges and videos na ilalabas. My name is Phil, and see you on to the next one. nagbabalik dito sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Kami nga pala yung mga host for the day. Ako nga pala si Phil, and syempre kasama ko si Kuya Nick. At sobrang init ng mga games natin so far. Nagsisimula pa lang tayo, and syempre napakadami pa natin mga videos na ilalabas. Pero syempre, kailangan muna natin ipakilala ang mga teams na maglalaro ngayon. Of course, andito ang team number 1. Kasama din naman natin ang team number 2. So, ang next challenge natin for today's video, andito naman ang Guess the Audio. Are you guys ready? Ready na? Team 1. Are you guys ready? Okay, so, first, guess the game. Yes.
Forza.
Yes, tama. Alright. Okay, 1-0 tayo winning. Kakarapin yung team number 2. May ito lang. Ready? Guess the gun. Yes.
Odin.
Odin, correct.
2-0.
Ito, madali lang to. Madali lang to para sa inyo. Ready? Guess the agent. Five, four, three, two, one. Steve. 3-0 already. Guess the gun. Generator. Guess the agent. Next. Sino? 3-2.
Yari na kayo! Yari na kayo!
Guess the agent.
Reina.
4-2.
Last one! Match point! Match point!
Ito pag hindi na one over, hindi ko alam.
Perfect setup, Bert.
Guess the game.
Wala. Tamang sagot ay
Roblox.
The future!
The future.
The future of esports universe.
Okay,
Roblox.
it's time. Guess the action in 3, 2, 1. Uy! Teleport, correct!
Kita.
Guess the action. 5, 4, 3, 2, steal. 5. Spike defusing.
Yo! More all!
Guess the character. Ready? Ready? 4-4. Guess the character. May mananalo na ba? Let's see. Roshan! Congratulations!
Ah, talaga? Ayun, kami sa atin na nga.
Okay! Hindi pati kami na maisip kung tama ba? Pero hindi sagot sila eh. So yun nga, ladies and gentlemen, ang nanalo dito sa Guess the Audio, Guess the Voice. Palapakalan naman natin, ang team number 2! Papipiliin na natin ang team number 2 kung ano ba ang punishment ng team number 1. Game! Drink sour lemon.
With no reaction.
Legit yun. So drink sour lemon without reaction. So sabi na natin ngayon.
Shot.
Shot puno. Game? Iba! Next. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ano yung natin yung gawin mo? Okay. Kasi, here we go. Poker face. No reaction at all.
Easy challenge. Easy challenge.
So, if ever na-enjoy nyo tong video natin, yung mga challenges natin, don't worry kasi marami pa tayong susunod na challenges. So, wala kayong gagawin kung hindi antayin nyo lang para mas ma-enjoy natin at para mas maging exciting yung mga araw natin ngayon. Once again, ako nga si Phil, kasama ko si Kuya Nick, and see you on to the next one.
tumaas.
Oo, tama.
Alam mo na kung sino hindi marunong sa kanila.
Pero sayang.
Congratulations.
Congratulations sa makatindi. Team 2 naman ang nakuwagi para sa video na ito, para sa challenge na ito. At sadly, ang kukuha na naman ng challenge is ang team number 1. Ayan, sobrang sayang. Pero yeah, tuloy-tuloy natin to. Punishment na. Game. Ano ang magiging punishment ng team number 1?
Hindi, ito na, parang may ulo pa. Hindi,
Oh, Chimiti ko na, Ben.
parang dito ro.
Or inuubos niyo ba to?
Hindi, papasok.
Oh!
Ano yan?
Ano yan?
Ay, hindi.
Chubby.
Bakit ako kikinig? Chubby Bunny.
Alright, without further ado, umpisahan na natin yung punishment ng
Yes.
team number 1. At ito ang Chubby Bunny. Kuya Nick, paano ba to? Sample naman.
Ganito.
Sample.
Kaya nga, ganito. Mas cute pag sila gagawa niya. Okay? Mas cute pag sila gagawa niya. So, team 1, let's do our punishment already.
Here we go.
Nakadamay na naman ako dyan eh.
Sa ganun lang yan ha. Sa ganun lang yan. Ang gagawin natin is kakain lang sila first marshmallow, then sabay-sabay silang magsasalita, magsasabi ng Chubby Bunny. Pero, hindi Chubby Bunny sasabihin natin. Meron twist. Meron tayong tongue twister na sasabihin.
Yan.
Ayan.
Ano to, mister?
3, 2, 1, go!
Yun! Okay, basic, di ba? English.
Tapos na yung ating next challenge for today's video. So, ang kailangan natin gawin is sit back and relax at antayin yung mga bago nating uploads, yung mga bago nating video sa ilalabas dahil for sure, sobrang init, sobrang excited at sobrang saya nito. And, Principal, kasama ko si Kuya Nick at kita-kits sa susunod na episode. At tayo ay nagbabalik sa panibagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. At right now, kung napapansin nyo, yung mga brand ambassadors and ambassadors natin ngayon, medyo bumabaril na dahil ang next challenge ay Better Half Winning.
Yan. Para ipaliwanag ko ng better half.
Let's watch this! So nakita na natin yung mechanics para sa ating challenge na Better Half. And right now, Kuya Nick, kita natin yung ating mga brand ambassadors and ambassadors na kaupo na. Yan na. Magbubukas na. Makikita natin ngayon. Gusto talaga ko ng mga comment. Grabe naman sa ibig. Nagkakas na agad. Makikita na.
Building.
Grabe! Lag! Hindi ka nag-experience sa site na to eh.
Ready, kami ready.
Dati.
Ito, tatalunin namin sa play yan.
Judge! Sinatgan! Ito mahaba-haba ang oras ha. Pwede kayong mag-chill, pwede kayong mag-alipan ha. Pero magkikita kayo sa video.
Yes.
Despite, let's take what they have.
Na. Go! May plano to.
Yung sa akin din may plano. Sobrang sneaky nung dalawa na pinapakit nila. Lumabas na eh.
Satchel out. Outrun me.
Ayun na nga! Alam nila! Ito ha! yun ang ako yung pag-usapan na natin na what spell mangyayari. At Team 2 ang gagawa. No? Finally, nakabawi na ng Team 1 dun sa lahat ng punishment na natanggap nila. Pero sino ba ang pinakaunang contestant sa harapan?
Ang una nating mag-bat spell, syempre, ang kanilang one and only. Siya daw ang secret formula. So dahil ang secret formula, ikaw ang mauuna sa ating punishment.
GBB? Okay, GBB, 3, 2, 1, go! C. C-H.
It's yun! Sige, I. B.
Yun!
I. B. Y. C.
Anong C?
Okay na.
Next. 3, 2, 1, go!
A. Okay. M. R. A.
Si Amara parang sumasayaw eh, no?
Ay, isa pa pala, sorry.
Bonus pa, di ba? Good spelling.
G. Next pa G. I. E. Alright. Host for this video, ako nga pala si Vince. Kasama ko si Kuya Nick. You're watching the Predator Bunker Brawl. See you until the next one. What is up guys? Phil here and welcome sa Predator Bunker Brawl, which is magkakaroon tayo ng set of challenges and punishments para mas maging mainit pa ang araw nyo. And of course, kasama natin ang mga magaganda at sobrang gwapong Predator brand ambassadors and brand ambassadors. At syempre, bago tayo magsimula sa ating pinakaunang challenge for today, konting banter muna sa dalawang teams natin ngayon. Team 2, meron ba kayong gusto sabihin sa Team 1? Friendly banter.
Good luck na niyo, bay.
Sabi ni Chibibi, syempre i-translate natin yun. Good luck daw, sabi ni Chibibi kasi kailangan niya yan. Pero how about yung Team 1, Berg? Meron kung susunod sa kanila.
Good luck sa'yo, bay.
Good luck sa'yo ba? Ano yung isa?
GG easy.
Alright, so narinig na natin yung mga thoughts ng dalawang teams natin today. So hindi natin ito patatagalin pa. First challenge is ang Scribble Trouble. Team number 1, meron kayong 3 minutes para tapusin itong challenge na to. Simulan na natin in 3!
Welcome back, folks. Here we are with the Asian Pacific Acer Predator League 2024. We've started off the group stage with a pretty swift victory for one of the Filipino teams. Starting off with Philippines against Philippines to start things off. Next up, though, Malaysia against India, I believe.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this one goes. I mean, the Indian roster has had a decently long run playing mostly with each other, but they've never really put the results on the board, whereas the Malaysian team, it's kind of the same, but there's a little bit more experience, I would say. What do you reckon?
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt. It feels like we haven't really seen India on the, like, you go back to the event they had with the ESL, and that was kind of really it. We haven't really seen anyone else break in. Maybe, like, if you want to signal some players out, you could say Krish, but
I want to see what position he's playing, by the way, because there's rumors that he might be playing support. Mid is by far his best position for mine, and no chance as well. I think his best spot is 3, but he might be playing 1 this game just because he is one of the star players. When I think of an Indian team, I think No Chance and I think Krish.
Yeah, so you will see how they're able to rise to the case here, because they really need to help out the boys with a little bit more experience than some of the other players, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's been honestly sometimes a difficult ride for players from India. You know, they had the ESL in Mumbai, they had Cobex.
Just a week or two before that.
Yeah, just a week or two before that. And, you know, there's Mr. Crowley, he was part of the Indian community for Dota 2 as well. I think he's popped over to another game because it's kind of a challenging spot for them to play interregionally, right? Because they don't have the Indian rank servers anymore, so you're playing into, Dubai, you're playing into Southeast Asia, trying to play into other regions, which can be very challenging. And as we've seen from similar countries within that Central Asian region, right? Like Mongolia and Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan. A lot of these countries have stellar players, like incredible players, and it's just like breaking out and finding that avenue to actually get to top level Dota that's been challenging. And it's like, events like this that can showcase that ability and that talent.
I think Mongolia's getting there.
Yes.
It's taken a long time though, and this stack has been together for a long time. Like IHC, previously Lil Gun with some, they didn't have good showings at all in like CDPC. Remember, there was like one game versus TNC where they won to stop them from
They
going.
gate-capped them, yes.
And but they've been really your star players, like incredible to watch, but they've had to stick together because they haven't really been able to play with anyone else. It feels like that's...
They're on 300 ping as well,
Yeah, it doesn't help. And that's why I'm excited about this Indian team, right? Is because, like you mentioned, you're either playing on the Singapore server or the Dubai server. You're generally not playing on the local server because, like you said, not ranked. And if you're playing against another international team, it's probably not going to be another Indian team, right? So there's not really that chance to play on low ping. Whereas this, land setting, you get a chance to play on no ping, and I want to see if that allows them to level up a little bit.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, some of the level of play here, some of these teams have got some star-studded rosters, that's for damn sure. And thinking about their opponents, the Malaysian squad, I mean, who are we looking at there?
Myth Avenue Gaming, I don't know, right? Because in a lot of the iterations of it, like we see Moon playing for them, for example, and I'd be like, oh wow, this is great, but there's no real big standout on this team that I would see. Obviously, like names like Candy Loon and Lloyd and Wonder Boy, they've been around for a while, but they're not that real star power, So this is their chance to like claim their spot.
If anyone, I would say Wonder Boy. I think he had some pretty impressive results with Atlantis. We had the opportunity to cast them a couple times in Division 2 and some like BTS Pro Series stacks as well. So if anyone, I'd say like Wonder Boy is probably the person to look at.
Yep. Well, I think we're about to get a look at some of the players as well, so it'll be exciting for a lot of them, their first time on a LAN, which is always really hyped to see.
Yeah, absolutely. You get some fresh faces up on our screen and see exactly who's going to be going up against who.
Life a little bit easier in terms of what they're actually, going to be targeting, I guess, because like Krisha, no chance, you could either just directly say, right, we're going to not enable these guys to be able to make plays, or you could just target some of the quote-unquote less experienced, weaker players, whatever you want to call them, and just say, look, we'll exploit them so that it becomes like a 2v5 as opposed to a full-on 5v5.
Yeah, and that question about role attribution that you were speaking about, where does Krish go? Is he going to be playing the mid where he's more comfortable, or pos 4? There's no chance going to be the 3. What goes on there? I guess as a team, you are having the conversation about who's leading, right? What role do you feel more comfortable leading from? If no chance of captaining and directing the team, then do you want him playing 3? Do you want him playing 4? Someone more, mobile, going around the map doing stuff? It can be a difficult puzzle to solve, really.
He's just so comfortable playing 3. I really wouldn't want to take him away from it. And, a lot of his heroes are in the meta. Like, he's got a great Centaur. I think his Sand King's pretty good as well. Not that there's many people playing it other than, like, Saberlight. But I think he could certainly make it work. Brewmaster, yep, he's certainly up there as well.
Yep, so there's just question marks, right? We really just have to see, like, what role he's going to be playing. That's really the ultimate question. But I guess, for Myth Avenue, we have... It was interesting for me because we were in the lobby and we saw that the brother of Ghost. I'm like, hang on, is Ghost here? What's going on?
No.
They look so similar.
So similar. Well, we're about to get a look at them. That's Myth Avenue Gaming, the Malaysian squad.
There's Myth Avenue Gaming, the Malaysian representatives here, of course, at the Asian Pacific Ace of Predator League 2024. Lonely Chucky.
Yeah.
Beautiful name, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, for people who are like, is that Ghost? Well, it's his brother, right? So they look identical. Just put some glasses on him as well, and it's like seeing double. Of course, Ghost, he's been picked up by Nigma as well, so very good chance for him to be able to learn a few things. And I don't know, if I'm Lonely Chucky, I'm going to be picking his brain about everything Sumail, Miracle, and Kuroki have to teach him.
Give me all that juicy information.
Yeah, without a doubt.
It's definitely one of the things that has, like, you know, massively improved Dota, right? You think about the success and failings of the DPC and what's happened with it, but it's that inter-regional play, the dissemination of information, right? You've got players moving back and forth, in and out of squads, and you play under Puppy or Kuroki for a season, for a month, a game, whatever it is, you learn something for sure.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I like, for example, just taking another player from the Southeast Asian region in like FBZ, for example. Like he's currently, you know, playing like open qualifier stacks at the moment, hasn't completely found his footing, but he had that time playing with Puppy, and I think that's super invaluable. He gets to understand a completely different way of seeing Dota, and yeah, I'm keen to see how that's going to impact him moving forward.
Yeah, depending on who you're captained by in the region, you move over to as well. I think that's going to be very exciting to see all the Southeast Asian boys that are finally getting picked up with incredible European teams as well, and how they're going to develop and what they also bring to the table too. Yeah,
like Corden's now the latest one playing for Secret. Obviously with him moving away from Bleed, now you've got Makoto going to Bleed, so that'll be really exciting to see.
You got really cool. Zephyr on the Alliance stack that's playing
X-Alliance stack,
X-Alliance stack playing the closed qualifiers. So yeah, no, it's exciting. We've always known Southeast Asia is incredibly strong individual
breeding ground,
mechanical skill,
mechanical skill, without a doubt.
Absolutely, it's just kind of that direction. I mean, I like the way you put it. It's another way of viewing and seeing Dota, right? Because you can have a way of playing. In terms of Dota players, pub stars is probably the primary form of sort of descriptor that we give people, right? They are mechanically skilled, they can win MMR, they can win ranked games, but then you put them and move them over into this highly competitive S-tier, captained, cohesive team Dota, and we've seen players crumble. We've seen players just completely flop out because they don't have that same sort of tie-in with everyone else. Because, you know, we talk about lane partners a lot. And you've got to have that physical and mental understanding without talking, without acting, just you are on the same page straight away. And that's a learned habit, right? You have to learn it by doing it. You can't just be like, oh, I understand it. It's got to be repetitive cycles.
Apparently, like from the most recent TI with Team Spirit's team comms, it's almost silent a lot of the time because it's just so ingrained as what they need to do at every single stage of the game. I'm sure they have a discussion like prior to the game just asking like, all right, what are we going to be doing at this point? Just so that everyone gives the exact same answer and everyone just knows. You don't have to waste time with talking. I know a lot of the Russian teams, for example, they like say, you know, just C, and then that's it. Like all they know is that means group up and do this instead. Like you're just not wasting any precious seconds.
I mean, most of the comms is just like, look at me, look at X Hero, look at DK, look at this. Because then you're sort of
I have status, like that sort of thing. Like it means I can go and make plays, basically.
And then Southeast Asia.
Look at me, look at me.
What happens in those comms? I mean, we don't know. They go crazy. It's not like that. It's everyone speaking, which has always been kind of the big, maybe talking point that there hasn't really been a big captain in C in particular, which of course Europe have. So, you know, who's able to be that vocal person to help out with the comms and to direct everyone and all the forces.
Yep.
Well, it's also an area which Dota has changed a lot in, right? We always had these, you know, again, going back to Kuroki and Puppy, you know, who better to kind of define this, where you have one director, right? You have one captain who's leading the charge, and we've had so many interviews and content with players now where it's like, we don't have that dictator style of Dota anymore. There isn't really that one guy who's controlling and pulling all the strings. Everyone has their moment. You know, if they carry 15, 20 minutes in, it's like, 20 minutes in, I've got BKB, let's go, I'm ready, I'm strong, let's push high ground, then you listen to the carrier, right?
Do you think there's no one left like that? I know he's not even on the active roster, but I think Xiao Wade, he's Director 8 for a reason.
Right.
Like, he is the one that's like, you will play my Dota.
But he's not in-game barking orders,
exactly.
right? So I guess he writes the script and then hopes his players follow it as best
much.
they can.
I think people have learnt, right, the roles that have their strength in the moment. Like late game carries are the decision makers, the early game movements are often kind of the 4, maybe the 5, depending on who they are, and potentially the mid laner as well. Sometimes it's, you know, if it was an aura meta, maybe the off laners are a little bit more vocal. So I think before it was, you know, it was the captains. Now it's a bit different with the evolution of Dota.
Yeah, for sure. I know that's something that Liquid really loves to embrace. Like, I remember watching a few replays with, like, super late game, Mickey playing, I think it was Sven, and he's just, guys, just be quiet, listen to my voice, and he just commands everything, and it was really cool to see.
Yeah, I mean Liquid's a great one, because I even remember 2016, 2017 Epicenter, where we were really coming out of that era of Dota 2 where it was one captain, you know, one carry. Everyone had very defined roles and you don't step out of them. And Kuroki came out after, I think they defeated Newbie and took out the Newbie's like 22-game win, like ridiculous streak, and was like, yeah, we just listened to Matuma Man.
Yep.
Matuma Man told us he's a lone druid, he's going high ground at 17 minutes, so we follow him.
Yep.
If he makes the call, you just go with it. Yeah, absolutely.
I remember one of OG's true sites as well, like Anna was playing, I want to say Spectre or something like that, No-Tail's like, okay, we got the kill, we can back off, and then Anna just keeps going for tier 4s, and No-Tail's like, all right, I guess we're going tier 4s then.
Silent killer.
Yeah.
Anna, the silent killer. So, is he coming back? Is he the carry of?
He's still
carry
playing
Tundra?
Dota. Yeah, still plays Dota.
Yeah, I know you have some insight. Is he the carry of Tundra?
Lips are sealed.
Lips are sealed. All right, we'll see. Maybe he rejoins the likes of Hobson. We'll never know.
Where are the Aussie reps here then?
Mate, we don't need to
We got
see
Zhao
that.
playing
Zhao,
for 747, the mullet, the mullet god.
He's,
It'll be great to see.
Have you got any players left?
Mate, no way.
No, KP.
No? KP?
Yeah, okay.
KP's it.
You used to be able to field a couple of teams, like Natural 9.
Yeah, they've all moved on to real life jobs,
Yeah.
basically, yeah. One of the best players is a doctor now.
Really? Who?
Zemistry.
Oh,
Remember him? We were talking. We were looking at your
It
notebook
might be
about-
this notebook is from 2016, literally. He's not on my list. No, I've got
damn.
Slicks and Risk and Black Shaitan and stuff like that in there.
Yeah.
Two of them are bankers.
Really?
Yeah. Do you have Godot in there as well?
I don't know.
Yeah, he plays New World now.
Yeah,
He's a
Godot's
big streamer.
What's New World? It's
It's
like
a-
an
you know
MMO.
New World?
Yeah. MMO.
Yeah.
I can't.
Amazon MMO.
Oh right. Okay. No, I can't get into MMOs.
No. Okay.
My brain doesn't allow it.
I can understand not getting into that one. It gets pretty boring.
It's
to
just
be
like
honest.
all I don't know, all those games like Diablo, any MMO, anything grindy, like WoW, crushed my spirits.
Will love me. some
It
of that,
crushed
but,
me completely.
A lot of the Dota community is really getting into it as well, especially the hardcore mode. I know a lot of people play that and they're kind of begging to die so they can just go full back into Dota.
Oh yeah.
in the game, because one death and you're out. But
Seriously.
yeah, well, we're finally
Should
getting
there be a mode like that in Dota? One death you're out.
just like CS rounds basically, where you get to just go back and forth. I don't know.
The closest we have is ARDM, right? But that's
I
not.
guess.
No one plays that anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a draft.
Oh damn.
Hello.
We're a few picks in. All right.
Holy moly.
I mean, I'm interested to see Grimstroke come back a little bit. I'm a little surprised. I mean, was first phase banned last game? I think it was. I remember it banned early-ish. And that's obviously going to mean that, A, you've got a really strong lane, together with the likes of, let's say it's paired together with a gyrocopter, feels totally fine to me. Also, just being able to pop that ink swell whenever you want is obviously such a valuable tool to have.
seconds remaining.
There was some nerfs, right, in the beer patch?
A little bit, but
Final
nothing super
5
significant.
seconds
Like, just the
remaining.
ability to choose when to stun is still just giga-busted.
The hero does too much. You can go down the list and it's like what he provides a team is just everything you would hope and desire out of a support.
You're lacking, like, right-click damage and push, probably, are the two things that you're lacking.
And fire out, you don't. What's very minimal support you get that from, and with everything else, it's like okay, you can kind of substitute that and get it in a different role.
Yeah,
it's
for
just it's the toolkit that Grimstroke has will always be something that people are going to look at, and it feels like really Soulbind is something that in regard because when he first was introduced, like there were a lot of talk around like Soulbind pairing with like Doom in particular, and I guess Double Laguna or something like that. Now we don't really see that as much. It went to when the Ag Shard was implemented, then it was like you're playing around
spell.
the ink swell, like your spirits to jump in and then chain control and blow someone up. So he's had multiple kind of different iterations, I suppose.
And they got an Ember Spirit to be able to play around with in this game, so that's going to be exciting, right? It just enables him to get so much more active. You've got an Inkswell, and I hear a Slardar as well come through. I'm not sure if it's on their team, but yeah, you've got a Root, you've got a Stun. Never mind, it's on the other team, but that's a-okay. They got plenty of stuns. Stuns out the wazoo coming through, and that's always just really important whenever you're going up against the likes of an Ember Spirit.
Wonder if this
10
would
seconds
be a
remaining.
mid-Slardar. I don't know, but
Yeah.
melee against the Ember, I know
Yeah.
there was a lot of
Seconds remaining.
experimentation with Slaughter and Pubs getting played mid lane. Of
I can
course,
see
with
it.
the potential of the River, so you've already got a lot of minus armor as well. Slaughter with the Wave of Terror, so
Nope.
never mind. Okay,
That's
well,
just as good.
That is just as good versus the Ember Spirit without a doubt. I mean, you absolutely rip him apart. Flame Guard, who cares? As the game goes on, you're a Hex builder, which is always something that the Ember's going to, you potentially have to go Linken's this game against all the single target from
some nasty picks there, right? The OD against the Ember Spirit, like early picking Ember like this, you're always susceptible to getting Huskard or OD'd or Necroed or something. But even this Slaughter against Gyrocopter, it's quite often, historically been used as not a hard counter, but a soft counter, right? We always think about Slaughter in positions where he's against to fit them, but when the game progresses and you can just jump a Gyro,
He's great at scaling.
I mean, he can just 1v1, kill a Gyro.
Especially with how strong Solar Crest is now at the moment as well, right? You just buff him up even further. You get so many bashes of the deep procs. It just feels so oppressive when you're able to play this hero. There isn't necessarily like great synergy, I guess, outside of stun into stun, right? Like, no one else really takes advantage of his right clicks, outside of course, like the Venge providing Wave of Terror for a little bit of extra minus armor. So I wonder if they're going to go with that for their last pick of the overall draft, just something that is able to really just take advantage of the Corrosive Haze.
I really like this pick. I think
Just the Howl.
But also, you see Venge and Lion, what are they going to do versus Lion Summons running you down? And I think also in particular, one of the weaknesses with OD is that, I know we're speaking about, he plays pretty well to the Ember, but Ember can be very active and you have the Grimstroke to enable you as well. So already Grim, Ember plus a potential Gyro support can rotate and dive the OD, doesn't matter if it's a little bit OD favored lane. Then you have the Lycan to rotate with Helm Dome or level 6, and all of a sudden, OD, if you lose your T1 tower, it's going to be that much easier for them just to invade into the jungle, kill you a couple of times, and then you don't play well from behind at all.
No wave clear at all.
No. And I mean,
Wave of Terror.
IHC aren't playing in this game, but you do see the Grimstroke Lycan combo as something they implemented first, right? Just it means you've got a stun in a Lycan lane, which feels incredibly strong. You put it onto one of those walls. There's invisibility. It's a little bit of a surprise factor as well. I'm just a little worried about how single target Myth Avenue Gaming is, right? Like, you just need to play to protect that one person, and I think you should be A-okay. I'm still not sure if this is going to be a 1 gyro or a 5 gyro, just because, ranged against the Slaughter doesn't feel too bad. Maybe they're just feeling like, you want to have a response to whatever Myth Avenue Gaming go for their last pick overall, because you would assume that it's their position 1 still yet to come.
Yeah, it gives you that ultimate flex, right?
Yeah.
They need a Tower Sieger on Myth.
Yep, for sure.
No way to take objectives, which is the big thing. And
Meteor Hammer's such a dead item now.
Yeah.
I don't even know who
It's like
buys
a
that
Beastmaster or something?
What, a 1 Beastmaster maybe that we were talking about
We can
before?
play carry Slaughter,
You
right?
can. And, against the Lycan, it feels pretty decent.
And you were saying there was one Beastmaster from someone the other day, right?
Natsumi was playing it for Geek Fam. I'm just looking into... I would imagine that this is just going to be like an off-lane Slaughter, right? They're not going to go for anything crazy just because of their last 2 bans, the TA and the Monkey King. Probably 2 heroes that you just don't want to lane a Slaughter into. It takes away some of that big advantage that he has.
I wonder if Dai can get away with a Troll. I think one of your
You're
bigger...
a Troll hater, though.
I am, but I think Troll versus Slaughter is a very strong lane.
Yeah.
My only thing is that OD really bodies Troll.
Yes.
But I don't know if just one counter is a concern with how good it looks, because you really need to have strong lanes, I think, at the moment versus Whoops, and that's what the Troll provides you versus Slaughter.
There's something about play-by-play carries and hating Troll. Every play-by-play carry just...
It's a boring hero.
It is. It's just hot garbage to watch. It's like you're casting a Troll wall in a fight. He's used his ulti and he's dead.
He's hitting things.
He's hitting things and he's died.
I really think they just need some AoE damage on Whoops right now. Like, they're banned out the Meepo, they've banned out the Nagasaran, so it's a little AoE, I guess, but you need something more to be able to provide that. We get your favorite Wind Ranger. We still don't know where exactly it's going to go as well. Like,
So open.
We've seen the position 1 Wind Ranger again against the Slaughter. It feels pretty decent to be able to have that. Again, against a Slaughter, the Rocket Barrage, even as a position 5, feels pretty good. So if I had to say, it would probably be a 1 Wind Ranger, a 5 Gyro. That was like a 25-30% buff to the level 1 Rocket Barrage. So that feels really nice.
I mean, like, the only thing guaranteed There's the Ember mid, Crimstroke, Lycan lane, right? It's just the Gyro, Wind Ranger are the questions.
I mean, against Gyro, it feels pretty decent, but not if Gyro's not a core, right? Like, if you just don't level Flat Cannon, you're like, cool. Or maybe you get like 1 point in it just because it gives night vision now.
No, just don't level it. Like, who? There's no Eidolons.
One point. No. 200 night vision's pretty important.
No points. Nil point.
I could completely see what you're saying, but do you really feel happy with a level 1 Flat Cannon on Morphling as well?
Nil point.
Do we
What do you
like the
reckon?
Morphling?
Do you like the Morphling? It sounds like you don't.
No, really. Well, it's a single target. I mean, you're not really going to get a carry. That's going to give you too much AoE damage, though, so you can't fix that issue that you had, but...
They can blow people up, though.
Yes.
It's so slow, though, and I'm really concerned you're going to get run over with the aggression from Myth Avenue Gaming.
From Lycan especially.
Yes, Lycan especially, and with the supports and how active they can get. They have so much damage in the early game, and... Well, I was so wrong with last draft that I'm not quite sure with this one, but I'm just very concerned on how they're going to be able to play.
Well, I'm mostly looking forward to the... I want to see Lycan get a Craggy coat, because... Lion with Craggy coat, because once you got the Shard and the Craggy coat and you toughen up...
You're a nuisance.
You're so beefy, and you're just draining everyone's mana. It's so ridiculous.
No, that's some nasty
just can't
stuff.
die.
Just don't do it. I mean, I don't know. You say you were wrong with the last draft. I don't think. I think we were all spot on. I think we were perfect, beautiful human beings, and it was just outclassing, outskilling, outmatching. This potentially a much closer game in its best of one. I'll let you take it away, boys.
Thank you, brother. Let's see how this one's going to shape up here. Dano, another best of one. Whoops, up against Smith Avenue.
I do like seeing some... particularly on the Indian team, players on their preferred roles. No chance being in the off lane. We've got Krish in the mid lane. That's what I want to see. You don't need to change around your star players. Just make them as comfortable as possible, and then everyone else can kind of adapt their games to be able to suit them. You know, we were talking about in the pre-game all sorts of players, like, you know, maybe the 4 and 5 is a little bit more vocal at the start. Maybe that changes to the tempo controller, whether that be mid in terms of ganking or offlaner in terms of pushing. But I think this is a sort of game where they're going to be doing the majority of the chat, unless it's MNZ. If it gets later, maybe it's going to be the Morphling taking a little bit more if he gets a good replicate off, but we'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see indeed. So, got a little bit of a pause. Hopefully it's not going to take too long before we get ourselves back underway. We get a lovely visual of the Dota map.
Just a nice stroll. Normally the camera like zooms through this, but this feels like, you know, just
it's nice. It's calming.
Casual little walk, yeah.
Very peaceful, just soaking up the environment. See some nice corridors, little radiant bases.
Amaterasu, yeah.
What?
That's what the dog's called.
Oh, okay. Some weeb thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Out of touch. Here we go, back underway. So, not too long a wait, and of course, wouldn't be a start of a game without a 5-man smoke. This time they're Radiant. Whoop's going to play very aggressive with their position. Chris leading the charge deep into Dai's triangle. No one's home, though.
They'll know as soon as they go up onto that high ground, though. Well, we'll have to wait and see if they even choose to, just with the Watcher now claimed. They do, like, you got to avoid any sort of situation where you're going to get caught out. And, well, that's a very nice movement coming through there from Lloyd to scout out the fact that they have some sort of vision up on the high ground. So he was the fastest on the team. So just put the support out there, make sure he's able to reveal that sort of information. But yeah, just with the amount of stuns that the Indian team have, I really don't think Myth Avenue Gaming are wanting to go too far forward anywhere. And they themselves see that Whoops are making a move towards this left-hand side.
Jockey. See a bit of a brawl, nothing too crazy though. Oh, did he snipe the bounty?
Not sure.
Will be some nice damage onto No Chance. So Slardar, very difficult lane, double range. That is not going to be a fun time at all. We know Slardar can be very volatile inside the lane, and with a poor start, your game can really take a heavy hit. This is not a hero that has this capability to keep up.
Having a look at all those items on the Wind Ranger as well, it was just stats. 2 circlets, 4 iron branches. So she is going to be prioritizing just harassing the hell out of that Slardar.
Whoa. What's
Surely
going on
not
here?
just the
Venge.
wolves.
And another Stroke of Fate. He's got the vision, and he's got the snipe as well. CZY strikes first blood. Given over towards the Grimstroke solo experience. Sure, I guess never mind.
Yeah, I think it was solo. wouldn't have been close enough on the Lycan to be able to make that happen. But expecting Krish... I'm a little surprised that Krish hasn't gotten more opportunities, like on a dedicated team. He's just so individually skilled in my eyes that it'd be a waste to not, you know, give him that big opportunity.
I do think there was some... His big opportunity was TNC, and there were some shaky moments. It definitely felt like there was some inexperience, but we also saw some moments where he's like, okay, this is it. What was actually the stack with Ponlo as well?
Team D.
And I also saw in some of those games where I'm like, Krish is actually completely taking over. So it just felt like there was some inconsistency, but he's a young player.
Yes.
He's very, very young.
For sure, and we want to see the new blood get a go. But for now, he's going to have his moments. He's playing for some country pride, of course. There's only, what, 5 teams in each group, so you're playing 4 best-of-1s. I think with 3 wins, you could feel pretty confident that you're going to be moving forward. Of course, we could very well see tiebreakers at the end of today as well.
Bit of a battle and potential kill as well. A power shot coming through from the top side. And
no potential. It's happening. I'm just waiting for him to be level 2 on the gyro. Like, level 1 Rocket Barrage hurts these days. And like you mentioned before, like, 2 ranged against a Slardar, you're very happy with that.
What are the strengths and weaknesses of the gyrocopter overall? And when do you feel like maybe a team would want to play him as a support instead of something like a carry?
Just if you've got a hero that's able to exploit like a melee offlaner. I think that's the biggest one, right? And I think you're not really wanting to level up that Rocket Barrage as much as a carry. You're obviously prioritizing. You might put 1 point into the homing missile just to force them to back off and not necessarily get last hits, but you're much more flat cannon focused as a position 1. So I think that's probably the main avenue that you're looking for. And you can see they're already trying to bully them away in preparation for the Healing Lotus on the left-hand side. Very good lane play coming through here by Myth Avenue Gaming, even just where exactly they're positioning themselves here. Might still get it, yep. He's level 2.
It's going to be really important as well, the fact that Myth Avenue off to a good start in their side lanes, as we will continue to see some damage onto Chucky.
They've both got a blood grenade as well. He could very easily go for this dive.
And they will. They're going to turn it onto Evil Ash. It's a pretty
Nicely
nice crush
played.
from No Chance. Chucky's going to be able to run on pass. Looks like both supports more than likely going to go down, but what?
Oh, the blood grenade impact.
No, are you serious, Lion? Finds the kill. So I was about to say Myth Avenue, this top lane, bottom lane as well was going pretty well for them, but that's a huge turn.
I think they were just overestimating their damage output. Yep.
Candy Loon as well is in some danger. MNZ should be able to help secure the kill, and all right, that's exactly what you need. The past minute going really well for Whoops, and we see mid as well. There's no doubt Chris should be having a great time versus Wonderboy.
Yeah, Wonderboy's got a decent amount of CS for himself though, right? They're equal on CS, just a couple of denies being the difference maker there. And the other thing is, of course, Ember Spirit this game has the freedom to be able to make a lot of these rotations happen, right? You've got a Grimstone to be able to play around with. You've got even just Gyro holding people into place once he's got the call down, going to be very effective. Oh, Evil Ash.
Should be a kill. Never.
Yes, mate.
There you go. There is a kill. Nice snipe once again. 2 points power shot. So what I wanted to go to before, I think the side lanes, if they go really well for Myth Avenue Gaming, it's going to mean you can leave the cause solo while the supports rotate to help gank and dive the OD. That is really the vital thing, because again, that's one of the big weaknesses with OD, with heroes being up in your face early, similar to like a Shadowfin mid. You do not like heroes rotating, diving you under the tower.
I get what you're saying with that, but also I feel like as long as you've got TPs on your own supports, they might be able to get a kill here, but there's that Lycan plus Inkswell combination that we were talking about, just on the annoying little wolves, and
he's in
able to
trouble,
get a quick kill.
MNZ, how much more strength is he going to be able to shift into? Looks like it will be enough, but have they got regen once he goes Agi back down? Regardless, so some nice harass over towards some... Oh, never mind. All right. Evil Ash coming from top over towards bottom to be able to get the kill onto the Grimstroke.
But as long as they've got TPs on the supports, with what I was saying, like if you're going to dive OD underneath a tower, then you're probably going to die yourself, right? Like you can't do it on Ember prior to being level 6, especially. So I'm interested to see how the supports do look to make a few of their moves now that we're approaching that power in mark at 6 minutes, just 20 seconds away. You can see that's emphasizes a lot of the pressure that they're trying to put onto Candy Loon, prevent some of those rotations coming through, and it's another kill for MNZ.
Were we expecting the lanes to go this well for Whoops, or are they just kind of outplaying Myth Avenue Gaming at the moment the past couple of minutes?
I think top lane they're outplaying them. I think bottom lane,
It's a big rune.
it's a huge rune. Plenty of damage to be able to come out.
And just here, they've got 6 on Krish as well. They've got to be cautious of the turnaround potential. Sanity's drop doesn't really do too much, and now with the gyro, they're going to chase down Krish. No Asher to protect him. He's got a Fairy and a stick. Wonderboy has the Remnant over the top, but will secure the double, and now they'll turn to the triple as well. So here's the supports rotating, and they're going to be rewarded off the back of that. That is a lot of gold and experience given over to Myth Avenue Gaming.
That just shows the impact of those power runes as well, right? Without the amplify damage, without the bottle refill, all of that does not happen. You are only able to keep continuing the dive if that is the case. So maybe just a little bit of an undercommitment there from Whoops. Actually, we're going to look to try and make something happen up on this top side. I think he only has the 1 point in the win run, yeah, so it's going to be a little bit of downtime that he has to play around with, but lucky enough for Lonely Chucky, he's got the wave pushing in pretty close to underneath his tower.
Have you got a preference on Slada's item build?
I guess it really would depend on how a lot of the other lanes go, right? Like, I think Blink Slada immediately isn't the way that it was back in, like, 2016, 2017. It's not the be-all, end-all. I think you do need to be worried a little bit about your own farm to some extent, just because you are going to be able to catch up to the likes of the Grimstroke and the Gyrocopter in a lot of these fights, just with, like, your sprint on its own. And it's just about having that kill threat and having that ability to continue farming for yourself. So I think you can go Blink, like, second, maybe third item.
Okay. It's going to be very important once again. The division around the mid lane. They're going to make a go onto the Outward Devour. Ashel on cooldown gives them a big opportunity to chase Chris under the tier 1 tower. Respecting the potential supports as we do see the Venge move over to the right side, but he might have just put himself on the firing line here, especially with Lloyd moving on over with the missile. Looks like they should be able to just get the kill, maybe not.
Sidestep
HBK,
this time.
okay.
Yeah.
No power.
Nicely done by Evil Ash. I mean, again, if you're not going to secure those runes, you've got to at least make sure that the enemy mid does not claim them. And, well, no shield rune is a pretty big deal.
Oh, that's going to be huge. Inkswell stun onto 2. And they're going to be able to clean up as well. No chance. Trying to chase down Chucky. Not to be, though. Win rate top of the net worth now. It's a good start from the Slada, but these rotations out of the supports really starting to pay off for Dire.
It's all the movements that they really need to be making. Again, that was without the power rune and still just had no fear, just because they knew they had the control with the shackle shot, with the Inkswell, with the searing chains coming through from the Ember Spirit as well. So feeling very confident for this start from Myth Avenue Gaming, but you've got a Morphling that's pretty scary as well. MNZ certainly keeping up in terms of his net worth.
Yeah, how do you want to see Dire address the Morphling start?
I don't necessarily know if you need to, right? Because, well, hold on. Big commitment here for just the 1 kill onto the poor little Venge. He's going to be able to claim the bounty rune at least, but it looks like they're continuing playing around this Lycan, just wanting to make sure that they've got that backline scout.
Chucky's here too.
Want to see if they can find him while he's still Agimorphed.
It's a shift off. Looks like MNC is going to be okay. They've got 5 heroes,
You
though.
can't go through the portal.
Like, Morph needs help. He needs TPs. He might even just get the kill, though. Dire, can they help Chucky? No. Anyone? Chucky gets no help. He's going to try TP up. Please make sure he doesn't get away. All right, there's the Inkswell. Far out. There's no way. There's no way. 5 heroes bottom. He snipes the Wind Raider, then TP's out in their face, too.
Yeah. But looks like they should still be able to put some decent damage into that bottom tier 1 tower, one would imagine. Like, you got to open that map up. There's no other reason to be able to make such a heavy rotation from your entire team. And it looks like Candyloon and CZY are going to be able to do it on their own. But yeah, I think you can kind of leave Morphling somewhat solo, right? Just because of all the aspects that we were talking about, right? The Morphling doesn't really solve your Lycan issue. It's just about taking away all of that map control, picking up your farm, and then once you lessen the places... He's got Wind Run up now.
Is it going to matter, though? Nope. Beautiful chain control. No chance of getting very close here towards the Echo Saber. They are bringing a couple of heroes top, though. Both supports currently. Even Wonderboy starting to turn his attention over towards his top side of the map.
Nice
so they
jukes
should be able to chase him down. Vision, I don't believe is there, so he'll TP out.
Very nicely done. Emerson giving up first blood. Evil Ash has been really on point.
very intrigued on how Candy Loon's going to look to try and use his Helm Dom and next use of the Shapeshift as well. If they're going to try and wrap around on this mid tier 1 tower.
The Skelly boys tell you all you need to know about that. He is full on rat, in my opinion. I mean, you could just look to play around mid off the back of potentially that Siege Wagon. Maybe he's just going to, again, prevent the amount of farm that the Morphling's able to claim. Krish has actually been doing a pretty good job of keeping his own Siege Creep alive. Might be at the cost of his own life, though.
And HBK still doesn't have the level 6 at the moment, so no swap to be able to get him away, and that might just go to the Venge as well, because here's the Lycan. Straight with the backline stab, not really required in the end, and now 5 heroes from Myth rewards himself with the tier 1 tower. A lot of map control for them now to work with through the early game. They're not going to stop.
No, it really feels like Lycan's game to lose at this point, right? You have no wave clear to go up against. You've got no amazing control for him as long as he gets the jump off the back of like an Inkswell stun. Looks like they just want to be able to claim someone else. Maybe the Slardar just staying a little bit too deep. Diving underneath the tower, but you give him license to with how effective he's been playing.
It's a bit messy though. But drop the core down to help secure the kill. No Chance does TP back to be able to offer some assistance. What's the call though from Myth Avenue Gaming? Krish going to be able to drop the ultimate, secures the kill onto Gyrocopter, but it's just a 1-for-1. Dire considering about going back in though.
Yeah, but what are you exactly able to do at this point now? I mean, without that Sanity's Eclipse, it does feel like you're a little bit lacking. Slardar as well, maybe they just feel like they're a little bit too grouped up on Whoops for them to continue going for that full-on dive. Auto refill certainly does help, a good way to be able to get rid of that amplify damage as well, and who knows, maybe he's going to be able to dodge out an Earth Spike or something like that on the Ember.
Need these levels out of the supports. Finally, got the 6 now from HBK. Still without the Finger of Death online as well for the Lion.
You're really going to need that burst, right? Like Gary was saying during the draft, you can kill anyone in this game. Like off the back of an initiation coming through from the Slardar, plus stuns, plus Finger of Death, they're going to die. It does feel very, very single target.
At least Lincoln's is almost up here for the Morphling, so that first real big item for him. Nice.
Wonder if that's going to transition him into playing just that tiny bit more aggressively, you know? Like, I know it's a scary prospect to put your position 1 really deep out there into the map, but I feel like it's almost a necessity, just because otherwise Myth Avenue Gaming, they're just going to continue running at you. Evil Ash, they know that they just dropped down a ward.
Careful about this Ember Spirit. He's going to have a free fight now with all the stuns used. He's actually going to Remnant over the top, potentially trying to catch up to the Slardar.
Has the buyback. Might use it if they go for a deep dive here. Still has that Finger available, but I think they might just be giving up their Venge.
And this is something we mentioned, like Morphling, there's a bit of an awkward stage on when you're going to be able to show up to fights, and the Outward Devourer as well can have some difficulty, especially with his own tower getting claimed early on, and I think 1 or 2 deaths that he has. So Myth, they will not stop for the next couple of minutes, and they're going to stick around for this Wisdom Room.
Yeah, they're even going to yoink it away. Such an annoying thing to have to go up against, like a team that's just able to get up in your face. But they kind of did it to themselves, right, with this draft. You draft no wave clear, you're going to get punished. There's too many heroes in the game that are able to do this sort of thing. There was a Naga ban, but Lycan, pretty damn effective at doing it too. Just basically juggling back and forth the network lead over the Lycan. So Candy Loon having a great game so far.
What do you want from the Grimstroke? Think you have like 1,800 gold? Are you just saving up for the shard that's out in 30 seconds? Or is there something else you would like to go next?
I'm fine with them going the shard. You just need to make sure that you use a lot of these stuns, on the likes of the Ember Spirit, which just means that the Lycan is so free to be able to go in, right? Because Slardar's not going to be able to stun up the Wind Ranger for too long. You're really relying on the Venge and the Lion to be able to do so. So if you can just soak up a lot of that stuff, get a little bit of that passive heal coming through, and then, of course, the strong Dispel of popping the Inkswell feels really nice. 2-1, and he's probably going to buy it immediately and send it out to him. Another Mage Slayer.
Yes, sir. This new Ember build, no Flame Guard double. Very interesting.
Eventually I want to see it, just because, of course, the Flame Guard AoE is going to affect things like Blinks, for example. If you just use a Sleight of Fist and connect onto something, you're technically there, so you do a little bit of that burn damage. Maybe he's just going to go full roleplay, go full burn, Cloak of Flames, Radiance. You can end up doing like 250 damage a second. Maybe that's too high. It's at least 150.
Something stupid. Yeah. So far it's been Myth Avenue dictating the pace of the game. That's going to continue now as well. Another smoke, Ember and Jar in combination together. Looks like they're going to try and swing towards this top side of the map. No one's really home though. Lion got to sneak over the bridge. Wonder Boy might be able to catch up to him on the stairs.
I just don't know if they're going to be able to do anything solo. This is really deep for them to be going.
Yeah.
Again, you're up against a lot of stuns. I would much rather this be with a Grimstroke as opposed to a Gyrocopter, right? Like, of course, the Searing Chains, it's maxed out, so the cooldown is going to hit much too soon to have any sort of BKBs or Manta Styles, but I don't know. I just feel like there wasn't that instant damage output potential.
So yeah, do we feel like it's going to change shortly with maybe Radiant will be a little bit more proactive, or is that going to continue for the foreseeable future?
No, I mean, a Morphling doesn't want to show up to fights with just a Lincoln Sphere, right? Like, that's the thing. You just have one hero that you cannot play around, so you're looking to prolong this stage of the game where it's just farm, farm, farm. The thing is, Myth Avenue Gaming, they're about to flick the switch, right? You've got Helm of the Overlord coming out very soon for the Lycan. And then, yeah, it's just a matter of pushing down as many towers as you can so that Morphling is in a state where you can find him, gank him, kill him, and then go high ground.
Do you even just go Roche, right? It's at top now.
Could do that as well.
Maybe it's a little bit more scary to look towards these 2-2 towers without that Aegis.
What is that?
It's a Wind Ranger doing the taunt. Mid-emote,
Oh, okay.
backflip or whatever it is, I don't know.
My eyes aren't like what they used to
It's
be.
backflip, yeah?
yeah. She's planking, mid-air planking. Oh, man. Oh, nice stroll down the river. That takes core strength.
Meditation or something.
Yeah. Why not? There's heroes that fly. Lena flies. Oh, what ring is that? Is that an arcane ring?
Are you blind?
What?
Can't you make... how is there any different... Can we go back to the
That is an arcane ring, right?
Yeah, but like you hesitated.
I'm just surprised no one had taken it.
Ah, sure. What else you... I know you are kind of colorblind a little bit.
Yeah. Look at all these nice
pinks
and yellows that we're seeing on the map
How
right
dare
now.
I? I'm sorry, too rude.
I don't care. It means I can never get drafted. But no, it's really good going through the map. I mean, I want to see another map change. How about you? It's been pretty recent, but you know what? Screw it. Let's mess with these teams one more time.
Do I want to see... Well, I guess what do you want to see different if in the new map change?
Another Roshan or something like
Shut
that.
up. 3 Roche pits? Oh, what? 2 Roche pits, but 2 Roche
Right in the center. More stairs as well, yeah. They haven't gotten their step count up enough. Just more places, like choke points, I think, is really important. Like lack of vision makes vision game much more interesting as well. Any chance that you can get to shine as a support, I will take it. Oh look, he's picked up the arcane rune, and he's going towards the Lion to be able to take him out. Should be enough. I mean, Lion and Venge are still in a state where they can absolutely die off the back of this. And they might be going for, I say Lion and Venge, well it's going to be Lion and Venge going down here. Although...
What's the Morphling going to try and do to turn this one back around? Maybe get the kill onto Lloyd.
Maybe died?
Potentially died. Chains and Wolves, he's okay though. Should be able to get the helm. Zom creeps, so a little bit of extra gold into the bank. They're going to go for Krish now instead. Chains just shy from Wonder Boy. You see how aggressive they're playing. Even Chuck is going to move over. Defensive Astral. It is a little bit closer to the tier 2 though. So it's
no chances in.
Now with the jump in as well, a beautiful reveal of the blink. They're going to be able to blow up Chucky. Now turn to Wonder Boy. This is the fight back that we were waiting out of Whoops, and they are 2 big kills.
And this is what we were talking about, right? Like, if you dive too deep into multiple stuns that, you know, can't be stopped by an Ember Spirit, they're instant stuns coming through, whether it be the Hex, whether it be, you know, the Slardar with a Blink reveal, the Blink Slithering Crush feels really, really impactful. So you end up losing 2 cores, and you basically lose nothing for it outside of the Lion, right? Like, Venge didn't even die because of the swap, bringing the Morphling into the middle of that fight. And it just shows the importance of Krish and No Chance, right? That was a bait perfectly set up by the both of them.
Would you like to see maybe Myth just go straight to Roche now with Sanity's on cooldown, and still there is this bit of a window where you're stronger than Radiant, but you don't want to delay by too much.
Yeah, and there's also the impact that you're playing against a Slardar and a Venge, right? So you don't want Whoops to be able to claim it. I mean, they're playing a lot around that top tower. I think they've just claimed the top tier 1 tower. So I'm just looking at Slardar's position on that minimap right now. He's playing to the right of the Twin Gate, but maybe if someone's able to clear out this bottom wave, not saying that they will be able to because they've got pretty terrible heroes at doing it, they could look to transition into Roche, but Lindsay has to be very careful here.
TP is going to start to come out from Whoops. So they did force some reactions.
They're just full on.
No chances.
He's deep.
Completely isolated. No one else TP to the T2 tower. And
Yeah. A little bit too eager is the man.
bit of a mistake, and I mean, they capitalized on that instantly from Myth Avenue Gaming. That's going to be a T2 tower now as well. And maybe the clip will stop them, will it? I don't know, 30 seconds still. Maybe a Lion Kill. He jumped in, and that's a bit of a beacon. What's Wonderboy got to feed? You've got the Wolves to chase him down as well, so just another freebie.
And this push, it kind of highlights what we were talking about with Roshan a bit before as well. Not only does your aggressive play stop Whoops from wanting to do something like Roche, probably would have been the right choice at the end of the day, right? If they just gave up that tier 2 tower and went for Roche, you had the tier 2 glyph available, so that would have stalled things out. You probably would have been able to claim that. You wouldn't have died on 2 heroes on your team, 1 core, 1 support. And now as well, with that tier 2 tower going down, Roshan's about to be down bottom, and so Myth Avenue Gaming have so much more of that map to be able to play around with. And as you saw with the win probability, it's basically 50-50.
Okay.
I mean, late game OD and Morphling are terrifying. Even the Slardar, to be honest.
Yeah, how do we actually feel about late game? Do we feel like there is one side that is maybe a little bit more favored compared to the other? Or would you say that... I'll hold that thought though, because we do in fact have a 4-man smoke from Whoops. So it looks like they are kind of reading this movement down to bottom for Myth to start to get up for Roche.
Got to make sure that you're protecting it as much as you can. Hopefully, I mean, MNZ did just reveal the smoke on the lane, so if they were constantly looking at that minimap, they would have seen the fact that a smoke was used. Who's going to win this vision game though? Beastmaster, even without the Hawk, still could just use a tanky Helm of the Overlord creep, and have
they see a Morphling?
Surely they're not going to just sneak in here, are they?
Oh wow, smoke on smoke.
Just put a ward up on the high ground, maybe. Yeah, very cheeky.
They're going to go for
full
the
on wraparound. Yeah, they got a second one for the Twin Gate. That's what I'd really love to see.
They do need a scout up. Roche will fall fast. Cooldown's going to do that, but is it going to be a little bit too late? Wonderboy,
they're making different
Remnant's
calls.
Inside the pit, but the Astral protects the OD for the Aegis. It's going to be dropped on the deck, and Lycan snags it. Can they still continue to fight, though? Looks like Myth Avenue Gaming can turn towards Krish inside the tree line. They'll be able to catch out the Outward Devourer. Now MNZ is in no man's land. He's got no boys to play with. Gets the Wind Ranger replica, and I guess with the Wind Run, he's going to be able to escape, but that is a Aegis taken out in the face. They still find another one as well. Evil Ash was hiding down in the trees, and they were able to scout him out. So a beautiful fight from Myth Avenue Gaming, being able to read that Whoops. We're in Roche thanks to the micro from Candy Loon. They're able to take that fight accordingly.
Yeah, I think it was just a little bit of that indecision, right? They needed one of two things. They either needed to just put up that ward that they did. It was a clever ward on the right-hand side with the Lotus Pool, but then they needed to immediately do Roche. They just waited 5 seconds too long, and we saw how quick Roche was dropping, right? You have the amplified damage, you have Slardar, of course, just hitting into it, same with the OD with that pure damage, very, very impactful. Or they needed a ward up on the Twin Gate with Venge standing to the left-hand side, would have allowed them to be able to set things up a little bit easier, but it just allowed Myth Avenue Gaming to get the jump. It was a really defensive use of the Astral as well, so Krish was completely out of that fight, had no opportunity to be able to pick up that Aegis, so not only do you lose the fight, you lose the Aegis as well.
And more map control as well. Myth Avenue swing towards the western side of the map. They will be a little bit too late for the Wisdom Room, however.
At least they've been able to claim that. Almost getting up into some of that later game scaling on the OD. Almost level 15, getting into the Witchblade. Has to be careful with his positioning on Krish, though. It's very...
Wonderboy. Oh, awkward. And now that might cost them. Chucky's going to go deep under the tier 3 tower. He too is going to be a bit cautious. Look at the AoE damage. They are ripping them apart. Wonderboy now towards the Outward Devourer. 4 down. Potentially a wipe. MNZ, he's going to be okay momentarily, but what is going to stop Dire? There are some buybacks. Will not be required with the deep dive, but another successful fight goes the way of Dire.
I'd love to see the fight recap for that in terms of the damage, right? Like, just to see the split, because you saw, Whoops, they tried to, like, commit onto one person. They end up getting the Wind Ranger, which is a pretty big deal, right? You've got a good amount of net worth on Chucky, but they just have so much AoE to be able to play around with, from Maelstrom procs, from you know, just the call down, from the AoE from the Grimstroke. There's everything that you could possibly want.
It's Slow shot Dota, right? T2 Tower to Roche. Start to continue and control the map. Now you got the Tormentor. And Chucky is the one with the Aghanim shot, so a little bit awkward potentially with the Gale Force. Probably not.
It's pretty good against Slaughter. Okay. Nullify a lot of the effect of that that sprint that he's got. No BKB yet either on Slaughter, so he's going to be susceptible to that. What else have we got coming through? Still no Witchblade finished up by Krish. HBK looks like he's working towards the Pavis, so just a little bit of that protection to make sure that you don't necessarily need to use the Astral defensively at the start of a lot of these. You can just withstand that tiny bit more, and of course, if you can eventually get into a Solar Crest on either the OD or the Slaughter, it feels amazing.
What do we want from the Slaughter, though? Because he had a great lane. We saw a lot of the impact early on from No Chance on the offlaner, but he's been very quiet so far through some of these early to mid-game fights.
I mean, it's just been two mistakes, right? One was, of course, the TP into No Man's Land underneath the Tier 2 bottom when potentially they could have been taking Roche. And the other one, of course, wasn't necessarily his fault. It was just the miscommunication between him and Krish as to who was going to CC who in that last fight, right? So hopefully they've had a time when they were on the deck to be able to have a quick chat and say, look, if this happens, this will be the resulting spell that's cast, you know, just so that you don't even need to talk about it.
Ideally, who's the jump?
Who are they jumping on, or who is doing the jumping?
Who's the Slaughter look to jump?
I mean, if you can get Lycan before he even gets off his shapeshift, that would be the absolute ideal. Just swap him back, chain stun, remove that Helm of the Overlord aura.
Gonna have to wait till this Aegis expires, though. Still 30 seconds for it available. No mana as well for the OD now, kind of course. Matter that much.
Just gets it back almost immediately.
One hit, I'm like, okay, I thought the fight was going to break out and maybe couldn't Astral, but...
Worst case, Evil Ash can give him some too.
It's fine. So we'll see. They're probably not going to continue with the push. At least you're happy with sending everyone back on whoops towards the base, so that is going to, without a doubt, affect the economy.
And we talked about the impact of the Ember going for these deep dives as well. Well, he's nearly finished up an Aghanim Scepter, so that's just going to allow him to, again, you just give him the Inkswell, right? And as soon as he needs to be recovered, it means he can hold a BKB for a super long period of time. Invis to be able to play around with. Just perfect timing for a lot of these movements from Myth Avenue, right? They're exploiting a couple of pretty minor mistakes, honestly, from Whoops, but they feel so much worse because of how effectively they're able to punish.
Yep. And because of the map control you have, and then because you have heroes to use those power runes.
And you had the Aegis to play with, so you could be a little bit more reckless.
And they've gotten so much off the back of that.
Yep.
This net worth lead is really continuing to... I mean, MNT's keeping up. Like, this Morphling is doing a very good job to find his farm. It's just the ultimate question is, what is he going to be able to do with that gold? And
he would love to be level 18. He's just a little bit short right now. Like half a creep wave from being able to hit up onto it. But at least Slaughter has the blink, the BKB now, so he's able to actually just commit onto that backside. Once he's inside of that puddle that he drops from the crush, is that little bit more tanky. Wants to be okay. Well, see ya, HBK.
Yeah, that's no Venge and now no swap. And potentially
the
more
Gale
kills
Force.
for the Gale Force.
See ya, Evil Ash.
He's also now stuck in the middle. So another kill, 2 for 0. And you've also got the Slaughter that pops a BKB early. He's just getting ripped apart. Chucky, what's going on? Just an easy siege, 1 by 1. It just seems like Whoops haven't been able to fight with all 5 heroes in quite some time, just dwindling their numbers. And now it's another chains onto 2. They're going to be able to reposition.
They're always the ones getting jumped on, which honestly, I expected it to be the other way around, right? You've got these stuns, you've got blinks.
Gale Force!
Yeah, Gale Force, very, very impactful. Just luck coming into the equation a bit as well as they go for the deep dives.
And now Krish as well, it's a spiteful Sanities to maybe offer something before he dies, but it's not going to matter. That's another kill onto the Venge. Nice snipe from Chucky, full set of barracks, and Myth Avenue Gaming seems like they're potentially 1 fight away of taking our second best of 1 for the day.
It's just so amazing how quickly a game could slip away, right? Like, you were thinking, oh, MNZ, he just needs a tiny bit more XP. He just needs to be able to hit that level 18 so you don't have quite as much downtime from the Morph ability. But they're not going to give them that sort of time, right? Aegis or not, they know that they're in a strong position. They know that they just hit the Aghanim Scepter on Wonderboy. They know that he can play a fearless type of Dota. And every single time that Whoops has had to, you know, use things like the Astral defensively or the swap super early or, you know, these sorts of things, they nearly killed a Morphling just through the Replicate.
Yep.
And now, speaking of level 18s, you've got it on Ember as well with that Ags. Really want, well, he's going the Shivas, which feels great as well against the Morphling especially, but wouldn't hate to see them prioritize just sticking around where a Tormentor might be so that they could pick Aghanim Shard up for the Ember Spirit as well. So it's pretty likely that both the Grim and the Gyro would have a Shard. Great ones for them as supports.
See the power shot from Chucky. Looks like he's aware though. Nice attempt with the Shackle, but it's a little bit off the mark in regards to the position. So this is, you have to stick around here from Whoops. You kind of committed with that high ground ward. If you leave this area, all of a sudden there's going to be nowhere to farm. That's a long remnant in. Instant Hex. Have they got the damage? So Senators might be required to burst him down. Ember's still alive. Wonderboy activates the BKB, and now the fight is over. There is nothing they can do. They've committed too far. It's time to dive on Myth Avenue. They're onto the Outward Devour. There's no buybacks available. An ultra kill and a potential rampage as well to close out this game. Of course they take it away from him, but regardless, what a start to the event for Myth Avenue Gaming.
Yeah, that is really, really clinical Dota, I think is the best way to put it, as we see the boys. Not too big celebration, smiles on the face though, and it's great to see, you know, a solid start for them. This Myth Avenue Gaming roster, or just the organization in general, haven't had the best results in recent times, but to get off on the front foot feels really good for them.
We talk so much about team cohesion and that synergy, you know, going into this group stage with these kind of mixes and, you know, groups of players trying to all mesh together. I think that was the big difference maker here. You know, team cohesion, very broad concept, but we can narrow that down to kind of positioning and looking at how these guys set up for macro positioning and micro positioning, where there was a massive difference once we hit that mid game. Lion and Venge kind of running around thinking, hey, we've got to play with our Slardar, but Slardar was, you know, trying to get his first items. Morphling wasn't really getting involved. And then you have this 5-man Wrecking Ball, just death machine, Lycan leading the charge, 4 heroes behind him. Let's go. Simple stuff.
Even the OD as well, right? We were saying, like, how are they actually going to make a lot of these tower pushes happen on Whoops' side? I think that was the big weakness for them. And then it was exploited even further by the fact that you have one of the best pushers in the game with the Lycan, who's also great against both of the supports. So you just really had no agency to be able to make any sort of plays that game.
Yeah, it was a really challenging one. I mean, even just the overarching game plan, right? Every time we saw smoke from Myth, it was decisive. They knew where they were going, how their
how they needed to set up.
How they need to set up, how their ranks are. You know, they've got the front guard, the vanguard, the people in the middle. Everything was very sort of military decisiveness and very crisp indeed.
He was the vanguard, Wonderboy, just jumping in without fear every single time. And why not, right?
I see Avenge, I Remnant. I see a Lion, I Remnant.
I mean, you got BKB, you got plenty of armor. You see even the Dragon Scale, right, for that additional armor to protect against the likes of the Slardar. You've got a Mage Slayer, so you're reducing that spell damage both they do and you take as well. And then eventually the Grimstroke Ag Shard as well with the Inkswell. And then you've got an Aghanim Scepter as well, so you're moving even faster. I said it before, like, this is a sort of game that you would hate to play as a support just because you're constantly getting dived on the backlines.
Yeah, I mean, Ares, mid-game, you're kind of looking at this and thinking, hey, how is this crumbled so quickly? You know, you're calling out, what's going on here? Because we had a moment where Slardar TP'd to bot tier 2, and it looked like half the team wanted to fight, and the other half were running away, tail between legs. And that was just another one of these moments where they're not on the same page.
No, I don't think so. I think this is the sort of game, I love No Chance, great player, top 500 rank, but I think he needed to be a little bit more proactive about taking objectives and recognizing the fact that Myth Avenue Gaming had this roster that wanted to push, so you need to do something else, especially when you don't have the defensive capabilities to defend against that push.
Yeah, it's always going to be difficult though when you have these heroes that you can use on Myth Avenue Gaming and how you're going to be able to get. Like we just said the Lycan, you're going to be able to run under the wards at Tier 1 Tower, get these early objectives, and then the map looks very difficult to play from there.
Yeah, and I think pretty much every single one of these highlights we're going to be seeing Wonderboy in it, just because he was everywhere. Living up to his name pretty much, right? Just going in, no cares about how many kills he's able to get. I think that was off the back of a power rune, that play there. again, you know, this is a little bit of that recovery. This is probably the one death of his the entire game, I believe.
Yeah.
And it's very nice that MNZ was the one to claim it, but yeah, again, a little bit of that indecision, not going for the Roche quick enough, not having sufficient vision to be able to scout out when exactly they're looking to come in, and you see that it ends in absolute disaster.
But that one death was the one time they didn't have 5, right?
Yep.
Every other engagement, it literally was, if Ember Spirit goes in, there are 4 heroes behind him. They are all there, ready to do battle no matter what. Whereas Whoops, they're a little more piecemeal, right? Okay, we've got Avenge Swap, we've got this Astral to delay. But if you don't have that decisive jump where Slardar is in on a target, you can't get the numbers advantage. You can't get that kill into kill, chain things together, and eventually the enemies are at your doors. They're pushing up. The Wolf is there, battering away at tier 3.
So I'm going to cut No Chance a little bit of slack because just looking back at like the team lineup, he is the only frontliner that they have, at least for the first 20-ish minutes of the game.
I would argue he's not even... I think Morphling is the one that is meant to be the frontliner. Morphling's meant to be the one pushing towards objectives because they have Lion, Venge, Slardar, who are fog heroes, right? They are waiting in the wings, ready to jump, make their move, strike hard. OD, somewhat tanky, frontliner-ish, maybe mid-ground, but I think Morphling just never felt ready this game.
No, definitely not. And I think OD, for him to play that role, he needs an Aghanim Scepter of his own as well to be able to have that sort of stuff. So, little unfortunate that it wasn't able to come together for the Indian squad. Whoops will now be 0-1, and certainly not the way to start. This was one of those games that they had to win if they wanted to give themselves the chances to move forward, because they're in Group A. Now I believe it's the other 3 Filipino stacks that they have to play against, and I mean, they're on home turf. They're very strong in their own right, so we'll have to see what happens moving on during the day.
I think the big thing is just the lanes went much better than I was expecting, so hopefully that's a positive they can take into their following games and just be like, look, we played well in the lanes, and maybe if we have a different lineup that can use that early advantage that we built and make some rotations across the map, then the game could look completely different. So maybe if they can continue with that mechanical skill, then who knows how they shape up in their following
maybe
game.
just like a confident calls. I think that's the thing that needs, like, not, oh, maybe we should do this, maybe we should do that. Just one voice, listen to one person. I know it goes away from what we've been saying from the top teams that it needs to change throughout the game, but when you've got, you know, a couple of experienced players and 3 less so, I think you've got to just put your foot down and say, we got to do it. We got to all be on the same page, win or lose.
I will quickly say, I think with that draft, it's very difficult because Morph can't make calls, OD's not going to be the playmaker, and Slardar needed to farm. So who's making the calls? So with that draft, it's like, how are you going to have a playmaker?
Yep.
Again, one of the situations right there, you know, first time on LAN, maybe a bit shaky, these calls, maybe not decisive enough, but yeah, a good solid victory for the Malaysian squad there over the Indian representatives, as we'll have a quick break before we return with our 3rd best of 1 of the day.
1, go!
English.
Tikman.
Wait lang.
Number 1 na lang manalo.
Skip. Alright. So far,
Horse riding.
meron kayong 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Uy! Next level na! Ayos yan na! Okay, next! 1 na! Meron sila 1 point.
Addict.
Yung ating konti na lang, pare. 1 minute 20 seconds. Pass. Next na lang, pressure na. No pressure, 1 minute remaining. Basically, pass.
Hindi, yung Easter na ano.
Easter na. 30 seconds. Pass. Okay, next.
Huwag na ako nag-erase.
Nag-erase.
Mali ako to.
Mouse.
Ayun.
2. Okay, meron pa kayo 20 seconds. ang team number 2 ang pipili ng punishment na gagawin ng team number 1. So, here we go. Ayan na. GBEB, do the honors. Ayan na. Kinakabahan na. Uy, at ang challenge nila at ang punishment nila is Dynamite Roulette. Ayan. So, yeah. Mahilig pa sa spicy foods. Hindi ka mahilig sa spicy foods. Mahilig ka sa spicy foods. Okay. So, dalawa hindi mahilig. So, feeling ko talaga medyo mainit ang mga bibig nila mamaya kasi on their first punishment. Ready? Dynamite Roulette. Here we go. Direk, ano nga? Extra rice. Tsaka ketchup na rin. So, kaya mo. Hindi ba ka, pero hindi mo kinain yung pula eh. Yung kapula yung kinain niya. Wow. Okay, game.
Hindi naman makakagay sa'yo. Iba na kasi hindi malakad makakagay sa'yo.
Ibig sabihin, mataas yung tolerance nila sa... Nakita natin ang ating challenge for today. At huwag kayo mag-alala dahil napakadami pa natin challenges sa mga susunod pang episodes. So we're inviting everyone to come and join at panoorin at antayin yung mga susunod nating episodes na ilalabas dito sa Predator. Welcome nga pala sa panibagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. And of course, kami nga pala ang host for today. Ako si Phil, kasama ko si Kuya Nick. Kuya Nick, meron naman tayo mga panibagong episodes ngayon.
Yun na nga.
Challenges.
Another challenge, another video.
Matindi ang gagawin natin for today's video. Dahil ang challenge natin ngayon ay fast fingers, pabilisan ng daliri sa pagkakal. At kasama na ulit natin ang ating magaganda at poking mga Predator, Brand Ambassador, and Ambassadors, of course, for Team 1. Andito si In at ayun, si Bert. For Team 2.
Yan na nga, Team 2. Ikaw na bahala dyan.
Okay. Andito si Maggie. Ayan. Tsaka syempre, si GBB. Hindi nakakalimutan. So syempre, ulitin natin ang next challenge natin ay Fast Fingers. Ready na kayo? Ready ka na? Timer starts now!
Huwag ka makulit.
Bawo na. Uy! Boom!
Tapos na?
Uy, napalo na 2 beses.
Naku po, sobrang tryhard mo naman. Kaibigan, oh. Nag-trust mo ako eh. Di ba?
Uy! 1-0.
1-0 in favor of Team
CBB. Team 2. Ready? Ready? Here we go. Fast fingers. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ang daya ni GBB! Yung kamay! Ba't yung kamay yung pinapano mo?
Nagano kasi kanina eh. Hindi mo naman alam na bawal ang kamay.
Ang daya!
Oo, madaya ang GBB.
Oo!
Nice one.
Tapos na, ladies and gentlemen, 2-0 in favor of Team 2 again! Team number 2 ang nanalo dito sa Fast Fingers. So, Team number 1 ulit ang gagawa ng punishment.
Kain mo po.
So, Dipit, papakita natin yan in 3, 2, 1. Kuha sila ng cookie that may ruleta.
Yes.
Kung saan pumunta yung ruleta na yun, doon
ang dip.
Doon i-dip yung cookie, then kakingin nila. Pero tatlo sila, di ba? Team 1 nandito. Pero feeling ko, kulang eh.
Ito na nga. Based on the management,
Oh, management.
tsaka may instant rating na tayo. Meron pong foul na nangyari wherein inulog po ng isang participant sa kabila that resulted into negative output. So therefore, kailangan po namin patawan ng penalty.
Si Bibi? Tapos, management yun. Dip all sa bagoong!
Sorry pa naman eh. Ano? Sige nga. Harap yan.
Sarap. Okay, next. What's the bird?
Isa na naman yan eh. Isa na naman yan. Okay, okay. O, ikot natin direct. Ang kanyang dip, special na ketchup. Vinegar. Konti.
Kunti. Kunti.
Kunti.
Isa pa?
Pinagin mo yung buong cookie dyan. Ayan. Soy sauce.
Uy,
Uy, konti.
Yan. 1, 2, 3.
Ew!
Okay.
Masarap, isa
Sarap,
pa.
sarap.
Sa patis naman.
mayonnaise.
Ay, di po.
Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise! No, mayonnaise.
Wala akong kinalaman dyan sa roulette na yun.
Here we go.
New recipe.
Sarap.
Pwede.
Pwede.
Ayun. Sure pa, oh.
Hindi na tayo mai-internalize pa.
Baka pwede sa business.
Uy!
What?
Okay, so yun ang ating matinding punishment dun sa ating fast fingers na game. Dumating tayo sa panahon na sa GPB. Dumaan pa talaga sa butas ng karayom.
Kailangan
manalo.
may fair tayo rito.
Kaya tapos na yung isa nating challenge for the day. At kita-kits na lang sa susunod na video.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
guys? Ovil here, back in again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to, sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maaga siya para sa game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, para paano natin, we have Kuya Nick! Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Oo. Ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So kung napapansin nyo si Chibibi ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga narinig niya sa teammates niya. At syempre wala talaga silang mahilig dahil suot nila ang Predator Ganea. Tara, try natin. Narinig mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig. Kahit isa, meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spike daw! Spike daw!
Spell na simulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Aura yun.
Okay.
Oy! What? Aura yun. Octagon. X. Octagon. 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 Octagon! Octagon!
Ayan, pinapapansin na talaga natin pag-internalize nila. Kaya kung ako sa'yo, Chibibi, sulat mo na.
Okay, next.
Play. 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 Play! Ang banger nun, diba? Play for fix. Play for fix.
Tama naman din.
Pass.
Perfect.
Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage quit.
Kung hindi marunong na sa dulo nyo, medyo alanganin.
Dito yung pinakabait. Dito
Oh,
pinakakusulat.
siya
No, mali. Dapat sinasabi niya.
Kahit sobrang galit ng first and second mo, pero yung third, tanong. Okay, sulat mo namin. No, next down. 15 seconds.
Ses! Wala talo tayo. Tanggapin na natin.
6. Wala silang nakuha ng isa. Pero sobrang lungkot lang talaga. Pero it is what it is. Team number 1 is handa na. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ano sila yun? Iba yung strategy na
Oo.
Kuya Nick eh. Tahimik.
Less noise sila.
Oo.
Yan yung organ na team eh.
Oh.
At dahil dyan ang prediction ko 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 fill yung
Two.
score, parang yan ang...
Yun! Muntik
Okay,
na.
okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Pass, pass.
Soba. Soba. Soba.
Soba?
Soba. Soba.
Aim!
Aim. Bot. Bot.
Point?
Bot.
Aim! Point.
Import.
Point!
Okay na.
Aim!
Easy, Jimmy. Ayan. Ayan.
Stand proud?
Oy, yun na.
Stand
Yung
proud?
alam niyo yun.
Stand proud.
Step bro. Yun.
Stand
Ano
proud.
ginagawa mo, Bert? Easy, Jimmy! At the end of the day, meron silang 1 point. At right now, alam na natin kung sino ang panalo. Ayun na. So pipili na ang team 1 kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment namin. Pero meron tayong plot twist. Ano yun? Ano? Sabi ng nakararami, si Kuya Nick ay sasali! Wala tayong magagawa dyan. So yun na nga. Para sa ating next punishment, ito na, handa na ang this or that drink. Ano ba?
Oh, yun, okay na.
Feeling ko hindi ko siya dapat gustuhin. Pero parang masarap.
Ano yun?
Tama na. It's Coke.
Mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis na mahirapan, nag-i-enjoy pa.
Parang soy sauce.
Matindi, sobrang kita na
Nakita ba?
pinapakita na may...
Basta kami ng sobrang dami. dami. Parang soy sauce eh.
Masarap.
Sobrang dami.
Masarap. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pinapanood natin ang ating sumunod na video. Pero don't worry, dahil napakadami pa nating mga challenges and videos na ilalabas. My name is Phil, and see you until the next one. What is up, guys? Phil here, back in it again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to, sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maagang-maaga siya para sa game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, para natin, we have Kuya Nick! Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Oo. Ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So kung napapansin nyo si Chibibi ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga narating niya sa teammates niya. And syempre wala talaga silang mahinig dahil suot nila ang Predator Ganea. Tara, try natin. Narinig mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig. Kahit isa, meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spike daw! Spike daw!
Spell na simulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Orayon!
Okay.
Oy! What? Orayon! Octagon! X! Octagon! 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 Octagon!
Ayan, pinapapansin na talaga maraming pag-internalize nila. Kaya kung ako sa'yo, Chibibi, sulat mo na.
Play! 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 Ang background, diba? Play for fix! Play for fix!
Tama naman din.
Pass!
Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage quit!
Kung hindi marunong na sa dulo nyo, medyo alangan.
Dito na yung pinakabait. Ito
Oh,
pinaka-crucial.
siya
No, hindi dapat sinasabi niya.
Kahit sobrang galit ng first and second mo, pero yung third, tanong. Okay, sulat mo namin. No, next up. 15 seconds.
Set! Wala talo tayo. Tanggapin na natin.
6. Wala silang nakuha rin. Pero sobrang lungkot lang talaga. Pero it is what it is. Team number 1 is handa na. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ano sila yun? Di ba yung strategy na dito kaya Nick? Tahimik.
Less noise sila.
Oo.
Yan yung organizative eh.
Oh.
At dahil dyan ang prediction ko 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 billion
Two.
score, parang yan ang...
Yun! Muntik
Okay,
na.
okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Pass, pass.
Soba. Soba. No. Soba. 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 Aim. Aim. Bot. Bot. Point. Bot. Aim. Point.
Import.
Point.
Okay na.
Aim.
Easy, Jimmy. Ayan. Ayan.
Stand proud.
Oy, yun na.
Stand
Yung
proud.
akala ko yun.
Stand proud.
Step bro. Yun. Yun ako.
Stand
Ano ba
proud.
ang ginagawa mo? Easy. Easy, Jimmy. At the end of the day, meron silang 1 point. At right now, alam na natin kung sino ang panalo. Ayun na. So pipili na ang Team 1 kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng Team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment, ladies and gentlemen. Pero meron tayong plot twist. Ano yun? Ano? Sabi ng nakararami, si Kuya Nick ay sasali! Wala tayong gagawa dyan. So yun na nga. Para sa ating next punishment, ito na, handa na ang this or that drink. Ano ba? mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis na, ladies and gentlemen, pinapanood natin ang ating sumunod na video. Pero don't worry, dahil napakadami pa nating mga challenges and videos na ilalabas. My name is Phil, and see you on to the next one. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Tayo nagbabalik dito sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Kami nga pala ng mga host for today. Ako nga pala si Vin, and syempre kasama ko si Kuya Nick. At sobrang init ng mga games natin so far. Nagsisimula pa lang tayo, and syempre napakadami pa natin mga videos na ilalabas. Pero syempre, kailangan muna natin ipakilala ang mga teams na maglalaro ngayon. Of course, andito ang team number 1. Kasama din naman natin ang team number 2. So, ang next challenge natin for today's video, andito naman ang Guess the Audio. Are you guys ready? Ready na? Team 1. Are you guys ready? Okay, so, first, guess the game. Yes.
Forza.
Yes, tama. Okay, 1-0 tayo winning. Kakarapin yung team member 2. May ito lang. Ready? Guess the gun. Yes.
Odin.
Odin, correct.
2-0.
Ito, madali lang to. Madali lang to para sa inyo. Ready? Guess the agent. Five, 3-0 already! Yes, the gun! Generator! Guess the agent! Sino? 3-2!
Yari na kayo! Yari na kayo!
Guess the agent!
Reyna.
4-2!
Last one! Match point! Match point!
Ito pag hindi na one over, hindi ko alam ha. Hindi ko alam.
Perfect setup, Bert.
Guess the game!
Wala. Tapos sagot ay
Roblox.
The future!
The future.
The future of esports.
Okay, it's time. Guess the action in 3, 2, 1. Uy! Teleport correct! Guess the action. 5, 4, 3, 2, steal. 5. Spike defusing.
Welcome back to the Asian Pacific Predator League 2024 as we're halfway through day 1 here, the group stage. A couple of victors already notching up some wins as we get ourselves into that third series of the day with both winners facing off against each other now.
Yeah, vital series, right? It means that, you know, you kind of, I call it like a double point game, right? Where not only are you notching up a win for yourself, but you're also denying a win away from one of your biggest competitors. So this is going to be probably the closest series that we've seen so far today.
Yes, without a doubt. I mean, we got to see Philippines go up against Malaysia, so very important.
Country
to be able
pride.
to- yeah, country pride, and to be able to get that win. What do you say? Probably 3 wins should secure it.
Should be good.
Should
yeah.
be good enough. So you'd love to be able to get that second win under your belt, and both teams pretty convincing, I
Yeah.
have to say.
No, I could say so. I mean, we don't know how some of the other results have gone. Like, we've got great other teams in this qualifiers, right? Like Blacklist, they've got 2 games later today on this stream, but they've been playing stuff on the other streams as well.
Yep, yeah, you got ASA, you got
Right.
HC that are going on Group B. There's a lot of other games, a lot of other series, a lot of other teams to keep track of as well.
Yeah, there's tons, you know, a couple of streams, of course. Also the Filipino stream, we can hear them going on behind us when we're in game, enjoying themselves a ton, of course, here in Manila. So yeah, Execration up against Myth coming up next. Execration seemed, you were saying, kind of convincing victories to both teams, but Execration felt like they were much more in the zone, in the mood, ready to go from the very beginning, whereas Myth maybe took a little bit time to get up and running, but when they hit their stride, they were ready.
The thing that impressed me most about Execration is they made what we thought was a more flawed draft work and work amazingly, and I think that's really convincing for mine.
Yeah, I'm still trying to work out how they were able to do something like that.
It's the Wyvern, that's what.
Yeah, it was. Well, we've got one of the teams being introed now. Is Execration, who took a victory up against Zol earlier on today. Nisha Baby, Bob, Tino Shanks, and CML. I mean, Nisha Baby, what is he, the offspring of Nisha? Nico Baby? Is ever
and Nisha, yeah. I thought Nisha would be pretty young to have a baby that's that old, but you never know. What is Bob doing there with his hands? It's like some weird symbol. Man's looking strong, by the way. Feeling gems, yeah?
It looks like he's saying sit down.
Yeah, probably. I mean, he did that last game, right? He ended up being the MVP on his Dragon Knight, which it's pretty rare to have that sort of outcome right on a DK. It's not exactly the flashiest of heroes.
Yeah, difficult to outplay people with that hero, but I guess the puck, you know, can definitely be good for you.
Feels very nice.
I think we've seen that. He's a very volatile. He can be on his game, and we've seen Bob sometimes be off his game, and when he's off,
he's way off.
He's way off. When he's on, he's way on. Bob's a very, very flashy player to be able to watch as well, as we get to see the man on our screen there as well, on the right side. I think for me, though, was the carry, Nisha Baby. I was actually very, very impressed with some of his early rotations with the lane going through the portal. Of course, the least experience out of all of them, and I think his early movements that we saw out of him was something you would see from a more experienced carry who's been in the scene for quite some time. So it's going to be very exciting to see how he's able to play back-to-back games now.
It's like that delicate balancing act between, like, do I go this additional wave? There's a range creep there. I want to go kill it. But no, I will rotate and get that. You know, that first move we saw right up against Zol, where they were 8 minutes in, 5 heroes strong in that top tier 1. But we do have their opponents, Myth, and we can take a look at their roster as they prepare themselves for this best of 1 against Execration right here. Them, the Malaysian representatives, and if Execration's main strength was that team cohesion and that kind of gathering up and playing together, what would you say Myth Avenue Gaming's main strength up against Whoops was?
The draft was just really solid. I thought it was incredibly easy to play. There was a ton of synergy between it all. I thought Wonderboy played an amazing game. The other MVP that we've seen so far today, so the battle of the MVPs that we've got going on in this third series of the day.
From the mid lane, yeah?
From the mid lane, exactly. And yeah, I'm kind of just, I just want to touch on one quick point from Execration with Nisha Baby, is that you mentioned that he's less experienced, right? And I wonder how much of that like plays into everything in terms of like the ignorance of, it's normally called like the ignorance of youth, right? Where you just think you can do everything, or how much he's leaning on his more experienced teammates as to like they kind of tell him what to do, or if he's like, no, I got this. I know exactly what to do. That's why they've been giving me an opportunity. What do you reckon?
I feel like it should be the latter a little bit more. You would hope as someone who's not as experienced, you would play off the rest of the team.
Sure, but you got to have confidence to be a carry.
Yes, but I think they're different things.
Okay.
I mean, there's like vibe and feel, and then there's, you know, understanding the game kind of thing, right?
Confidence and arrogance.
Yeah.
I think the difference between the two.
Yeah, there's you need to understand like your timings and when to go and things like that. But I also think there will be things like map movements across the map that will come over time with experience, and that's where something like CML and Shanks can really help out.
Sure, I was just wondering, like, that early rotation that he made through the Twin Gate, for example, how much of that was on him, and how much of that was on his team calling for him to do it?
Like, this is an important fight for us. Like,
Yes.
everybody 5 man, let's go.
Yeah, pretty much. So,
Yeah,
interesting to see.
Can he continue to replicate that in
We'll
these
have to
coming
wait and
games?
see.
Because also it's not going to be an easy task at all. And with the mid matchup, Wonderboy and of course Bob, we said MVPs, but I think they're both very similar playstyle, very flashy players. So what heroes are they going to get their hands on? We were speaking earlier. Where's the M buff fit into it? Where the spirits fit into it? So 18-1 is a hell of a KDA. So is he going to be able to get that hero again?
This is one of those series where I think in the previous two like mid matchups there wasn't a lot of hero crossover. This time there is.
Yes,
you know, these guys play very similar sorts of heroes, and even just like, you know, Batrider, for example, Bob loves to play the Batrider, so I feel like that could potentially look to come out here in terms of that ability to have it flex. Bob can play the Lina as well. It's not the hero that jumps to my mind, but you know, obviously we saw how well they were able to play it across the board with Nisha Baby as well.
If you're going to first early pick the Ember, you've got to be cautious about that DK. They've already shown the capability to play it. We know Bob's very good on it, even though we said he likes these flashy heroes, he can also play the ones that are a little bit more boring when required and make them look like an MVP performance.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, you start building your draft around that. Like, if you go for that M pick, then you're relying on the next 3 bans to, like, remove Huskar and Necro and stuff like that. Do you want to pick up a Puck and then be worried about the DK? I don't know, it's that toss-up between securing a really good mid laner for your player early on, or kind of delaying that mid lane pick till later because you know how important the matchup's going to be in this kind of game.
I'm really looking for the flex this game, like in particular. Like
across
I
roles.
mentioned the Batrider. I think Nature's Prophet is going to be a really high value one as well. Kunkka could absolutely be one too. So I think those are just going to be valuable so that you don't get yourself kind of pigeonholed into that bookend of like, well, I've just lost this lane off of hero picks, nothing mechanical skill related. Because I'd say they're on a pretty similar level in terms of mechanical skill.
Yep. At least off the back of that game, that's definitely what we saw. So big thing was a lot of the laning phase, right? Was and some of the rotations out of the supports, which always we see from Execration, they are very, very good at. And of course, we saw last game from Myth Avenue Gaming. So we've spoken about the mid lane supports as well. Then we need to consider and how active they're going to be able to be in the early game, securing power runes, where they ward, if they want to try and help out to enable those position twos.
Off the bat, no draft. Who do you think's going to win?
I think Execration, but just that's purely like because of the players and because of the roster.
Okay, so me it's Execration because of the Wyvern pick that Tino did. Let's go, Tino.
No, but I think this is a valid point, though, right? We're looking at a very small sample size of who they played and what they've played so far. And thinking about, the best of one that Execration won against Zol, they were so crisp.
Yes.
Their spell casting was superb. Laning stage, like Aries said, was top notch. They're coming out lanes, 3 cores, out farming their counterparts, looking very good. I don't know if they're going to give Myth the wiggle room that they had against Whoops.
No, I don't think so either. And honestly, Whoops' laning stage was pretty good too. Like they got a surprising amount of kills, I think, in the early-ish games. So I think it's hard to say, right? Because in that game 1, there was quite some time until First Blood happened. I think it was around 8 or so minutes, maybe 7. So maybe we'll look to see a different sort of thing again. Don't get too active, don't play into their hands, and maybe this Execration roster that has been a little bit more structured for longer is going to say, look, we're going to rely on our macro gameplay as opposed to these micro little mechanical skill interactions.
Yeah, I mean, how often have we seen, Dota evolve the past year and a half, 2 years, where one team fight, like a defining moment, think about, Beast Coast in their style, OG in their style, when they're in their prime, that one team fight 20, 30 minutes in, where it just defines the next 10 or 15 minutes, right?
Yeah, and it's not even just that team fight, it's all of the actions that lead up to that team fight.
The domino effect.
Yeah, and it's some of the best teams in the world, like the LGD of old, the Spirits, they manufacture situations that make those team fights happen, right? So it's about, shoving the lanes in or moving someone to this side of the map that makes them like juicy bait, or not revealing someone on the map that might lead a smoke to happen so that then another avenue opens up on the map. It's all about this next level mind game stuff when it gets to this level of Dota.
And that's the complexity of Dota, which is something that we all truly love, and how minute some of the details are that actually goes into, and sometimes you actually aren't able to catch them because there's just so many little things.
And it happens so fast as well, is the big thing.
One deny could be a completely turning thing inside a lane. You don't get that experience for level 2. All of a sudden, the enemy team has an extra ability. Then you
have 2
get
supports
killed.
ganking you because the level 6 of the mid is there already. Yeah.
And you win a matchup when you're not supposed to win that matchup. Then all of a sudden, the early game turns around because that hero is supposed to be dominant. Then it snowballs and snowballs and goes on from there.
Yeah.
Yes, like small stuff like knowing when to leave the lane as a support, right? How many Lotuses can I get away with? The bounty rune is open, but do I need to be in this lane? Can I twin gate? Can I go there? You know, all these little things, I think, again, going back and harking on the experience of Execration, more valid points to kind of back them up going into the series. But I think, Danog, you're right in terms of, you know, ideas and draft. We could see Myth, you know, we still haven't seen Cheese.
No.
I think that's what we have to come back to. We've been talking about it through the group stage here because it's best of ones, because we're in Southeast Asia. We know that some of these cheese picks could absolutely come out, but everyone's been on their game.
Yep.
We've had some late stage Meepo bans. We've not seen any Huskars yet, though, and I think he's on the radar.
He's on the radar for sure. I'm really surprised we haven't seen any techies. Like, China especially has been loving techies lately. China, Asta's playing in the other side of the groups, but it's still just a ridiculously strong hero right now. Not the greatest win rate, but it has all of the tools that you could possibly want. Strong in lane, can scale, gives you so much information with your proximity mines to be able to scout out smokes. Reactive taser with the shard is giga busted right now, and then you've just got an AoE stun that you can combo together with one of these more tempo style mids, whether it be, you know, a Spirit or Puck or whatever. Blast off is just going to deal so much damage. So
if we go back to the first game of the day, the first series, where we saw the Lina was the first pick for Execration, do you want that banned out? And if not, do you think Execration just go back for the Lina? Because we have seen in the past, Shanks is actually someone that likes to play the Lina as a 4. I think you, maybe yesterday we were speaking about the meta doesn't particularly favor Shanks that much because it's Mirana and Snapfire with some of these better heroes, like some ranged heroes. So do we think there is the capability for Lina to be played 4? And regardless, should it just be first phase banned so they don't have to worry about
I think it should be first phase banned overall, just because there are so many strong melee position 5s right now. You can put it to the 1 so easily. And then, you know, of course, Lina mid, it's very doable, right? You have that flexibility. I don't know if Shanks is going to be playing it just because it feels a little too immobile.
It's
and you
better in other roles.
yeah, absolutely. But I still think it's very much first phase worthy. I think Nature's Prophet and Bat Rider are probably the other 2 that I would put up there.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that's another point, right, where we were talking about Myth's draft and the gyrocopter pick they had in their game. It was, what second phase picked, but it was left open until the very end. So I think that's a very good signal and a good sign of a team that, you know, understands flexing.
Yep.
Right, you're flexing this between 1 and 5. You're leaving till the very end where you kind of surprise them with a lightning
No
pick.
flak cannon,
with
by the way.
no flak cannon points at all against the Morphling, as we love to see. But that's it's absolutely one of those skills, right? As a team that you need to have, you need to understand how to flex, because it's all well and good, like, oh, I'm going to pick a Tide Hunter first, and he's potentially a 3 or a 5, or
But then they
put him
can't
mid,
play at
but
5.
you can't play a mid, You know, you've got to actually be able to do it.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you would hate to be able to say that, and then your position 1 says, wait, I don't play gyrocopter. You know, not that it's the most complex of heroes, but you know what I mean, right? Like, you got to have the capability to be flexible, and that's why some of the best teams over the years are the ones that have the most diverse hero pool. It's all well and good to have, like, you know, a set strategy, your way to play, but, I mean, when was the last team that had, like, I guess Gaming Gladiators does have a very game and way to play, right? Like, you can always tend to see where the supports are going to move, how they're going to take team fights. They abuse twin gates a lot. The supports all have, like, Celery tends to be more the pusher, Tofu's more the stunner, like, all that sort of stuff. I don't think there is really any other team with as much hard and fast, like, these are the types of heroes that they play
It's
as
like
Gaming Gladiators.
set archetypes as well, right?
Yeah.
You know, I think we were looking prior to 2023 and 2022, they had like some of the smallest hero pools in the world.
Yep.
Celery was playing 2 heroes,
Enchant
Chen IO, 3 heroes an entire year. Like, imagine that, and then you sort of like slowly expanding and expanding.
Quinn was Lesh Pango.
Yeah.
Pretty much it.
But it's like, you know, finding this busted thing and making it work, and then, you know, we're talking about Lina first ban, you know, there's Lina Abaddon, Lina Clockwork, Lina whoever it may be.
Yeah. You got your Marcies, you got your
So
Treants, you've got, everything. There's so much that you've got in your toolkit as well. So, you know, these guys do certainly have their signature heroes, like CML Enchantress, love to see it. You know, Bob, Bat Rider, Puck, love to see it. And even from the Myth Avenue Gaming side, of course, we see how strong they can be on a wider range of heroes.
Yeah, so again, it's just a question of... Well, actually, let me start with this. How do we feel like the first phase and second phase is at the moment in regards to the pick order? Is there a preference? Because it's gone back and forth for quite some time.
Yeah, I think we're still early-ish into the patch, and for me, I'm always going to favor second pick in that sort of scenario, right? Because you just want to be able to have more answers, and I feel like second pick gives you more answers rather than deal with this, you know, showing your hand.
What about Radiant and Dial?
I don't really think there's a difference, to be honest. I think most recent tournaments, it's been pretty equivalent in terms of the win rates, and it's mostly like people say it's about, you know, bottom left to top right. It's more natural. Blah blah blah.
It's the camera
I
angles.
don't think it matters.
What do you mean?
I don't think it
Do you not get that moment of weirdness where you're on Dire and you're like, this doesn't feel right. I've got to scroll down.
I've clicked the minimap a couple of times,
Yeah.
you know, but maybe I've got to be like insane here and have it at the bottom right,
bottom
but
right.
of the map if you're playing on Radiant. So you need to play around the time when Roshan is going to be bottom at 20 minutes, for example, as opposed to picking a 15-minute draft. Like that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know, always felt like Radiant feels nice if it supports to move as well. I don't know what it is about that, but just going through jungles, it's felt like Radiant have had a nicer time, like
It's
guarding
better
rooms,
warding
contesting,
spots.
better warding spots, better like spires or columns or whatever you want to call them.
It's so protected, the small camp in the Radiant safe lane. Like that's the big thing for mine. Like you can get a sentry ward that covers both the cliff ward and D wards, anything, and you don't need to step out of the lane at all. You know, it's just so easy to be able to get that pull off. So little things like that really do snowball and make a big difference. Even just like where you can place the sentry ward in the hard camp in the bottom lane if you're Radiant, right? Like you can hide it behind the camp, and it takes a lot of time to have to get rid of it. Thankfully, they patched out that annoying like Frostivus ward that you literally could not kill.
Untargetable.
I
observable.
tilted out of my mind doing that.
Man.
I'm like, I found the ward, guys, but I can't do anything about
It's just
it.
a little, you know, tip of the cap from Valve to Snaking with his renamed sentry ward.
True.
But here we go, best of ones into the draft.
No
Third
Lina,
game of the
no
day.
NP.
No Lina, no NP, no Magnus, Doom, or Chen, as they'll join the Timber Lion.
Worked out well for them last time, yeah. Leaves the Lycan open, leaves the Ember open, leaves any sort of mobile hero pretty damn open.
And again, we said the hero pool between the mid lane is going to be very similar with how they play in regards to...
And this enables.
Yes, this enables it. So now for whatever Wonder Boy wants, you're going to have that Ink Spell to buff, and it could be the same for Execration if you want to give Shanks the Grimstroke, and there's the techies.
Well, okay, so this touches on the point that I was talking about with strong at all aspects, but particularly against the Grimstroke with that Inkswell, you want that reactive taser to be dispelling. Like that's the big thing, right? You want to make sure that that's an aspect that you're having to be considering. Like it just provides so much protection, so much damage, and it just allows you to set up so effectively. It also enables, again, the mid laner for their rotations, right?
Did the taser get buffed, or is it just...
It's buffed. Every single hit deals like 250 damage. It's stupid.
Because
I was watching FY play it last night, and like you hit 4 times and it did 960 damage.
Yeah, I was already dumb like whenever, a couple months ago when Techies was really strong, and now it's dumb again. Okay,
Yes.
Very
Very cool.
very cool. Techies, what a hero.
Fun
I mean,
and interactive.
yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Again, I know you brought it up before, but the mines, I think, are probably arguably the most undervalued part about the hero with the vision that it provides.
Yeah, information.
Yes, and we've always gone about it with how important information is, and the fact that you have these mines that are always able to scout out traps, you put them on stairs, that's the pathways into the fights, and all of a sudden you have this information and you can take those fights accordingly.
So I wonder if Myth Avenue go for, again, like, I guess Techies is a little bit more survivable against the likes of a Lycan because, again, you've got that disarm through the taser, so you're not going to die quite as quickly. Also, your armor is generally pretty good, but also the fact that you've got the bombs that are going to be scouting out any sort of, like, wolves that are chasing people or, you know, all that sort of stuff. So I wonder how effective that is, but in a way, it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? If you're about to make a smoke attempt happen, then you just send the wolves out in the exact path that you're going, and if there's any mines, they'll blow up on the wolves instead of your actual heroes, and it doesn't actually give away anything.
Quite a bit of time being put into this. Last band of the stage, Wind Ranger going to join the ranks of the rest of them. So it looks like Execration, you know, they've looked back, they've opened Dota buff and seen, hey, hang on a second, let's get rid of some of these heroes that Myth have been picking up.
Yep. Ghost's brother, Lonely Chucky, played a pretty good Wind Ranger in the last game, so why not just take it away? Might mean that they're wanting to abandon a little bit of stuns this game, you know, go for a little bit more perhaps on the damage front than the CC to be able to, you know, lock down a lot of these fights.
Really wonder when the mid laners are going to get picked up. Who's going to show it first? And because we didn't really get any bans in the second phase. I mean, the Primal Beast, I suppose. But
Just now bang out like Storm Ember. Just
I mean, I would imagine that Execration are going to pick it with their last pick of this phase.
Yep. Yeah,
Just-
the 18th.
Yeah, it's protected. You can then have the 2 bans to follow it up for the biggest counters to it. So I wonder, like, if Myth Avenue Gaming are going to pick their mid, it either needs to be now or it needs to be at the very end.
A lot of reserve time. Thinking about what they want, they're going to go down the Phoenix route, so it gives them
Good scaling.
yes, very good scaling. Team fight as well, which is something that the Phoenix provides. We'll see what the response is going to be from Myth Avenue Gaming. Of course, you are now looking to address this Supernova. It is no catch though, which again we've been speaking about. The mid laners very playmaking heavy, and a lot of those are those slippery spirit heroes and puck. So that is something that Phoenix does not provide.
You know, I love, well, as a support player, I hate the hero, but Night Stalker I think can work. Obviously, Supernova is like a mini counter to it, but you just want to get on those backlines, I think, as the Night Stalker. That's the big thing for me this game. And I really feel like the positioning of the supports on Execration this game is going to be so vital. So anything that's just able to, you know, get across territory to be able to find them is going to be the best thing that you could possibly hope for if you're on Myth Avenue Gaming. Like something like an Ember Spirit, for example, you get a Searing Chains into, you know, whatever on any hero besides Phoenix or Techies. They either toss their Taser or they toss the Sunray out, and suddenly that hero just doesn't die. So I think you need something to initiate reliably on those heroes. Venge, probably not the one, but it also provides Myth Avenue Gaming with a little bit of protection if Execration are wanting to go down the similar sort of route.
Venge always going to be offering you some decent scaling as well. Add in that bit of minus armor.
Yep.
Is it still as busted as what it kind of was when those changes came out?
It's pretty busted.
Okay.
Anything that just allows you to trade unequally with your opponent is always going to be busted.
Oh, Phoenix, how much armor have you got? Oh, yeah.
It's gone.
Minus even more.
Pretty much. And the attack damage reduction as well. You know, Rubik has it, Venge has it. I guess Underlord has it a little bit, but he's not Giga Strong right now just because the position 1 counters to it don't feel that good. Or sorry, they are too good. And there's a little bit more of that team fight. Yeah.
That's a steal as well, right? We could have easily seen Execration pick up the Mars there. You talking about lack of control. You add in that arena to a Supernova and a blast off and stuff like that. Things get nasty. And now it's still a Mars with a Grimstroke. So it's not like they've lost anything on their side.
Yeah, and I mean, you drop that arena and you're not going to be able to blast off into the arena, right? Like, that's one of the things. The Hekies just hits the wall. So that's a fun little interaction that provides a little bit of that protection. You never know. Maybe they're going to go for one of these squishier ranged heroes now, because you've got a little bit of protection from the Venge. You've got protection from the arena. You've got, yeah, you're probably not going to want to use Inkswell onto something like, I don't know, a Drow. I'm not saying it's a Drow game, but it could be if Execration, their next few picks enable it. But you definitely need someone that's going to be active at the very start of this game for Myth Avenue Gaming, for Wonderboy to be able to play. Do Execration go? I mean, do you just directly respond to the Mars? That I don't... Bob doesn't pull... No, sorry. I don't think Wonderboy plays the mid Mars.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does.
He does?
I think so.
I could see it working, but I'm just worried about his scaling potential, to be honest. Like, Flex is good, but you don't want a useless mid hero, you know?
And the Mars can quite often be that. If you do not...
If you fall off hard.
Yes. If you don't get a couple kills. And it feels like the item build's a little bit awkward on a mid Mars as well.
Do you need an egg hitter nowadays? Because that was always a big topic around Phoenix when it was picked. Oh, we need to pick Lina. We need Mirana or Snapfire to kill the egg.
I think you can look at it 2 ways, like have an egg hitter or a way to reset fights. It might be a little bit difficult now just because Rolling Thunder and the Roar makes it, you have to kind of stand your ground and fight. And regardless, already the 3 heroes on Myth Avenue don't disengage very well. I mean, I guess swap and you can get out, or maybe if you use arena defensively, but Execration, we're going to see them go down the Pangali route, so you will now, of course, have the opportunity to pick your counter matchup into the mid-Pango on Bob.
And he's already going against a Grimstroke as well, so you are subject to potentially being locked in place by that Soulbind. Also swap I guess, is a factor to be able to provide a little bit of protection. I still wouldn't mind seeing them address it a little bit more. Like someone that I want to see someone on Myth Avenue that builds Nullifier at some point of this game. The lane is fine, right? Like you really like having this Ember Spirit against the Pangolier. It, of course, is enabled by the Grimstroke. I still want to see the Nullifier both for the Shield Crash and for the eventual Solar Crest that I'm sure is going to come out from probably CML.
Now, this is where the mind games come into play. It's actually carry Beastmaster, offlane Pango, and the Huskar last pick mid against the Ember Spirit is going to come out.
Get destroyed. That would be amazing.
I mean, offlane Pango hasn't really been a thing for a while now, though, sadly. There's like, I don't know, Sacred plays it in South America, but outside of that, it's like, nah.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, FPZ played it a little bit.
And my boy Zai, but
retired.
We only talk about current players.
Yeah.
One of the greats, for sure.
So what are we missing here? We've got 2 supports, offlane and mid, do the carry for Myth, and Execration. Carry for them?
Just build me Nullifier and have an ability to jump the backlines. Like, they're banning out Faceless Void. Are they considering something like a PA? Like, just for a lane with some minus armor, you do pretty well against the Beastmaster if he decides to go the Boar route. You're able to jump onto the Phoenix and burst through pretty quickly. You can deal some damage to the Rolling Thunder just with your Stifling Dagger.
Would you like someone to take objectives?
Yes. And I'm not sure exactly what that might be, but I'm trying to think of, like, what heroes accomplish everything that I'm saying.
Terrorblade.
Backline, but also build Nullifier, but also push towers. There's not many.
Yeah.
Like a Sven? Maybe?
This is where we need the Dota 2 hero list in front of us, because we're getting old and memories are fading.
Yeah.
He's not. He's only 24.
You're only 24? You're 10. You're a decade younger than I am. My God.
Sorry, brother.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, isn't it? Who's that? It's a Luna.
Okay, there's some tower taking. Decent against the Beastmaster for sure. Provides certainly that group up and go aspect along with the Vengeance Aura from the Venge. And again, it's not quite the Drow that I was talking about, but it fulfills a similar niche, right? You can sit back, you've got people to protect you, which is exactly what you want. What do you get now? I mean, you mentioned the Terrorblade before. Do you just Terrorblade now?
I mean, I don't know, you can get away with a Spectre or like something like that this game even.
I'm just thinking of the reflection against the a Lifestealer.
Lifestealer.
This is what I was thinking when like the Mars was picked. I was thinking instead of the Pangolier that might be when they revealed that, and that would have led to them not necessarily getting counter-picked in the lane. But I guess they were feeling a little bit more like they wanted to protect the carry. They wanted to make sure that Nisha Baby had plenty of confidence going into this one, because that's what they really need, right?
Yep.
They want to make sure that their newest player is feeling confident, give them a good lane, make sure that they're able to make it work.
Do you think it's a good lane? I'm a bit concerned about the...
Against the Mars?
I just think Phoenix is a pretty poopy laner.
Yeah,
and
but I think Lifestealer trashes Mars in lane.
I mean, Lifestealer has like a free game, right?
Yes.
I think it's a very good Lifestealer game, but I
mean, if Phoenix will die like 4 times in lane, and Lifesteal will have perfect last hits, run around and kill people.
Do you need to even go forward too much on the Phoenix? I don't think you do. Like, you could use your good right-click damage for sure, and then just on the Fiery Spirits play. I don't think Lifestealer needs too much babysitting this game.
I don't know. With the Phoenix, though, it's like, do you need to? And what else? I'm bored. I want to go click enemy heroes a little bit.
Pretty much. I think his main job is just to protect the hard camp, make sure that's disabled to enable the Lifestealer to have a really good lane. So we shall see how it all pans out. Bob looking stoic as ever, but that will change very shortly. I'm waiting to hear those big yells come through. It looks like they're feeling pretty confident. What do you reckon? Who are we favoring?
the left team was... Execration was the Lifestealer, right? So, yeah, I think...
You'll find out in a second.
Yeah,
we'll get into game and we'll see. I'm also trying to remember. My God, Dota 2, it just all merges together.
Left was Myth Avenue.
Yeah.
Tons of drafts.
Grimstroke was Myth Avenue.
Grimstroke, Venge, Ember.
Who do you favor?
Execration.
Do you favor Execration?
I think it's Lifestealer who's going to munch on them all. Yeah. So I'm going to go with them, but it's time for the game now. We can pop over to this best of one and hand it over to Aries and Danog.
Now we can confirm who is indeed on the left side, who is indeed on the right side. I'm full agreement. I think this Lifestealer, if you get off to a good start, I think it's an incredibly free Lifestealer game. We'll see if it's going to be able to get to that stage. We mentioned a lot about the matchup versus the Mars. against the Luna as well, you absolutely destroy this hero. You, of course, Luna very hybrid damage, so the Rage is going to have a lot of mitigating factor against some of the Eclipse. And just the fact that you're able to get on top of the Luna, that's something that she does not particularly enjoy, something that the Juggernaut is also very good at. Jug and Lifesteal kind of go hand in hand against that. So we will see. I like the early game a little bit more from Myth Avenue.
More playmaking ability for sure. But yeah, in terms of how I think the actual team fights are going to play out as opposed to pickoffs, I think Execration should be feeling pretty strong about this one. And I was a little bit more convinced with their actual execution, the Execration execution that we saw earlier in the day. So, oh god, we're going to hit that tree. No, we should be good to go in a little bit of time. I mean, the players have had time to be able to set up all of their settings. Shouldn't be too long until we're into it. Do you have either of these teams making top 4? Execration got second last year, by the way. They lost to Polaris 2-1 in the grand final.
I have IHC, Blacklist,
Asta?
Yeah. I don't know. It's okay.
Polaris is strong too. Yeah, you want Polaris as well.
I was gonna say I want Polaris, and then it's like Execration or Asta. Not quite sure. So
make a pick. Put them on the table.
I'll say Asta. Whoa, lads, this is a high ground where Execration already set up, and we have a Terra Discard, and they will.
Confirmed Execration hater Ares is not feeling very confident about them.
Words in my mouth. That's okay. That's the classic.
Not making top 4. No, but no, they certainly have the stuff to be able to do it. Again, home ground advantage, and I want to see them. We mentioned before about them being so happy-go-lucky, full of energy. Imagine them feeding off the energy of a live Filipino crowd. That would be so high.
Dude, Bob would. Oh, that man would go crazy.
I could see him standing up, raising his arms up in the air, just making absolute havoc happen. See what he can do with the Pangolier. Not the easiest lane into the Ember. We see sometimes the Pango goes like 1 point into the lucky shot to be able to make this lane not so bad, but ever since they made it not disarm, it doesn't quite feel as good as it used to.
I do think overall the early game can really go back and forth though between the Ember and the Pango. Mainly when Pango gets Diffusal is really the big thing, when it can maybe turn a little bit into his favor. Of course the chains is always very frustrating. I will say before Diffusal, I think with the Grimstroke again, this should be very easy for them to be able to put a lot of pressure onto Bob. So we're going to have to keep tabs on how many times he dies until that Diffusal, and then it can kind of go back to his favor. I
completely agree with you, but you also need to consider the fact that if Grimstroke's leaving, that means there is a Mars solo in a Lifestealer lane, which is not what you want either. Like, if you're going to make that happen, you're giving up something else across the map, is essentially what I'm saying. And, you know, once it gets later on, then the Techie's reactive taser starts to come into the equation, then Bob is even more protected. Did he steal that? He did! I think Wonderboy stole that that tree that Bob planted. That's pretty high.
Goddamn mid laners. He needed a pause.
It's the lag.
He needed a pause.
It's the lag. Ooh.
And Wonderboy's like,
he's like, yeah, that's right. Yeah, you need a pause.
That's what I thought. Thank you for the Iron Branch, brother. I appreciate that one a lot. So, yeah, we should.
Easy money, easy 50 gold.
Extra value out of the Tango too. Even more worth it. So.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll,
and the mental damage. We don't talk about emotional damage enough on this.
It's always going to be a pretty big factor here. So, did you say a team that you favored?
Execration.
Execration. Is through the full stage of this game, or are there some concerns where maybe they're not going to be as strong?
I do agree with you that they're going to have this point where, you know, prior to the Diffusal, it's going to be scary, especially because, like, Ember's another one of those heroes that really doesn't need much to get active, right? All you need is the Mage Slayer. It used to be the Orb of Corrosion and Phase Boots and a Wand, but yeah, it certainly does look to get very active very early on.
What about this? CML playing Techies instead of the Phoenix 5, how you, of course, Shank's playing the Phoenix on the off lane now. Do we feel like this is... were they worried about how this lane was going to go? Maybe they felt like Phoenix was going to be a bit of a concern, so they wanted a stronger laner in the Techies, or What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think that's part of it, but also, again, it could just come back to make the new guy comfortable. You know, like Techies is going to be so much more confident at being able to just trade a lot of these right clicks. You're not in a position where you're going to be caught out. You're not cooldown reliant. And you got to say, like, Tino's just going to continue shoving these lanes out. So you're not even, like, necessarily fighting in this bottom lane if you're Execration. You're just making sure that Tino gets his farm, Shanks gets his levels.
Yep.
And, well, looks like they will eventually be able to get that that D-ward off on the camp. So minute 3 looks like they're looking to, again, push the wave in, get the Lotus pool, make a pull happen. That's the MO for Execration, it seems.
I know Tino's been a offlaner for quite some time now, but I think when he transitioned over to the 3 role, his best hero at that time was the Beastmaster.
Yep.
I don't really think it's changed since then. So, of course, he's got his comfort. We're going to have to see how the stacks go towards the Ancients as well, because this is something that the Beastmaster thrives in. What about with the...
Phoenix is good at making stacks as well. That's
Yes.
another potential reason
Yes.
of putting it down on the bottom side.
And we have seen Execration in the past be, with Shanks lineups, have always been very reliant on stacks to be able to get ahead in the early game and go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like, you're naturally going to push this lane out. Like, if you're going a Wild Axes build, it means you're going to take stacks. It means you're just farming. You're not really contesting in the lane. All good. The enemy carry might still get their farm, but I don't think you're really all that concerned about that. They feel like they've got the stronger carry-to-carry matchup. They've got the stronger carry-to-off-lane matchup as well for the side lanes. So I think Execration are just very confident in their own draft.
Okay. Itemization for the Beastmaster, is there...
I think he was going for just the Helm of the Overlord.
Okay.
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, Grim, Venge don't do the greatest at dealing with it. Also, Luna probably doesn't want to just be sitting in a lane to try and defend against it. She's more worried about getting that flash farm going. And again, very squishy if she is able to get on top of.
I see, though, this mid lane pretty even at the moment, 18-5 compared to the 17-3. Really, everyone's off to a fine start. I guess maybe Luna's the only one with not as many last hits currently, but it's very even so far to start our third best of 1.
Yep. I think big props need to be given to Bob just with how well he's done in that lane. Of course, you know, it's still about 20-20 in terms of the last hit count, but he's doing such a good job. I don't even know what's happening, man. Like, some players just choose to tip for random moments. I was speaking with, we were talking a bit about Gaming Gladiators earlier. I speak to Celery sometimes. He's like, yeah, sometimes I just tip people randomly for no reason, so the team thinks that their teammates screwed something up. It's all about the mind games, bro.
Oh my god, it's the mental warfare.
There we go.
Chucky, yeah, Blood Grenade as well. Shanks is on top of full creep wave though, and this might benefit the boys on Myth Avenue, or potentially not. Phoenix able to get out of danger. Lloyd eats a lot of damage and almost dies to the Fire Spirit damage over time.
He'll have the salve, and again, like, this is all the while when they were pushing things forward. Probably don't want to stand in the middle of a creep wave like they just did, but it's still the right sort of play, right? Just to make sure that Luna isn't picking up that farm, and again, a bad carry-to-carry matchup for Myth Avenue Gaming is going to become even worse if you're playing off the back of a couple of thousand.
Dude, Tango's got 10 denies.
Yep. Bob's styling on him.
Far out, Mr. Bob. Under a minute away towards the first power runes, of course, so we're going to have to see some of the rotations start to come through from the supports. Not going to be any trouble top. Going to force to use the rage early on. It's going to be cautious of a potential spear from over the trees, but it's fine.
CML's just like, I'll take a few of those things. Trying to pull the creep wave over, give him a bit of a safer space to be able to farm in. One thing I'm a little sad about is I want to see some 1v1 mid. We know C is the king of 1v1 mid. You know, we've got Bob, who was it Squad X that he slayed in a 1v1 mid? Yeah, very good. And then of course Armel, the Kingslayer.
Very nice from Shanks, intercepting Lloyd from moving over to be able to get that power room. Might even find a solo kill as well. Dive over
First
the top,
blood.
and that's going to be first blood for Shanks. And Phoenix is someone who uses so much experience, so it's also going to help secure. Where did the power room go? Not going to matter at the
Denied.
moment. Bob, early use of the Rolling Thunder. No mana for Wonder Boy, but looks like he's going to be okay. Gets back to the safety of the tower. So Rolling Thunder now on cooldown. Could leave Bob a little bit vulnerable to a rotation.
So Tino ended up denying that amp damage with his boar. So yeah, he just didn't want the Ember Spirit to be in a position to pick it up. I'm sure that was sort of the call happening at the time, saying, look, my lane's in a bad spot, send a boar. If it's on the bottom side, just deny it. Don't worry about it. Just we were talking about like one deny being the difference between an outcome of a lane. Like an amplify damage on an Amber Spirit is absolutely the difference between something that could, you know, lean it a little bit more towards Myth Avenue Gaming's side.
You rotate to a side lane, get a double kill. All of a sudden, that's extra gold you need towards that early item, with a corrosion close to the Mage Slayer, whatever that item be. And yeah, it's a very snowbally type of game. So little things pay off. We've got double bounties there. See, the little things, double bounties.
I mean, Grim's about to yoink it away. I think.
Yummy goal.
Yep.
Oh. Not the tree.
Yep. Easy. Didn't shift queue it. Come on, CZY.
The inefficiency.
Inefficiency. That's one thing I know I do better than some pros is shift queue. There's not much, but I shift queue when I pick up runes.
Here we go. Let's. I really want to see how they're going to try and play with the wards around mid lane as well. Very important to, of course, secure them to potentially be able to get that kill onto the Painfully. Overall, like, where would you like the vision to be currently set up from either side?
I'm fine with there being more just to play around this bottom lane for Tino, right? Like, I think he's getting pretty close to being able to have that Vlad's available for himself, so that means maybe they can go for a bit more of these dives. He's only half a level away, and Chucky's nearly dying from having the Primal Roar. So if they just set up vision perhaps behind the tower or near the Twin Gate area, I'd be totally comfortable with that. You've just had the Wisdom Rune spawn. I think both teams have already claimed them, so the supports, especially Shanks, is going to be in a very healthy spot to be able to take one of these fights and be relatively stronger than his compatriots.
Nice on some of the techies. I don't know if there's much Candyloon can really do. Rage is over though, so Speed can push him away, but it's not going to matter. Let's still get the kill. And now even turn over towards the Mars as well. Bob's going to try with the Rolling Thunder. Oh my lord, so close.
Nicely done by Candyloon to be able to get out of that one. Again, there's really not much that you can do against this Lifestealer, and understandably is at the bottom of the net worth right now for the cause, but you know, little plays like that, just being able to get away means that the rotation coming through from the Pango, who's fallen, what,
they should die, Bob.
600 gold behind? What, no Rolling Thunder?
Yeah, you got to go. This is a big opportunity. No Rolling Thunder. And they're going to try and ram them over the top as well. A little bit awkward with the spell casting. Means that Bob will be okay, but you see how aggressive they're going to be able to play when the Rolling Thunder isn't available, but unfortunately that is an opportunity that they will not be able to capitalize on. And now with that, it means Chucky, he's alone, and you're seeing CML along with Tino pushing behind it, past the tower, to try and pressure the Luna from getting a little bit of safe farm.
Is he going to go for the jump? It creeps, but maybe it's just taken a little bit too long, and they feel like the reinforcements might be starting to come through the jungle, and they're dead right. So again, a lot of the vision placed around this side, not too much in the terms of wards, but definitely just using those boars as, you know, a mobile observer ward, and Wonderboy has scouted them out.
Might need a roar. See what Tino's going to try and do to help get some separation.
No points in the chains.
Well, they'll have the Ink Swell to be able to close the distance onto the techies. Should be a pretty easy kill there. The roar comes out. Bob's here as well. It's a lot of damage onto Wonderboy currently without the resources. Ember will not be able to escape. He's getting some separation for the moment, but finally cut down, and now with the Rolling Thunder back up as well. Bob moves on over towards the stairs, and Chucky slain on the low ground. Bob rewarded with the double kill, and now they'll turn their attention over towards the Vengeful Spirit as well, as now Lloyd has no one to play near him. Triple kill for Bob.
And all the while, this is what we were wanting, right? If you're Execration, just a solo 1v1 lane with the Lifestealer against the Mars. Like, you really do not get pushed out of this lane at all, and there's always kill threat coming the other way. So you can just go on the one point of the bulwark just to make sure that he's not taking as much of that, that damage coming through. They were almost able to get one more round of spells off from the techies, but it's enough just to be able to set up onto Wonderboy. They were just waiting for Bob to have all of his spells up again, and, well, he really made the most of it with that triple kill. Yep, just techies things.
What a hero!
Oh, it was a bait!
Alright, well, I mean, that's a big kill for Chucky to be able to... Oh, hang on. Dude, please tell me CML doesn't get the kill. 15 health. Are you serious? It was that close.
Yeah, Zeus ult now. Come on.
Much needed goal for the Luna, though. I mean, you see, what, 600 behind current the Lifestealer, and again, like we've been seeing, this Lifestealer, if you get, I mean, you're going to have a good lane, and once you get past that, you are set up for victory, without a doubt.
He's got Armlet pretty much coming out to him now, which it's a pretty early Armlet for a lifesteal to play around. I saw a Soul Ring come through from the Mars. Obviously, it's pretty standard, right? Just to make sure that you've always got mana for a lot of these fights, especially going up into a Diffusal on the Pango. But even just, it kind of shows that he's going to be using his spells a lot for last hitting for the majority of this laning stage.
middle tower is under attack.
A Radiance coming through next, okay. I mean, feels good against the Luna, for sure. Just another thing to burn through a Flame Guard. Gets rid of some Blink Daggers, perhaps, if you're able to infest into a Pangolier.
Both sides starting to put a lot of attention over the top.
That infest.
Might be a little bit slow. Where's the smoke from Radiant? Not moving over towards Candy Loon.
It's a
Go
deep
under the
dive.
T2 tower. Yeah, no, that's
Just trying to
not gonna
bait some
be the case.
TPs, I think.
I guess it was an Arcane Rolling Thunder, so it's not the longest cooldown. Where is this smoke on Radiant? Oh, they're all the way down to the southern side of the map, so yeah, they're not going to be able to catch anyone. Tino's back towards a triangle.
They didn't really use much, though, on Myth Avenue Gaming to be able to protect against that, so maybe they do want to protect this top side of the map. I mean, can't allow a Siege Creep plus a Lifestealer to just yoink away that Tier 1 tower. Last thing that you want is for Luna to not have space to play with, but...
Oh, nice X-Swap pop. Should still end up going... No, wait, is Lloyd going to live? Dodges the Swashbuckler, now with the Soul Mine there as well. A little bit hesitant at the moment. Wonderboy will tick him down, but the double beam, Bob in some danger, playing the distance, and now without the mana on Wonderboy, he's not going to have any spells to be able to cast. They'll try and deal with the Supernova. They'll be successful at that. Tino lands the Raw, and they'll also get the kill onto the Luna. This is beautiful spell casting from Execration. Bob getting multiple rounds of the Swashbuckle out inside these fights.
Another Rolling Thunder because of that Arcane Rune as well. Looking to chase him down, just make space for the Beastmaster to do the damage to the Tier 1. And if you can get a kill off the back of that, why not? Even just using the illusions to be able to do that little bit more damage. Doesn't look like they'll be able to confirm the kill, but effectively just bodies them away from that mid lane Tier 1 tower.
Dude, this Diffusal Blade, like we're just seeing these kind of longer drawn out fights at the moment. Multiple times we've seen some of the heroes haven't had mana to be able to work with, and being really pivotal in some of these early fights. 4,000 net worth lead from Execration. Vlad's drums into the pipe is going to be the item build for the Beastmaster, so this kind of early game pressure is not going to slow down anytime soon.
Yep, gives them some push, gives them plenty of survivability. You've already got the Lifestealer, which, as you mentioned, Luna being that hybrid damage carry between physical and magic. Now it's kind of benefiting the rest of the team as well. The protection, plus the passive magic resistance, plus the sun.
Nice swap back, going to be in some trouble. Not much tech he's really able to do to protect his position too, and now Wonderboy gets a much needed double kill at the remnants of the Tier 1 tower, and that is Mage Slayer now completed for the previous MVP.
And another 2 bounty routes just available inside of the Execration jungle. So yeah, I can see Mars kind of patrolling around that sort of area. Maybe he wants to yoink that away, or at least force a Rage out of...
Should be able to TP level 2 Rage. Not going to do it now. He's in...
Drop
I
Arena?
guess he's got a creep wave shortly to maybe infest. Oh, get over the top. Not going to be able to. The stomach, if they got the damage, not in time. Infest is just there. My oh my, it was so close. And on the other side of the map, though, Wonderboy, he goes down, and it looks like CZY is going to be in some danger, too. They won't be able to deal with the mine. Tino finds the double kill.
It's just, again, a lot of that distraction plays happening, right? The only reason they were able to get the... hello? Candyloon? Creep's giving him all the information he could possibly want. There's no reason for them to be going that way, and Bob with the tip. He doesn't need the whole sword, just the tip is enough for him. He is balling out this game, 5-1 and 2 on his Pangolier. And he's like, oh yeah, I actually have bounty routes to be able to play around with. Already he's had 2 stolen, and now he's going to just be able to stay active out on the map. But yeah, I mean, what a ballsy decision to not TP away on the Lifestealer, right? It means that, you know, if he's doing that, maybe you're in a position to be able to TP towards mid and protect the Ember Spirit, but instead he says, you know what, I've got a creep wave, I'll be able to infest out of this, I'm farmed enough that I'm going to survive, and it also means that, yeah, the Ember Spirit does end up dying as well.
Is Phoenix level 9?
Yep.
What?
Jake's a big boy.
Look at his network!
Yeah.
I feel like I see this in more than 75% of the Execration games, where Shanks is just...
It stacks. He spent a lot of time stacking. We haven't had our camera on it for too long, but you didn't really need to be in that lane at all once you was level 5 on the Beastmaster. You were just shoving the lane in, no real kill threat. A lot of the action elsewhere was forcing the Venge to be able to protect some of the other lanes, and it meant that you just built up a huge number of stacks on the Phoenix. You know, took a little bit of farm for yourself as well whenever the Bob rotated away from that mid lane, and then, yeah, this is the result, level 9.
Wow. Very early Aghanim Shard from Bob. He had the Manta queued up. I guess, of course, Shard incredible against the chains from the Ember, instantly able to dispel that. You are able on someone like the Pangolier. Speaking of Bob, playing Candy Loon, not the most beneficial use of the arena. That Soulbind's going to make it a little bit awkward for Bob to be able to stop them from retreating back towards the Tier 2 tower.
Completely on the mark with that swashbuckle that time around. And
Grona's here too.
the boy's pretty healthy though. Got a full Sunray onto him, but it's just not enough to be able to do too much of anything at this stage. And you know, it's there's too many Myth Avenue Gaming heroes around for them to go for that full-on dive underneath the Tier 2 tower. But now that you've got the pipe, you can see TP starting to happen. You might not have Rolling Thunder, but Pango doesn't need Rolling Thunder to be able to make a lot of plays happen. He's still got plenty in the old toolkit, and you have dropped behind the Phoenix on the Mars in net worth.
I know we were speaking about the potential of if it's going to be played mid and the difficulty has to scale. That's still the same of an offlane Mars, and it can maybe be even more as we see. I don't know where CML died.
Yeah.
Solo kill for the Luna? Yeah, Eclipse
I
you.
guess
So he's actually. I mean, this is kind of Luna things when you're left alone, though. You of course, have that innate farming mechanic, has done a decent job to catch up, but regardless, it's not like it's the greatest Luna game.
At least she's 2 levels ahead, right? Like, you deep dive, they really want to be able to just connect
Early
that one
rage.
Ghoul Frenzy click onto
Can't
it.
they swap him out of the... Ooh, Yona. Might be some change up, but looks like Bob, again, going to try and cover
Another
his tracks.
great Soulbind.
Defensive swap over towards the right side. Raw's going to stop the speed chain control. Now, Yona's going to be able to get the right clicks off the Candy Loon. They're protected with that Sunray as well, repairing all the damage. Very messy, though. Was awkward to start, almost retreating back to the Tier 2 tower. You felt like maybe there was an opportunity, but Myth Avenue Gaming weren't able to find that split-second chance to be able to capitalize in our Bob as well. Once again, going to continue to move on full. They'll try and deal with the Grimstroke, and they'll do so with ease. They know no fear. Execration with the 8,000 net worth lead. There's nothing stopping them.
I mean, this is the type of draft, like, Tino has everything that you could possibly want, right? He's got drums, he's got Vlads, he's got pipe. That's all you need. You know, are they going to be able to get this kill? Surely not. Surely not. Okay.
Someone else. He's still in a lot of trouble, man. Look, this damage from Shades.
Yep.
He'll get some distance. Is it going to matter? Yeah, I mean, it forces Lloyd to reveal himself, so that's a free kill onto a support. You are not stopping. Radiance now here for the lifesteal lane from lane. That is the objective from Execration. Sweep across the map, make sure there is no room for Radiant to play this game.
Bob just, again, like, he knows he's not really doing the most damage to towers, so just keep enemy heroes away from these lanes, whether it be from shoving the creep wave in or just bodying them away with the defusal. That is a 19-minute tier 2 that they've been able to take out. TP's coming, though. They still have the glyph available, and they end up popping it. Maybe they have protected it. I don't know, though. Sick the boar on it.
Come on, mate. There we go. Charged up. Start with the roar from downtown. Now with the blast off
No
as
swap.
well. They're going to have the damage.
Oh, it just
Maybe
came up.
not. Gets it off in time. Wonderboy swap over to the left side. Join up with the infest damage. It's not enough. Wonderboy stays alive, but a well-worthy sacrifice for Lloyd. Tier 2 tower still does go down in the end.
Very short swap. He ended up walking back the other way, but at the end of the day, that's not what really matters. What matters is you get your Ember back to safety. I mean, he's the one that's keeping a lot of these pushes away. Maybe this is the game. I know Mage Slayer, great item, but maybe this is the actual Maelstrom game that you want on the Ember Spirit, just to keep lanes shoved.
That's maybe even a worse spot.
Okay, nice. Does I see him? Team? TPs?
No way.
No TP on him.
Oh my god, that is so unfortunate, Chucky.
You should know. I was about to say, he's got the Manta style, so you can, like, make a little bit of your own lane shove happen on the Luna, but it doesn't work if you're dead, unfortunately. And looks like it's going to be one of those nice 20-minute Roches that I was talking about, right?
Radiant nearby. Can they contest this? 4v5, no Luna.
I don't know, man. Everything would need to go right, and you've got, like, the Roshan arena area to be able to play with the Supernova. It just provides way too much protection.
Yeah, they're going to give it up. Free Roche for Execration. Who takes it? Bob? No, I think Yona got it. So, Ages onto the lifesteal. Instant smoke from them as well. They're going to look to go through the portal. No one's towards the top side of the map. Maybe if they're fast enough, they can shove the wave and potentially get the Wisdom Room as well.
And Tormentor, of course. It's early enough. Maybe they just feel that they don't need to do it with everyone. I mean, you've got an Aegis now on the Lifestealer, so...
This is a very interesting move because Yona's still showing this bottom lane, so it's going to be difficult to read the smoke, and we see as a result, straight on top of the Luna with the Rolling Thunder and the help of Tino's damage swap once again, but it's not going to matter this time. They'll secure the kill onto the core. Now they'll look for more as well. Supernova at the ready, cast it into the middle. A 2-for-1. Arena will help them look to reset aways. Wonderboy should be okay with the ramp.
He's on the backlines.
How did he get there? The Grimstroke ran all the way around. Have they got a Hex? Who's got a Hex? 21 minutes in.
That better not be Shanks. That better not be
serious,
Shanks.
Man?
He's got
Execration.
8.7k
He's
gold.
got a Hex. What is this?
What a gamer.
He's got 1,100 gold in the bank. He's almost got a shard.
Easy game for Shanks. Never in doubt.
Oh my God.
I'm just surprised at how Lifesteal was able to get there so quickly. Did he just run from the bottom lane all the way up? There's nowhere else for him to TP2.
Maybe TPT1? I don't know if it's... yeah, it's up. I don't know. Regardless, incredible. Run straight to top. I love that move, though. You show the Lifesteal in the lane. You go through the portal. Exactly right. Unkillable. Maybe they think they're playing behind him to take that tier 2 tower. Go through the portal, straight towards the Ancients. You know that's where the Luna's going to be farming. You set up an incredible fight. Now you can potentially high ground.
They've still got that siege creep to be able to play around with. I guess the one thing maybe holding them back is a lack of ultimates. But really all you need to do is just set up camp right outside their base. You've taken tier 2 top. You've taken tier 2 mid. Maybe you take tier 2 bot and look to try and make something happen. You can see... Oh, poor Candyloon on his Mars. He's just on the bottom side, still behind the Phoenix on net worth, and he doesn't feel safe to even show in that lane for a second.
How much is this BKB on Luna going to, like 1% extra chance? Is it really that next big spike? And if you don't win this BKB fight, do you feel like this all hope is kind of lost?
It's really weird, right? Like, you want to be able to pop it super early on, and then maybe you can, like, Manta dodge out a Roar or something like that, but you really need to be super on point with a lot of your spell casting. And now they've even got the most broken shard in the game, in my opinion. The tech is reactive tasers, so whoever gets gone on, you got to be very careful that you're not just annihilating yourself.
So we do always have to be cautious about this potential swap back, maybe if you're even...
Well, we were talking about a lack of ultimates 30 seconds to a minute ago. They got them all now.
This has to be perfect.
Yeah.
Smoke up. There's the
Not
start.
bad.
A long-range spear onto the barracks. This could be the opportunity for the Infest bonus health. Keeps him alive. Arena's going to be laid down, but no one wants to jump into 5 with a potential level 2 egg on the head as well. So T3 tower gone. You've got a BKB now on Chucky, but it seems like Execration have set up.
You still use no ultimates outside, well, Rolling Thunder now, but see you later, Candyloon. He is just in way too deep. He's got the buyback at least to be able to play around with.
On Luna. They might be able to blow up before the BKB. The damage has been dealt further down to the south she goes. She's okay, but that is a defensive use of the BKB. They get a double buyback out as well. This is... You're going to stick around. What's going to stop you? Wonderboy's gone as well. No mana into the Hex. Execration. Back-to-back performances from them have been incredibly crisp. It's going to be another 25-minute GG.
Yeah. I don't think they go the GG just yet, but it's damn close, right? Like, it just doesn't feel like you're able to move on forward. They're unkillable. The Infests have been on point. The Sunrays have been on point. The Tasers. You've got Pipe. You've got Drums. They've just got damage and protection.
Kill me, please.
Yeah.
Kill me, someone. 1 health.
He's got 40 seconds. He'll be fine. And he's even got a little bit of extra lifesteal coming through from those Vampire Fangs. Most of the time you're a little worried about going into a Luna during the nighttime because she's got that advantage, but not with the Fangs.
I don't know, man. If you're not killing Bob off the back of that spear, which was probably the best spear you're going to get on a defense, so if you're not doing it, then when are you going to find the opportunity? Is Candyloon trying to find the angle? They want to target Shanks, but he's just jumped too far where no one else can follow up on the arena. Ultimate now completely wasted.
Bob?
You do have Bob in some trouble. Sunray, though, from Shanks means that he's more than okay. repairs a lot of the damage. Bob with the Rolling Thunder, chasing them past the Ancient, as Execration will find a 5-man wipe and force the Gs to be dropped.
It ends up being the classic, right? 26 minutes, 25, 26k net worth lead. That is the mark of an absolute stomping. And, well, Execration, they seem on form. It seems like a day-by-day prospect for them, and for this tournament where realistically they're only playing for 2, maybe 3 days if they get all the way towards that grand final. This is going to serve them in real good stead because they are looking crisp, they are looking clean, they are looking on the same page, and they are looking incredibly scary.
Well, looking like they're going to make their way out of groups, only dropping that 1 game to Blacklist, now 2-1. Execration up in 2nd place with only Whoops to play, I believe, now as their final opponent. So it looks like pretty smooth sailing for Execration in that group so far. And yeah, I mean, what can be said? Very crisp gameplay from Execration through and through. Having 2 unkillable heroes, you're talking about the Beastmaster and Lifestealer, both the heroes showing on lanes at multiple stages in that match, saying, hey, look at me. Meanwhile, you know, Phoenix with
the
a
rest
Hex
of them are just playing
just
elsewhere.
diving you and killing you. Yeah, I mean, really Myth. They were out looking and hunting for kills. They desperately needed them with this Venge, Grim, and Ember. Candy Loon had a very, very sad game. No real opportunities to arena outside of defensive ones. It was just so tough going up against a cohesive Execration lineup like this.
That's it, Shanks. Give him the heart. But yeah, the Hex, ridiculous. The fact that you can have this Veil on a support, I much prefer it compared to something like an Ember Spirit. It doesn't give you that same level of scaling potential. Yes, I know it can eventually build into something like the Shivas, and that feels kind of nice, but I really prefer to see Ember Spirit be a little bit more of that right-click threat, because you saw they built the pipe, they had the rage, they had BKBs, they had Rolling Thunder to be able to play around with. If you're worrying about magic damage and spell damage in an effect with the Veil, it's really just going to be not quite as effective. You can see at the very end there, Wonderboy was trying to build into a Desolator, but it just wasn't enough.
I mean, that really was the story of the game, really. I mean, Ares, they tried. They tried. Myth, they look solid in certain situations where they are smoking as 3 or 4, getting these ganks going, allowing Wonderboy to play forward aggressively, but it was just a losing battle.
We can see all during the game what exactly happened, right? This was off the back of Shanks getting a very nice first blood to be able to get things started, make his way towards that Hex, but it was really just that raw setting up for everything that they could have possibly hoped for. I think Shanks even ends up almost getting away with this one, but really it was the Bob show for the first, 20 minutes of this game. He was getting triple kills everywhere. He was landing swashbuckles on 4 heroes at a time.
He was getting Arcane Runes up.
Yeah, also that.
Just out of the sleeve non-stop. Only Rolling Thunders. We had like 20 Rolling Thunders in 20 minutes.
That's very impressive.
They were able to turn it around right off. They ended up dying to just the Supernova burn here, unfortunately, for Wonderboy. That's another swashbuckles, man. They're so good.
There's going to be a lot of momentum now for Execration. With I know we've seen, of course, previously this roster with Palos. There were a lot of hopes for them in Southeast Asia. We saw them, of course, play at multiple lands, well, multiple majors. Last DPC, no longer Palace with them, of course, Yono or Nisha Baby. I think he's been off to a great start so far, and they have also looked a little bit shaky in some of the qualifiers we've seen so far, you know, Dream League and Bedroom Darcher. So, you know, you come in today with 2 victories on the main stream, and 2 very, very dominant victories as well is the important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're looking incredibly strong. They look like I like the fact that they can trust Nisha Baby to be able to carry these games, right? They give him the best possible pick that could have hoped for in the draft. They even switched up the lanes with the supports to make sure that was the case. And then, yeah, it is to help him in a way, but it also just means that, you know, your techies and your Phoenix are free to make plays across the map, / make stacks. It just felt like, A, Bob had too good of a lane in mid for the matchup that he had, and B, there was just no saving that Mars, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, how much of a difference is this with like the skill of the team overall? Because I mean, we've talked about like team cohesion, playing together as 5, making these moves. Is it the speed at which Execration are doing things? I mean, Ares, what do you reckon? Is it like their draft, their lineup is built for this? What are they doing differently?
You could just, maybe it's just execution. I think Bob just took over the game with some of the rotations, and I think Shanks as well with his Phoenix in the early game. I think you get a couple of power runes, you're on an active hero. We've seen it on the likes of Gaming Gladiators. You Quinn on the Pain Go, you get all these runes, and
he's vibing.
He's vibing. Early diffusal game just in terms of that.
Tino did a great job at manipulating the map as well, right? Like constantly shoving in lanes, using his boars, not just to sit idly farming in a lane. They were active. They were scouting around across the map. Sure, he fed a couple of them, but at 10, 15 minutes, who really cares? Like a boar isn't going to make the biggest difference, but it gave so much information and it let the rest of them make the plays.
I like the item build too. It was a little bit different than what we've seen, right? The Vlad's into drums, into pipe.
Yep.
So instead of like the Helm Dome, very, very, wanting to be up in your face, very active, very aura and 5v5 team fighting. So cool to see out of Tino. Like we said, it's probably is his best hero, I'd say, on the Beastmaster in the 3. So good stuff for Execration.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the speed at which they're playing, incredible stuff there. But that wraps up our day. We will be replaced by a much prettier, more handsome panel, as you'll have MLP John and Fluke taking over the last 2 games of the day. 2 more best of ones here for the group stage. We'll see you in a couple of days.
Guess the character. Ready? Ready? 4-4. Guess the character. Nanalo na ba? Let's see. Roshan! Congratulations!
Samsung Rosan. Ah, talaga? Rosan na ba eh? Ayun, sabi niya nga.
Okay! Hindi pati kami napaisip kung tama ba? Pero hindi sagot sila eh. So yun nga, ladies and gentlemen, ang nanalo dito sa Guess the Audio, Guess the Voice. Palapakan naman natin, team number 2!
Nakabawi.
Papipiliin na lang ng team number 2 kung ano ba ang punishment ng team number 1. Game! Drink sour lemon.
With no reaction.
Listen yun. So drink sour lemon without reaction. So sabi na natin ngayon.
Shot.
Shot puno. Game? Iba! Next. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ano yung natin yung kwento? Okay. Kasi, here we go. Poker face. No reaction at all.
Easy challenge. Easy challenge.
So, if ever na-enjoy nyo itong video natin, yung mga challenges natin, don't worry kasi marami pa tayong susunod na challenges. So, wala kayong gagawin kung hindi antayin nyo lang para mas ma-enjoy natin at para mas maging exciting yung mga araw natin ngayon. Once again, ako nga si Phil, kasama ko si Kuya Nick, and see you on to the next one. Tayo ay nagbabalik sa pinakabagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl at kami nga pala yung mga host for today. Ako nga pala si Kuya Nick at kasama ko si Kuya Nick. Kasama natin ang mga nagagawa po ng kagandahan natin mga Predator Masters and Bastards para sa ating susunod na challenge dito sa araw na ito.
Nawala ni Maggie yung Among Us.
Oo, tama.
Alam mo na kung sino hindi marunong sa kanila.
Pero sayang.
Congratulations.
Congratulations sa makatindi. Team 2 naman ang nakuwagi para sa meeting na ito,
Yes.
challenge na ito. At sadly, ang kukuha na naman ng challenge is ang team number 1. Ayan, sobrang sayang. Pero yeah, tuloy-tuloy natin to. Punishment na. Game. Ano ang magiging punishment ng team number 1?
Hindi, ito na, parang may ulo ka. Hindi,
Oh, GT ko na, Ben.
parang dito ro.
Or inuubos niyo ba to?
Hindi, papasok.
Oh!
Ano yan?
Ano yan?
Ay, hindi.
Chubby.
Bakit ako kikinig? Chubby Bunny.
Alright, without further ado, umpisahan na natin yung punishment ng
Yes.
team number 1. At ito ang Chubby Bunny. Kuya Nick, paano ba to? Sample naman.
Ganito.
Sample.
Kaya nga, ganito. Mas cute pag sila gagawa niya. Okay? Mas cute pag sila gagawa niya. So, team 1, let's do our punishment already.
Here we go.
Nakadamay na naman ako dyan eh.
Sa ganun lang yan, ha? Sa ganun lang yan. Ang gagawin natin is kakain lang sila. First marshmallow, then sabay-sabay silang magsasalita, masasabi ng Chubby Bunny. Pero, hindi Chubby Bunny sasabihin natin. Meron twist. Meron tayong tongue twister na sasabihin.
Yan.
Ayan.
Mister.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yun. Okay, basic, di ba? English.
Tapos na yung ating next challenge for today's video. So, ang kailangan natin gawin is sit back and relax at antayin yung mga bago nating uploads, yung mga bago nating video sa ilalabas dahil for sure, sobrang init, sobrang excited at sobrang saya nito. And, Principal, kasama ko si Kuya Nick at kita-kits sa susunod na episode. At tayo ay nagbabalik sa panibagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. At right now, kung napapansin nyo, yung mga brand ambassadors and ambassadors natin ngayon, medyo bumabaril na dahil ang next challenge ay Better Half Winning.
Yan. Para ipaliwanag ko ng better half.
Let's watch this! So nakita na natin yung mechanics para sa ating challenge na Better Half. And right
Yes.
now, Kuya Nick, kita natin yung ating mga brand ambassadors and ambassadors na nakaupo na. Yan na. Magbubukas na. Nakikita natin ngayon. Gusto ko rin ako ng mga comment. Grabe naman sa ibig. Nagkakas na agad. Makikita na.
Building.
Grabe! Lahat! Hindi ka experience sa site na to eh.
Ready, ready.
Dati.
Ito, makakalunin natin sa play yan.
Judge! Sinhatgan! Ito maging mahaba-haba ang oras pwede kayong mag-chill, pwede kayong mag-alipan pero magkikita kayo sa big.
Yes.
Despite, let's take what they have.
Na. Go! May plano to.
Yung sa akin din may plano. Sobrang sneaky nung dalawa na pinapakita nila. Lumabas na eh.
Satchel out. Outrun me.
Ayun na yun! Alam nila! Ito Kuya Nick, pag-usapan na natin na what spell mangyayari. At Team 2 ang gagawa, no? Finally, nakabawi na ng Team 1 dun sa lahat ng punishment na natanggap nila. Pero sino ba ang pinakaunang contestant sa harapan?
Ang una nating mag-vat spell, syempre, ang kanilang one and only, siya daw ang secret formula. So dahil ang secret formula, ikaw ang mauuna sa ating punishment.
GBB? Okay, GBB, 3, 2, 1, go! C! C-H!
It's yun! Sige, I. B.
Yun!
I. B. Y. C.
Anong C?
Okay na.
Next! 3, 2, 1, go!
A. Okay. M. R. A.
Si Amara parang sumasayaw eh, no?
Ay, wait, isa pa pala, sorry.
Bonus pa, di ba? Good spelling.
G! Next one, G! E! Alright! Host for this video, ako nga pala si Vince, kasama ko si Kuya Nick. You are watching The Predator Bunker Brawl. See you until the next one! What is up guys? Phil here and welcome sa Predator Bunker Brawl, which is magkakaroon tayo ng set of challenges and punishments para mas maging mainit pa ang araw nyo. And of course, kasama natin ang mga magaganda at sobrang gwapong Predator brand ambassadors and brand ambassadors. At syempre, bago tayo magsimula sa ating pinakaunang challenge for the day, konting banter muna sa dalawang teams natin ngayon. Team 2, meron ba kayong gusto sabihin sa Team 1? Friendly banter.
Good luck on you, bay.
Sabi ni Chibibi, syempre i-translate natin yun. Good luck daw, sabi ni Chibibi kasi kailangan niya yun. How about yung Team 1 bird, pero gusto niya sa kanila?
Good luck sa'yo, bay.
Good luck sa'yo ba? Ano yung isa?
GG easy.
Alright, so natitignan natin yung mga thoughts ng dalawang teams natin today. So hindi natin ito patatagalin pa. Skip. Alright, so far,
Horse riding.
meron kayong 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Uy! Next level yun na! Ayos yun na! Okay, next! One lang! Meron silang 1 point.
Adik.
Yung ating konti na lang pare. 1 minute 20 seconds. Pass. Next na lang. No pressure, 1 minute remaining. Basically yung pass.
Hindi, yung teaser na ano, na
30 seconds. Pass. Okay, next. Okay, meron pa kayo 20 seconds. So, ang nakuha nila, they have 2 points. So, congratulations. So, punta naman tayo sa team number 2. Hindi natin ito matatagalin pa. Team number 2, timer starts now! 1-0 lang, ha? Grabe naman yun, man! 1-0. Pwede mag-pass. Keeper. 2 points. Basic. Grabe yun, ha? Diyos ko, ilan pa lang? Men, 20 seconds pa lang, 2 points na.
Sniper.
Okay, 3 points. Okay, may 3 points na grabe. Uy! Okay! Hindi na 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 points already. Nakapalit din team number 2. Tama, 6 points already, man. Grabe yung team number 2. Diyos ko. What? 7 points! points. Sadly, ang team 1, 2 points. Ang team number 2 ang pipili ng punishment na gagawin ng team number 1. So, here we go. Ayan na. GBEB, do the honors. Ayan na. Kinakabahan na. Uy, at ang challenge nila at ang punishment nila is Dynamite Roulette. Ayan. So, yeah. Mahilig pa sa spicy foods. Hindi ka mahilig sa spicy foods. Mahilig sa spicy foods. Okay. So, dalawa hindi mahilig. So, feeling ko talaga medyo mainit ang mga bibig nila mamaya kasi on their first punishment. Ready? Dynamite Roulette. Here we go. Direk, ano nga? Extra rice. Tsaka ketchup na rin. So, kaya mo. Hindi ba ka, pero hindi mo kinain yung pula eh. Yung kaputi yung kinain niya. Wow. Okay, game.
Hindi naman makakagawin sa'yo. Iba na, pero hindi malakad makakagawin sa kanya.
Okay. Ibig sabihin, mataas yung tolerance nila sa... Pakita natin ang ating challenge for the day. At huwag kayo mag-alala dahil napakadami pa natin challenges sa mga susunod pang episodes. So we're inviting everyone to come and join at panoorin at antayin yung mga susunod nating episodes na ilalabas dito sa Predator. Welcome nga pala sa panibagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. And of course, kami nga pala ang host for the day. Ako si Phil, kasama ko si Kuya Nick. Kuya Nick, meron naman tayo mga panibagong episodes ngayon.
Yun na nga.
Challenges.
Another challenge, another video.
Matindi ang gagawin natin video dahil ang challenge natin ngayon ay fast fingers, pabilisan ng daliri sa pagkakan. At kasama na ulit natin ang ating magagandaan, poking mga Predator, Brand Ambassador, and Ambassadors, of course, for Team 1. Andito si In at ayun, si Bert. For Team 2.
Yan na nga, Team 2. Ikaw na bahala dyan.
Okay. Andito si Maggie. Ayan. Tsaka syempre, si GBB. Hindi nakakalimutan. So syempre, ulitin natin ang next challenge natin ay fast fingers. Ready na kayo? Ready ka na? Timer starts now!
Huwag ka pa ulit.
Bawo na. Oy! Boom!
Tapos na?
Uy, napalo na 2 beses.
Naku po, sobrang tryhard mo naman. Kaibigan, oh. Nakatrastok mo ako eh. Di ba?
Uy! 1-0.
1-0 in favor of
GBB. Team 2. Ready? Ready? Here we go. Fast fingers. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ang daya ni GBB. Yung kamay! Ba't yung kamay yung pinapalo mo?
Nagano kasi kanina eh. Hindi mo naman alam na bawal ang kamay.
Ang daya!
Oo, madaya ang GBB.
Oh!
Nice one.
Tapos na, ladies and gentlemen, 2-0 in favor of Team 2 again! Team number 2 ang nanalo dito sa Fast Fingers. So, Team number 1 ulit ang gagawa ng punishment.
Kain mo po.
So, Dipit, papakita natin yan in 3, 2, 1. Kuha sila ng cookie, then may ruleta.
Yes.
Kung saan pumunta yung ruleta na yun, doon
ang dip.
Doon i-dip yung cookie, then kakingin nila. Pero tatlo sila, di ba? Team 1 nandito. Pero feeling ko, kulang eh.
Ito na nga. Based on the management, tsaka may Instagram yung nakita meron pong foul na nangyari wherein inulog po ng isang participant sa kabila that resulted into negative output. So therefore, kailangan po namin patawan ng penalty.
Si Bibi? Management yun. Deep all sa bagoong!
Hindi pa naman eh. Ano? Pagin na. Harap yan.
Sarap. Okay, next. What's the bird?
Isa na naman yan eh. Isa na naman yan. Okay. O, ikot natin direct. Ang kanyang dip, special na ketchup. Vinegar. Konti.
Kunti.
Isa pa?
Oh!
Pinagin mo yung buong Soy sauce.
Uy,
Uy, konti.
Yan. 1, 2, 3.
Ew!
Okay.
Masarap, isa pa
Sarap,
daw.
isa pa.
Sa patis naman.
Mayonnaise.
Ay, di po.
Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise!
Wala akong kinalaman dyan sa roulette na yun.
Here we go.
New recipe.
Sarap.
Pwede.
Pwede.
Ayun. I'm sure pa ako.
Hindi na tayo mai-internalize pa.
Baka pwede sa business.
Uy!
What?
Okay, so yun ang ating matinding punishment dun sa ating fast players na game. Dumating tayo sa panahon na sa GPB. Dumaan pa talaga sa butas ng karayom.
Kailangan
manalo.
may fair tayo rito.
Kaya tapos na yung isa nating challenge for the day. At kita-kits na lang sa susunod na video.
With the Predator Helios 3D 15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts, the Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores of flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
What is up guys? Ovil here, back in again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to, sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maagang-maaga siya para sa game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, para natin, we have Kuya Nick! Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Oo. Ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So kung napapansin nyo sa GPP, ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga nalating niya sa teammates niya. And syempre, wala talaga sila mahilig dahil suot nila ang Predator Ganea. Tara, try natin. Nalating mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig. Kahit isa, meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spido! Spido!
Spell na simulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Orayon.
Okay.
Oy! What? Orayon. Octagon. X. Octagon. 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 Octagon! Octagon!
Ayan, pinapapansin na talaga natin pag-internalize nila. Kaya kung ako sa'yo, GBB, sulat mo na.
Okay, next.
Play. 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 Play! Ang background, diba? Play for fix. Play for fix.
Tama naman din.
Pass.
Perfect.
Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage quit.
Kung hindi marunong na sa dulo nyo, medyo alangan.
Dito na yung pinakabait. Ito
Oh,
pinakakusulat.
shit,
No, pwede. Dapat sinasabi niya.
Kahit sobrang galit ng first and second mo, pero yung third, tanong. Okay, sulat mo namin. No, next down. 15 seconds.
Set! Wala tayo tayo.
Seven.
Tanggapin na natin.
6. Wala silang nakuha rin. Pero sobrang lungkot lang talaga. Pero it is what it is. Team number 1 is handa na. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ano sila yun? Di ba yung strategy na dito ko yun? Tahimik.
Less noise sila.
Oo.
Yan yung order na team eh.
Oh.
At dahil dyan ang prediction ko 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 billion score, parang yan ang...
Yun! Muntik
Okay,
na.
okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Pass, pass.
Soba. Soba. No. Soba. 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 Aim. Aim. Bot. Bot. Point. Bot. Aim. Point.
Import.
Point.
Okay na.
Aim.
Easy GG. Ayan. Ayan.
Stand proud.
Oy, yun na.
Stand
Yung
proud.
akala ko yun.
Stand proud.
Step bro. Yun.
Stand
Ang
proud.
ginagawa mo, Bert? Easy! Easy! At the end of the day, meron silang 1 point. At right now, alam na natin kung sino ang panalo. Ayun na. So pipili na ang Team 1 kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng Team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment ni gentlemen. Pero meron tayong plot twist. Ano yun? Ano? Sabi ng nakararami, si Kuya Nick ay sasali! Wala ka dyan. So yun na nga. Para sa ating next punishment, ito na, handa na ang this or that drink. Ano ba?
Oh, yun, okay na.
Feeling ko hindi ko siya dapat gustuhin. Pero parang masarap.
Ano yun?
Tama na. It's Coke.
Mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis na mahirapan, nag-i-enjoy pa. Matindi, sobrang cute na
Basta kami ng sobrang dami. Parang soy sauce eh.
Masarap.
Sobrang dami.
Masarap. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pinapanood natin ang ating sumunod na video. Pero don't worry, dahil napakadami pa nating mga challenges and videos na ilalabas. My name is Phil, and see you until the next one. What is up guys? Phil here, back in again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to, sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maaga siya para sa game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, para natin, we have Kuya Nick! Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Oo. Ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So, kung napapansin nyo sa GBB, ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga narinig niya sa teammates niya. And syempre, wala talaga sila mahindig dahil suot nila ang Predator Ganea. Tara, try natin. Narinig mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig. Kahit isa, meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So, timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spido! Spido!
Spell na simulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Orayon.
Okay.
Oy! What? Orayon. Octagon. X. Octagon. 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 Octagon! Octagon!
Ayan, pinapapansin na talaga natin pag-intern na next na. Pero kung ako sa GBB, sulat mo na.
Okay, next.
Play. 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 Play! Ang power di ba? Play for fix. Play for fix.
Tama naman din.
Pass.
Perfect.
Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage quit.
Kung hindi marunong na sa dulo nyo, medyo alanganin.
Dito lang yung pinakabait. Dito
Oh,
pinakabait.
shit,
No, pwede. Dapat sinasabi niya.
Kahit sobrang galit ng first and second mo, pero yung third, tanong. Okay, sulat mo namin. No, next down. 15 seconds.
Set! Wala talo tayo. Tanggapin na natin.
6. Wala silang nakuha rin. Pero sobrang lungkot lang talaga. Pero,
Yan yung organic team eh.
Oh.
At dahil dyan ang prediction ko 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 billion
Two.
score, parang yan ang...
yun! Muntik.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Pass.
Soba. Soba. No. Soba.
Soba?
Soba.
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 Aim!
Aim. Bot. Bot.
Point?
Bot.
Aim. Point.
Import. sino ang panalo. Ayun na. So pipili na ang Team 1 kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng Team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment ng gentlemen. Pero meron tayong plot twist.
Ano yun?
Ano? Sabi ng nakararami, si Kuya Nick ay sasali! Wala tayong gagawa dyan. So yun na nga. Para sa ating next punishment, ito na, handa na ang this or that drink. Meron ba?
Ayun, okay na.
Feeling ko hindi ko siya dapat gustuhin. Pero parang masarap.
Ano yun?
Tama na. It's Coke.
Mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis na mahirapan, nag-i-enjoy pa. Matindi, sobrang cute na
Basta wala ng sobrang dami. Parang soy sauce eh.
Masarap.
Sobrang dami.
Masarap. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Napanood natin ang ating sumunod na video. Pero don't worry, dahil napakadami pa natin mga challenges and videos na ilalabas. My name is Phil, and see you on to the next one. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Tayo ay nagbabalik dito sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Kami nga pala yung mga host for today. Ako nga pala si Vin. And syempre kasama ko si Kuya Nick. At sobrang init ng mga games natin so far. Nagsisimula pa lang tayo. And syempre napakadami pa natin mga videos na ilalabas. Pero syempre, kailangan muna natin ipakilala ang mga teams na maglalaro ngayon. Of course, andito ang team number 1. Kasama naman natin ang team number 2. So, ang next challenge natin for today's video, andito naman ang Guess the Audio. Are you guys ready? Ready na, team 1. Are you guys ready? Okay, so, first, guess the game. Yes.
Forza.
Yes, tama. Alright. Okay, 1-0 tayo winning. Kakarami yung team number 2. Maliit lang. Ready? Guess the gun. Yes.
Odin.
Odin, correct. 2-0. Ito, madali lang to. Madali lang to para sa inyo. Ready? Guess the agent.
Reyna.
4-2.
Last one. Match point. Nice strat. Match point.
Ito pag hindi na one bird, hindi ko alam.
Perfect setup, Bert.
Guess the game.
Wala. Tamang sagot ay
Roblox.
the future of esports.
Okay, it's time. Guess the action in 3, 2, 1. Teleport Harvest. Guess the action. 5, 4, 3, 2, steal. 5. Spike defusing. Guess the character. Ready? 4-4. Guess the character. May mananalo ba? Let's see. Roshan! Congratulations! Okay! Hindi pati kami na maisip kung tama ba? Pero hindi. Sagot sila eh. So yun nga, ladies and gentlemen, ang yung video natin, yung mga challenges natin. Don't worry, kasi marami pa tayong susunod na challenges. So wala kayong gagawin kung hindi antayin nyo lang para mas ma-enjoy natin at para mas maging exciting yung mga araw natin ngayon. Once again, ako nga si Phil, kasama ko si Kuya Nick, and see you on to the next one. Tayo yung nagbabalik sa pinakabagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. At kami nga pala yung mga host for today. Ako nga pala si Kuya Nick. At kasama ko si Kuya Nick. Kasama natin ang mga nagagawa po ng kagandahan natin mga Predator Brand Ambassadors and Ambassadors para sa ating susunod na challenge dito sa araw na ito. Ito ay tinatawag na IQ Test. Direct, game na tayo! 3, 2, 1, go! Round 1. Yun. Guess the game. Yes. Flight Simulator. 1-0. Ayan. Guess. Guess the game, Kuya Nick.
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh.
Yes. 5. Ano yun? Forza? Yes, correct. Forza Horizon 5. Oh, never. Isipin mo yung mga dating mga videos sa ating Forza, yung talaga yung nasasayo talaga si Amara. But here we go. Guess the game. 3, 2, 1, go! 5, 4,
Among Us is...
1, correct!
Natanong ko sila ha? Yung button, no? Okay, tapos yung button talaga. Kasi kung wala yung button, hindi nyo maano yun eh.
Si Bibi, kumusta ka dyan?
Basic lang. Hindi ko na ako dito.
Si Bibi, no sweat, man. No
Hindi,
sweat.
pang-class kasi ako. Hindi, ako naniniwala ako sa'yo. Bert! Bert, niwala ako sa'yo, Bert.
Talagang,
Sabi ko sa'yo.
pakita mo kung sino ka.
Kilala ko yung kalaban nyo, hindi marunong isa dyan. Para kasi na kung sino isa na yun. Ha? Yan, see ha?
Round number 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Hoy! Yes! 5, 4, 3,
Oy!
Steve! Congratulations sa team!
Phil, ito yung matatalo talaga na carry jam eh.
Oo,
Binuhat niya Amara. Buhat na buhat! Si Amara nahulaan niya yung Forza. Nahulaan din ni Amara yung Stardew. Nahulaan ni Maggie yung Among Us.
Oo, tama.
Alam mo na kung sino hindi marunong sa kanila.
Super sayang.
Congratulations!
Congratulations sa makatindi. Team 2 naman ang nakuwagi para sa video na ito,
Yes.
challenge na ito. At sadly, ang kukuha na naman ng challenge is ang team number 1. Ayan, sobrang sayang. Pero yeah, tuloy-tuloy natin to. Punishment na. Game. Ano ang magiging punishment ng team number 1?
Hindi, ito na, parang may ulo ka. Hindi, parang...
Oh, chiniti ko na, Ben.
Parang... Dito, no?
Inuubos niya ba?
Hindi, papasok. Ano yan?
Ano yun?
Ay, hindi!
Chubby.
Bakit ako yung yanig? Chubby Bunny.
Alright, without further ado, umpisahan na natin yung punishment ng
Yes.
team number 1. At ito ang Chubby Bunny. Kuya Nick, paano ba to?
Ganito.
Sample naman.
Ganito.
Sample.
Ganito. Mas cute pag sila gagawa niya. Okay? Mas cute pag sila gagawa niya. So, team 1, let's do our punishment already.
Here we go.
Nakadamay na naman ako dyan eh.
Siguro lang yan ha. Siguro na lang yan. Ang gagawin natin is kakain lang sila. First marshmallow, then sabay-sabay silang magsasalita, magsasabi ng Chubby Bunny. Pero, hindi Chubby Bunny sasabihin natin. Meron twist. Meron tayong tongue twister na sasabihin.
Yan.
Ayan.
Ano to?
3, 2, 1, go!
Yun! Basic, di ba? English.
Tapos na yung ating next challenge for today's video. So, ang kailangan natin gawin is sit back and relax at antayin yung mga bago nating uploads, yung mga bago nating videos sa ilalabas dahil for sure. Sobrang init, sobrang excited at sobrang saya nito. And si Phil, kasama ko si Kuya Nick at kita-kits sa susunod na episode. At tayo ay nagbabalik sa panibagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. At right now, kung napapansin nyo, yung mga brand ambassadors and ambassadors natin ngayon, medyo bumabaril na dahil ang next challenge ay Better Half Winning.
Yan. Para ipaliwanag ko ng better half.
Let's watch this! So nakita na natin yung mechanics para sa ating challenge na Better Half. And right
Yes.
now, Kuya Nick, kita natin yung ating mga brand ambassadors and ambassadors na kaupo na. Yan na. Magbubukas na. May kita natin ngayon. Gusto ko lang ako mga ako. Nag-kiss. Grabe naman. May nagkakas na agad. Magiging na.
Building.
Grabe, grabe! Lahat! Hindi ka nag-experience sa site na to eh.
Ready, kami ready.
Dati.
Ito, tatalunin natin yung top lane yan.
Judge! Sinhatgan! Ito I mean, mahaba-haba ang oras ha. Pwede kayong mag-chill, pwede kayong mag-alipan ha. Pero magkikita kayo sa big.
Yes.
The spike. Let's take what they have.
Na. Let's go! May plano to, may plano to, may plano.
Yung sa akin lang may plano. Sobrang sinigin nung galawan na pinapakita nila. Lumabas na eh.
Outrun me.
Ayun na yun! Alam nila!
Alam
Ito
ko
ha!
yung pwesto eh.
So ngayon, magkakaalaman kung may panalo na or meron na
Keep up.
tiebreaker.
Sudden death.
Sudden death, yeah. Here we go. Ayun na. Pero ako magsisigit sa kalaban mo, Bert. Uy!
Mahusay! Mahusay! Ano tapos na region natin yan? Top 7?
Top 7 ang region natin.
Nakakatawa.
Oo.
Ito na, ayan na.
Pwede sila magkita. Oh!
Next one down.
Finally! 3-2! Finally! Kamali yung kita. Sayang. Pero wala eh. 3-2 na. Finally, nakabawi na ng Team 1!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Brilliant ninja!
Ito yung pinaka-antay natin kasi syempre tayo lagi na punish. And right now, comeback!
Comeback is real.
Oh, comeback is real. At para sa ating next punishment, yun ang ako ulit. Pag-usapan na natin na what spell mangyayari. At Team 2 ang gagawa. No? Finally! Nakabawi na ng Team 1 dun sa lahat ng punishment na natanggap nila. Pero sino ba ang pinakaunang contestant sa harapan?
Ang una nating mag-bat spell, syempre, ang kanilang one and only, siya daw ang secret formula. So dahil ang secret formula,
Kwento na yun.
ikaw ang mauuna sa ating punishment.
GBB? Okay, GBB! 3, 2, 1, go! C! C-H!
Sige,
Ay!
ay.
B! Yun!
Ay.
Oh, I.
B.
B!
Y.
Y!
C.
C!
Okay na.
Next! Next! 3, 2, 1, go!
A. Okay. M.
A!
R.
R!
A.
Si Amara parang sumasayaw eh, no?
Ay, isa pa pala, sorry.
Bonus pa, di ba? Girl spelling.
G! watching the Predator Bunker Brawl. See you until the next one. What is up guys? Phil here and welcome sa Predator Bunker Brawl, which is magkakaroon tayo ng set of challenges and punishments para mas maging mainit pa ang araw nyo. And of course, kasama natin ang mga magaganda at sobrang gwapong Predator brand ambassadors and brand ambassadors. At syempre, bago tayo magsimula sa ating pinakaunang challenge for the day, tamang konting banter muna sa dalawang teams natin ngayon. Team 2, meron ba kayong gusto sabihin dito sa Team 1? Friendly banter.
Good luck on you, bay.
Sabi ni Chibibi, syempre i-translate natin yun. Good luck daw, sabi ni Chibibi kasi kailangan niya yan. How about yung Team 1, Berg? Meron kung susunod sa kanila.
Good luck sa'yo, bay.
Good luck sa'yo ba? Ano yung isa?
GG easy.
Alright, so natitig na natin yung mga thoughts ng dalawang teams natin today. So hindi natin ito patatagalin pa. First challenge is ang Scribble Trouble. Team number 1, meron kayong 3 minutes para tapusin itong challenge na to. Simulan na natin in 3, 2, 1, go!
English.
Stickman.
Wait lang.
Number 1 na lang manalo.
Pass, skip. Alright. So far,
Horse riding.
meron kayong 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Uy! Next level na! Ayos yun na! Okay, next! 1 na! Meron sila 1 point.
Adik.
Yung ating konti na lang pare. 1 minute 20 seconds. Pass. Next na lang. No pressure, 1 minute remaining. Basically yung pass.
Hindi, yung Easter na ano. Na
30 seconds. Pass. Okay, next.
Huwag na ako nag-erase.
Nag-erase.
Mouse?
Two. Okay, meron pa kayo 20 seconds. So, ang nakuha nila, they have 2 points. So, congratulations. So, punta naman tayo sa team number 2. Hindi natin ito matatagalin pa. Team number 2, timer starts now! Yung 1-0 na agad? Grabe naman yun, man! 1-0. Pwede mag-pass. Keyboard. 2 points. Basic. Hey, grabe yun ah! Diyos ko, ilan pa lang? Men, 20 seconds pa lang, 2 points na!
Sniper.
Panda. Okay, 3 points. Okay, may 3 points sila, grabe.
Team.
Uy! Okay! Hindi na 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 points already. Napakalin din team number 2. Tama, 6 points already, man. Grabe yung team number 2. Diyos ko. 7 points. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Tapos na ang ating challenge for the day. At congratulations nga pala sa team 2 dahil nakakuha sila ng 7 points. Sadly, ang team 1, 2 points. Ang team number 2 ang pipili ng punishment na gagawin ng team number 1. So, here we go. Ayan na. GBEB, do the honors. Ayan na. Kinakabahan na yun. Uy! At ang challenge nila at ang punishment nila is Dynamite Roulette. Ayan. So, yeah. Mahilig pa sa spicy foods. Hindi ka mahilig sa spicy foods. Mahilig sa spicy foods. Okay. So, dalawa hindi mahilig. So, feeling ko talaga medyo mainit ang mga bibig nila mamaya kasi on their first punishment,
gentlemen, welcome back to the Asia Pacific Predator League 2024, live here in the Philippines. I'm joined by the two hottest men on the Dota 2 scene, Michael Phoenix and John X Fire. Boys, how are we doing today?
Yeah, not too bad, Fluky Fluke. You know, we're here in Manila now. It's going to be a fantastic day of Dota 2. We've got some Blacklist games, we've got some Whoops games, we've got some other games. Jonathan, how the hell are you doing?
Doing great. You know, I'm happy everyone's here in the Philippines.
Yeah.
I've been raving to Mike about coming down here for a long time. He's
time.
finally here. You're finally here.
I know.
After all the years we've known each other, so it's fun.
Yeah, I know, it's super exciting for us to finally be here, and especially be on an international lane with you guys as well. It's going to be a very, very exciting day for us here. And then obviously, last couple of days of tournament as well is going to be great. And ladies and gentlemen, the Asia Pacific Predator League 2024 is presented by Predator and co-presented by Intel. Also, special thanks to our wonderful sponsor, the Xbox PC Game Pass. It's going to be able to bring you guys all of the Dota events throughout the entirety of these next couple of days. Boys, we've already had the first couple of games in this group stage so far, and it seems like some teams are already putting themselves towards the top of that group stage, but we haven't had any close games today. So, Mike, are we going to get ourselves any close games towards the end of today?
Oh, look, I'd hate to be that guy. I mean, look, let's talk about the first series we've got. Whoops versus Blacklist rivalry. This could be a pretty rough one. I think Whoops lost to Myth Avenue Gaming earlier.
Yeah,
if I
that's a
remember
little bit
correctly.
rough.
There's 30 minutes, not too bad, but that was Myth Avenue. Now you've got Blacklist to deal with. I'm not sure if I want to
have a look at Whoops so far. That is the Whoops lineup, boys, coming in from the India qualifier. As we said so far, unfortunately, they haven't really been able to put their best foot forward. But, John, going up against a team like Blacklist in a best of one, there is a good, kind of segment for them to try and, maybe make some weird stuff happen in a best of one, right?
Yeah, and I think this is actually, interestingly enough, maybe a matchup that they can read a little bit better, purely because, Chris spent some time in the Philippines. He's scrimmed with some of these guys, so he has some understanding of how all Filipino teams work, and it's a little bit rough for Whoops because these are veterans in the Indian scene, and No Chance has been around forever. We used to have Negi on hand. I know Ash has been playing for a while. Krish, of course, had his stint in the Philippines. So it's a team that I always feel like it's a region and a team that feels like it has a lot of promise, but hasn't been able to meet it just yet.
I'd like to agree with the last point, right? I think India as a country, right? A lot of potential. A lot of people, obviously, like John and I used to cast an Indian tournament back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of fun, great personalities and great players coming from the region. I would love to see these blokes have a great time.
Yeah, exactly. I would really love to see them be able to, come in, put their best foot forward. I think across quite a lot of other esports as well, I think India has been one of those countries that is kind of hard for them to break into because they have to go up against juggernauts like Blacklist. So let's go and have a look at their roster right now. Obviously, if you've watched Southeast Asian Dota, you guys are going to be looking to see what this Blacklist rivalry squad can do, especially when it comes to international tournaments. But right here, right now in Southeast Asia, Mike, these guys are coming in as the big dogs, right? Obviously, there's a lot of experience across this roster. We're expecting these guys to be able to do quite a lot here at the Asia Pacific Predator League in 2024. And so far, they've been able to do it. 2-0 so far in groups. They get themselves a win here up against Whoops, and that kind of puts themselves in almost guaranteed first spot.
I expect them to do really well here, Blacklist. It would be surprising to me if they had a bit of a bad time after this one. Obviously, you kind of mentioned it already, but a lot of legends on the team. Arbit's back to SCA. I can't say he looked too happy about it, but he's back. He's back in the region.
What do you mean? He's the happiest I've ever seen him on a LAN.
He did not look happy 5 minutes ago when I saw him, John.
Maybe not 5 minutes ago, but you run into the guy, he's smiling. He's got a little swagger in his walk nowadays. And I will argue one thing about Blacklist. They're looking good here. And that is the Blacklist that all of us kind of want to see, especially the Filipino fans. But it can be up and down. And I know, we were hanging out downstairs in the viewing room. And, there's always something to learn. We saw the coaches. Husker, last pick, sneaks in. Maybe that's something Whoops could look at because that's where some teams have found success.
Exactly, and I think, coming into a tournament like this as well for a team like Blacklist, because obviously their sights are set on, winning TIs and all that kind of stuff, going to majors, doing a lot of damage internationally. Coming into a tournament like this, they're probably going into a game like this against Whoops where they want to make it not look close, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole point of them coming into it. But being best of one, as John did say, Mike, these weird drafts can really start to catch these teams off guard, and maybe this is where Blacklist need to try and work on that consistency rather than other stuff.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I think Blacklist, I don't know if you want to play any games here. I don't think you want to experiment too much. Like maybe a bit of experimentation if you get a little bit overly confident, but Whoops is a team that, while they're not going to be the favorites, they could certainly do something a little bit spicy that might throw a bit of a spanner in the works. And in a best of one, you really don't want to mess around. You just get to the main event. Get a good placing, get to the main event. That's what you want. There's only one day of groups. There's not much time to mess around.
Especially because there's only 5 teams in each group, right? Like, if you lose one of these games here, Blacklist still have that final game of the day, right? So if they lose this game here to Whoops, and that's when you go into that final game with a little bit more of this pressure, John. You're sitting at 2-1. You're like, oh no, we really need to try and finish this 4-0 if we can. And that's when you really put a lot of the pressure back on Blacklist. And I think for Whoops, they're going to be the opposite, completely unchanged. They can do whatever they want. Obviously, they want to try and get themselves a result against a team like Blacklist. But this is where I think they can do quite a lot of experimentation and see if they can cause some damage to these top teams.
For sure. And I think that's where a lot of smaller teams tend to shine when there are no expectations. Like I was having a chat with someone who worked with Yoe. A lot of pressure was on him when he was on TNC, but suddenly he goes to a team where he has no expectations. He looks great. So maybe that mental hurdle can disappear for a team like Whoops as well, because in a way, Whoops not only carries their own expectations as a team, they're carrying like a nation again, like a full nation that doesn't get that much representation in Dota 2. So that can kind of creep into your head sometimes, and hopefully maybe they can shake that off and rally.
Something I appreciate. I don't mean to interrupt. I do appreciate the fact that you do have tournaments like this.
No, for sure.
That
100%.
offer you an Indian qualifier, right? Because I'm an advocate. I mean, this is completely off topic. I was an advocate for the Middle Eastern qualifiers. We've seen MENA pop up. I've been saying it for a long time too. Why does India not have a qualifier in most tournaments? I mean, you've got over 1 billion people there. You're telling me we can't scrape a team together?
I don't know. I mean, maybe if Whoops do some damage here, that really starts to open the eyes for a lot of these TOs. And when you look across a lot of these different tournaments that do have a lot more of these regions, looking across even this one, we've got a Japanese team that's here as well. We've got a Mongolian team that's here. Obviously, IHC are doing quite a lot of good stuff so far throughout the other tournaments that they're playing. But, when you see these teams represent some of these underrepresented regions, it really does give a lot of fire to a lot of those other players. Obviously, Mike, you and I coming from Australia, that was something, a little bit of a hopium, pipe dream years and years ago. You see one of your teams go on to a tournament like this. Yes, they might not win the entire thing, but if they get top 2, top 3, it really starts to go behind it, and then they go back to their own region and they bring that experience in. And John, I think that's going to be something really big here for Whoops to try and bring into. But I want us to start talking a little bit more about Dota itself. Some heroes that we're starting to think about here. I think so far, a lot of the heroes that have really kind of we've been seeing quite a lot of today has been the Ember Spirit. I think that's going to be a big one for a lot of these two teams to really be able to play around with, especially when you've got players like Arbed in the server, right? Like, if you let that hero go through, I think that's when you can really see Blacklist kind of put the foot to the throat to a team like Whoops if they let some of these stronger heroes go through.
Yeah, for sure. And again, there's always the cheese picks for Whoops to have to consider for Blacklist. For Blacklist, I feel like the pool is so much more open. Like, you have a wide pool to choose from. You have this really good flex with Gabby on the off lane, showing time and time and again he can just take something that they don't want in the mid lane matchup or in the safe lane matchup, just toss it onto him. He'll find a way to make it work and apply pressure from that position. I think one hero that I really love to see from Blacklist has been, honestly, Abed's Kunkka, I think, has been really good recently. It's something that's really popped off. I'm wondering if that's going to be a consideration for Whoops to ban out, because, hey, if you give it a Kunkka away, guess what? You can maybe try to shoot for that Husker.
Yeah, and I think that's also kind of circles back to what you were saying a little bit earlier, Mike, where it's like, you don't want to play any games if you're Blacklist here, right? And I think Kunkka is one of those heroes that is very easily pickable in the early parts of these drafts. If it does get countered, as we've said, you can throw it on to Gabby, you can even throw it in the safe lane if you'd like to, maybe in a weird position for Kunkka. But I think, for Blacklist, them having a lot of flexibility early on is probably going to be a key to success in this first game, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And this is kind of the thing as well with Arbed, right? I'm just thinking to myself, right? The guy just came back to SEA.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know they had a bit of a rough run in the previous team. And I wonder how it must feel to not have to, lift that much weight over the... I mean, that's how it feels, right? Am I wrong?
How is North America catching strays?
Am I wrong,
We're in the Philippines, Mike. You can't be shooting that far away, bro.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
I'm
No,
not
you're not.
saying you are, but I also don't want to own that comment.
Listen,
that is completely
I'm just
you.
going to say it. I'm going to say Abed must be feeling good. I mean, you lift like 50 kilo dumbbells at the gym and then you go back to 20, it's going to feel great. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and conversely, you know,
I'm not naming any names.
conversely, you know, we sent someone else to NA. He's got to look some way down. You know, it's a trade.
Oh,
It's the OFW trade. That's all it is.
North America, they're trying to make some big boys out of Southeast Asia, it seems.
We saw Japoy the other day as well. We had a phone call with Japoy. Let me tell you, he was looking a certain way. I've seen that look before in someone's eyes, and
Oh no, Mike. Oh no.
it is what it is, boys.
I can't believe you just thrown a straight curveball like that. If the North Americans have gotten themselves out of bed to watch this tournament, they're going to be very upset with
I
you.
love NA. Right? I did NADP. I love NA, but you've got to call it how it is. Sometimes things go wrong. Abed was the hashtag free Abed. It was around for a long time for a reason.
Yes,
Is what
yes.
I'm saying.
Yep, very, very true. And I think, you know, obviously seeing Blacklist at these most recent tournaments as well, I think that has been something that we've been seeing quite a lot out of him as well. It's just like, it's kind of unchained Abed and going back to what he was kind of known for in a lot of his previous teams. So I'm very, very excited for him to be able to jump into that and for us to be able to see this first draft of this game as well. We're getting ourselves ready with the teams so far, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be able to see it right now. A couple of Bansian boys so far. Meepo's gone, Lone Druid, Nagasaran. I think Blacklist, as you said, Mike, not playing any games here.
No, get rid of these cheese picks. I mean, all these heroes that you're seeing, like Nagasaran, annoying to play against. LD annoying, Meepo annoying. Just get rid of all the cheese picks. Whoops. Obviously, I think they should go in with a draft that is pretty unexpected here. Maybe go for some cheese. I don't know what they're going to be looking for though, because it seems like Blacklist are just literally just banning all of them. Just get rid of it. all the heroes you just don't feel comfortable playing against.
Yeah, I mean, they at least leave an option for that cheeky Husker. But again, it's something that you don't necessarily want to first pick that hero. I guess you could try to set up. I feel like Dazzle is still a hero that does work despite the changes to his ultimate not applying to items, which kind of sucks, really. Like, one big thing with like a support Dazzle, even though it wasn't that common, was just uptime for Arcane Boots felt pretty good.
Yeah.
Just being able to sustain your teammates felt pretty nice. That aspect's taken out. So it's hard to justify like a first pick Dazzle, but again, if you're setting up for some cheese, that could be a route Whoop takes. I think taking away that comfort we talked about from Blacklist is big as well. Like, I still see the Kunkka up in front.
Yeah,
still
very,
see the
very
Ember,
true.
DK, Gyrocopter Flex is still there.
Yeah, I like that. I like a lot of the heroes that you've been putting out there, John. I think there's going to be some heroes that Blacklist can really start to look towards and try and pick out if they want to try and go for. I mean, I wouldn't hate the Dragon Knight right now, right, Mike? You know, you're looking at towards the Nature's Prophet, where he's one of those heroes that likes to try and gank towards a lot of those lanes. DK, very, very hard to gank, especially when you've only really got right clicks early on for an MP.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think Dragon Knight's looked very, very potent in this meta, and even before the new patch came along, right? Like, Dragon Knight was just doing fantastic, so you could just go down to that route. I'd like to just complain a little bit about the fact that NP is still completely busted as a hero. I can't understand how this hero did not get completely dumpstered in the new patch, but somehow it's still allowed to be what it is.
There are sacrifices to be made, right? Like, at least NP's active. Do you remember the time when you just cliff farmed NP? Would you rather that or
that
this?
was the best! What do you mean, John? That was the best!
That's all we had, Jonathan. That's all we had.
Oh, no. I love this opening from Blacklist. Like, into Timbersaw, this was a hero in the last patch was pretty undervalued outside of, like, South American player specialists who used to go for the Kai Rush. Now you just go for Veil into Shivas, and it feels amazing. Like, you don't even bother with reactive if your lane works for it. It's a great way to clear out the tree, and so you've got that deep push, which, you know, for a team like Whoops trying to play a faster game, maybe take these objectives, this is going to slow them down a whole bunch. So I like seeing this coming out from Blacklist. Again, no games. There is some flex. If the lane works out, you could still run a Timbersaw mid in some matchups, but this is likely just Gabby getting out early.
Yeah, it's going to feel good, especially with a lot of the reactive bins you're going to be able to have here as well going in this second phase. So it's always, when you get some of these second pick heroes that can really be kind of comforted by a lot of these bans, is going to be very, very nice. Going to get rid of a Pugna here from Whoops as well, so they don't want to have to try and deal with some of those pesky heroes coming out from Tim's as well, because I feel like, you know, he's been one of those players that really can be. I mean, you look at across the entirety of this Blacklist roster, and you talk about versatility, and I think Tim's has been one of those players that really has been able to play a whole plethora of different heroes in that position for.
This guy is versatile in many ways, not just in Dota. I recently found out he opened another business.
Yeah.
This guy. He opened. This guy's got like 5 businesses, and he's a Dota pro.
Like, he has his PC shop, he has his restaurant.
Eggaholic, yep.
Yeah, he has a lot of stuff.
I think
He's
at
a
Lux
busy
now,
man.
there's a luxury
I can't
brand.
even keep
Oh
up.
my god.
Oh, he's selling Louis Vuitton? I don't know. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous here from Tim.
He doesn't even need to win games because he's got all these businesses to fall back on.
Well, you know, it is what it is. But player-wise, like you mentioned, very versatile, kind of hard to ban against. Definitely a very scary pos 4 to have to be against, and we'll see what they do want to hand over to Tims here. I mean, with the Timbersaw offlane for Gabby, preferably something roaming for a pos 4. Like, you don't really want to sit in lane and just sit with the Timber soaking XP, so...
He has his Wind Ranger, if you wanted that.
Techies as well.
That's a hero that we've been seeing a whole boatload out of today. I think a lot of teams have really been picking up this Techies, and I think with this whole new patch, a lot of people have been talking about that the casters are definitely eating good. Not us, the heroes in the game. Just really be able to use quite a lot of these new items and the way that the game works with a lot of this spell resist and all that kind of stuff that's been coming in. So Techies, one of my favorite heroes of all time, so I'm very, very glad to be able to see that, especially on a player like Tims as well. And, he can rotate quite early on once this Timbersaw gets a few more of these levels. And now the question is for Whoops is, how do they play around this? Do they play, kind of ungankable lanes? Do they try and play heroes that really just get in front of the Techies? Like, that's the question they need to answer now.
They're going global. I mean, they've got the charge, they've got the teleportation, some really high early activity. It doesn't feel like the best way to kind of pin down something like the Timbersaw. It still doesn't feel amazing to stop that. And I'm still really worried about this, even just the Veil timing from Timbersaw. You just get the Veil, connect with your Techies. Like, you were just dead 1-0. Like, you go 4-4-0-0 or 4-4-0-1, some sort of build like that, and you're gone. I love this save as well, coming out with a Shadow Demon. You've got a good Purge. You've got a way to hold down the Spirit Breaker. You can still kind of clear out the Treants as well, with just some spell spam. And you've got a good save. Like, this ties in the draft for Blacklist nicely.
One of my most hated heroes to play
it's terrible.
as an
You're an SD hater?
Oh, man, it sucks. Like,
well, you're a Spirit Breaker player, so that's why. That makes sense.
You charge, he disrupts you. You charge, he purges you. This is going to be, like, the SD is literally just focusing on this SB the whole time. Like the Shadow Demon is literally doing nothing else. No. Everything he does is about shutting down this Spirit Breaker, as we see a Void coming out now.
Ooh, okay.
Very positive.
They have a decent amount of damage inside of the Chronosphere. I do like that they've given themselves a little bit of team fight. I think that was the small thing that was lacking coming out of Blacklist, was that little bit of AoE lockdown for them to try and catch some of these pesky heroes. And they're going for a Zeus, though. I feel like every single time I see Zeus, I have to have a lot of confidence in the mid laner to be able to play a very, very good Zeus.
This is like full global as well,
It
right?
is.
Oh, it is too.
Maybe a Spectre to close it out for Whoops down the line, if that's something Blacklist doesn't mind giving out. There's some really weird tempo that Whoops has to play around when they're doing this, and there's also the concern that if they don't get the right jump, again, Chrono's there, you don't have any saves for Chrono outside of, I guess, Sprout. If he time walks in, that's the only thing I can see that kind of breaks that up. You have a free game here for the Void to just run around. You've got the Chakra Man. You've got so many things to tie into that as well. And again, like even removing the Void from this lineup, just looking at these three, they have really good connections together. Disseminate onto your Timbersaw while he's running forward, taking damage, along with Veil, it's a lot of output. Or even just disseminate on Techies. I don't know how that actually works, because that's a very niche. No, just jumping and getting damage by yourself and spreading that. I don't know if that works that way. It sounds like it should. But there's a lot of potential for Blacklist to just look to play a really quick game while Raven farms.
Yeah, I'm really liking this Blacklist draft so far, and I'm interested to see what Whoops are going to try and round this out. You already said something along the lines of the Spectre, but being banned out here by Blacklist.
What else is there?
I mean, this is the cheese we talked about, though, right?
Yeah.
Like for Whoops, like you don't have the hero cheese, but you do have the strategy
the
cheese.
strat
which
cheese.
This global strategy. I mean, it's something that's been happening since Dota All-Stars days, right? Like, I've done this crap. I've drafted this.
Well, okay. Well, to completely round out the draft then, Mike, if this is the full global cheese, sure.
Ah,
I was going to say it's the Bloodseeker, right? It's the Blood Rage into the...
I don't know what pos one you pick now. I think the mistake was they should have taken Spectre and left the mid Zeus till later.
Yeah,
They're going to go Morphling? Okay. I mean, it's a good hero. Is this going to be good enough to carry them through this game against Blacklist? I don't necessarily think so, but I would really, really, really love to see a close game.
I would as well. I worry about the lane. I don't think it's going to be the best of times once levels are up here for our Timbersaw. I think it's going to be a little bit tougher to kind of deal, especially by a level 4 timing here with the Techies. The threat from Fog is pretty damn high. I think if the Morphling falls a little bit too far behind farm, it's going to be a little bit rough trying to catch up. Like, these 4 heroes have to sacrifice everything. And if these 4 heroes don't kill, then they're also not farming. So it's just like a domino effect where your early game has to go even at minimum. You hit these level spikes and everything has to connect at that point.
It feels like they kind of need a perfect storm, right? Like, they need to make sure that they get a lot of these connections with these 4 heroes. They need to make sure that their Morphling is farming. They need to make sure that he doesn't get...
Ooh!
Oh, boy.
Okay.
It gets rough now. This is a great pick for Blacklist, right? I mean, everybody on Whoops' draft hates Night
Yeah,
Stalker.
yeah, they
Literally
hate this
everybody.
hero. Yeah. That is a very good final pick coming in from
That's
Blacklist.
great.
And this is what we talked about, right? We talked about the fact that there's no shenanigans. You don't want to see any of these weird games being played by Blacklist. You want to see them come in. You want to see them make this look like it's not going to be close. But we want to have a close game here on the desk. And I'm super excited to see whether or not Blacklist and Whoops will be able to give us something that's longer than 30 minutes.
Who's playing the NS, though?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Like, do you run it mid?
Is Timber into Zeus
Timber
fine?
into Zeus is... It's not...
I think it's okay.
It's not amazing.
You can still go QW, Max.
Yeah, I mean, you do always go QW. I just feel like, can you out-sustain the mana pool of a Zeus?
Yeah, I think so.
I suppose. It's all about mana management and rune control. I think Water Rune plays a much bigger part in that matchup. Like, how well the Zeus shoves out the lane to try to grab his and then have time to deny, or have a support rotate to deny that first Water Rune can help a little bit up against the Timbersaw mid, because it's really just down to mana management. I do feel like we've seen that matchup before, and I do agree with Mike. I think the Timbersaw should be able to hold out. It's maybe a little bit easier for Zeus, but the Timbersaw, he still has a little bit of reach. He's not scared of the jump away because he does have the chain if he's diving, or if he's wanting to escape.
Like, if Arbed does play Midnight Stalker, is
that's pretty dank
really
against Zeus.
because Night Stalker has pretty high base regen as well. Like,
Yeah,
I think you can actually just sustain the lane.
Yeah,
And
no,
you can get shard super early, and you can be very, very active on the map, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think the Midnight Stalker is probably the safer bet, and then you still end up with the Timbersaw Techies lane, so you don't take away that power, that threat that it has by level 2 tree. You can still play around his Veil timing and be more active from the off, and have your mid connect instead. So that does sound like it's much bigger in here.
Yeah, it definitely does. All right, lads, I'm going to leave you guys in this game between Blacklist and Whoops. I'll see you guys on the other side.
Well, thank you so much, Luke. We are going to go into game number 1, and well, the only game here between Blacklist and Whoops, of course, Jonathan. We are straight into a pause by what I can see. I would love to see who's playing what heroes, though, on the side of Blacklist, because I am still very confused as to who's playing what. We'll find out very, very soon.
Very shortly, but, you know, we're in Southeast Asia, we're in the Philippines. It's merienda time.
It's tradition.
It's a pause.
Yeah.
You know, all the managers are bringing some food.
You had merienda earlier,
I had
too.
some merienda. I had a lovely merienda, not quite very Filipino, but a lovely muffin, a lovely roll. You didn't want some merienda, so I can't ask you what you had for merienda.
Well, actually, you know, if you want me to call you out, Jonathan, you did say, I'll go get us merienda. And then you brought yourself a plate back and you left me alone. And I wasn't...
I asked you if you wanted, and you're like, nah.
Well, I mean, I nodded in the general vicinity. I definitely wanted merienda. I'm in Manila, of all places. I just didn't have the heart to tell you that you betrayed me.
Again.
Again. Yeah,
so you leave it in private and then tell me in public when something goes wrong, as we also get the game going on, so at least nothing's going wrong there. It is a Gabby Night Stalker by the looks of it. So we will have the Zeus versus Timbersaw matchup, which, again, I don't mind too much. Has its merits. I think the Night Stalker is... It still plays pretty nicely with the Techies, so there's still a really decent, maybe a little bit of a later time from Night Stalker, but the Techies shouldn't be shoved away too hard.
No, I mean, it should be just fine as both teams kind of staring at each other past the river. Raven going to show himself in the river there for a moment, but obviously no real harassment to come out. And Blacklist, we won't really mind too much. Like, these boundary runes are important, but yeah, obviously laning stage is going to be much more important. And just looking through all the lanes, it's like perhaps the SB Grimstroke lane is a little bit problematic, like with the charging sword combinations that you do have, especially if you get very unlucky and get bashed. But you've got an SD to protect you as a void.
Yeah.
Like, as long as Carlo does not screw up with disruption, you should be just fine.
That's fair. I think there's always the frustration still if, like, you get the disruption save. Instantly, when he comes about, instant dash again from a right click. That can happen. You can't discount the factor of luck.
Frustrating for who?
Oh, well, frustrating for, well, the guy
Makes
just
my
was
day.
Raven, yeah.
Makes my day every time.
It's happy for the Spirit Breaker for sure.
You know what it is? Every time you double bash somebody, you know they slam their table.
Yeah,
and
no.
that makes me so happy.
Then you get the triple bash afterwards, then the mantra is gone. You got a quad bash, you're looking for a new Predator PC to pick up. You know, it just goes on and on.
I do love myself some SB. I can't believe they keep nerfing my boy. He wasn't that bad.
It was pretty bad. Let's not act like playing Spirit Breaker was a high skill thing.
I was calling it,
was pretty
as well.
bad.
I was telling pros, if you pick SB, it's guaranteed win. And they were like, no, the hero's not good. I'm like, okay, yeah, fine, we'll see. Long behold, look at him now. So silly.
It's so funny too. Like, you have Spirit Breaker morphling, which back in the day was the thing.
Yeah, here we
Not
go.
anymore.
Speaking of morphling. MNZ is going to back his way out. HBK will do the same. And I believe it was an even trade on those bounty runes as far as I can tell.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising. We are getting the Tim's Shadow Demons. We get paused again.
Yeah. The Mariand is very good here, John.
The Mariand is very good. Tim's is enjoying himself.
Yeah.
Of course.
Settings is the
that's just an excuse. You know what
it's
it
always
is.
the settings, and this is what I argue. Like you guys get paid to play Dota 2. You get paid to do this, and we can't sort out the settings before the game starts.
Yeah, but they just got to their PCs. They log in. They don't recognize that. Oh, minimap's on the right side for some reason.
New rule, just straight up penalty. If your settings are not correct, you're stuck playing with them. Too bad.
That'd be an interesting change, as we do get a quick unpause going at the very least. I forgot my train of thought. Yeah, Tim's is on the Shadow Demon, which takes away, again, maybe some of that aggression that Pause 4 Techies has, but it opens up some stacking opportunities, I suppose. Shadow Demon would access the triangle. Does feel good. You can just kind of focus on playing poke in the lane rather than playing too far aggressively. Again, Night Stalker's timings here are a little bit slower, so there should be some room to breathe here for MNZ as, yeah, number 3 pause.
Beautiful. By the way, John, I do have to correct this as well. Tim's is playing the SD.
Yeah,
Carlos,
exactly.
Oh, there you go.
Exactly. So he can stack. Then he can play a little bit slower. I don't see that much aggression coming out from Blacklist with these lane setups. Like, you lost the Timbersaw Techies. You don't have that good save as well now for Raven. I suppose Taser isn't too bad when you're getting dived by the Spirit Breaker. You can disarm him so you can't get bashed, right? At the very least. But it's not amazing to kind of go for, like, blast off Taser. That doesn't sound amazing.
I missed the alt techies as well, by the way, pre-nerf. Remember when the Q did 380 damage?
Oh.
And nobody was playing it. I was spamming that thing in pubs non-stop. It was amazing. It was amazing. And they nerfed my boy.
What do you mean? You make it sound like he didn't deserve it. Remember when he just turned universal, his right-click damage, he outranged everyone in trades?
What was wrong with it, John? 380 damage for like 90 mana. What was the problem? Sounds like a good trade to me.
Shut up. Get out of here.
Anyway, looking at the lanes, top lane, MNZ and HBK again going to be up against Gabby and Tim's. Tim's having a brilliant time, and so is Gabby right now. I don't expect much action from this laning stage. You're pretty much seeing all of it. HBK will sprout the NS. He will Quelling Blade out. And they'll do all up about 15 damage.
Yeah, they'll do it again. It's pretty important to shove him away by 3 minutes, then that's really all you care about. You just control your lane. The more exciting lane's probably going to be bot, where, again, you've got this charge Inkswell combination with no chance. That can happen. You don't have the protection that you were expecting for this Face's Void. Level 1 time walk, atrociously long cooldown. So you're not going to be able to bail out every single time. Again, whether or not you get Taser here for Carlo, I don't think you do, but yeah, he does.
Yeah, nice jump in. Evil Ash in a bit of danger. Raven not getting, well, he doesn't have the bash, so can't get lucky with that. But they do just force Ash away as mid lane. Krish is having a bit of a rough time. Seems like Arbid was getting a little bit aggressive here against the Zeus. And well, you kind of raised this point earlier. Does Krish get off enough damage to kill Arbid before he runs out of mana? Answer is no. Arbid is perfectly fine, and at this stage, even with the runes, you're probably not going to have enough. As now Gabby trying with the Crippling Fear. MNZ will give him the old chat, but this is the thing. Gabby's going to get to a stage where that Crippling Fear is going to be impossible to get away from once you hit that level 6. And for MNZ, once you get silenced, you are just pretty much screwed.
No, you're just dead. Like, he is getting some good saves out from HBK to hold back at the very least. His lane isn't going particularly well. He is starting to lag a little bit behind in farm in comparison to how much Gabby can do. Your biggest issue here is that with Tim's just spamming the Shadow Poison, it doesn't give you the comfiest of time to just try to trade on the NP. We're not seeing the opportunities for HBK as well to just leave that lane, as Morphling with, you know, just low levels of attribute shift isn't the safest here to leave alone. So you don't have that rotation as well from the NP. And, you know, we were talking about this aggression from Blacklist disappearing. It's much more painful for the NP to not get that opening to just safely rotate. Like, he relies a lot on just snowballing on all of this extra damage and extra armor you get with teleportation. And until he sees that point where MNZ is safe to leave alone, which he's clearly not finding yet, he's just not getting the activity you'd want for this hero early on.
Yeah. Gabby's having a really damn good time. 20-4 in terms of CS. Just absolutely zero contest here on this Night Stalker. And I do wonder whether he go. Oh, here we go. Crippling Fear's out. He actually got the silence before the Strength Morph, though MNZ had the stick charges, so we'll be okay to survive. Gabby really trying his best to get aggressive so early on. And Just feels like he's got no fear. With the double braces up, it's just, you're not getting through his HP pool. It's just not happening.
It's just way too durable. Again, you're not able to leverage teleportation HBK, even if you just want to try to jump the NP. You don't have the follow-through damage with your Morphling low. And again, these passive lanes for Whoop plays right into what Blacklist would want. Abed does manage to find himself the walking room as well without too much trouble. Denial wasn't there from HBK, so again, he gets to sustain in lane. He's going to have his mana to spam out. I do like that Abed does get the value point here, as we do get Gabi finally finding that kill.
Gabi got a kill onto MNZ solo as a Night Stalker versus Morph at level 4. That's a problem if you're MNZ. You just died to a level 4 Night Stalker solo.
Yeah, it doesn't spell a good tone right now for Whoop. Again, there was pressure for HBK to rotate out, but his rotation also doesn't amount to anything. Rune still gets picked up. They go forward here.
Yeah, and Evil Ash is as good as dead. That was a bit of a blood grenade thrown out there from Carlo to get the kill, I believe. And well, oh no, just a bit of a throwaway, as it's already 2-0 the way of Blacklist rivalry. And oh, whoops, so it's just not much you can do right now. You're just going to try and secure a better laning stage for yourself, but it's looking pretty tough.
It is rough, right? Like we talked about this importance for Whoop to come out with strong lanes, to get these level connections very fast. My timing here is like around 10 minutes, 12 minutes, where you'd want to really just be able to leverage some of that global strat, some of that charge, Inkswell, and pressure across lanes. They're just not finding any opportunity. Again, the teleportations from HBK as well, it's just onto mid to take the rune.
Oh, not again. Not again. They've got the crippling fear out. He did strength fall, but he's just so much damage being pumped out from Gabi and Tims, and they've got the kill. MNZ, he will not survive as Gabi with another tip. Gabi's just bullying kids now this day. Gabi, take it easy. Take it easy. Oh, HBK's being chased down. Gabi should have this one in the bag as well. Meanwhile, bottom lane, there's a bit of a dive in on Raven, who does get bashed up, but it seems as though Raven is going to be just fine. There's no chance. He's going to have to walk away.
They're not finding anything trading back here on Whoop. It's not the best time in the world right now for Whoop. All the aggression's coming in from Blacklist, moves across the map. MNZ just respawned.
Yeah, he certainly did, and MNZ might be as good as dead. Gabi is just bullying him away again. MNZ trying to get towards the creep wave, understanding he can't really leave it like this. Gabi's just bullying him around his own tier 1 tower. HBK is going to show back up. Meanwhile, No Chance goes down at bottom lane, as I believe it was Carlo who took that kill on the techies. Evil Ash now being chased down by Raven. Raven ignoring the creep wave underneath his tier 1 tower. It's going for the kill on a full HP Grimstroke.
This almost takes me back to the NADPC a bit, Mike, if I may. You know, this reminds me of a Shopify Rebellion game in NA. It's just, they get a good start, 5 minutes, they leverage it going into 7 to 10, and they just start running down. The game plan of the opposing team gets thrown into disarray. You've got a decent lead coming out here for Blacklist. You've got a very hard recovery lined up here for MNZ. He's not that far behind in farm, but he's not going to be able to flash farm in comparison to Raven maybe hitting this Massive Madness or this early Maelstrom build-up you tend to see. Faces Void's going to be very happy just jumping around camps, having all the space in the world. He gets past this laning phase where the Void is the most vulnerable. He does have levels in the Time Walk up now, so it's going to be a lot easier for Raven to just focus on playing his game. We're even seeing Abed just leave that mid. I mean, again, he's had a fantastic time on that lane. He's built up the farm. He wasn't zoned out. He got rune control even after throwing 2 heroes in. So you have to worry about this Timber Sauce timing into that Veil of Discord. And it's just going to come out. There's just not been enough to stop him to go into the Veil, into maybe some magic protection. You know, I see a pipe being very useful here as well, if that's something that Blacklist will want to pick up. And it's just, it feels like there's no contest right now.
Certainly doesn't feel that way. 2K advantage the way of Blacklist rivalry. HBK now mid lane being chased down by Abed. Tim's going to just disrupt up the Zeus, ensure that there is no real chase to come here from Krish. Krish probably having the best time on his team here on the Zeus. Currently 3rd in net worth at about 3.5k. It's kind of the storyline of this team, right, as well. Like, it feels like there's just so much pressure on Krish to make some action happen as top lane. Oh, he's just as good as gone. Yeah. MNZ will die another time here to Gabi. Gabi having the time of his life, and there's nothing they can do about it.
This is pretty scary for Whoop. Like, having a Morphling this far behind, along with a Spirit Breaker that, again, hasn't gotten activity out, is behind on farm, will try to find something, and he will get that first kill going on the side of Whoop, finding Raven down. But, I mean, that's something. It cost them so much. Abed?
No, I mean, he's just down at the bottom lane, no chance. Going to be in danger. Meanwhile, Carlo, he'll take Krish's life. Carlo just solos Krish. Oh, well, that's concerning.
That is not a good feeling. And Whoop gets a big kill with Raven, but...
Oh, boy, they're just dropping like flies now. Evil Ash is gone. HBK loses the courier. By the way, in case we were muted, Jonathan, the silencer in the room here, just popping global silence. A bit unfortunate for us.
I mean, I did say to shut you up a while ago. It's just to teach you a lesson. That was my entire plan, Mike. Now you know how it feels like to not be heard. At the very least.
How does it feel to finally get some intelligence, John?
What do you mean? Amar's dropped me many mantles of intelligence here, okay? And we've hung out with Amar enough.
Yeah.
And he's given me some int. You could use some int here, though, coming out for Whoop.
Yeah,
it's a little bit rough. 8-1, 3K lead up for the side of Blacklist. And for Whoop, again, the game plan's just kind of thrown out the window. You've got to try to salvage it. You've got to try to hold on. Try to find these opportunities, but everyone's carrying some form of breaking trees. You've got a Qualm Blade on nearly everyone. So it's hard to just do this entrapment, to try to play this global strat. And for Blacklist, I mean, it's just a free game. You run around, you do what you want, and it's there.
Dire's middle tower is
Well, with that, Blacklist 8-1 now, 3K advantage their way. Well, I mean, you've kind of just played the catch-up game now. I don't know how you're going to quite do it. They are trying in the jungle, but look at Carlo just chasing down HBK, now finding the Morphling. And it's actually MNZ that needs to be kind of cautious, because Carlo, he's got that blast off available. If he lands it before the strength morph, you are pretty much as good as dead. As MNZ... Well, bottom lane, no chance now. We'll get chronoed up, no chance. He's still surviving through it. Arbed going to join in. Disruption is out for Kims, and the no chance is gone.
Yeah, he really had, well, it's a low hang. There's no point pointing that out.
Yeah.
9-1, Blacklist, showing us why they were more than likely the favorites coming into this matchup. Whoop. I mean, it's so weird to say it at 11 minutes, going into 12, that the game's just getting out of control, but it really is. Like, this lineup just needs to snowball bad. You're losing map space with your tower falling up top. You're losing areas for the Morph to safely farm. They're trying to get some aggression out with his charge forward.
I think they're going to give it a crack. No chance. Charging in here onto Gabby. Gabby actually going to turn around and man up. In fact, with the Dark Ascension, they can move in. And Carlo, he's got the double blast off. So no chance is gone once again, as HBK at least going to TP out.
Oh,
no, he is not. No, he's not. Never mind. HBK is going to drop as they will try to chase down Carlo. Carlo, he will go down. They do get something. In fact, they even found Tim's. Oh, I mean, it's not the best trade in the world here for Whoop, but it's something, as here comes Arbed. Trying for MNZ, will not be able to get away with it now. Arbed in trouble. Arbed might just be dead. Still trying to fight back, but he's gone.
That is a little bit too aggressive coming out from Blacklist, and that was a lot of gold to bleed out. Carlo was worth more than Abed, by the way. He was worth 496. Abed was 387. Gabby?
Yeah, Gabby's going to turn here onto Krish, but can't quite find the killers. It seems like Blacklist.
No,
oh,
what?
Boy.
No!
Uh-oh.
What? No. Blacklist. I've seen this before.
We were talking about this on the panel, weren't we, Jonathan?
That we were. And this is something that we've seen from them, every now and again in the DPC. They have a good first 10 to 15, and then it starts rolling. The ball rolls the other way. You take a look back there as well. It looks decent enough to start with, but they're just going so far forward, and almost in a cascading manner as well. Just spreading that HP damage onto one. The focus from Whoop to just slowly whittle down one hero at a time while they're going in one by one does give them that opportunity. And that is, again, a huge recovery. You had 400 gold coming out from Carlo. You might try to find MNZ here.
I mean, MNZ does eventually get caught.
No bashes?
No bashes coming out, but eventually they will get more tips coming out from Gabby, as if Gabby did anything in that time.
Yeah, that was a little bit rough here for the side of Whoop, and Blacklist it's looking good, right? They lose a couple earlier on, but it's 12-5, 4K lead. They've got map control lined up here, and there are still these really good timings. We haven't seen a committal for Raven to actually even just go for the chrono. He doesn't need to. It's just free to keep farming, free to join in for some of these skills, hold on to that team fight spell. You've got the item build-up coming through as well here for Abed at some point, as they do manage to find that pick-off onto HBK once more.
They do. HBK once again going down. Pretty rough affair here for Warps. I mean, they had that one decent team fight against Blacklist, but that was mostly Blacklist just going a bit too far.
Bottom tower is under attack. Are scanning.
To the triangle they go. Well, Raven and Carlo just kind of camping the area. Just look at the amount of mines that are in this triangle. Like, how do you enter this dire triangle again, knowing that there's... Well, you don't know that there's all these mines just sitting there from Carlo, but he's playing old-style techies.
Yeah, and you're just not going to be able to get out. It makes it, you know, we talk about the power to his mines, makes it near impossible to even get a smoke out. So they're going to have to find an angle elsewhere, and that feels like the story of the game for Whoop. They have to find off angles to approach in Dota 2, like if you're playing CS. Just look for some off angles, try to look for these pickoffs, force them to come in one by one. That's where the success has been coming in. They need to hold on to as much map space as possible. You have some good vision going forward here from Blacklist as they find HBK again.
Yeah, HBK having a pretty rough time here on this Prophet. Will die another time here at Arbed as the Blacklist rivals will extend their lead by 6K now. 15-5, 15 minutes in. I mean, all things being said and done, Whooper's still doing pretty well, you know, based off the standards we kind of had here, John. I don't think anyone had a... Oh, hold on a minute. Arbed jumping in casually is now Raven with the chrono and has found Krish. And Krish, but there's no real damage coming out, but Arbed eventually... Oh, never mind. Never mind. Krish has gotten some revenge here as Gabby going to try and head up from the south, rather from the east to west, but won't really work out in his favor as Tim's now getting caught out. It's such a messy team fight, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Tim's has got...
East or west, whichever side that is on the map.
I forgot how to use the compass, John.
Don't worry, it confuses me sometimes. Sometimes I say west. And again, the off angles come out for Whoop, right? Like, they bait Raven into thinking that he can kill off a Zeus, which is surprisingly tanky. Abed can't reach in with his damage. They're not piling on elsewhere. You're not throwing in the mines here from the techie. So you get to, again, use a big team fight spell from the side of Blacklist, force it out, get some room for Whoop, although...
Yeah, Gabby's just having a great old time here against MNZ. I believe Gabby is indeed out of tips, so he cannot tip MNZ again. But I don't think he really needs to. I think the point has gotten
Not
across.
HBK. Yeah, not again.
He's been inhibited up. There's nothing he can do.
That is just this is a rough game for HBK. As
nice blast off timing. Krish does get caught in it. Mid-air, that is. It seems though Krish is still going to be okay, but she's a constant threat. Knowing these supports just around the corner at any time, ready to go.
Ready to go diving your tier 2s. Like they don't care right now in Blacklist. They're just looking for more and more and more to feed off of.
Yeah.
And aside of Whoop, again, they're making the most out of what they can find, but they need to tidy it up as well. Like, you can't constantly have the sacrifice coming out from HBK. It's not doing anything for them. You know, in any other circumstance, you could say he's copying the smoke, he's giving information as to where vision is. That's not really what's happening here. And the side of Blacklist are just finding these small gaps to constantly punish, although...
I mean, they're going to try for Gabby again. The top lane has been where all the lucks come from here for Whoop, so they want to try and make it work, but Gabby's a bit too tanky. He's going to walk away. He's now HBK. Trying to go for a D-ward is going to get punished immediately. He does at least get the D-ward. That is the one positive in all that.
Yeah, this time around it does give them some control back on the map. Whether or not they can really play in that area with or without vision remains to be seen. They've got to try to shove Blacklist away from this top quadrant of the map.
Chase down again, inhibited up by Gabby. I mean, the strength morph is just a nothing. Level 2 strength morph is just not helping at all here for MNZ. And it's a confident choice, right? You go for the max adaptive strike, that's fine. Max waveform, all right, fine. But then it's like, you don't have the strength morph against this Night Stalker. You're really paying for it. As now Krish still trying to fight back against Tim. No chance to charge in. Arbed, though, just taking down the Zeus. Tim is going to go down, but now a great chrono coming up from Raven, catching two of them. They've taken down No Chance. They've got HBK. That'll be another to go down. It seems like Evil Ash even showing up at the last second, but is probably just set to fall. And will. That's a full team wipe coming out here for Black.
Just chopping them all down one by one. Really nice small plays coming out. Like even Abid just going for the body blocks to prevent that early kill off onto the techies jumping in. Gives them the opportunity to just, again, drag it out, find the additional kills they'd want. And whoop, I mean, they're losing map space. The recovery's not there. Oh,
he's just hunting MNZ. MNZ, he just cannot get a break. Gabby will not leave him alone.
Yeah, it's rough for MNZ. He just has no map to play. It's not, you know, out of a lack of trying. It's just the control from Blacklist and the early game from Blacklist has just made it near impossible for Whoop to find her footing. I appreciate this build-up from Krish. I believe he is going for the right-click Zeus build. He went for Phylactery and Yasha, so he's trying to go into the Shard, but it doesn't feel like that's taking off at all. Like, we're not going to be hitting that timing later on where right-click Zeus can just whittle down these high HP percent heroes.
I mean, no disrespect. I think Krish is literally just understands that he has to carry the game.
Yeah.
It's this Morphling is not carrying this game. No. It's not, I mean, he could end up making a big comeback in like 30 minutes, but that is 30 minutes that you don't necessarily have. Blacklist, I don't think, are feeling too charitable here against Whoops. And yeah, Krish just doing what he has to do.
Yeah, I mean, the one positive of this kind of build, right? Once you have the Manta, you can split push pretty nicely. You can de-push these lanes, try to buy some space out. Flash.
Yeah, he's running. Ben, do you want to dive? Carlo's on the way.
Oh, yeah,
Carlo's
he wants to dive.
He's on. There you go. Carlo will take it. Ahmed with the cheeky kill secure. Oh, no chance. That is not the greatest charge in the world. Gets willing death immediately, but is going to be okay. He'll survive.
I just enjoy when Blacklist are starting to kind of play games like this. You know, Carlos looking for another kill to put under his belt. Abid steals it away. And, you know, they're probably just poking each other back there in the boots. Whoop probably poking each other in a very different way here as well. Are going for a smoke out with the Spirit Breaker and the NP. Issues they don't really have vision to play under. Like there is just no information coming in on map here for the side of Whoop. Already showed that smoke as well for no chance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, no chance at least has the Shadow Blade, so he will be able to walk away. The problem is, like, you've just got no space to farm as Whoop. Like, they're going to smoke up a split. Look at the mines.
Yeah.
That's the information given. They know you're smoked. Unlucky.
It's so dirty.
Come back next time. Ahmed charges out. That's a Timbersaw you're trying to jump, though. He is not an easy target. He'll use up the SB. In comes HBK. They are still going to give it a crack. Ahmed still just tanking through, but the bashes are coming in. Ahmed gets silenced up. Will go for the TV play out, but no, he is down. That's a great kill. I thought perhaps Blacklist were trying to rotate a couple heroes over to help, but it seems as though they'll just leave Ahmed to die.
Yeah, that's a big kill to give away. 862 gold going away. Whoop onto the one guy who's trying to play carry Zeus.
Yeah.
Onto Krish, and that's going to be a huge boon for him. Timings into, again, that Manta, that Shard is going to start to look a lot clearer now for the Zeus. It's space coming out here for MNZ as well, where he's not being pressured in lane. He knows he's safe. He doesn't have to worry about Timbersaw. There is still a lot more for Blacklist to play with, though, I would say. Like, even suffering a death like that, they've still got 11k lead. They've still got control here.
Evil Ash. Oh, Gabby having the time of his life. This is why we said it's such a great Night Stalker game, as Carlo is going to secure or help secure a second. And this really is the perfect Night Stalker game. I mean, there's just no two ways about it. They've got no play against you. No chance. Trying to walk away from this situation. Raven actually had the dust that time around, I do believe. And well, that'll be another kill. Now Krish getting caught out here by Gabby. And Gabby really is the true carry this game.
That he is. Like, he had a great time up top. He just suppressed. He got that solo kill onto MNZ, and he's just been so active since then. I like his build as well. Typical Vlad's. Gets the Diffusal to help chase, and then a Mage Slayer on top to mitigate some of that output in prolonged fights. It's hard to stop this Night Stalker. Like, you're looking for what? Support 4 staffs to come out with literally no real gold gain coming out here for support. A bit of a pipe dream for them to find that at this point. Again, forward vision is just not coming out here for the side of Whoop as well. Inside of Blacklist, outside of toying around a couple times, they've been playing pretty clean. You know, they have played to their advantage. They get this really good read as to what Whoop wants to hit. in terms of timing and just denied completely. Like, we haven't seen this great charge into Thunder Gods, into a wider team fight with the NPT being in. It's just not there just yet.
They'll go for a 5-man smoke. Charging on Carlo. Carlo is down. That's a great start. They find a little bit more than Carlo. Doesn't really seem like it. As Blacklist are going to just retreat for now. Not too interested in forcing a fight when they don't have to. And Whoops, in fact, they're just going to run all the way across the map. They just screw it. In fact, Evil Ash is just going to die. Not sure to... Was it just mines? It's literally just mines.
Probably it.
Unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. Well, you know, I guess I don't feel as bad about it in comparison to old Techies. I can't say it's a worse feeling here for Evil Ash. Roshan, though, is going to be a pretty tough thing for Whoop to kind of deal with. And aside of Blacklist, just getting it uncontested. Going to have that secondary life, can start to consider poking into the high ground off the back of this as well. I don't see them dealing with 2 lives on Raven all too well. He has the Lincolns to protect anyway, so any instant silences or soul binds falls out the window. Charge falls out as well. That kind of surprise initiation with Charge Shadowblade not going to be there. Let's see what Blacklist does decide to do. Going for a cheeky smoke first with Gabby and Carl looking around. They don't quite have their vision. It has expired, and they haven't set up top in a while. They've been camping down the bot. But they find something nice. Should be a really easy pick-off.
Oh, they knew no chance. Did charge in there for a second, but they won't be able to quite catch him. Raven out to the bottom tier 2 tower. Not really too much they can do to defend this by the seams of it. Oh, MNZ. Unfortunately, we'll get silenced once again. This man has not had a good time in terms of reacting to these silences, though if they go with a soul bind, perhaps they can try and trade here. They've got Carlo getting quite low, but Gabby's probably the big issue as Gabby might just turn, but no, Nether Strike will actually hold him in place, but now in comes the comeback. Here comes the turnaround. They've taken down HBK, and now the Chrono. Raven not messing around. He'll find the Zeus as well. Krish is down. It's a 3-for-1. What are you meant to do? Like, it takes you just way too long to find these kills. There's now no chance. Oh, he's going to try and get away, but they've got disruption available. He needs to get out of vision to give himself a chance with this charge. Tim has got him. This is why I hate SD, John, right? You've just got no play out unless he just screws up.
Yeah, no, I do agree. SD is probably one of the most annoying heroes to play up against, just because all of his saves are obnoxious, his offensive potential is obnoxious. A really good turnaround from Blacklist, like a really nice play from Gabby. Walks down towards the large cap, uses a shard to gain a little bit more HP, and that just buys him enough time to get his team coming in. They couldn't find that first damage here.
I mean, he's got to be so careful. Like, it is just Gabby, and he's by his T3 tower, feeling safe there. But Gabby has proven to be a bit wild at times. He might just go for a jump in if you're not too careful.
Yeah, he is wild. I mean, why wouldn't you be? He's got the disperser up. So it's much easier for him to get that chase down onto a lot of these targets. The 4 stabs doesn't feel like is coming fast enough. I'm not sure if we already have those on both the supports. I think we saw it on Krish, along with his Manta and Phylactery with Shard.
On top lane, who they got? Krish, you're going to be very wary there, sir. There's a lot of heroes coming in here from Blacklist rivalry. It seems like Krish will get out of vision. But instead trying to go after MNZ, removing half his HP pool. Krish still being chased here by Carlo. They are not having any vision of the Zeus though, so Carlo should probably not get so lucky. Does get some nice vision down on the north of the map.
Dire's top tower is falling.
And just see Krish, like he just does not feel safe messing around with the support tech. He's like, that's a pulse 5 that he's running away from. But they just have no vision, they have no idea where Blacklist are, it's just very tough.
It goes from 1 to 0, 100 to 0 very quickly for Krish. He only has the 4 staff to defend. So he has to be a little bit cautious. However, the stall game from Whoop is there. They've got the Manta, they've got that Shard. They're going for, I believe, the Maelstrom onto the Zeus as well, which is thematically fun, I guess. It's a mythological crossover, which is always a little bit funny, but it's the wrong, what do you call it, pantheon, but you know, it kind of fits in. We'll accept Maelstrom to Mjolnir.
History lessons here with John X Fire.
Yeah, it's the wrong pantheon. Hey, you know, it's not even a history lesson. I just played Age of Mythology. You know, like, it's a fun game. If there was like a Age of Mythology Dota, like an arcade game, I think I'd play that all day.
Bottom lane, no chance. Gonna try and jump in on Tim's. Obviously, he's really got no way out, knowing the SD is just casually watching him and no chance. Well, there you go. Jules out. He's got charge. Disruption. Oh, they don't find it. They do not get the disruption. No chance. Able to walk his way out this time. He's going to be just fine. Meanwhile, top lane, Raven, he's got the Zeus again. Trish.
Oh, those dashes are ugly.
Yeah. And he tried to jump off the map. Bit of a panic press on the heavenly jump, I think, is now MNZ also caught out. Gabby, I don't know if he's going to pursue him. He may.
he's diving.
Yeah, he's
diving.
going after Evil Eye. We'll take care of the Grimstroke first. Why the hell not?
You can't stop it right now on the side of Whoop. The push potential coming out from Blacklist is
under attack.
it's not the worst in the world. It's not like the fastest thing to get done here for Whoop, so they can try to mount a defense of their own, but you're not going to be able to split push too well, and you just haven't seen this global strat come into play. And with the disperser, it can go actually a little bit faster than you'd expect it to here. So I'm going to just go in right now on the side of Blacklist and start pushing in. And the side of Whoop, well, it's a hard thing to just kind of try to hold on, right? You're playing at a 21k deficit, 37-11. We were talking with Luke that we want a closer game. Unfortunately, it doesn't feel like we're getting that just yet.
No,
or I don't know if we'll get that at all at this rate.
Not at all, Jonathan. 21k advantage makes it pretty unlikely. Then again, Whoops are still in the game. 29.5 minutes in. They are not out of it quite yet. Very, very far behind, though, as it seems though Arbed. He's bigger and bigger here on the Timber. Of course, Raven, he's been landing some great chronos. He hasn't had much damage yet. But you are getting to the stage where the Void is just going to start hitting extremely hard. Eye of Skadi is being built up on that Void as Whoops, they are moving into the southern side of the map. Raven has been located. Charge will be out. They'll break the Lincolns, but do they have the damage or the control? It doesn't really seem like it. Raven is going to be just fine. They are going to move in again. Onto the Prophet they go. HBK getting caught is just as good as dead. MNZ, he's diving very deep. He'll try out the Tims, but Tims has the Glimmer Cape. They've got no detection. MNZ, he dives so deep for this. He'll not be able to get the SD. MNZ's gone. Oh, MNZ's gone. Nobody there with the dust available. Evil Ash at least going to get his way out. What do you do, though? Now the heart's up on Gabby, so if he wasn't diving before, God knows he's going to be diving now.
Yeah, it's hard to see what you can do right now in Whoop. I think they've had the right idea. They're forcing out this aggression. What I'd want to see now from Whoop is trying to set up some nice offensive ward. They have this really... It's an okay ward down bot to watch over that general area on the bot jungle. They've got to stem the bleeding. High ground's just being shoved in without the Morphling, no threat. Gabby just playing with fire, already digging into those tier 4s.
Yeah, Gabby kind of implied he was going to have a good game with all the early tips that were coming out. No, he wasn't lying either. It's Evil Ash going to be chased down, but no chance we'll save him with the charge. Onto the tier 3 bottom tower they'll go. There's really just no contest here. Like, you're basically trying one more time if you're Whoop, but you're fighting into the chrono. You know, Dark Ascension, maybe that's not up, but who the hell cares? It doesn't really feel like Gabby needs it when it's nighttime anyway. And it is, right now, Dark Ascension is still going. So they really have just no fighting.
No. I mean, it's also down to the nature of this lineup from Rook, right? Like, you don't have straightforward control. You don't have an easy way to force out team fight control. I mean, the same thing kind of goes for the side of Blacklist, but Blacklist have just been hitting this run and gun timing way too early on. They find 2 racks for themselves now. Whoop stuck with the 1 up top, hold them off from mega creeps, and the game state just hasn't been changing. 39-11, smoke out Whoop. Again, taking a pretty massive risk without that forward vision. See if they find a flanking angle here.
They're going to try. Blacklist, they seem to be very well aware a smoke is coming. Well, they are prepped for it at the very least, understanding that they've got to kind of go for these very aggressive styles of play. As Raven is going to reveal himself, he's the big target they'd love to take down if they can catch him. But they're moving into the high ground, which Blacklist have control over, and in comes the jump with the silence out. They really want the Zeus, he's fine for now, but now the chrono, it's caught 3 of them. They'll find no chance, they'll find MNZ, and they'll find HBK. I think it might be around time. There you go, they'll call it. That's a rough game, but it is against Blacklist, so if you're going to lose like this, it may as well be against a team like this.
Yeah, there's no shame in calling it early up against Blacklist. They had an idea and Whoop, but it's just not enough for them to hit that timing. And Blacklist just played almost perfectly for minute 0.
They certainly did. Blacklist a fantastic game. Well, you're seeing the boys, they're not even reacting. No, they haven't even reacted. Just another day in the office for them. They've got another game after this one as well, so perhaps just no need to smile.
No. What I did notice is Raven's usually left alone. And Carlo goes towards to Abed. They get discussions. No one leaves Raven in the corner except himself, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, he moves forward. So you have that.
Some weird dynamics that John's trying to pull apart there for Blacklist. But, I mean, Blacklist, they pulled apart Whoops there, unfortunately. And, you know, we were hoping for a little bit of a very, very close game in that game here between Blacklist and Whoops. But, unfortunately, it's just not what we get. It felt like the Gabby and Abed show. I really do feel bad for Raven. He kind of just took a bit of a back seat there, boys. Like, he was kind of the insurance policy, right? It really did feel like that if the things did start to go bad and things started to get weird against Whoops, then it was always about the Faceless Void in a late game.
Yeah, like you had no counter, you had no saves for that chrono, you had all the tools in the world to make that chrono work on the side of Blacklist, and our MVP award will go on to Gabby. I mean, he had a spectacular game, 14-1-11. He was so active on that Night Stalker. I mean, he got that solo kill onto MNZ. I don't think that's something you expect necessarily for a Morphling. You have a lot to juggle around there.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it was back to the skill choices of MNZ. Like, he tried to play the greedier route for the Morphling, which is perfectly fine, but Gabby just completely abuses it with the crippling fear, and it's Night Stalker last pick was really just it really was a brilliant pick. But there was just it covered all your bases. It really, and Gabby just had the perfect game on it. Yeah, maybe dying once, but you know that was because Gabby was diving perhaps a little bit deep, just a little bit.
It's limit testing, Mike. That's what we call it. Okay, it's not diving; it's limit testing. And I mean, just looking back across a lot of these stats, it really did feel like that there was quite a lot of these Blacklist players that definitely just had kind of free games. And obviously Gabby having that insane game that he had just meant that everybody else had the free games as well. Carlo, shout out to the techies. I think the way that he played was extremely well. I think I really did enjoy a lot of the times that he just set up with like a Q into a blast off, and it really did mean that nobody could kind of show themselves on a lane because you weren't able to get into the techies.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that the off lane of Whoop, this lane for No Chance with a Spirit Breaker and Evil Ash and Grimstroke, just didn't play aggressively enough off the back of like the charge kicks. The Carlo was cutting them off while he was leveraging his own level 1 really nicely with mines, and his level 2 felt even more impactful. In a lane with, you're with a Faceless Void, that's not necessarily an aggressive laner. It doesn't want to necessarily jump in, but they make it work, and you can see in the highlights again just how aggressive all that action was coming out here on top for Blacklist. They set their sights onto MNZ for a very long time and just made him have no game at all.
Well, it felt like, we even saw what Krish was trying to do. He knew that he had to go for this, the kind of hot hands build that you have to go on, Zeus, if you want to try and go for this carry, because MNZ was shut down so much, right, Mike? And they just weren't able to really alleviate any of that pressure was coming on either of the two cores.
No, you just couldn't. I mean, just all the lanes were going real badly. Like, Krish tried his absolute best to transition to some kind of carry Zeus build-up, but I mean, we have seen it before. I believe it was actually NADPC.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of the player.
Wait, it's the.
He's from Finland.
Yeah, MTD.
MTD. There we go. That guy used to run this Lightning Hand Zeus all the time and try to carry his team the exact same way Krish did. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Against a team like Blacklist Rivalry, sadly it doesn't for Krish, but I appreciate the attempt.
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately for Whoops as well, going 0-3 now in the group stage, boys, it's kind of put them mathematically out of the running for them getting in towards the Mall of Asia arena a little bit later on in the league. But, I mean, they at least put up a decent fight, I would say. There has been some games that they've been able to show a little bit of prowess, but I mean, you're going up against a team like Blacklist. Like, we're coming into this tournament looking at Blacklist, like, these guys are probably going to be the guys who win the entire tournament, and they wanted to come into this game, get themselves a 3-0 in the group stage, and take off a little bit of that pressure going to their final game of the day.
Yeah, and I think it's still really important for Whoop to look at all of this as a learning experience, right? We were talking about the carrying through for the region of India. Even with a loss like that, there's a lot to pick up. There's a lot to understand, to learn. What's keeping me from this level, right? And I think a direct experience like that, while disheartening, is going to lead to better things down the line.
Yeah, and I mean, this is probably one of the main reasons why, Mike, you're such an advocate for a lot of these smaller regions being able to get themselves a little bit more of this extra experience, right? Just being able to come in, play on a LAN up against these guys who have been able to do it for the last couple of years and get yourselves to try and figure out what will be able to take you to the next level.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you need the experience. You can't get any better without the experience. And, Krish, we've seen him multiple times in multiple teams. He's trying to get to a level, the tier 1 level of Pro Dota, and, props to him. He comes in with a team of people from his home country, trying to have a bit of fun here with the boys, and Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But at least, free holiday is the way I'd like to think about it.
Hey, I mean, that's a pretty good way to think about it. All right, John, before we go to a break and get ourselves in our final series of the day, who are we feeling like are going to be these teams that are going to really be able to stick it to Blacklist as we go deeper into the tournament?
I want to see, I think, Execration, maybe 747. It's a little bit hard to say. I think both of those teams have their own consistency issues, so it's going to be really difficult, but one of those two will probably give them a run for their money.
All right, I'm very, very excited to see if that's how it's going to pan out. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a quick break here. It's going to be a little bit of an extended break. Not a quick break, I have lied there. We're going to go to our final game of today of the group stage. So make sure you join us on the other side of this for more Asia Pacific Predator League.
Challenge for today. At huwag kayo mag-alala dahil napakadami pa natin challenges sa mga susunod pang episodes. So we're inviting everyone to come and join at panoorin at antayin yung mga susunod nating episodes na ilalabas dito sa Predator. Welcome nga pala sa panibagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. And of course, kami nga pala ang host for today. Ako si Bill, kasama mo si Kuya Nick. Kuya Nick, meron naman tayo mga panibagong episodes ngayon at
Yun na
challenges.
Another challenge, another video.
Matindi ang gagawin natin video dahil ang challenge natin ngayon ay fast fingers, pabilisan ng daliri sa pagkakan. At kasama na ulit natin ang ating magaganda at pogi. Mga Predator, Predator, and Ambassadors, of course, for Team 1. Andito si In at ayun, si Bert. For Team 2.
Yan na nga, Team 2. Ikaw na bahala dyan.
Okay. Andito si Baggy. Ayan. Tsaka syempre, si GBB. Hindi nakakalimutan. So syempre, ulitin natin ang next challenge natin ay Fast Figures. Ready na kayo? Ready ka na? Timer starts now!
Dito ulit.
Mauna. Uy! Boom!
Tapos na?
Uy, napalo na 2 beses.
Naku po, sobrang tryhard mo naman. Kaibigan, oh. Nag-astok mo ako eh. Di ba?
Uy! 1-0.
1-0 in favor of Team
GBB. Team 2. Ready? Ready? Here we go. Fast fingers. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ang daya ni GBB! Yung kamay! Ba't yung kamay yung pinapalo mo?
Hindi ko naman alam na bawal ka kamay.
Ang daya!
Oo, madaya ang CVV.
Nice one. Tapos na, ladies and gentlemen, 2-0 in favor of Team 2 again! Team number 2 ang nanalo dito sa Fast Figures. So, Team number 1 ulit ang gagawa ng punishment. So, Dipit, papakita natin yan in 3, 2, 1. Kuha sila ng cookie, then may ruleta. Kung saan pumunta yung ruleta na yun, doon
ang dip.
Doon i-dip yung cookie, then kakainin nila. Pero tatlo sila, di ba? Team 1 nandito. Pero feeling ko, kulang eh.
Ito na nga. Based on the management, tsaka may instant review na tayo. Meron pong foul na nangyari wherein inulog po ng isang participant sa kabila that resulted into negative output. So therefore, kailangan po namin patawan ng penalty.
Si Bibi? Tapos management yun. Deep all sa bagoong!
Hindi pa naman eh. Ano? Again. Harap yan.
Sarap. Okay, next. What's the bird?
Isa na naman yan eh. Isa na naman yan. Okay. Ikot natin direct. Ang kanyang dip, special na ketchup. Vinegar. Konti.
Isa pa?
Pinagin
mo yung buhok mo dyan.
1, 2, 3. Go. Dami yan. Gusto ko tubig. Thank you.
Next. Soy sauce.
Uy,
konti.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Pwede. Ayun, sure pa, oh.
Baka pwede sa business.
Uy! Okay, so yun ang ating matinding punishment dun sa ating fast fingers na game. Dumating tayo sa panahon na sa GPB. Dumaan pa talaga sa bukas ng karayom.
Kailangan
manalo.
may fear tayo rito.
Nga, tapos na yung isa nating challenge for the day. At kita-kits na lang sa susunod na video.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts. The Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
guys, Vil here, back in again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to, sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maaga siya para sa game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, para paano natin, we have Kuya Nick! Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Oo. Ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So kung napapansin nyo sa GBB, ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga narinig niya sa teammates niya. And syempre wala talaga silang mahilig dahil suot nila ang Predator Ganea. Tara, try natin. Narinig mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig. Kahit isa, meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spike daw! Spike daw!
Spell na simulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Orayon.
Okay.
Oy! What? Orayon. Octagon. X. Octagon. 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 Octagon! Octagon!
Ayan, pinapapansin na talaga natin pag-intern na next na. Kaya kung ako sa'yo, GBB, sulat mo na.
Play. 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 Play! Ang Valorant, diba? Play for fix. Play for fix.
Tama naman din.
Pass.
Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage quit.
Kung hindi marunong na sa dulo nyo, medyo alanganin.
Dito lang yung pinaka-wait. Dito
Oh,
pinaka-crucial.
siya
No, hindi dapat sinasabi niya.
Kahit sobrang galing ng first and second mo, pero yung third, tanong. Okay, sulat mo namin. No, next up. 15 seconds.
Set! Wala talo tayo. Tanggapin na natin.
6. Wala silang nakuha rin. Pero sobrang lungkot lang talaga. Pero it is what it is. Team number 1 is handa na. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ano sila yun? Iba yung strategy na dito kuya Nick eh. Tahimik.
Less noise sila.
Oo.
Yan yung order sa team eh. At dahil dyan ang prediction ko 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 billion
Two.
score, parang yan ang...
Yun! Muntik
Okay,
na.
okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Pass.
Soba. Soba. No. Soba.
Soba?
Soba.
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 Aim!
Aim. Bot. Bot.
Point?
Bot.
Aim. Point.
Import.
Point.
Okay na.
Aim.
Easy GG. Ayan. Ayan.
Stand proud.
Oy, yun na.
Stand
Yung
proud.
akala ko yun.
Stand proud.
Step bro. Yun.
Stand
Ano
proud.
ginagawa mo? Easy, Jimmy! At the end of the day, meron silang 1 point. At right now, alam na natin kung sino ang panalo. Ayun na. So pipili na ang Team 1 kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng Team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment
Ay,
ng gentlemen.
sakto.
Pero meron tayong plot twist.
Ano yun? Ano?
Sabi nung nakararami, si Kuya Nick ay sasali! Wala tayong gagawa dyan. So yun na nga. Para sa ating next punishment, ito na, handa na ang this or that drink. Ano ba?
Oh, yun. Okay na.
Feeling ko hindi ko siya dapat gustuhin. Pero parang masarap.
Ano yun?
Tama na.
It's Coke.
Mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis na mahirapan, nag-i-enjoy pa. Matindi, sobrang cute na pinapakita.
Basta, walang sobrang dami. Parang soy sauce eh.
Masarap.
Sobrang dami.
Masarap. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pinapanood natin ang ating sumunod na video. Pero don't worry, dahil napakadami pa natin mga challenges and videos na ilalabas. My name is Phil, and see you on to the next one. What is up guys? Phil here, back in again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to, sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maaga siya para sa game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, para natin, we have Kuya Nick! Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Oo. Ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So kung napapansin nyo sa GPP, ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga naladik niya sa teammates niya. And syempre wala talaga silang mag-index dahil suot nila ang Predator Ganea. Tara, try natin. Naladik mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig kahit isa. Meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spike daw! Spike daw!
Spell na simulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Orayon.
Okay.
Oy! What? Orayon. Octagon. X. Octagon. 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 Octagon! Octagon!
Ayan, pinapapansin na talaga natin pag-internalize nila. Kaya kung ako sa GPP, sulat mo na.
Play. 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 Play! Ang banger, di ba? Play for fix. Play for fix.
Tama naman din.
Pass.
Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage quit.
Kung hindi marunong na sa dulo nyo, medyo alangan.
Dito lang yung pinakabait. Ito
Oh,
pinakabait.
shit,
No, mali. Dapat sinasabi niya.
Kahit sobrang galing ng first and second mo, pero yung third, tanong. Okay, sulat mo namin. No, next down. 15 seconds.
Ses! Wala talo tayo. Tanggapin na natin.
6. Wala silang nakuha na isa. Pero sobrang lungkot lang talaga. Pero it is what it is. Team number 1 is handa na. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ano sila yun? Di ba yung strategy na dito ko yun? Tahimik.
Less noise sila.
Oo.
Yan yung organize team eh. At dahil dyan ang prediction ko 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 billion
Two.
score, parang yan ang...
Yun! Muntik.
Okay.
Here we go. Pass.
Soba. Soba. No. Soba.
Soba?
Soba. Soba. Soba.
Aim!
Aim. Bot. Bot. Point. Bot.
Aim! Point.
Import.
Point.
Okay na.
Aim.
Easy GG. Ayan.
Stand proud.
Oy, yun na.
Stand
Yung
proud.
akala ko yun.
Stand proud.
Step bro. Yun.
Stand
Ano
proud.
ang ginagawa mo, Bert? Easy, Jimmy! At the end of the day, meron silang 1 point. At right now, alam na natin kung sino ang panalo.
Welcome back, Dota fans, to the Asia Pacific Predator League in 2024. We've already gotten ourselves 4 games through our group stages so far, and we've only got 1 left to go, boys, especially in Group A as well. We're almost at the point where we're starting to figure out who's going to be going into those semi-finals, going into the Mall of Asia arena. But, boys, Blacklist so far, they're not playing any games.
No, they certainly are. No, it's completely undefeated, completely untested so far from Blacklist rivalry. I mean, I'm kind of, we were questioning what team is actually going to test them in this tournament. And Right now, you kind of raise Execration, maybe you raise somebody else. I don't know. This team is looking good.
Yeah, they look way too solid.
They do. They definitely do. But before we start getting into our final game of the series, I'd like to tell everybody at home that the Asia Pacific Predator League 2024 is presented by Predator and co-presented by Intel. Also, special thanks to our sponsor, the Xbox PC Game Pass as well. So, lads, getting close to this final game of today, then we're going to really be able to put a lot of these puzzle pieces together and be able to figure out what our final couple of teams are going to go for as well. Still best of one territory for a lot of these teams as well. So going into this final series, this is going to be Blacklist. We're going to be going up against Zol Esports as well. So these guys are really going to have to try and put a whole lot towards Blacklist. It's kind of the same talk that we had in our previous series there, John, where what are they going to be able to do to take down a team like Blacklist?
They've got to do something different, right? Again, we didn't quite see the pocket picks. We did see them try a very specific strategy, but we'll have to see if they can try to do something. Again, it's just about being different. Catch them off guard, try to catch them off their research here.
Yeah, all right. Well, it'll have to be a good test for Zol to be able to come into this and see if they really be able to take down a team like Blacklist, because they have been such a stalwart of the Southeast Asian region. And going into this, we're super excited to see what these guys can do. And I mean, it's Blacklist rivalry. You guys have seen this roster before. You guys love it. So let's go check them out one more time. Blacklist rivalry, you guys have already seen them about 30 minutes ago, so Mike, hopefully they haven't gone out of Twitch chat's brains. I know they're pretty small when it comes to Twitch chat brains, but they should at least know who these guys are.
Yeah, I dare say so. Blacklist rivalry, again, looking undefeated right now, looking fantastic here in the Ace of Predator League, and obviously looking like probably the favorites to take the whole tournament right now. As we do get to see the lovely faces, obviously you see Gabby with a headband, something very different here from Gabby. I'm not really sure why the headband's popped out here from Gabby, but it's a training arc for him by the looks of it.
It helps him focus, you know, hair off the head, hair that, you know, it's not going around messing you up. You just get to focus, you play your game. He's been looking great. You know, it's like he's been working out in the game. You know, you don't want anything blinding you.
Do you think he's ever considered a haircut, John?
No.
No.
It's not even something worth mentioning, Mike.
Okay.
Why would you cut that
It's
beautiful
just
hair?
headband instead of haircuts. That should be our next motto. Hashtag headbands instead of haircuts.
I mean, he could have got, like, you know, some Naruto headband or something, you know.
All right, we're not Team Liquid out here, okay? We're not going to be doing all these anime references and we're going into all these tournaments and stuff like that. But they are playing up against a team that needs to try and get a win, and it is going to be Zol Esports. So let's go and check out Zol Esports right now. Some well-known names floating around the Southeast Asian region here on this All Esports roster, but Mike, it's still going to be an uphill battle because they're playing against Blacklist. I mean, that's going to be the conversation that we're going to be having throughout the entirety of this game, is they are going up against Blacklist, so they're going to have to pull something big out of the bag.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, this is a team that certainly can surprise us. These are great players. This is a great roster. I certainly, like, unlike last series where I was pretty sure Blacklist were going to win this one out, this one could be a bit of a mix-up. You never really know, because you do have these players that I think are highly skilled. A lot of cheese picks available, especially through Mamang Daya, who does tend to play real fantastic for any team he's part of. And this is going to be an interesting one. I think this is maybe the closest match we at least have today.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an exciting one for us to see, especially the fact that it's rounding out the day as well. You know, John was sitting right now, Blacklist at 3-0, and Zol Esports there currently sitting at 1-1, I think is what I saw. I think they still have another game to be able to play towards the end of today in some of those off streams. So it's going to be interesting to see what Zol are going to be able to bring out this time around, considering they haven't played as many games that Blacklist have today.
Yeah, I'd like to see, again, if they pull out some of that flexibility that we've seen from Mamang Daya. This roster, when it used to be Cirxia, looked amazing in one DPC tour. It looked like they were the underdogs, kind of lost that momentum. and they lost Ken, but I think Mamang Dai is a pretty good substitute. And I've seen these guys just, they've been really active throughout the night. They're not even like pubbing. I've seen them in the gym at like 11:30. Like Young God and T here just hanging out there. So they've got the energy, they've got the drive. We'll see if they've got it in game as well, and think it's going to be fun at least.
I mean, Execration were literally hanging outside the hotel.
Yeah, but they weren't working out.
Is it working out better than hanging out in front of a hotel drinking?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's way better, so
But
hopefully.
that hasn't translated into results, though, so
No.
maybe it is better to be hanging out the front of the hotel.
Yeah, I suppose so. I suppose so.
It's called confirmation bias, but, you know, I think if my data stands tall, I think that's the way we're going to have to be thinking about it. But, I mean, you know, going into this game, like, I think the draft is going to be very, very important. We saw in that previous game that Blacklist were able to open up with very flexible heroes for the first couple, and then as soon as they got that final pick in the gacha, that's going to be the hard part for Zol to come over the top. So, Mike, you know, going into this game, are you thinking maybe if you're Zol that you want the second pick so you don't get gachaed at the end?
Yeah, I mean, I dare say that might be just the way to play it. I do wonder how much of a difference it's going to make, Fluky Luke. You know,
Yeah.
it's a bit rough sometimes here against Blacklist, but every advantage you can get, you take.
Yeah, you've got to take anything you can get. Talking about the flexibility of Mamang Daya, I feel like it's been a while since we've seen him actually pull that out. Right? Like stuff like his Darkseer mid when no one was doing it. That was probably the most unique thing I can really attribute to Mamang Daya. Beyond that, I feel like his more standard mids have been...
The Kunkka, you know,
Yeah. I mean, he can bring those out as well, but really it was the Darkseer that was kind of... And the Bristleback mid, like it was him as well, right? Up against like a Tiny, when Tiny was meta in mid. So like those kinds of ideas, I don't know if they found something that kind of replicates that. It feels like the past 2 years or so for Mamang Daya hasn't been the most amazing. But again, this entire team, all of these players have all of that kind of varied history as well. And again, a lot of promise that just needs to be shown. I mean, I've been saying this a couple of times. Just pick Husker. That's the one time I've seen Blacklist really look bad. They just get second pick and try to Husker.
Yeah.
Hopefully they don't hear, so you know they can get away with that.
I'm sure, John, that they're not getting straps from you on the desk here. I think if they've got a strap to go in a best of one, they've thought of that a couple of days beforehand, mate. I don't think this is where they get the last minute information. But I mean, it is always interesting when you look across a lot of the players that we're going to have in the server. It does feel like that a lot of them have a lot of these weird, I don't want to say signature heroes, but these weird heroes that can float around, but they're all also really good at a lot of the stock set. And, you know, looking across a lot of the offlaners that we've got here as well, I feel like Mars is going to be one of those heroes that you might see a little bit more contested coming in from Gabby and Ruperto, because that has been heroes that we've seen those guys be able to play a whole boatload of in the past. So, I mean, this just could be a straight up standard game of Dota 2, and we don't even have to keep talking about cheese.
Holy rap god, Fluke. That was a lot to take in. I have no idea what you just said.
I said two heroes and two players.
I think I heard Mars. I appreciate it, Fluke.
As soon as I start talking, Mike just glazes over.
Yeah, no.
And he's like, yeah, Thanks.
As far as I know, you
Appreciate
were
it.
talking about the buffet in the hotel. I tell you what, the buffet is fantastic here, by the way. Can I just say? The buffet is fantastic.
It is amazing.
John and I are trying to have a Dota 2 panel here, and you just railed us in 30 seconds.
I'm in the Philippines. Finally, I'm back to the motherland.
Back to the motherland.
I'm back
yeah.
to the motherland.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying my people's food. It's been fantastic. The food here is delicious, ladies and gentlemen. Highly suggest you come to Manila.
Yeah.
Highly suggest.
It's a great time. We haven't even really left the hotel, which is really bad, but it's actually really nice here.
Yeah.
And I honestly, I tried some of the Filipino food completely off topic. Now try the Filipino food. It's actually a good representation.
Did you really think you were going to host the panel with us and not talk about food?
I was hoping to avoid it, but I didn't
That's
think
very
it would
funny,
be,
mate.
you know, 2 hours into our first deck segment together. But hey, I mean, if that's what we're going to be talking about, then that's fine. I do agree. The food here has been fantastic. I haven't tried any of the local cuisine yet, which I'm very excited to try some, but I don't know how deep I'm going to go into the weeds with all that kind of stuff. I feel like I've got a pretty mature palate as a human being, so I'm kind of open for anything, but I mean, the food so far has been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, we'll bring you a bit of balut later on.
That was the one thing that
Yeah.
everyone asked me to try, and I don't know if I could do it. I think I might do it just to do it, to represent everybody.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
It's not that bad. I've had it like a couple times.
Yeah.
It's good. You have some vinegar. It's pretty nice.
Okay.
Obviously, I've had it multiple times.
Yeah.
Oh
obviously,
yeah,
this-
yeah.
this
If you
guy-
can chat
this guy's an
Mike,
expert.
obviously he loves it.
I mean, obviously.
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
for breakfast every day.
This man, I've seen his diet. He eats balut and fresh durian every day.
I used to be a balut salesman before
Yes.
I became a caster.
Yeah.
Have you not heard the law? We'll talk about it another day. But I used to be
Okay,
a
I
balut
need to get a mic education and
This
see.
is-
I thought I knew most of the lore, but apparently not.
There's a lot of lore.
All right, it seems like I'm learning something new every day when it comes to you two. You guys have been a bundle of joy in a wild ride already. I can't believe we've still got like a whole grand final to get through. We've got all these semi-finals, all the rest of the group stages. You guys are already derailing me so far. But, I mean, we are getting ourselves into the game very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have a draft on your screens when it does come up. So I'm excited to see that and excited to see some of the new stuff. So far, I think with the patch, I'm going to talk about Dota. I know, Mikey, you're going to glaze over in a moment. But with the patch, we haven't really seen any of those weird niche mid heroes, John, so far.
No.
I haven't seen too many of these like Darkseer mids that are rushing, like Echo Saber and stuff like that. It feels like it's kind of back to stock standard kind of mid lane Dota.
Yeah, I think even some of the, like melee strength mids outside of like DK have kind of faded away. Shaker, Ogre Magi has kind of gone. We've seen Kunkka come back in. It's a weird regression, but I don't think it's unwelcome because we did have that really quirky mid that I don't think many mids adjusted too well. Certainly some did quite nicely, but the one constant that annoys me is still Pangolier. I'll be frank. Like, Pangolier is the big constant that annoys me. It's like,
anybody who, I enjoy the hero, but I also enjoy not seeing the hero because I feel like he is copped so much hate when it comes to nerfs and changes the way his item builds go and all that kind of stuff, and he just perseveres. He's been like kind of that persistent 3. When you think about heroes like Io and Batrider, right? Like they have always been heroes that will constantly be in the meta of Dota 2, and I think Pango is going to stick in the pantheon of heroes that for some reason, no matter what the patch is, will always be pickable.
Yeah, it used to be Mars at some point as well. I remember this is something Mike
but that hero
really railed
was
on.
bad for a long time.
Oh yeah,
It
became bad, but
Mars did nothing wrong. This Pango
you
hero.
complained. You complained back then. I remember.
But Pango's literally been in for like the last 20 years. Like they've got to nerf this hero like real well.
Okay, that brings a different question.
Yeah.
Is it when it has been nerfed? That is quantifiable. At what point is it the player's fault for not picking something else? Maybe it's time to blame the pros. Why don't you pick a real hero?
Well, this guy can roll up for 13 seconds. He'll roll up and just stun you and damage you continuously. Meanwhile, you've got, and that's on what, like an 80-second cooldown?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, poor old Tidehunter, what's it, like a 2-minute cooldown for Ravage?
I think it's like 4 minutes at level 1 or something.
Yeah,
like
and then
that.
there's Enigma with his black hole. He has to channel the it's just, but this Pangolier hero, why can he still roll for 15 hours in a team fight?
Just pick Bloodseeker.
Oh.
There's counters in the game, Mark.
That's
I don't know what you're talking
loss,
about.
mate. That's a guaranteed loss. We've talked about this.
I do agree with you. I think the core issue of the hero has been the one thing that has kind of skirted around quite a lot of it. I still feel like the hero would be good even if Rolling Thunder did no damage.
Yeah.
If it was just a straight up stun, I think it would still be pickable because he does a lot of damage throughout the rest of his item build and the rest of the stuff that he can do. It's not so much about Rolling Thunder, so I don't know. Maybe we'll see some people start to figure out how to deal with him so far and get rid of him. But
hear me out.
All
You've
right.
been asking about mid picks. I've been saying this for a while, Jonathan, and Fluke. Mid Oracle. I know people are going to say, oh, but it was Thompson's idea. Listen, I said it before, Thompson. I'm going to say it right. The Phylactery Oracle build-up in the mid lane, it is one of the most busted things. In 6 seconds, you can do over 1k damage at level 7.
Okay. I'm letting you cook here.
And that's spammable, ladies and gentlemen. This is spammable.
I mean, you have stuff like Rubik as well. Rubik mid with Phylactery. That's pretty nice too. We've seen that a couple of times.
This guy analyzes Dota for a living? We're talking about Oracle, Jonathan.
We're talking about Oracle,
Yeah,
John.
but I'm arguing back, like, why does it have to be Oracle? Rubik's better offensively.
Because Oracle can heal. Rubik can't heal.
You don't need to heal when they're dead.
But also, what if Rubik is picked into a game where he can't steal good spells?
Doesn't
what
matter.
if he's stealing Tree Toss all the time?
Doesn't
That
matter.
feels
You
bad.
just Phylactery with your Fade Bolt. You're going to be happy anyway.
That's fair enough.
It's still fun.
Fair enough. I do agree with you. I think that Oracle mid with Phylactery and now Kanda into like Divine Rapier.
Yeah.
That feels
Obviously.
good. Because it feels like you're unkillable.
I mean, that. If you argue that, why not the Sniper Kanda in more
Hey,
of our pro
I
games?
am a Sniper Kanda
Yeah, exactly.
enjoyer. I play that in the off lane and everybody in my pubs hates it,
Yeah.
but I love it.
Yeah, we need to see it in our pro games.
Yeah, 100%.
You know,
100%.
just go mid Sniper, go Kanda, get Divine Rapier first, and watch yourself GG at 20.
We've got confirmation, by the way, that Fluke does play SCA.
Yeah,
right?
I
So
do.
if you see off-lane Sniper with Kanda Divine Rapier build up, this is the problem.
I
This
swear
is
to
the
God,
guy.
I've actually queued into a guy who did that in my
That
team,
was
and he
him.
raged it.
That
He
was
raged
him.
at us.
Yeah. I was the guy. I started it. So anybody in SCA who sees, if you see me in one of your pubs, I'm sorry already, because I'm playing any hero that can build Kanda. That is all I've been doing in this patch. I'm a massive Kanda enjoyer, and that's why I'm really sad that it has kind of become one of those meme items. Remember when Meteor Hammer first came out?
Oh,
and it
yeah.
was a meme item. People were like, you're actually trolling if you're picking up the hero. And then it started getting into an item build where a lot of people did like it. I feel like Kanda's on the same trajectory, boys. Hear me out. 1 year, Kanda is going to be first build on every carry hero.
Okay. I like it.
I mean, it's kind of already that way anyway. I don't think you need to
I'm
wait
trying
a
to make
year.
something here, John, okay?
Yeah, 1 month. It's going to be it already.
Okay.
It feels like that's already the natural build-up. I do remember there was Meteor Hammer times, so like we saw Naga Siren Meteor Hammer.
Oh, did
at
we?
first. We saw Beastmaster Meteor Hammer. Remember? Roar into
All I
Meteor Hammer.
remember
That
is-
was legit in pro play.
I just remember OD.
I mean, OD was the most annoying.
That was the one that made me go, I don't like Meme Hammer, because it was so easy to set up, because it's like you just had to wait until the bar got to the H, and then you drop the Meteor Hammer, and it was basically you just rush it in mid, and then you were like level 5, and you would sell it, because nobody wants to do that. But now when you're seeing these other cool heroes trying to interact with it, I remember, I can't remember what patch it was, the patch that changed like all stuns to like, or they changed Meteor Hammer channel time to like 1.5 seconds or 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And you could build it on almost any hero that had a single target stun because they were long enough to be able to do Meteor Hammer, and then they all got nerfed in the ground. So rest in peace, Dragon Knight rushing Meteor Hammer.
Unlucky.
That was my favorite. I feel like if anybody looks at my Dota buff, they're going to be like, this guy just grieves every game that he plays. And I feel like I kind of do because I build some weird stuff.
I think you do too.
Yeah, I think I do. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure if you should be making public admissions like this.
Please don't look at my Dota buff. It is all Kanda and Meteor Hammers. That's all I do. And Hand of Midas. But, yeah.
The Hand of Midas is forgivable. I
Yeah,
think that's the most common thing.
It's doable. What have you guys been enjoying of the patch so far? It seems like we're in Phil land right now, waiting for this,
I've
next draft.
been.
So.
I haven't gone off Witch Doctor still. It's pretty pathetic to play Witch Doctor. I will admit, as a Witch Doctor player, it's a lot, but Witch Doctor's fun. I love Dazzle. He's still fun for me. I like this Dazzle. Well, I want to. Dazzle Ogre Magi is fun.
Okay,
just go level 1 Bloodlust.
All right. No, you've annoyed me. You've
out.
triggered a very short memory for me here, John, and I don't like it. So I'm going to go to a break. We're going to get you guys into a break as well, and hopefully on the other side we've got a game for you guys to watch.
Ayun na. So pipili na ang Team 1 kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng Team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment ng gentlemen. Pero meron tayong plot twist. Ano yun? Ano? Sabi ng nakararami, si Kuya Nick ay sasali! Wala tayong gagawa dyan. So yun na nga. Para sa ating next punishment, ito na, handa na ang this or that drink. Ano ba?
Oh, yun, okay na.
Feeling ko hindi ko siya dapat gustuhin. Pero parang masarap.
Ano yun?
Tama na. It's Coke.
Mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis na mahirapan, nag-i-enjoy pa. Matindi, sobrang kita na pinapakita.
Basta wala ng sobrang dami.
Parang soy sauce eh.
Masarap.
Sobrang dami.
Masarap. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pinapanood natin ang ating sumunod na video. Pero don't worry, dahil napakadami pa nating mga challenges and videos na ilalabas. My name is Phil, and see you until the next time. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Tayo nagbabalik dito sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Kami nga pala yung mga host for today. Ako nga pala si Vin, and syempre kasama ko si Kuya Nick. At sobrang init ng mga games natin so far. Nagsisimula pa lang tayo, and syempre napakadami pa natin mga videos na ilalabas. Pero syempre, kailangan muna natin ipakilala ang mga teams na maglalaro ngayon. Of course, andito ang team number 1. Kasama din naman natin ang team number 2. So, ang next challenge natin for today's video, andito naman ang Guess the Audio. Are you guys ready? Ready na? Team 1. Are you guys ready? Okay, so, first, guess the game. Yes.
Forza?
Yes, tama. Okay, 1-0 tayo winning. Gagawin yung team number 2. May lang. Ready? Guess the gun. Yes.
Odin.
Odin, correct.
2-0.
Ito, madali lang to. Madali lang to para sa inyo. Ready? Guess
Reina.
4-2. Last one. Match point. Nice strat. Match point.
Ito pag hindi ka win Bert, hindi ko alam ha.
Perfect setup, Bert.
Guess the game.
Wala. Tamang sagot ay
Roblox.
The future of esports.
Okay, it's time. Guess the action in 3, 2, 1. Uy! Teleport correct! Guess the action. 5, 4, 3, 2, steal. 5. Spike defusing. Guess the character. Ready? 4-4. Guess the character. May mananalo na ba? Let's see. Roshan! Congratulations! Okay! Actually, pati kami napaisip kung tama ba? Pero hindi ko sagot sila eh. So yun nga, ladies and gentlemen, ang nanalo dito sa Guess the Audio, Guess the Voice. Palapakan naman natin, team number 2! Papipiliin na natin ang team number 2 kung ano ba ang punishment ng team number 1. Game! Drink sour lemon.
With no reaction.
Legit yun. So drink sour lemon without reaction. So sabi na natin ngayon. Shot puno. Game? Iba! Next. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ano ba yung natin kung gawin mo? Okay. Kasi, here we go. Poker face. No reaction at all.
Easy challenge.
So, if ever na-enjoy nyo tong video natin, yung mga challenges natin, don't worry kasi marami pa tayong susunod na challenges. So, wala kayong gagawin kung hindi antayin nyo lang para mas ma-enjoy natin at para mas maging exciting yung mga araw natin ngayon. Once again, ako nga si Bill, kasama ko si Kuya Nick, and see you on to the next one. Tayo yung nagbabalik sa pinakabagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. At kami nga pala yung mga host for today. Ako nga pala si Kuya Nick. At kasama ko si Kuya Nick. Kasama natin ang mga nagagawa po ng kagandahan natin mga Predator brand ambassadors para sa ating susunod na challenge dito sa araw na ito. Ito ay tinatawag na IQ test. Direct, game na tayo! 3, 2, 1, go! Round 1. Yun. Guess the game. Yes. Flight Simulator. 1-0. Ayan. Guess. Guess the game, Kuya Nick.
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go. Yes. Ano yan? Forza? Yes, correct. Forza Horizon 5. Oh, nalaro mo ba? Isipin mo yung mga dating mga videos sa ating Forza, yung talaga yung nasasabi talaga sa mga
bukas.
Oo, tama.
Alam mo na kung sino hindi marunong sa kanila.
Sobrang sayang.
Congratulations.
Congratulations sa makatindi. Team 2 naman ang nakuwagi para sa meeting na ito,
Yes.
challenge na ito. At sadly, ang kukuha na naman ng challenge is ang team number 1. Ayan, sobrang sayang. Pero yeah, tuloy-tuloy natin to. Punishment na. Game. Ano ang magiging punishment ng team number 1?
Hindi, ito na, parang may ulo ka. Hindi,
Oh, GT ko na, men.
parang dito ro.
Or inuubos niyo ba to?
Hindi pa ba?
Oh!
Ano yan?
Ano yan?
Ay, hindi.
Chubby.
Bakit naman yan Chubby Bunny?
Alright, without further ado, umpisahan na natin yung punishment ng
Yes.
team number 1. At ito ang Chubby Bunny. Kuya Nick, paano ba to?
Ganito.
Sample naman.
Ganito.
Sample.
Kaya nga, ganito. Mas cute pag sila gagawa niya.
Okay.
Okay? Mas cute pag sila gagawa niya. So, team 1,
Ah,
let's do our punishment
here we go.
Nakadamay na naman ako dyan eh.
Oh, siguro lang yan ha. Siguro lang yan. Ang gagawin natin is kakain lang sila. First marshmallow, then sabay-sabay silang magsasalita, masasabi ng Chubby Bunny. Pero, hindi Chubby Bunny sasabihin natin. Meron twist. Meron tayong tongue twister na sasabihin.
Yan.
Ayan.
Ano ka, mister?
3, 2, 1, go!
Yun! Basic, di ba? English.
Sunod ba? Tapos na yung ating next challenge for today's video. So, ang kailangan natin gawin is sit back and relax at antayin yung mga bago nating uploads, yung mga bago nating video sa ilalabas dahil for sure, sobrang init, sobrang excited at sobrang saya nito. And, Principal, kasama ko si Kuya Nick at kita-kits sa susunod na episode. At tayo ay nagbabalik sa panibagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. At right now, kung napapansin nyo, yung mga brand ambassadors and ambassadors natin ngayon, medyo bumabaril na dahil ang next challenge ay Better Half Winning.
Yan. Para ipaliwanag ko ng better half.
Let's watch this! So nakita na natin yung mechanics para sa ating challenge na Better Half. And right
Yes.
now, Kuya Nick, kita natin yung ating mga brand ambassadors and ambassadors na kaupo na. Yan na. Magbubukas na. Makikita natin ngayon. Gusto ko lang ako ng mga comment. Grabe naman sa ibig. Nagkakas na agad. Makikita na.
Building.
Grabe! Love! Ay, nag-internet sa site na to eh.
Ready, kami ready.
Dati.
Okay, kakalunin natin yung top lane yan.
Judge! Sinhatgan! Ito maging mahaba-haba ang oras ha. Pwede kayong mag-chill, pwede kayong mag-alipan ha. Pero magkikita kayo sa big.
Yes.
The spike. Let's take what they have.
Na. Go!
Grenade!
May plano to.
Yung sa akin din may plano. Sobrang sinigin nung dalawa na pinapakit nila. Lumabas na eh.
Satchel out. Outrun me.
Ayun na yun! Alam nila! Ito
Pwesto eh.
So ngayon, magkakaalaman kung may panalo na or meron na
Keep up.
tiebreaker.
Sudden death.
Sudden death, yeah. Here we go. Ayun o. Pero kapag susingin sa kalaban mo, Bert. Uy! What's pwede mangyayari? At Team 2 ang gagawa nun. Finally! Nakabawi na ng Team 1 dun sa lahat ng punishment na natanggap nila. Pero sino ba ang pinakaunang?
Only. Siya daw ang secret formula. So dahil ang secret formula,
Kwento din.
ikaw ang mauuna sa ating punishment.
GBB? Okay, GBB! 3, 2, 1, go! C! C-H!
It's yun! Sige. I.
B! Yun! I.
B.
Y.
Z.
Anong Z?
Okay lang.
Next. 3, 2, 1, go!
A. Okay. M. R. A.
Si Amara parang sumasayaw eh, no?
Ay, isa pa pala, sorry.
Bonus pa, di ba? Girl spelling.
G. Next one, G. Host for this video, ako nga pala si Vince. Kasama ko si Kuya Nick. You are watching the Predator Bunker Brawl. See you until the next one. What is up guys? Phil here and welcome sa Predator Bunker Brawl, which is magkakaroon tayo ng set of challenges and punishments para mas maging mainit pa ang araw nyo. And of course, kasama natin ang mga magaganda at sobrang gwapong Predator brand ambassadors and brand ambassadors. At syempre, bago tayo magsimula sa ating pinakaunang challenge for today, konting banter muna sa dalawang teams natin ngayon. Team 2, meron ba kayong gusto sabihin sa Team 1? Friendly banter.
Good luck na nyo, bay.
Sabi ni Chibibi, syempre i-translate natin yun. Good luck daw, sabi ni Chibibi kasi kailangan niya yan. Pero how about yung Team 1 Berg, pero gusto niya sa kanila?
Good luck sa'yo, bay.
Good luck sa'yo ba? Ano yung kasi?
GG easy.
Alright, so narinig na natin yung mga thoughts ng dalawang teams natin today. So hindi natin ito patatagalin pa. First challenge is ang Scribble Trouble. Team number 1, meron kayong 3 minutes para tapusin itong challenge na to. Simulan na natin in 3, 2, 1, go!
English.
Tikman.
Wait lang.
Number 1 ka lang manalo.
Pass. Skip. Alright. So far,
Horse riding.
meron kayong 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Uy! Next level yun na! Ayos yun na! Okay, next! 1 na! Meron sila 1 point.
Addict.
Yung ating konti na lang pare. 1 minute 20 seconds. Pass. Next natin. No pressure, 1 minute remaining. Basically yung pass.
Hindi, yung Easter na ano. Na
30 seconds. Pass. Okay, next.
Ako nag-erase.
Nag-erase.
Mouse.
Okay, meron pa kayo 20 seconds. So, ang nakuha nila, they have 2 points. So, congratulations. So, punta naman tayo sa team number 2. Hindi natin ito matatagalin pa. Team number 2, timer starts now! Lumang zero na agad? Grabe naman yun, man! 1-0. Pwede mag-pass. Keyboard. 2 points. Basic. Grabe yun ah! Diyos ko, ilan pa lang? Men, 20 seconds pa lang, 2 points na.
Sniper.
Phantom.
Panda.
Okay, 3 points. Okay, may 3 points sila, grabe. Uy! Okay! Hindi na 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 points already. Martin din team number 2. Tama, 6 points already, man. Grabe yung team number 2. Diyos ko.
What?
7 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Tapos na ang ating challenge for the day. At congratulations nga pala sa team 2 dahil nakakuha sila ng 7 points. Sadly, ang team 1, 2 points. Ang team number 2 ang pipili ng punishment na gagawin ng team number 1. So, here we go. Ayan na. GBEB, do the honors. Ayan na. Kinakabahan na. Uy, at ang challenge nila at ang punishment nila is Dynamite Roulette. Ayan. So, yeah. Mahilig pa sa spicy foods. Hindi ka mahilig sa spicy foods. Mahilig ka sa spicy foods. Okay. So, dalawa hindi mahilig. So, feeling ko talaga medyo mainit ang mga bibig nila mamaya kasi on their first punishment. Ready? Dynamite Roulette. Here we go. Direk, ano nga? Extra rice. Tsaka ketchup na rin. So, kaya mo ubusin. Hindi ba ka, pero hindi mo kinain yung pula eh. Yung kapula yung kinain niya. Wow. Okay, game.
Hindi naman makakagawin sa'yo. Iba na, pero hindi malakad makakagawin sa'yo.
Ibig sabihin, mataas yung tolerance nila sa... Nakita natin ang ating challenge for the day. At huwag kayo mag-alala dahil napakadami pa natin challenges sa mga susunod pang episodes. So we're inviting everyone to come and join at panoorin at antayin yung mga susunod nating episodes na ilalabas dito sa Predator. Welcome nga pala sa panibagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. And of course, kami nga pala ang host for the day. Ako si Phil, kasama ko si Kuya Nick. Kuya Nick, meron naman tayo mga panibagong episodes ngayon at
Yun na nga.
challenges.
Another challenge, another video.
Matindi ang gagawin natin video dahil ang challenge natin ngayon ay fast fingers, pabilisan ng daliri sa pagkakain. At kasama na ulit natin ang ating magaganda at pogi. Mga Predator brand ambassadors, of course, for Team 1. Andito si In at ayun, si Bert. For Team 2.
Yan na nga, Team 2. Ikaw na bahala dyan.
Okay. Andito si Maggie. Ayan. Tsaka syempre, si GBB. Nakakalimutan. So syempre, ulitin natin ang next challenge natin ay fast figures. Ready na kayo? Ready ka na? Timer starts now!
Huwag ka pa ulit.
Bawo na. Uy! Boom!
Tapos na?
Uy, napalo na 2 beses.
Naku po, sobrang tryhard mo naman. Kaibigan, oh. Nakatrastok mo ako eh. Di ba?
Uy! 1-0.
1-0 in favor of
GBB. Team 2. Ready? Ready? Here we go. Fast fingers. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ang daya ni GBB! Yung kamay! Ba't yung kamay yung pinapalo mo?
Nagtanong kasi kanina eh. Hindi ko naman alam na bawal kamay.
Ang daya!
Oo, madaya ang CBB.
Oo!
Nice one.
Tapos na, ladies and gentlemen, 2-0 in favor of Team 2 again! Team number 2 ang nanalo dito sa Fast Fingers. So, Team number 1 ulit ang gagawa ng punishment.
Kain mo po.
So, Dipit, papakita natin yan in 3, 2, 1. Kuha sila ng cookie that may ruleta.
Yes.
Kung saan pumunta yung ruleta na yun, doon
ang dip.
Doon i-dip yung cookie, then kakainin nila. Pero tatlo sila, di ba? Team 1 nandito. Pero feeling ko, kulang eh.
Ito na nga. Based on the management, tsaka may instant rating na tayo. Meron pong foul na nangyari wherein inulog po ng isang participant sa kabila that resulted into negative output. So therefore, kailangan po namin patawan ng penalty.
Si Bibi? Tapos management yun. Deep all sa bagoong!
Ito pa naman eh.
Hit na lang ba yun?
Ano? Again. Harap yan.
Sarap. Okay, next. What's the bird?
Ito, hit lang naman yan eh. Isa lang naman yan. Okay, okay. Ang ikot natin direct. Ang kanyang dip, special na ketchup. Vinegar. Kunti. Kunti. Kunti.
Sama.
Pinamit mo yung buhok mo dyan.
Ayan! 1, 2, 3. Go. Dami yan. Gusto ko tubig. Thank you.
Next. Soy sauce.
Uy,
Uy, konti.
Yan. 1, 2, 3.
Ew!
Okay.
Masarap, isa pa
Sarap,
lang.
sabay.
Sa patis naman.
Mayonnaise.
Ay, di po.
Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise!
No.
Wala akong kinalaman dyan sa roulette na yun.
Here we go.
New recipe.
Sarap.
Pwede.
Pwede.
Ayun. Ang sure pa ako.
Hindi na tayo may-i-internalize pa.
Baka pwede sa business.
Uy!
What?
Okay, so yun ang ating matinding punishment dun sa ating fast players na game. Dumating tayo sa panahon na sa GPB. Dumaan pa talaga sa bukas ng karayom.
Kailangan
manalo.
may fear tayo rito.
Nga, tapos na yung isa nating challenge for the day. At kita-kits na lang sa susunod na video.
With the Predator Helios 3D15 Spatial Labs Edition.
The 13th gen Intel Core i9 HX processor, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 GPU, and our custom-engineered Aeroblade cooling, alongside liquid metal over the CPU.
Delivering intuitive interaction and immersive sensation through technologies like advanced sensory solutions, optical display, and the latest real-time rendering technologies.
With the Helios Neo 16. 13th gen Intel Core processor? Check. GeForce RTX 40 series graphics? Of course. As for cooling, the Helios Neo includes Predator's custom-engineered cooling solutions listed here, with our unique Aeroblade fans and liquid metal thermal grease. Predator Triton 17X laptop. This powerhouse features a GeForce RTX 4090 with a max TGP of 175 watts. The Acer Nitro XC452 CUV at 44.5 inches with a 32:9 ultra-wide aspect ratio and 1500R curvature. Predator Orion X. The Intel Core i9 13900KS Special Edition processor boasts 24 cores, a flagship NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090. It is the smallest PC that features this GPU. Upgrade your gaming experience with the Predator Orion X.
What is up guys? Ovil here, back in again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to, sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maaga siya para sa game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, para natin, we have Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Oo. Ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So kung napapansin nyo sa GBB, ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga naladik niya sa teammates niya. At syempre wala talaga silang mahilig dahil suot nila ang Predator Ganea. Tara, try natin. Naladik mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig kahit isa. Meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spike daw! Spike daw!
Spell na simulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Orayon.
Okay.
Oy! What? Orayon. Octagon. X. Octagon. 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 Octagon! Octagon!
Ayan, pinapapansin na talagang grabe yung pag-intern na next na. Pero kung ako sa GBB, sulat mo na.
Play. 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 Play! Ang Valorant, diba? Play for fix. Play for fix.
Tama naman din.
Pass.
Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage! Quit! Rage quit.
Kung hindi marunong na sa dulo nyo, medyo alangan.
Dito lang yung pinakabait. Dito
Oh,
pinakabait.
shit,
No, mali. Dapat sinasabi niya.
Kahit sobrang galit ng first and second mo, pero yung third, tanong. Okay, sulat mo namin. No, next down. 15 seconds.
Set! Wala talo tayo. Tanggapin na natin.
6. Wala silang nakuha ng isa. Pero sobrang lungkot lang talaga. Pero it is what it is. Team number 1 is handa na. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ano sila yun? Iba yung strategy na dito kaya Nick eh. Tahimik.
Death noise sila.
Oo.
Yan yung organization eh. At dahil dyan ang prediction ko, 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 billion score, parang yan ang...
Yun! Muntik.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Pass.
Soba. Soba. No. Soba.
Soba?
Soba.
Soba.
Aim. Aim. Bot. Bot.
Point.
Bot.
Aim. Point.
Import.
Point.
Okay na.
Aim.
Easy, GG. Ayan.
Stand proud. Stand
Yung
proud.
akala ko yun.
Stand proud.
Step bro.
Stand
Anong
proud.
ginagawa mo? Easy, Jimmy! At the end of the day, meron silang 1 point. At right now, alam na natin kung sino ang panalo. Ayun na. So So pipili na ang Team 1 kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng Team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment ng gentlemen. Pero meron tayong plot twist.
Ano yun? Ano?
Sabi ng nakararami, si Kuya Nick ay sasali! Wala tayong gagawa dyan. So yun na nga. Para sa ating next punishment, ito na, handa na ang this or that drink. Ano ba?
Ayun, okay na.
Feeling ko hindi ko siya dapat gustuhin. Pero parang masarap.
Ano yun?
Tama na. It's Coke.
Mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis na mahirapan, nag-i-enjoy pa. Matindi, sobrang cute na
Basta wala ng sobrang dami.
Parang soy sauce eh.
Masarap.
Sobrang dami.
Masarap. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, pinapanood natin ang ating sumunod na video. Pero don't worry, dahil napakadami pa nating mga challenges and videos na ilalabas. My name is Phil, and see you on to the next one. What is up guys? Phil here, back in it again para sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Talagang sobrang solid tong araw na to. Sobrang special dahil meron tayong panibagong co-host for today. Maagang-maaga siya para sa game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, para natin, we have Kuya Nick! Kuya Nick! Okay, Kuya Nick, sinasabi nila late ka daw, pero hindi. Maaga ka para sa challenge na to.
Perfect timing for this challenge.
Oo. Ang next challenge natin mga tropa, andyan ang word relay. So kung napapansin nyo si GBB ang magsusulat dito sa ating board ng mga narating niya sa teammates niya. And syempre wala talaga silang mahilig dahil suot nila ang Predator Ganea. Tara, try natin. Narinig mo ba ako? Hindi siya sumasagot kasi nga talagang wala silang narinig. Kahit isa, meron silang 5 minutes para tapusin to. So timer starts now.
Spike! 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 Spike daw! Spike daw!
Spell na simulat niya. Alright. Okay.
Orayon.
Okay.
Oy! What? Orayon. Octagon. X. Octagon. 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 Octagon! Octagon!
Ayan, pinapapansin na talaga grabe yung pag-internalize nila. Pero kung ako sa'yo, GBB, sulat mo na.
Play. 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 Play! Ang Valorant, diba? Play for fix. Play for fix.
Tama naman din.
Ito pinaka-crucial eh.
Okay, dapat sinasabi niya?
Kahit sobrang galit ng first and second mo, pero yung third, tanong. Okay, sulat mo namin. No, next down. 15 seconds.
Set! Wala tayo tayo. Tanggapin na natin.
6. Wala silang nakukuha ng isa. Pero sobrang lungkot lang talaga. Pero it is what it is. Team number 1 is handa na. In 3, 2, 1, go! Ano sila yun? Di ba yung strategy na dito ko yun? Tahimik.
Less noise sila.
Oo.
Yan yung organ nila team eh. At dahil dyan ang prediction ko 0.
Doom!
Pag 0-0 billion score, parang yan ang...
Yun! Muntik
Okay,
na.
okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Pass.
Soba. Soba. No. Soba. 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 Soba.
ang panalo. Ayun na. So pipili na ang Team 1 kung ano bang punishment na gagawin ng Team number 2 ngayon. This or that drink ang susunod na punishment ng gentlemen. Pero meron tayong plot twist.
Ano yun? Ano?
Sabi ng nakararami, si Kuya Nick ay sasali! Wala tayong gagawa dyan. So yun na nga. Para sa ating next punishment, ito na, handa na ang this or that drink. Ano ba?
Oh, ayun, okay na.
Feeling ko hindi ko siya dapat gustuhin. Pero parang masarap.
Ano yun?
Tama na. It's Coke.
Mahaba yung straw.
Patis.
Imbis na mahirapan, nag-i-enjoy pa. Matindi, sobrang cute na
Basta awit ng sobrang dami.
Parang soy sauce eh.
Masarap.
Sobrang dami.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Pinapanood natin ang ating sumunod na video. Pero don't worry, dahil napakadami pa nating mga challenges and videos na ilalabas. My name is Phil, and see you on to the next one. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Tayo ay nagbabalik dito sa Predator Bunker Brawl. Kami nga pala yung mga host for today. Ako nga pala si Vin. And syempre kasama ko si Kuya Nick. At sobrang init ng mga games natin so far. Nagsisimula pa lang tayo. And syempre napakadami pa natin mga videos na ilalabas. Pero syempre, kailangan muna natin ipakilala ang mga teams na maglalaro ngayon. Of course, andito ang team number 1. Kasama naman natin ang team number 2. So, ang next challenge natin for today's video, andito naman ang Guess the Audio. Are you guys ready? Ready na, team 1. Are you guys ready? Ready? So, first, guess the game. Yes.
Forza?
Yes, tama. Alright. Okay. 1-0 tayo winning. Kakarapin yung team member 2. Mahirap lang. Ready? Guess the gun. Yes.
Odin.
Odin. Correct. 2-0. Ito, madali lang to. Madali lang to para sa ito. Ready? Guess the agent.
Reyna.
4-2.
Last one. Match point.
Nice strat, nice
Match
strat.
point.
Nice strat.
Ito pag hindi na Wonderberg, hindi ko alam. Hindi ko alam.
Perfect setup first.
Guess the game.
Wala. Tamang sagot ay
Roblox.
the future.
The future.
The future of esports.
Okay, it's time. Guess the action in 3, No reaction at all.
Easy challenge. Easy challenge.
So, if ever na-enjoy nyo tong video natin, yung mga challenges natin, don't worry kasi marami pa tayong susunod na challenges. So, wala kayong gagawin kung hindi antayin nyo lang para mas ma-enjoy natin at para mas maging exciting yung mga araw natin ngayon. Once again, ako nga si Phil, kasama ko si Kuya Nick, and see you on to the next one. Tayo yung nagbabalik sa pinakabagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. At kami nga pala yung mga host for today. Ako nga pala si Kuya Nick. At kasama ko si Kuya Nick. Kasama natin ang mga nagagawa po ng kagandahan natin mga Predator Brand Ambassadors and Ambassadors. Para sa ating susunod na challenge dito sa araw na ito, ito ay tinatawag na IQ Test. Direct, game na tayo! 3, 2, 1, go! Round 1. Yun. Guess the game. Yes. Flight Simulator. 1-0. Ayan. Guess? Guess the game, Kuya Nick.
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go! Yes. 5. Ano yan? Forza? Yes, correct. Forza Horizon 5. Oh, never. Isipin mo yung mga dating mga videos sa ating Forza, yung talaga yung nasasayo talaga si Amara. But here we go! Guess the game. 3, 2, 1, go! 5, 4,
Among Us is
1, correct!
Alam mo sila ha? Yung button, no? Oo, yung button talaga. Kasi kung wala yung button, hindi nyo maano yun eh.
Si Bibi ka pa saan dyan?
Basic lang. Hindi ko na ako dito.
Si Bibi, no sweat, eh, no
Hindi,
sweat.
pang-class kasi ako. Hindi, ako naniniwala ako sa'yo. Bert, naniniwala ako sa'yo, Bert.
Talagang,
Sabi ko sa'yo.
pakita mo kung sino ka.
Kilala ko yung kalaban nyo, hindi marunong isa dyan. Bahala kasi na kung sino isa na yun.
Round number 5! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Hoy! Yes! 5, 4, 3,
Oy!
Steve! Congratulations sa team!
Phil, ito yung matatalo talaga na carry jam eh.
Oo,
Binuhat niya Amara. Buhat na buhat ni Amara. Si Amara nahulaan niya yung Forza. Nahulaan din ni Amara yung Stardew. Nahulaan ni Maggie yung Among Us.
Oo, tama.
Alam mo na kung sino hindi marunong sa kanila.
Super sayang.
Congratulations, congratulations.
Congratulations sa makatindi. Team 2 naman ang nagwagi para sa video na ito, para sa challenge na ito. At sadly, ang kukuha na naman ng challenge is ang team number 1. Ayan, sobrang sayang. Pero yeah, tuloy-tuloy natin to. Punishment na. Game. Ano ang magiging punishment ng team number 1?
Hindi, ito na, parang may ulo pa. Hindi,
Oh, Chimiti ko na, Ben.
parang dito ro.
Inuubos niyo ba?
Hindi pa ba?
Okay.
Ano yan?
Ano yan?
Ay, hindi.
Chubby.
Bakit ako kinig? Chubby Bunny.
Alright, without further ado, umpisahan na natin yung punishment ng
Yes.
team number 1. At ito ang Chubby Bunny. Kuya Nick, paano ba to?
Ganito.
Sample naman.
Ganito.
Sample.
Ganito. Mas cute pag sila gagawa niyan. Okay? Mas cute pag sila gagawa niyan. So, team 1, let's do our punishment online.
Here we go.
Nakadamay na naman ako dyan eh.
Sa ganun lang yan, ha? Sa ganun lang yan. Gagawin natin is kakain lang sila. First marshmallow, then sabay-sabay silang magsasalita, magsasabi ng Chubby Bunny. Pero, hindi Chubby Bunny sasabihin natin. Meron twist. Meron tayong tongue twister na sasabihin.
Yan.
Ayan. 3, 2, 1, go!
Yun! Okay, basic, di ba? English.
Sunod rin ba? Tapos na yung ating next challenge for kailangan natin gawin is sit back and relax at antayin yung mga bago nating uploads, yung mga bago nating videos sa ilalabas dahil for sure, sobrang init, sobrang excited at sobrang saya nito. And, Principal, kasama ko si Kuya Nick at kita-kits sa susunod na episode. At tayo ay nagbabalik sa panibagong episode ng Predator Bunker Brawl. At right now, kung napapansin nyo, yung mga brand ambassadors and ambassadors natin ngayon, medyo bumabaril na dahil ang next challenge ay Better Half Winning.
Yan. Para ipaliwanag ko ng better half.
Let's watch this! So nakita natin yung mechanics para sa ating challenge na Better Half. And right now, Kuya Nick, kita natin yung ating mga brand ambassadors and ambassadors na kaupo na. Yan na, magbubukas na. May kita natin ngayon. Gusto ko lang ako ng mga comment. Grabe naman sa ibig. Nagkakas na agad. Magiging na.
Okay, tanggalin natin yung tapay yan.
Judge! Sinhatgan! Ito mahaba-haba ang oras pwede kayong mag-chill, pwede kayong mag-alipan pero magkikita kayo sa big.
The spike. Let's take what they have.
Go! May plano to.
Yung sa akin lang may plano. Sobrang sneaky nung dalawa na pinapakita nila. Lumabas na eh. So ngayon, magkakaalaman kung may panalo na or meron na tiebreaker. Sudden death, yeah. Here we go. Ayun. Pero ako gusto sige sa kalaban mo, Bert. Uy!
Husay! Ano tapos na rin ka dyan? Top 7?
Top 7 ang region dati.
Nakakawa.
Oo.
Ito na, ayan na.
Pwede sila magkita. Oh!
Next one down.
Finally! 3-2! Finally! Pero wala eh. 3-2 na. Finally nakabawi na ng Team 1!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Good job!
Ito yung pinaka-antay natin kasi syempre tayo lagi na mag-punish. And right now, comeback!
Comeback is real.
Oh, comeback is real. At para sa ating next punishment, yun ang ako yun. Pag-usapan na natin na what's pwede mangyayari. At Team 2 ang gagawa. No? Finally! Nakabawi na ng Team 1 dun sa lahat ng punishment na natanggap nila. Pero sino ba ang pinakaunang contestant sa harapan?
Ang una nating mag-bat spell, syempre, ang kanilang one and only, siya daw ang secret formula. So dahil ang secret formula, ikaw ang mauuna sa ating punishment.
GBB? Okay, GBB! 3, 2, 1, go! C! C-H!
It's yun! Sige, I. B.
Yun! I. B. Y.
C.
Anong C?
Thanks for sticking with us, you beautiful ladies and gentlemen out there in Twitch chat or wherever you guys are watching the show from. It's the Asia Pacific APAC Predator League for 2024, and we are finally back, boys. It has been a long time since we've been back here on the desk, and just catch everybody up, it is going to be Zol Esports versus Blacklist rivalry here for Blacklist's final game of the group stage as well. So they want to try and get themselves a 4-0. They want to try and make this look clean. They want to get themselves in that semi-final and want to make this one look relatively easy because it's starting to get pretty late here in the Philippines. Boys, we're starting to get a little bit past dinner, so they want to try and get some food in their bellies and a little bit of sleep tonight.
Yeah, the boys did not look too happy. I'll tell you, they've been pacing up and down. You know.
Tim's has been screaming for the last 20 minutes.
He really has. Blacklist, their manager, he's been stressing out. Like, he's been trying to get the food orders underway. What were they ordering, Johnny? He was talking to you about food.
Yeah, we were talking about what people like to eat. You know, sinigang.
Sinigang, that's the one.
Sisig, kare-kare.
I tried to tell him that he needs to order us food. He reckons they can't afford. You tell me.
That's a call out right there, Mike. And if we don't get free dinner, then I'm putting it on your head. But we are getting close to that draft, ladies and gentlemen, and I think this is a good time to reiterate for everybody. This is all important for Zol, right? Like, if they get themselves a victory here, not only are they taking down a team like Blacklist, but this can put themselves in a really, really good spot in the group stage, right? Like, to get themselves a win here against Blacklist. I believe they still have one more game to go, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me, boys, if you guys know anything different. I think they have one more to go,
I think
right?
this might be their last one, but I'm not entirely sure as well.
Well, if it's their last one and they get the win, then...
It's a three-way tie, potentially.
Exactly, especially if Execration get themselves a dub across the stage from us as well. So, John, all important for Zol.
Yeah, it's all in here, and this is the end of group stage, basically, at least on stream, if there are any more. Potentially tiebreakers. This is the one that decides tiebreakers. Again, we only have 2 teams qualifying from each group. So every single best of 1 counted for so much. It's like the DPC hyper compressed with that weight of every match, and Zol's got to bring it out here. And this kind of break is also like something that the players have to deal with as well, you know, especially for Blacklist. I think it was much bigger for them. They came off a relatively strong win. You know, they were all amped up to get into the last one. They got their prep work done in the break, and now they have to take up a longer break. You know, they're like the energy gets lost, you lose focus. So it's going to be a test of recovery for both teams here.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess, Mike, in your professional opinion, who do you feel like that helps? Do you feel like that helps Zol because they were the ones that were having the issues? Do you feel like this helps Blacklist a little bit more?
You know what? I think Zol might be the one suffering a little bit more from this. You know, Blacklist, they had a game. Maybe they wanted a bit of a break. You never know. I mean, maybe go to the bathroom a few too many times. Zol, on the other hand, they have more time to think about it. And that's where you start to go a little bit wrong, right? Sometimes no thinking is better than thinking too much. I would argue. Am I talking absolute garbage? But
No,
you're looking at me like this.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, no, I get your point. I think they can think themselves into a corner, like really thinking hard about what to do in this draft coming up. What do they have to watch out for when, you know, the team for shortcomings on Blacklist has just been do something crazy.
Yeah.
And doing something crazy means doing something unpredictable. And being unpredictable means not thinking at all.
No.
Yeah, and I think that really does kind of help out a team like that, right, where you can kind of just go into it with kind of mind blank slate and just kind of go in and do what you know, they're favored to do as well, right? I think that's a big thing for them is like they really want to try and get this 4-0. Not only will they finish top of the group, but it also means that they're going to avoid these tiebreakers. And I think for Blacklist, a team that very much wants to try and get themselves out of here and get themselves ready for their semi-final matches, if they have to play tiebreakers at the end of the day, that's when it can really start to, I don't want to say like form a bit of tilt, but it can be really frustrating when you're like, we just had to finish out this one game, took us a little bit longer than we wanted, and then we get to the point where we're playing tiebreakers at like 9 p.m. So.
Yeah, it's not a situation we want to find. We do hear the players starting to applaud, so it looks like we will get something
like
done.
something's happening.
Something's happened.
I don't know.
Yeah,
what
this is great. We're not even in the arena yet.
We're not even in the arena. I'm not sure if the crowd can, if the viewers can hear that, but there's a lot of clapping in the background.
Yep.
The players are very, very happy at the moment.
Yeah, it does sound like I've had a little whisper in my ear, boys. It sounds like the draft is live and ready, so let's
really
jump into it. So it has been a long time since
my
we've gotten ourselves into this, so we're going to be able to jump into it. That's what all the applause was that we were getting ourselves into our draft for our final game of the group stages here on the main stage, and then we get ourselves ready for the semi-finals in the Mall of Asia Arena, boys, and that's where I get excited. I get to lick my lips because we get to hear the lovely live crowd here in the Philippines.
Oh yeah,
especially if they get to cheer for a team like Blacklist as well. That's going to be, you know,
that would be amazing. You know, like the Blacklist, not only are the players legendary in their own right, like the organization has a lot of fans on its own. Like I think if there was any org to push Southeast Asia out of just being player-oriented, it's probably Blacklist. So we'll see if they can make it through without any of those hiccups we mentioned. We do have that draft. We see the Bounty Hunter banned out, and we see the Chen banned out by Zol. And I still hear a lot of chatter. I feel like everyone's just suddenly got their energy back.
I think it's just hit that point here, John, where, you know, everyone's getting, you know, to the point where they want a little bit of food, a little bit of dinner, try and get themselves out of these games of Dota, and everyone's getting a little delirious. But I mean, this first ban bounty hunter, I mean, Blacklist, they don't want to have any shenanigans, Mike.
No, certainly not. Get rid of the bounty, get rid of the
Oh, there you go.
Huskers.
All right.
This is something John's been raving on about the last, I suppose it's only been one game so far. They banned the Husker as well. No cheesing around here against Zol. I'm very curious to see how well Zol does. I mean, Whoops, as much as it was a stomping in that game that we did watch, they did last like 35 minutes.
True.
Right? Which is, a lot of games have lasted
It's fast. It's longer than the average. It seems so far.
There you go. So Zol, in theory, should do better, right? It's not great math, but they should do better.
Yeah.
Hashtag Dota math.
I think you'd expect them to do better, with the pedigree, with the promise this lineup has had in its previous iteration with Xerxia, without Mamang Daya, with Ken. So, again, we'll have to see. I think Blacklist has proven, though, that all these learning experiences they have had been a big help. And Zol do start off with a Grimstroke, which, again, has been popping up since this patch. Even before the patch, I feel like it's been picking up as well. Just provides a lot with you. You have a lot of ways to play. You could go for the Zoo, something like a Lycan if you wanted to, and just play with Wolves, kind of like Lil Gun, now IHC used to kind of do very frequently. And it's just solid. It helps keep down some of the more mobile heroes with a bind. The silence can be annoying. Grimstroke's just a very safe first pick.
That it certainly is. Mamang Daya loves this hero so much as well. Like, I feel like the caster... Oh, sorry, not Mamang Daya.
I was going to say mid Grimstroke. We
Yeah,
talked about
that's
in the
surprise.
pre-show. We were talking about Mamang Daya picking out some weird stuff. But I don't know if
I was
Grim's in
thinking
the
about
pool.
another. Oh my, how embarrassed! I mean, John's looking at me like, "What the hell are you talking?"
I was like,
Oh,
yeah,
no.
let's do it mid Grimstroke. I was like, yeah, let's do
When
it.
Mike starts talking about mid Grimstroke, that's when I glaze over it. I'm just like, Mike, I didn't hear a single thing after mid Grimstroke.
Magnus, though, boys. What about the Magnus?
That's good.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
I love
I'm a big team fight hero kind of fan, and John, seeing a team like Blacklist, that's when you can see these players really kind of shine on these kind of technical heroes.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's also really flex for Blacklist. We see Gabby play it. We see Abed play it mid. So you have a lot of options to kind of go with here. You can tie it into your safe lane if you want to play around Empower. And it just feels really nice with the build-up now as well, right? Like, Veil is viable if you want to kind of buff up for your team. Shivas is very viable for him to kind of rush as well, though probably not a high priority. It just plays really nicely. It feels nice in lane. The scaling of Shockwave is pretty hard to deal with how efficient it is in mana trading. So I like this. It's safe. It gives you a big condition to kind of shift around between mid and off, and it makes Zol think twice about what they want to do with this draft.
Who was that player I was talking about? Was it UK?
Was it you? I was thinking of... You know what? My mind's glazed
There
over.
we go. Who cares? They're not.
The brain turns off when you think about mid Grimstroke. I think that's the reaction from everybody. It's like mid Grimstroke, brain off. I don't care anymore.
Do 1 year of NADPC. This is what happens. Forget about everything.
North America does some things to the human mind, it seems. But before we get off the mid Grimstroke, I do remember there is a mid Grimstroke player. I can't remember who it is either. We'll look it up afterwards.
Very good.
But I like this this Conquer ban coming in from Blacklist as well. I think it's just one of those heroes that we talked about, quite a lot of flexibility. Is also a good hero into the Magnus as well, right? You've got that run buff to be able to try and save against the RP, but also just kind of has that tankability himself, can kind of just be in the front lines, throw out the water park, and it's hard for the Mag to try and get those good RPs.
Yeah, it's just really annoying. I think that's one thing as well. It's a weird reason to mention, but the annoyance factor for hero, I feel like Kunkka is one of the worst. Like, Torrent, Storm, Tidal Wave, it's just obnoxious. It makes you waste BKB. You don't like playing into it. I like this Phoenix coming out for Blacklist, so you've got RP into Egg coming out, really big teamfight wombo combo, good sustain. Grimstroke doesn't really stop the Phoenix. Phantom's Embrace is annoying, but if you embrace the Phoenix, well, it leaves a lot of possibilities for everyone else.
Zol. Have a think about their draft here.
Yeah, they've had plenty of time, and as we said, it can be a blessing or a curse.
Yeah. Well, I wonder what they pair. Like, we haven't seen that many pairs of the Grimstroke, has we? It always seems to just be about Inkswell and the Silence. I miss the days where Soulbind was actually utilized as Young God. Oh, there we go. The Mars comes out.
But, with having such a strong mechanic in Leash, I think kind of the fact that it does quote-unquote double spells is kind of lost on the hero, because it's like the hero's kit is insane in and of itself that the rest of Soulbind... It's like the Pangolier conversation, right, where it's like the rest of their kit is so strong that you can have one of these spells that doesn't need to do literally everything, right? So I like the Mars in combination with it, though. It does really abuse the ink spell, can make a lot of these heroes a lot harder to get out of the arena, especially pre-blink if you get that Phantom's Embrace on them as well. And that was the hero I talked about, Mike. I know it was a little while ago. I talked about the Rupido Mars.
Yes,
so
of course.
you just heard Mars and you went, brr, so hopefully you can turn your brain on for this cast and actually speak about the Arena of Blood.
What do you want me to say about the Arena? What do you
I don't know. It's a good spell. It's a cool spell.
Mike, it's so easy. It's right in front of you. Circles. Circles. Call down. Arena. Circles are in play for the side of Zol. Straightforward enough. I can see this flex for the Gyrocopter into support. Of course, coming out here kind of works out well enough. Still keeping that Mars and Grimstroke lane intact. You can kind of go for... It can help you kind of deal with Egg to an extent on the support position. Doesn't feel the best. So I'm curious to see what the priority is for Zol, whether or not that is just... as a safe lane, I think Gyro into Mag is not bad if you're expecting Gabby to play Magnus here. So it works out as well. I like the pickup from Blacklist to just go Shadow Demon and now into the Face's Void. It's so straightforward. They're still clapping in the back.
They're still clapping. They pick Void and Blacklist is
They
just
cheer
like,
for themselves. Like, yeah, that's a good one, guys. Good job. Good job.
We got him.
I've never seen a team cheer for their own pick. I've just never seen it. This is amazing.
Especially a pick that was just, it's just a Void, right? Like, it's not like they've just
they picked it in the last game.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, yeah, we final pick Meepo or something like that. They're like, yeah, we've got this in the bag. But no, they just picked Void, guys. That's not... They've just got a lot of team fight Blacklist. They're feeling pretty confident about this draft so far, it seems.
No, the draft looks absolutely fine. And to be absolutely fair to them, Blacklist just... It's their kind of draft. We saw this earlier, right? The team's Shadow Demon, the Void from Raven. Like it's a pretty similar one, and you got some nice combinations with the Phoenix Egg to follow up with the RP and the Chrono. It's all very, very beautiful here for the side of Blacklist Rivalry, and all they need to do is execute. It seems as Zol is going to go back for a Beastmaster to pick up. This hero's felt kind of garbage recently, has it not?
This is spicy because where do you put your Mars? Are you trying Mars mid? Are you going for safe lane Beastmaster that Natsumi did? He ran it safe. They pushed at 20 minutes.
I didn't catch it.
Well, he ran it safely and they won at 20 minutes, so
safe
it works.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think that's the case.
Is it still like Overlord Rush or not?
I honestly don't remember the build. I feel like there was a Harpoon actually. Harpoon Ags. Yeah, he went Harpoon Ags. I don't know what was going on, but that was the build. So I'm wondering if Zol is going that left field here, because I don't see you removing Rupido from the Mars. No,
absolutely not. You can't take that away from them.
Also, Mamong Daya has been known for his mid-Mars as well, right?
That is true.
He does feel like one of those mid players to me that is kind of one of these like melee matchup kind of specialists. So if he does pick up a Mars, I wouldn't hate to see it. But, I mean, we talked about it. It's best of ones, all important for Zol to be able to win this. And if they're going to whip something out, I mean, carry Beastmaster might be the hero to do it.
It's an interesting response. I think the one thing it does give you that's guaranteed here is just a very stable way of saving from Chrono in a sense. You've always got Roar, as long as Beastmaster's not caught, so he has to kind of play slightly in the back of the line. You've got double Roar as well. We were looking for that Soulbind combination. Comes out somewhat, so it does provide a lot of things. It's really just the position I'm curious about. Like, I understand with Mamong Daya mid-Mars, but I don't know, it just never feels good to rip Rupido off from his favorite hero.
Yeah. Well, final bans to come out here between these two teams. We'll get to see exactly where everyone's going. I suppose Blacklist is much more kind of stock standard here. You might see an Arbed Magnus. That'd be kind of nice, wouldn't it? But I kind of doubt it.
That'd be nice. I mean, they were clapping for this Faceless Void so much, maybe it's a support.
Yeah. They're good old days.
There was a player that did that.
It was Red Panda.
It was Red Panda.
Yeah.
And max time dilation.
Yeah. It's the
he was ahead of his time.
I feel like it's at the point now where time dilation is better than what it was when Red Panda did it.
Yeah.
Right? If it's time to do
viable.
it, it's time now.
But
I definitely don't think in a best of one in a pretty important group stage match that this is the best time to be whipping out plus
the Raven, pause one, Shadow Demon.
I think I would just take the headset off and walk away if I saw that lock in and just be like, all right, boys,
no way.
I'm kind of finished. Okay, I like the TA ban here. Just kind of enabled them to go together with their Beastmaster. They've got this Mars to be really be able to provide the team fight. They've got the extra attack speed, and then the TA with the extra minus armor means that everybody's going to hit really, really hard. So I don't mind that ban coming out. Just trying to think of some more of these better carry matchups if they don't go down the line of the Beastmaster, right?
I don't know. It just feels really tough. I think it's... with Face's Void, it feels like you're less concerned about the Void early on, more about just trying to out-tempo the rest of the team first and make sure the Void has no space, which this lineup does do. Luna's there if you want to kind of play push, but you don't really... I mean, Luna plus Beastmaster with the Auras does feel kind of nice for pushing in. Could be the way to go. Luna Gyrocopter lane is awkward, but Flak Cannon plus Lunar Blessing doesn't sound awful. It will shove your lane in pretty bad, though.
Well, here we go. I mean, final pickup's coming. Zol did not have that last pick, sadly. So
yeah, it is unfortunate for them they don't get the nice little gacha. But that's what Blacklist are going to be able to have here. They can flex the Magnus, they can flex the Faceless Void in towards that position 5 if they really want to, and they can pick up whatever they would like.
You thought you could just slide that through without
I mean,
glazed over and not listening.
I was hoping that was one of the moments that Michael wasn't listening. And then he gets into the game, he's like, why isn't the Void 5? I heard Void 5.
I'm always aware, mate.
What do they need? I don't hate the Luna suggestion that you had, John. I think that's a good shout for them to give a lot of that tempo.
I just don't like the combinations with the supports. They'll go Marcy.
Here we go. Okay. Well, so what's going on here?
I will actually say I would prefer a Marcy support. No, wait. Well,
what, Marcy 5 with the Gyrocopter, the sidekick in the flat cannon?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it sounds... No, you still go like 1-1 tree, but you start with level 1 dispose, run them down. You've got the damage with Rocket Barrage. It can work. The issue I have with Marcy is once it falls off really hard. Yep. Like you're not going to find the space to get your Basher, BKB, Ags anytime here at all.
This is the strangest things. Sorry to interrupt, John. I can't remember the last time I saw Abed smiling on LAN. I'll tell you what. It's just like his coach is talking to him right now, and he's like, "Wait, I have options?
It's not Storm Spirit.
I can choose.
Holy! I get the final pick. Let's go."
Look at that, and he chose Queen of Pain.
We get the Queen of Pain.
He just looks so happy, like a child in a candy store. He couldn't believe it.
He's just been so much more talkative. You know, you got him to wave as well coming back. I feel like this draft from Blacklist is, again, it's kind of almost the same story as the last game we saw, where they have a very straightforward game plan. It's not experimental at all. I wish we could see who's playing what in Zol. That's my big question. Because I'm pretty sure, again, this is why Mike got confused. He saw Mamang die. It's like, oh no, what is this?
I swear wasn't it UK that played Grimstroke non-stop?
Yeah, but he was a support player, yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah.
That's the point.
No, I thought we were talking about the mid Grimstroke player.
No! Why would I talk about that, John?
I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out
we'll
while
find
you guys
out.
are in
We'll find
game.
out.
We'll figure it out. But, you know, having the Queen of Pain here does leave Abed back to one of his classics. And it is one of those heroes that can kind of be okay with no matter who goes mid, right? Like, I think she's going to be relatively okay no matter what one of these killers she goes up against.
Yeah, on mid. Matchup against Mars potentially here is pretty fine.
Yep.
You've got range advantage. You've got the dagger to spam. You don't have to worry about them trying to run down. And Mars, you should have rune control, and I think that's where issues will arise here for the side of Zol. Like, it doesn't feel like their support rotations are great. Like, you do have Inkswell plus Marcy rebound, but that's it until you have, like, a Mars blink to just chain stun. Even then, that's also, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like that amazing starter you want, right? It's all dependent on how fast you can truly get this blink up and how well you can get information on map. That's one thing as well. Blacklist has been really good clearing out wards.
Yeah.
Last game, there was just no wards coming out there, so you need to get a grip in the information game here for Zol.
And especially because, you know, Beastmaster doesn't have the ability to use the Hawk much like he used to, so it really does feel like that it's kind of coming down to the first couple of minutes for Zol. I feel like that's probably what it's going to be like for a lot of these teams against Blacklist, is how do the lanes go? Do they spend the first 10 minutes of this game getting their faces smashed in, or are they able to at least provide a little bit against Blacklist? But ladies and gentlemen, good things come to those who wait, and we have been waiting for this game for a very long time. So lads, let's jump into it.
Oh, how flattering. Thank you so much.
Let's
Luke.
just
We
wait
do
you
go
prove
into
yourself.
game number 1 here in the
Well,
early game between Blacklist
already
Rivalry
made up my mind, and it isn't good.
Zol.
Yes, the side of Zol.
I was watching just a little bit, like, what's
You waited a long enough time, Jonathan. I feel like you could have stepped in a lot sooner than that. But oh, here we go. Pause. That's good. Now I've got to really live with it, huh?
Where are the claps, guys?
Oh, here
You're
we
clapping
go.
a while ago.
Setting again. Oh, these damn players. I don't understand.
This is one thing you've never taken advantage from. You could take your headset right now, go there and tell them, What's up? What are you doing?
It reminds me of that
There
time I
you
played on FBZ's PC. That guy had.
Oh, he had the most insane settings.
That was the worst
Unhinged.
settings I've ever played
Absolutely
on. I
unhinged.
couldn't
We
believe
went into a pub and you had the settings that was like the worst thing I've ever seen.
Never
it was
again.
insane.
I told FBZ off in that room. I go, FBZ,
Yeah.
no wonder we're losing.
Yeah, he was right there playing a different game, a certain game that this tournament has as well. He's playing it and he just shrugged his shoulders and said, yeah, you know, that's just how I play. Get good.
Yeah. What a shame.
Yeah, you just didn't get good, Mike.
No.
It's on you.
I mean, to be fair, neither did I won't
Whoa.
finish that. Hold on.
Whoa.
Blacklist rivalry versus Soldier. That's what we need to talk about here.
I guess. Nothing's happening yet, so go back to that last point you were going to make.
Well, I don't know. We're about to have a pause, I'm sure, for some settings changes. So they do go for the young god gyrocopter. Haha's going to be on that support Marcia. Do you like the support Marcia?
I actually do enjoy support Marcy. I think it has a place. With a great range damage dealer like Gyrocopter, it can work. This post level 1 slow is actually massive. And again, you can't underestimate Sidekick. Really good timing on the disruption there from Blacklist, though, so they do get away with the extra bounty rune. And that should set themselves up for a pretty good time. I think the challenge here for Zal in trying to make the support Marcy work is really just figuring out how to find that aggressive angle, right? Like, you're playing up against Magnus in that lane with the Shadow Demon of Tim's. Getting a jump on both of them is challenging at best. Even if you get that initial jump with Marcy, Magnus can always skewer back, and Shadow Demon can always save. So I don't know if that kill is as straightforward as you want. There's the pause.
Yeah,
there's the
absolutely.
cheers.
Here we go. Young God's got problems now. I mean, go in ready. Okay. Settings again? Look, you're joking. I mean, I know they can hear me. I'm very tempted to start telling them off mid-game at this point. But settings again? What happened to the first pause?
Multiple settings, Mike. Hey, they didn't notice. It happens. There's a lot of buttons in Dota 2.
Oh, I thought there was a skewer coming from Gabby. Realized he was still level 1 because we've had 2 pauses already. As Gabby's in trouble. Tim will go for a run. We'll save Gabby's life. So he's more than happy with his what he's done here. It seems like Young God should have a pretty good time at that top lane as well, right? Like the Gyrocopter with the Marcy shouldn't really have too many issues in terms of that farm game here against Gabby and Tim.
Yeah, shouldn't be too threatening. Should just be able to farm up. Like, even with this potential for Blacklist to save themselves, they could line up for a setup, but the range of Gyrocopter does make it a bit oppressive as long as flat cannons manage appropriately. Taking a look at that bot lane here for Zal, you do have that Grimstroke and our Mars. Was it Mars? No, it's our Beastmaster for Rupido, of course.
Oh.
Laning up against.
Oh, you were making fun of me earlier.
Wait, we switch. We're like, I can't see. Raven's on the Faces Void.
Oh,
along with Carlo
How
on that
embarrassing.
Phoenix. Shut up, Mike. Get out of here. Shush.
Anyway, Rupido and Lucify versus Carlo and Raven going down at the bottom lane. Rupido having a pretty damn good time at the moment, but so is Raven. Seems like a pretty even laning stage between these two teams. At least on the side lanes. Not really too sure how the mid lane's going right now, but it looks fairly even as well, in fact. 5 to 3, 5 to 2.
And this bodes really well for Zal. Right? No one's dying yet. No one's getting unnecessarily dove on, and you've got room to just play this farm game, get that build up. Where Zal really starts to shine is, I'd say in the side lanes, level 4 to 5, starts to feel pretty good, especially for that Marcy lane up top. I think that's where it can really start to get oppressive if you do go for...
Oh,
that's
excuse
greedy.
me. Very fire out. Is going to survive. Will taunt and walk away. But the problem is now, what do? You've got no HP. You've really got no mana. He's got a bottle at the very least now coming out from the courier, so he will be able to reset just a little bit, but he is a minute and a half away from the next water.
That was pretty on edge. It doesn't look like any of his supports are going to be dying soon for a top-up as well. So that's going to be a big boon for Abed's mid-quap, which again has been trading farm decently enough. I have slight advantage over that Mars as you'd expect here. A much slower early game, which...
Yeah, eventually going to get punished here by Abed, and it's kind of the thing. You can't leave the lane, but at the same time, you can't stay in the lane. His best option was probably to die, but then he gave first blood away to Abed. So it's a pretty rough kind of set of options here from Among Dai. There was really no winning that situation, and sadly, he does end up losing.
Yeah, it's a nice pickup for Abed. Timing is not close to any of the runes, so you do have time to try to contest a top-up here for Abed coming out for Maming Daya. This is what we were talking about as well earlier on, right? Like, these support rotations for Zal don't feel great. Grimstroke rotation onto mid doesn't sound fantastic. Marcy rotating with Mars is also not fantastic. Like, you don't have stable hold for Abed until Phantom's Embrace. So he's just kind of free to do what he wants. Arguably the same thing for Blacklist, but their lineup doesn't necessarily need to rotate as much, especially considering how their side lanes and mid lanes kind of set up here.
I mean, so far, 4 minutes into the game, just first blood going the way of Blacklist Rivalry. The side lanes, you kind of expect maybe a bit of action top lane because you do have the mag. Can set up quite nicely here with Tim's. So they haven't really seemed to get too interested in that so far. Just letting Gabby have that solo XP and solo farm for himself. Again, Young God is farming relatively well. 25 and 1, still top of the CS board. It seems like Haha is getting away with these pulls as well. Though, as I say that, Tibbs does interrupt one, but nevertheless, seems like Young God is finding that kind of farm you want to start the game off on. That's a pretty damn good sign, I'd say, for Zol.
And it is. It sets a good tone. I do like that Haha is just going for the full offense build, so not focusing on sidekick at all, just going rebound, dispose. Again, just trying to connect with this timing that they want to find for themselves here on Zol.
Young God, I mean, I kind of spoke about how great he was doing. He's in trouble now. Tim's going to catch him out with the disruption. Has another Shadow Poison available, and Young God is going to go down as it seems as though Gabby will take the kill for himself. Haha, in the meantime, looking like he might be in trouble as well as we do head towards the bottom lane. Instead, Carlo does die, so Rupido able to find himself a pretty decent kill.
That was unreal.
A 1-for-1 trade across the map, but certainly in favor of Blacklist.
It is bigger trades coming after Blacklist. I think the fact that Zolt's finding some counter trades does prevent it from being as bad as it could be. Certainly not the same circumstances we saw for the last Blacklist game. And Blacklist just maximizing when they just use that chance to fill up Abed. Again, he does have level 6, pocketing that point for the Sonic Wave. Daya.
Could be in a bit of danger, Tim's. Trying to be a little bit cheeky here. Of course, you are approaching that 6-minute mark, so you do have the power runes on the way very, very soon. Abed going to try and go for a bit of a deeper dive. Does take a few tower hits on the way out. They are going to find Haha trying to rotate to secure power runes himself, so Haha going to be in pretty big danger here on the Marcy's. It seems like he is set to fall. Oof. However, I believe Carlo, is he holding a power rune there? I can't, there it is. He is.
Yeah, got a nice little haste rune going for Abed, and really nice connection onto that timing, just finding the punishment. That was the TP committed on Marcy as well, so she's going to have to walk in lane. You're exposed in your top lane solo. That threat of like a Magnus setup with Disruption still there for an early kill for Gabby. You can't stop the Faceless Void anymore either down bot. So again, it's a bit of a slower game for Blacklist, but their laning situation has come out on top. Like, we expected aggression from Zol. We expected to see like Grimstroke, Inkswell plays with Beastmaster Boar. Nothing really came out like that.
Another kill as well onto Young God. That's a concerning sign here for Zol. You know, Young God, he's died a second time here on this map already in Blacklist. Starting to really get warmed up as that gyrocopter, he was off to such a great start. But Gabby and Tim's have been kind of on fire, I must admit today. Like, they've been doing a pretty fantastic work of just securing every POS 1 kill.
Yeah, Gabby just knows how to push the limits here. I don't even know if they had to use like a disruption setup. Maybe just a bit of a sidestep from Gabby to find that position to get that pressure. And it's just down to Zol with their support movements. Right? They're forced to respond mid. They're forced to help Mamangdai, who's falling severely behind in farm. Barely ahead of even Tim's on the Shadow Demon at this point. Not a good position to be in. And we talked about the importance of like the blink timing of Mars in this game, having that initiation, that reliable initiation in comparison to like Rebound Marcy. It's not going to be up on time for Mamangdaya.
Oh, Mamangdaya, speaking of the devil, gets jumped. Arena is down. Abed will not really take a spear yet. Finally does do so, but disruption from Tim's will ensure he takes no further damage as Abed needs a way out now. Maybe going a little bit too deep, but he does have the blink available where necessary. He'll hold out. They do find Mamangdaya. Abed looking to play with some fire. Does blink towards the north. In comes Gabby onto Haha, so they're going to lose the Marcy by the looks of it. And poor old Lucifer also being chased down right by the T3 tower. Is he just dead? He is?
Yeah.
Oh. Well,
Just
that's
like that.
depressing to watch, isn't it?
That's not a good feeling
8
for
minutes
Zol.
in, John.
8 minutes in. Just a bit of a deeper dive coming out there for Abed on mid. Really good positioning. And they just force Zol to try to salvage anything, right? Like forced Arena into the save of Shadow Demon. No connections coming in to help the Mars earlier. Response time was a little bit slow there from Zol. So they're not able to capitalize in Blacklist. after a slower start, kick into full gear. 7-2. They're applying pressure onto that mid.
Oh boy, yeah. That's some pressure on Mamang Dai. I believe that's his third death of the game now, as Arbit onto a killing spree, taking his life every single time, and now 8-2. The Blacklist rivalry. I mean, last game around, it did seem like they were kind of messing around once you hit the mid game. I'm not sure if they're going to do the same here up against Zol, but it does feel like they could probably afford to.
And they could afford to. I think the one motivating factor for Blacklist is probably hunger at this point. So no messing about. There's a dinner to be had. We'll see if they can, if Zol can kind of force them to play a longer game, or even just spot some weaknesses. You know, try to get this jump onto Raven earlier on before he starts farming up. They've got this potential still with Soulbind, Roar being available. Heck, they've got that Roar on Rupido up now. Although Blacklist are on top of their game here.
They certainly are. Lucifer and Rupido being... Oh, they just got stunned. Raven just got stunned by that Centaur in the neutral camp, so he could not break the gap to go for a chrono. A little bit unfortunate there for the side of Blacklist rivalry. Gabby's going to find a haha courier for himself as Gabby, on for the chase, doesn't have anything like a blink available, so won't really be able to close the gap. However, Tims comes in, Mamang Daya again being targeted. Haha jumps in to try and help out, but just look at the surround. There's immediately 4 heroes in the mid lane again. Mamang Daya, he'll keep trying to go for a run. Arbet does land with the Shadow Strike, and Mamang Daya, he's just got no play out of this. He is gone.
It's a tough go for Zol. They have no saves at all with this kind of lineup. It's all offense in terms of their spells. And when they get jumped, the counter fight just isn't there.
Oh, Lucifer gets caught. Very nice chrono from Raven. Finds 2 targets. Rotations coming in from Gabby in case they need it. They won't. But Lucifer will indeed go down. At least they do get the Beastmaster away, but it seems like Raven was already just interested in the Grimstroke kill anyway.
Yeah, no pressure to even find the bigger ones, just want to pick up. You're not looking to make plays off the chrono anyway, right? At this point in the game, the Faceless Void just wants to farm. So if you see a simple support kill, you go for it. It's some GPM going into your pocket, and that's more than enough. Tims has been a menace, just scouting out with these Shadow Poisons, and just gives so many openings out.
Arbet does get caught in an arena. They're even going to drop the call down here. The disruption is going to save from Tims. Arbet buying even more time now as the Sonic Wave does fly out. Yikes. Gabby kind of misses out for an RP opportunity. In fact, he ran out of mana. It won't matter though. They are still just cleaning up. Arbet picks up 1. He'll pick up a 2nd. They never find the cop. It's always just bait. And oh, not Mamang Daya. Yeah. Not poor old Mamang Daya. I can't see it again.
You will see it again.
Yeah, it sure feels that way. Mamang Daya gets caught, and of course, it seems as though it's going to be Arbet to take it. In fact, Tims will take it for himself. Arbet, he's feeling charitable to his supports today.
Yeah, you know, he heard Tims yelling a while ago. he wants to appease our businessman here, and that is a really, again, beautiful position out from Blacklist. Scouting forward with Shadow Poison, jumping in with a Quap fearlessly just because they only have 1 save. It's just disruption. They need to be able to find his backline on Zol, but again, it just doesn't feel like you have these openings. Rebound's not long enough to reach the back line. Blink still isn't up. And you're dragging Young God into these.
Gets caught out. They'll drop the egg immediately. Just absolutely zero messing around. They'll try to TP in and help out Rupido, but he is just as good as dead. Bringing in more numbers. They are trying. They are trying to fight back. Tims will go down, but now Haha's in trouble. Haha looking like he might just burn out to the sun. Arbet will move back in, and Haha is gone. Unstoppable spree now for Arbet as he's onto Lucifer now, seeing another target. He's out of mana though. Arbet, I think you need to retreat. That's enough.
And he tried to really push the limits, tread swapping, getting a good use of the wand off, not quite enough. Side of Zol, again, it just feels like these responses didn't need to happen. Right? Like they were diving earlier, they already basically had that kill, and then the TP came in from Haha. So it didn't feel like it needed to be done. You need to be able to take these losses, just use that space elsewhere, you know, just use it, just stop making this gap wider than it should be. But that is easier to say in hindsight. You're trying to look for opportunities as well. As we mentioned, what Zol needs to do is look for weaknesses in Blacklist, and so far it's just really, it has felt impossible to find or decode whatever openings they might have. Another aggressive smoke out here from Blacklist on the hunt.
Young God, he knows they're coming to. He feels it. Smoke will break. Tims, oh, I don't believe he saw him, but disruption. Oh, he gets it.
No, man.
You can hear the groans from across the wall there. He was, I don't believe Young God was too happy about that. And I don't quite blame him, Jonathan. My keyboard would have gone through the monitor had that happened to me.
Yeah, it's very true. Yeah. You could grab yourself a new Predator monitor, of course.
Oh,
off the back of
absolutely.
that.
Nothing less. Tim gets called out. Problem is now Gabby's in. Is about to drop by the looks of it, and even Raven shows up. Why the hell not? He wants to be part of the party too. Lucify will go down. Even they go for another. Mamang Daya will drop. You know, Jonathan, I don't tend to say this early. But it's 19-4 with a 9k advantage. It's getting to that stage where you might look to press certain letters on the keyboard. I'm going to be frank with you. It's that bad.
Who am I quoting when I say call it?
Matino.
To quote Matino, call it.
Matino's somewhere in Australia just being like, why do they keep referencing me?
It's like, who even knows me? You know, where are the OEDL viewers who know Matino? You know, it's a long way back, but yeah, it's a rough game for Zol. I'm trying to think of timings for openings, like double roar, blink on Mars. Yeah, I think that's the most feasible things that we'll see here from Zol. I believe we were seeing Rupido try to go into Helm of the Overlord. I don't feel like the presence of the Ancient is going to do that much at this point in the game, even in terms of split push, considering how well they can clear out creep waves here in Blacklist with Empower and with Faceless Void and with Maelstrom. It's not going to be an issue dealing with these shoved-in lanes. I think the key thing for Zol has to be the vision game. It doesn't feel like they've got that same coverage as Blacklist. That's where Blacklist has been really able to leverage all of this movement across, is because, well, you can't see where they're smoking. You don't have, like, wards to watch spots where you can break smokes. And it makes it easy for Blacklist to play their game. They've dictated everything. And the one shortcoming for this kind of lineup from Blacklist, normally you see Magnus, you see Phoenix, you see Faceless Void, you'd be like, all right, they're going to be on long cooldowns. It hasn't even mattered. We haven't even seen, like, a big RP from Gabby. It's just a non-factor.
Yeah, and here we go. We might see it now because it's got the blink up. Smoke is there. Rupido being watched right now, but they'd like probably a little bit more value if they can. So Rupido and Haha are the only ones around at the moment. We do tend to see Zol rotating very quickly, though, if they need to, but it's usually not quick enough. In fact, in they go. Arbit trying to bait for his team. Gabby off the mark with the skewer. Does still find himself a Beastmaster, and that'll be one to go down. Rupido stood no chance with that jump in as Blacklist rivalry. In through the bottom tier 1 tower they go.
Yeah, it's not going to take too long to destroy that. Really nice stall from Haha, just trying to increase time for the creeps to get there, but not going to be able to stall it out for too long. And for Blacklist, again, the map control just grows. Build-up is coming through. Young God is working into the Ags. He does have that Chrysalis on, so this is what the old Palos build when he pioneered Gyrocopter coming back with this kind of startup. It's a nice start. There is some flash farm to be found, and he has used this space really well. Like, there's no one scouting him out anymore up top. The same area where he was caught out, Blacklist has not really chosen to shift gears there, although they were smoking on Zol.
Oh, Rupido's in trouble. I mean, they know exactly where Blacklist are at the moment because their Beastmaster is currently getting jumped. Rupido is gone. Arbit onto a monster kill. It's like you smoked, but it doesn't seem like you're actually going to get much done with that smoke, sadly. In fact, Blacklist Rivalry are running at them again. They've spotted out Young God at the top lane. They are rushing towards him on the Gyrocopter as we speak. In fact, they might just find him by the looks of it. Young God, he's been protected by Lucify. So Lucify might be just prepped to tank the gank here for his Gyrocopter. Arbit gonna get silenced up. Mamang Daya, he's in with the Arena Spear. This could be the big one. Arbit finally goes down. That's a huge amount of gold going the way of Young God. Can they get a little bit more? Oh, Raven, he's gonna move in. Haha is the target. Gabby, meanwhile, looking for a little bit more, is gonna find Lucify. Still find themselves a double kind of support pick-off here. Nobody else. But getting Arbit like that, that's a lot of gold there to Young God. I think you'll be quite happy with that.
That it is. Just a little bit too far. Really good position for Mamang Daya to get that arena. Forces Tims to be too far off for the Saber Disruption. So if you can't kill that Shadow Demon, just increasing the gap does the same job. And that is a little bit of breathing room for Zol. It doesn't feel like nearly enough. I feel like you need to find that kind of kill twice over, maybe even thrice over for you to be comfy as Roche is lined up here for Blacklist. It's not the quickest Roche, but the certainly no contest here as well.
Oh, I do love to see it here into the Roshan pit. Poor old Roshan getting bashed to death here by Gabby.
You know, this camera angle, it just looks like bullying.
Yeah.
It doesn't look nice for Roshan.
That's what it is, Jonathan. It is bullying. There's no two ways about it.
He's wearing Santa hats, just trying to be cheerful, you know?
Yeah, they couldn't give the guy a Christmas tree or something in the background?
No.
A Roshan pit, you know, maybe a few presents here and there?
No.
No?
That's why he's upset.
I suppose so. It's fair. Zolt, 11k behind. They're still in the game. Young God is third in net worth at the moment, so he's not too far off the mark here. The problem is you've got basically Gabby playing +1 again for Blacklist. He's top of the net worth board along with Raven. You're going up against the Void, who's just never going to be out of fashion when it comes to a game because he's got Chrono available all the time. It's a bit of a rough kind of situation here if you are Zol, but I think props to them for remaining in the game and continuing to try. I mean, Blacklist, they could definitely look to make a huge mistake here against Zol that gives them a chance back into the game, but see if that does end up happening.
I think with this Gyrocopter getting into this much farm, there is a point where his itemization can kind of leverage through. Like, say you get the Ag Satanic timing, you manage to pop Satanic before Chrono. It starts to feel mildly manageable. It's all down to positioning for Zol. They've got to be able to kind of protect Rupido, get that roar off, always have it on hand to kind of deal with either the Magnus or the Faceless Void, or even just holding down the Quap. It's your most stable stun. If they can at least keep some of those tools on hand to counteract when Raven comes in, I mean, he's going into the BKB now. Still, though, they've got room to just clear out top. Zol will be forced to use another Fortify out as mid is also getting shoved in slightly, but you're not going to mind that. With Fortify down, tier 2 to be taken, you've got the opportunity to go high ground with the Aegis. You've got a chance to just clear out these tier 2s. And Zol, I mean, they just need more time. You know, they need more of those solo pickoffs. And again, Blacklist, they've kind of tightened up that gameplay in comparison to the last series up against Whoops.
Absolutely. Blacklist rivalry looking to high ground already. 21 minutes into the game. Onto that tier 3 top tower. Aegis is up on Raven, so it's going to be quite hard to deal with him. Also has the Mjolnir available, so has plenty of damage now on that Chrono of his. Blacklist. I mean, you've said it multiple times. They are hungry boys right now, so they are looking to try and put an end to the game whenever they can. Because that is the one big advantage Zol has. Maybe they ate before this game, and perhaps they're just more than happy to play the drag-out kind of game here between these two. As among Dyer, maybe looking for a little bit of an angle here for a spear back, but won't find it. In fact, Gabby looking for a skewer back now on the Mars. Has caught him. Oh, no. Gabby, the BKB, just trying, I suppose, is the way to put it. Could have gone for the RP, but decides better off.
Yeah, preemptive BKB use. I don't think it's too bad, although leaves them a little bit short for this high ground. We'll see if Zol will try to take advantage of this one.
Nice juke out on the stun there from Haha. Meanwhile, McDye does jump in with the arena out. He has caught one, and that is going to be Timmons, but the Glimmer Cape is going to save the Shadow Demon. There was no detection available. In fact, they are going to lose Lucifer first. Now the RP does come out, catching out Young God. In comes Raven. Chrono is out to ensure they are able to secure the kill on the Gyrocopter. Just has no chance of survival. He is down. He could buy back into this fight if he really wants to. If Blacklist continue to go. Raven about to drop. Will lose the 8. That's one life down. Mamang Dyer in again, but now in danger. Needs to retreat on his own path. As Lucifer trying to move back in. Raven actually dropping pretty damn low there for a moment. Will be able to time walk away. They are still trying for the Void. Zol really trying to make use of these buybacks being committed. Young God, though, has to be so cautious with his own life, because if he dies back, it could just be it. Gabby onto the Beastmaster. He's found another. It'll be Rupido down without buyback available. Onto Haha they go. Haha, he's been poisoned up, but they'll let him go. They won't dive too deep. They just want the T3 tower first. And they'll have it.
Damn it, that's all the gas out of the tank for Zol. All their spells have been expended. They still have Soulbind, but no Roar.
Oh, and there goes the skill back again from Gabby. He's found the Grimstroke once again. Lucifer is down. Gabby will dive forward. It seems as though Zol want to try and pressure. Oh, everyone's
really
low back. Raven. Raven does go down to boot. This is the fight they wanted. The one they really wanted as Tims will drop to boot. 3 down. Young God to pick up all the kills. That's huge.
All off the back of a really aggressive play from Gabby, trying to go for that blink. I get it, you know, like they know these spells are down. They don't respect the output. Again, we're starting to see the effects of like the The sidekick plus the Ags plus the damage output coming out on Young God, like it is substantial when he pops that flat cannon and just hits away. And these fights have been dragging on for quite a while. That there was no chance to fully recover in Blacklist. They're using Sunray mainly offensively, so not able to really line up for a reset. This buys time for Zal. Still a 12k lead coming out for Blacklist. So all things considered, still in heavy control of this match so far. But there are some shining moments for Zal, at the very least. I'm a little bit surprised that Young God is opting for the Sion Yasha instead of something more substantial. Maybe a full Daedalus, or just, like, say, a Butterfly even on top, just to speed up the attacks. I think the SNY is... It's a midway item, you know, it's like, yeah, stat resist is going to feel good, especially if you are worried about RP. But it also doesn't feel like it boosts his damage by enough. It took so long for them to get every hero on Blacklist that low. Just doesn't feel like you're going to be able to find that kind of prolonged fight again.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. He is committed to the item, so see if it does pay off here. There's Blacklist Rivalry moving up north once again. Zol not going to be around that area. They're just hanging around the mid lane, grouping up, going for a 5-man smoke. I mean, after that last team fight, they might be feeling like they can take another one. Thing is, if you do lose a few too many bodies, like, you don't have many buybacks available here. Only Haha has buyback available for the side of Zol, and well, Tim's has buyback available for the side of Blacklist, but that's about it. It's going to be a pretty rough affair for the team that loses the first target first. In fact, they jump in. Tim's again being caught out here on the Shadow Demon, but he is still alive as the Chrono from Raven holding down 3. Sonic Wave through, and now the RP out. Oh, God. The Wombo combo. It is just absolutely delicious from Blacklist Rivalry. Young God, I mean, he's trying, but he's completely surrounded. There is just no chance.
No. And that's finally all 3 spells connecting together in that medley that we expect here from Blacklist. Zal, they're really forcing themselves to try to take these fights. Right? Like there's overwhelming team fight in Blacklist. They've got basically just really good single target control in Zal, and that just doesn't measure enough. You know, you have to worry about Mag, you have to worry about Chrono, you have to try to save Beastmaster outside of Chrono. Once he uses his Roar, you're not going to be able to just sit back and wait for Soulbind, so you don't get that opportunity for an offensive double Roar. It's just a difficult game for Zal to find that angle back in. Like, even if you try to scale into this game now, I mean, sure, Gyrocopter can do a lot of damage, Marcy can become a secondary core and all of that, but you're talking about a team with Chrono, Egg, and RP. None of these spells become irrelevant as the game goes on.
Absolutely not. Mangdaya is trying to delay this push as much as possible, but Raven's going to move in anyway, off the back of Carlo's healing. You don't have the Aegis this time around, but it still seems as though Blacklist are more than happy to start to move in, understanding at least Young God is down for another 20. With no buyback available, if they find him one more time, could be as good as done. There is still an outer tier 2 tower down to that bottom lane, to be fair. Zol could certainly look to hold out much longer as Blacklist Rivalry. They are just going to move towards that area. So force out the glyph, go towards the bottom tier 2 tower, control that dire triangle, and or for Zol, they are just kind of stuck in their base. They're trying to figure out a way back into this game. Seems like they might try the smoke route. We'll see if they do. Perhaps you just stand high ground and just wait the old-fashioned way, but seems that they do need to kind of make a play, and they are going to go for the 5.
Yeah, they've got that full Satanic up in Young God, so some of that sustain can kick through. Chrono's not going to be as big of a threat if you, especially if, you know, you have Sidekick on you, you've got the flat cannon as well. So it's a little bit safer for Young God to try to play his game, and the issue now is the lack of info. They're smoking blind here.
They certainly are. Abed was the closest target, but they barely miss out on him. He will blink away. Still leading the march. Mamang Dai now going to take over. Roshan still quite a bit away from respawning, just about a minute. Counter smoke now from Blacklist Rivalry. As 5, they'll head up towards the north, towards the twin gates of the Dai side. Zol still hanging around the area. Oh, big wraparound from Blacklist. Oh my goodness, they might just find Young God, and they do. They have found Young God, the first target. He's going to try and survive through it, but it's not looking too good as they just pop everything for him just to ensure he can't fight back. But what are you meant to do against that? They threw everything but the kitchen sink of this poor gyrocopter. And without him, they've got no hope. Nobody's left. There's no damage left.
No.
Oh, Tim's Oh, I thought he had disruption. I thought he was just taunting him there for a moment.
I mean, it's just down to this lack of vision. A great wraparound from Blacklist, no vision on that cliff area in the backside while they were wrapping towards the Roche ramp. And the punishment's severe. They find that big damage dealer. When you play Gyrocopter with Satanic, you want a prolonged fight. You want a really long engagement just to leverage your healing, leverage your HP as a tradable resource that they can't trade back with you. And Blacklist just finds the right target at the right time. And options are limited for Zol. No arena on this respawn. They will have double roar. Perhaps they can try. They know Chrono, RP, Egg are down. They can get something done, but these racks don't take too long to fall here.
Absolutely not. Mamangdaya going to try and jump in. Disruption is there to save Raven, who did get speed up for a moment, and now they'll just turn right back in onto the Mars. Keep in mind, you don't have all those big spells available right now, but it doesn't seem like Blacklist Rivalry really needed. It's a nice skewer from Gabby. Going to catch both supports. Haha and Lucifer both dropping here to Raven. Both supports down. It's now a 5v3 situation in the favor of Blacklist Rivalry. They'll get the mid-racks. They'll head back towards the T2 bottom tower, and they'll eventually just sort that out as well. Just no rush here for Blacklist.
Yeah, this is a much more methodical game coming out from Blacklist in comparison to that game earlier up against Whoops. No messing around. Just going on the hunt, playing together as a unit, going for these objectives. And again, when you look at the timer, it doesn't feel like the fastest games, but it has been pretty much all Blacklist almost the entire time. Zol, their openings growing smaller. Their high ground defense, it's not bad, but it just doesn't measure to Chrono, Egg, RP. Like, one of these heroes has to fall for the equation on Zol to kind of equalize. And I just haven't seen them be able to find that backline. Like, you don't have that blink up yet for Rupido, so he can't open safely. They're mainly relying on Ha to just jump in on the Marcy. And again, it's just not the most reliable form of initiation.
That it is not. As all they're going to try and hide, or rather hold, this tier 2 bottom tower as Roshan does let out its roar, so they are very well aware that Blacklist Rivalry has started Roshan here. The thing is, it could all be a bit of bait as Blacklist look to be set up to try and fight. Haha, going to jump in onto Abed. Abed, more than happy to frontline for his team, will go for a very short blink into a Sonic Wave, dragging them back. Here comes the rest of Blacklist. They'll melt Haha. A great skew out, catching both supports, and now the RP. Getting 3 targets. That's Mamangdaya down. That's going to be Young God down, and I think that's just the game gone. As GG is called, Chrono on his old team. Why the hell not for Raven? And that's it, boys. Blacklist Rivalry, undefeated here in the group stages.
That's great news for this lineup, of course. A lot of pressure and just getting a smooth ride into those playoffs. And as top 1 in their group, they're going to be able to play in front of the crowd, at least 1 match at minimum. So great news for this lineup that has had a pretty rocky history throughout a couple of iterations. Even this iteration, they did manage to go to a LAN, but again, the results there were not the best as well. And they do an amazing job.
They certainly did.
Yeah, they definitely did, boys, and they're able to, as you said, finish off the group stages with a clean slate, which is all exactly what we wanted coming out of Blacklist here, coming into these group stages. I feel like they probably would have been disappointed with anything short of the 4-0, and I think all of their games have definitely been kind of very, very straightforward for them to be able to come into it. Having a look across at, the way that this game has gone, I felt like it really did start in those first kind of 10 minutes, right? We talked about it with that Mamangdaya versus Abed matchup. It really did feel like that the Queen of Pain just put all of that pressure onto Mamangdaya, that he wasn't able to be the kind of person that walked into it. And then having a look at the MVP that we've got coming in as well, it's obviously going to be the man of the hour, which has been Gabby once again, coming in onto his Magnus. I was talking about Abed, but I was just baiting you guys.
Yeah.
That was the whole point, because I wanted to have this spiel of Abed, so then you guys can talk about Gabby.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that, Luke. It is indeed Gabby match MVP. This guy's been fantastic. I feel like he's just playing POS 1 from POS 3, right? Like, it's just, he's always higher net worth than Raven.
Yeah.
He's always finding more kills than Raven.
Yeah.
This is just 2 POS 1s, the classic Filipino stack.
Pretty much, and he's managed to stick to this really aggressive style to a lot of success. I think the most impressive thing about Gabby has been his laning. Like, finding these solo kill opportunities while he's top doing, God knows what. It does work out. Like, he ends up forcing the support rotations elsewhere, and Gabby just manages to find that 1v1 to be his comfort spot. Just always finding that way to bully out. His decision-making as well in these fights, like preemptively BKBing, jumping in, like without using RP, sure, it looks silly, but it saved RP for another usage. You know, it's just smart plays from Gabby.
Yeah, it really did feel like that. It was kind of hard to separate all of the Blacklist players because I feel like all of them over the 2 games that we've watched on this mainstream have been kind of from all 5 of them. So, you know, obviously when you're having a look at these highlights, it's going to be basically everybody on the side of Blacklist. So it is kind of hard to separate them as all of these MVPs. But, I mean, this is a pretty important 4-0 for them, right? They get themselves away from these tiebreakers. Execration obviously going over and kissing the Blacklist boys right now because that got them out of the tiebreakers as well. So now we've got ourselves our top 2 in this Group A. So that means that we're going to be seeing Execration as well as Blacklist. There still are a few Group B matches that are going to be going on. Last time I did check, there still were a few that needed to be played, so that's where they're going to have to wait and see who their opponent is going to be for those semi-finals. But, Mike, I mean, just being so clean and consistent is a big positive for this Blacklist roster moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Look, they are still the favourites of the whole tournament. Let's be absolutely fair here, but I think the team's looking absolutely fantastic. I love the improvements I've been seeing from these boys, and it's going to be pretty rough seeing what team actually puts up a good fight. I think it must be Execration that has to give them the fight.
Could also be Asta from
That's fair.
Group B.
That is fair. Asta, of course, is also there. And you know what? It might just be them. You know, they might be I want to say the villains of the tournament because we are in Manila after all. You know, the Blacklist rivalry, they are, you know, the fan favorites.
For sure. I think it would be interesting if we do manage to get a rematch for Blacklist and Execration, if somehow they both beat their opponents from the opposing group. I think that would be the grand final that would have the crowd worked up the most, more than likely. But
the Rambulan.
Maybe a bit of a pipe dream to get the Rambulan on the arena, but I'd love to see it. I mean, I feel like Execration has to be the one that steps up in the ball game. I feel like Blacklist has proven already that they have fixed a lot of the issues. They've looked consistently better every single time. Now it's just down to Execration. Can they handle the heat in Group B?
Yeah, it's all about can they get that extra bit of execution, especially because it is a best of 1 in those semi-finals as well, so it is quite a lot of pressure that's going to be on both of these squads once they do get in that arena to try and play for that final day as well. But, I mean, on the flip side of things, obviously Zol, they came in, they had a few fights where, you know, Young God might have been able to do some stuff, but as you said, Mike, as soon as the gyrocopter's out of the picture, then it's kind of all she wrote for Zol, right? Like, they just had no damage as soon as gyro was
there. It was literally just Young God or nothing, right? Young God or broke, and sadly it did end up broke here as they just figured out if we focus the gyrocopter, they've literally got no gameplay left, and that was literally just the case. And, I mean, props to Blacklist, they found him every time. Like, it really wasn't problematic at all. Tim's on the Shadow Demon was real problematic for the side of Zol, right? Like, just you mentioned it earlier, but just the scouting potential with the Shadow Demon. He was always on point. This guy always
found him all the big targets every single time. He'd keep just the right distance for the disruption saves as well. And he just made so much happen on map. When he'd move on to mid, that would force Haha to move on to mid as well, giving Gabby that 1v1 where he finds kills. Like, it's a hard thing to decode, but I think it's a strong team to learn from, especially after experiencing them in a lot of these best of 1s. You get a lot of insights again as to what makes Blacklist a team that in a best of 1 just come out on top, right? Like, I don't think individual skill-wise it's too far off from every player.
Yeah, and lads, I do hear in my ear that we do have the standings to go have a look at here. So let's start to break these apart here and see how we're going. So it looks like Group B has finished. So I was talking out of my butt once again here. So these looks like this is what the final standing is going to be. A 3-1. So IHC versus Acid was going on while we were watching Blacklist. So they actually got a win up against Team Acid. So that's actually really, really big for IHC. Now they've got themselves into a tiebreaker, which they're probably going to have to play a little bit later on. But that's going to be all important for both Team Acid and IHC, right? Like, you probably want to try and avoid Blacklist. If at any point going into that arena, you do not want to be playing up against these guys because they haven't faltered the entirety of today.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting. I think coming up because you have 2 Filipinos, then 2 from a very different environment. I think IHC has looked fantastic, not just in this tournament but outside as well, with the exceptions of unfortunate circumstance around some of their games. But I feel like even though it's a tied score, I would actually say IHC is probably the biggest fear for Blacklist. Because when I think of Lilgun, I think of them crushing Pinoys every single time. Yeah. When I think of Blacklist in the open qualifiers, they got crushed by a Mongolian squad running Husker. You know, it's like, if there's any team that will destroy our hopes in the arena, my people's hopes, it is IHC in a first semi-final up against Blacklist.
Well, I mean, from some of the drafts that I've been seeing from this IHC squad, they have been pulling some weird stuff. And I think, to be fair, like, the stuff that we've seen across Blacklist, they haven't really been tested, and they haven't really been pushed all too fast. So maybe IHC Mike are the team to kind of push Blacklist out of their comfort zone, especially in a best of one on a stage to try and force a bit of an upset.
I'd love to see it, Fluke. I mean, I know John's talking about his you know, the home crowd being upset. I don't care. It doesn't matter. IHC, they could be the ones to do it. Let's see it. Someone give them a contest. I need to see Blacklist Rivalry struggling a little bit.
Maybe it's IHC, maybe it's Team Aster, John?
Perhaps. I think Aster has the promise in them. It's just, I think IHC is just a lot flashier. And I know those players, they're insane. they are insane. If you could hear if the stories were safe for broadcast, you would understand why IHC is a team that Execration loves. They're both crazy.
Yeah,
both
I mean,
crazy lads.
That'd be a wild series for a lot of people to be able to experience. And I think I'm excited looking at these 4 teams that we're going to be having in the arena as well. I think there's a lot of good storylines, and there's going to be a lot of like really hype players on a lot of those stages as well. So I'm excited to see all 4 of them. Before we get towards the end of the broadcast and we say goodbye to everyone, before we get ourselves into the arena, lads, Mike,
yeah,
out of the 4, which of these 4 teams are you excited to see the most?
Well, now you've got me excited about this IHC squad.
Yeah, I'm pumped about him too.
I kind of want to see it. I kind of want to see him on the main stage. I know the Filipino crowd's gonna have the Filipino teams backs, boys. You know, I know the.
So we can root for other people then.
Yeah, of course we can. Someone's gonna hype up the other teams. That's what we're here for.
I honestly just want to see IHC versus Execration.
Sure,
I hope that's the result. That's the seeding we get. Because, again, Execration, you know, with how expressive Bob is, with how expressive IHC has been, I think that would be the most explosive. Like, you'll watch him on stage, he'll be like jumping up and down, yelling. Bob will be yelling. 11's just a stone cold killer. That is the match that I think would really capture that arena vibe the most. So I think I'd love to see it. Plus, again, they're mates, so after the game, they'll just talk shit to each other.
Yeah, I'm going to love that, and hopefully you guys are going to love it as well as we get ourselves ready for the arena. It's in a couple of days' time, though, so make sure you do join us in the Mall of Asia Arena on the 13th of January to start to kick off these semi-finals, and then we can try and figure out what our grand final is going to be like on the 14th. I'd like to thank my boys here by my side who have been absolutely fantastic entire today, and obviously those 3 other guys. I think they did something at the start of today anyways. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us for the group stages here of the Asia Pacific Predator League for 2024. We'd like to thank you guys for joining us, and hopefully you join us in the Mall of Asia Arena as well. So thank you for the final time. Stay safe. We'll see you guys for the next one.